Bro, you got Alex Jones being like, come on, Nazis are bad though, right? And he's like, no, Nazis are good actually. Like, he's like, no, shut the fuck up. When you are to the right of Alex Jones on the Nazi shit, because Alex Jones knows, he knows how to do propaganda. He knows he can't go that far. It's done. I've never seen anything like this. Like, how the fuck did this happen?
One group doesn't mean the other. But look,
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis.
Oh man, well, I have to disagree with that. But listen, we're gonna go to break. I'm the crazy one here. We're all crazy. The whole world.
he's like, I'm the crazy one here. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah, Alex Jones knows endorsing Nazis is a bridge too far in the agitated propaganda toolkit. Yep, especially when your worldview is so in line with the Nazis believed. Bro, when Alex Jones successfully sued for defamation to the tune of billions of dollars for claiming that a mass shooting did not happen, is the sane one on the panel, that it's over. It's done. It's done, dude.
World's crazy.
Normans will look at this and go, oh, fuck. I thought all these guys, these libtards were being fucking pussies, saying Kanye's a Nazi, Kanye's a Nazi. Here he is, straight up saying it. It's done. You will never recover from this. He has to drop like graduation times 1,000,000 to be able to fucking recover from this, which I don't think he will be able to. Let's be fucking real.
The Balenciaga situation. You made a great point during a break earlier about how they just need a new devil, but that's a devil to distract us from the fact that we become the devil. But that's kind of what you said. Can you repeat that?
Every form of pornography is only 10 years away from pedophilia. Anybody that's watching pornography, if you're watching a woman have sex on camera, she's reliving the trauma of being molested. Like a greater majority of women.
What the fuck? Yo, he is aggro on the turf arc. Oh, swerve arc too. That's crazy. Bro, this is like, oh man, he's gonna get some swerves on board. I swear to God. For the record, here's what happened. First of all, Pete Davidson fucking destroyed this man. But the moment that Kanye also talked about Donda, the moment that Kanye West literally shit on his own mom, which was like a couple months back, it was over. He's going back on everything. That is literally way worse than anything else in Kanye's like moral compass. That was the greatest indication that it was done. Anyway, here, let's watch.
I don't hear anything from the ADL or anybody else.
But for the ADL, I want to say there's a lot of good Nazis that were just fighting for their country. And for them all...
Like George Soros.
For them all to get put in a box. They're all in a box. Every Nazi's bad.
Hey, yo, that's crazy. What? Bro, he said there were very fine people on both sides of World War II, okay?
Well, could some of the Nazis have just been fighting for their country? Oh, they're all, we can't put them all in a box.
No, I get you're explaining that, like you said, you love the Zionists. You don't agree with some of the things they're doing, even though you don't support a lot of what's happening. Seriously, I've really studied a lot of history. Plus, I had family that was there. And so, I mean, I don't think Hitler was a good guy. I get the Hugo Boss uniforms, amazing. But I mean, just because you're in love with the design, you're a designer. Can we just kind of say, like, you like the uniforms, but that's about it?
This is him trying to literally fucking be like, come on, Kanye, just say that you like the designs, like that's what it is, right? And Kanye's like, no, bro.
There's a lot of things that I love about Hitler.
I'm just gonna run that back. Okay, watch Alex Joe. That's it. It's done.
Amazing.
It's over.
But I mean, just because you're in love with the design, you're a designer. Can we just kind of say, like, you like the uniforms, but that's about it?
There's a lot of things that I love about Hitler. A lot of things. It says where the phrase "all sins are equal in the eyes of God" comes from. As far as I can tell, the most common argument for the belief that all sins are created.
Dude, I gotta give a fucking shout out to the goddamn producers. The producers of the Alex Jones broadcast, like, they got some fucking B-roll in the pool, okay? They got a pool of B-roll, and they're unafraid to use it. And when Kanye's, like, talking about fucking Jesus and God and the Bible, they put this fucking B-roll up there. And you have to admit and recognize when someone is doing a good job, okay? No matter who they are, no matter what they're doing. These guys, they're doing it. They're in the shop, they're cooking it up.
Now, I'm a big fan of Steve Jobs. Even though he did create Apple And if you notice, the logo of Apple is actually the fall of man, the
Forbidden fruit.
the bitten apple, right? So we can get into, you know, what social media has done to families and all that. We got 3 hours, right? Steve ran his company.
Bro, I swear to God, dude, the more you get into Christianity, the more insane you become. It's fucking insane, dude. You just start seeing Satan in every fucking corner, dude. And no, there are normal ways of practicing Christianity or Islam or whatever fucking religion you believe in, but this is not it.
My ex-wife actually having a nude photo that I didn't know about, that someone used her and put her on a magazine. But there's somewhere where she's like, well, if my husband is looking at this, I still want to be like the girls that are doing this. And this becomes people reliving the traumas, pushing the addiction, the pornography. And
The thing I don't understand is like porn is like anything else. And I feel like all these like anti-porn evangelists, they're like the alcohol abolitionists. This needs to stop. Like I can't deal with it on my own. So we got to just like stop everyone else from doing this shit. You're just like so upset. You're hyper obsessed with it. Bro, it feels like that's a you thing. You should probably get help for that. It's fucking nuts to just behave this way.
For OSS and ran propaganda for the British government, but he found out that he didn't like Hitler, but he found out that they were actually manipulated and created him. He didn't like the communists. He'd been one of them. He found out the British intelligence had actually created that and done that. And he explained in 1984 that pornography is something to destroy families, destroy our souls, and get us to commit. He wasn't even a big Christian, but get us to debase ourselves so that they could control us.
absolutely.
He said George Orwell. I mean, George Orwell was, he was definitely, from what I understand, George Orwell was definitely, I mean, he was an anti-fascist. So I think Alex is not right about the entire conversation. But yeah, he wasn't exactly a super fond of Stalin for sure. So there is that. And he definitely did snitch, I think, on Stalinists, no? George Orwell was like, he literally took matters into his own hands with respect to fighting fascism. Okay, you're insane. Yeah, he fought in the Spanish Civil War against fascists. George Orwell was more of an anarchist, in my opinion. That's where a lot of his issues come from. Thank you, Naruto AMV from 2007.
Of my life, that year of German occupation. For me, it was a very positive experience. It's a strange thing, you know, because you see incredible suffering around you, and in fact, you are in considerable danger yourself. But you're 14 years old and you don't believe that it can actually touch you. You have a belief in yourself, your belief in your father. It's a very happy-making, exhilarating experience.
While hundreds of thousands of...
By the way, for people who are fucking question marking it, George Soros was literally a Jewish person in occupied Hungary. In the midst of all that, as a 14-year-old in hiding, you still, in spite of all of that awfulness, you still have what 14-year-olds have, which is hope. I cannot believe I am like over here defending George fucking Soros over here. So it is, of course you defend Soros. No, fuck George Soros. He is a predatory vulture capitalist billionaire. Fuck George Soros for those reasons. But if you're gonna fucking sit here and act like, you know, a person who survived the Holocaust, a Jewish person who survived the Holocaust was actually working with the Nazis, you're a fucking freak.
I've said it, the most Nazi-like activities I've seen, and the Nazis, in my view, were thugs that shook people down, did a lot of really bad things.
But they did good things too. We're gonna stop dissing the Nazis all the time.
Okay, we're going to get to that.
Alex Jones is like, okay, we're gonna get to that. Just shut the fuck up for now, please. Oh my God, please stop saying that.
Dave Chappelle is a hack, and he gets a lot of his jokes from Owen Benjamin. Dave Chappelle went on a Jewish...
Whoa, he's coming after Dave Chappelle? Oh, shit, on the Alex Jones broadcast? That's wild, dude. What the fuck?
Chappelle said they dropped that nigga talking about Ye, and he called me Kanye, and I'm supposed to be his friend. Dave Chappelle does not believe in God and does not believe in Jesus. These are the kind of black leaders that the Zionists put in front of us. And meanwhile, we want to knock Herschel Walker, but Herschel Walker...
It's over now. There is a 0% chance that Dave Chappelle will not come after Kanye West. Well, hey, guess what? Dave Chappelle's no longer doing transphobic material no longer, so there's that. He'll make a dead naming joke about Kanye, calling Kanye West Kanye, and he'll tie that to like, you know, trans people for one moment, but then the rest of that is going to be all about how Kanye sucks. So...
going to deliver the real
Nick,
change
I got
we
a
need.
question. If I say something that's provocative towards the Mossad. Is that misogynistic? Hold on, let's hear from Netten. Hey, I'm the head of the Mossad. I'm gonna kill you and take your children away from you. Thanks a lot, Netten. Back to you, Alex.
Please turn your microphone around, sir. Man, I'm definitely overwhelmed here right now. Infowars.com, tomorrow's news today. Listen, all I'm trying to get through here is I believe every group should be able to be
switched his name to Netten. I dropped the Yahoo so we didn't have to. I was tired of picking up the Yahoo and the Netten. So for now, he's just Netten. I know some people call him BB. No, some of you call him Yahoo, but we're gonna call him Netten. What you want, Netten? Hey, right after this, I'm gonna say you're crazy. I'm gonna take your family away from you. We're not done.
Bro, he thinks Bibi Netanyahu is like doing this, dude. He's so fucking insane. This is what Pete Davis' 10-inch dick does to a motherfucker. Okay, bro, here's what this is. Okay, this is a powder keg. It is a combination of the worst things that could have possibly happened coming together to happen. It's like internally his narcissism, his relentless conquest to like diminish his circle of trust into the most sycophantic yes men. It's his mom passing away, which was his like last vestige that was holding him grounded to a certain degree, even though if you look at all of the accounts, like even his mom was like kind of always praising him, always hyping him up. It's his bipolar disorder. It's being surrounded by a bunch of sick freaks who are, taking advantage of his mania. It's all of that over the course of multiple fucking years. Plus, he's a shitty person. Yeah, exactly. I already said he's a major narcissist. So he has no check. He has no internal check to say, hey, maybe I shouldn't fucking bring out a net and do like a funny prop comic voice for Bibi Netanyahu. Like no one's in there. There's nothing in there, dude. There's no safeguard. There's no checks and balances internally. He's just stringing along manic episodes, tying them together. Wait, what? Laura calls in? Oh, no. What? Kanye West is hanging out with Laura Loomer? What the fuck? Bro! This man, just when I'm thinking there's no way he could have fell further down the pit of despair that he's in. Oh my God. I guess he truly is a genius, okay? He's a hardworking genius. He's the genius at showing everybody how fucking far one person can fall, one individual can fall. Speed run, dude. Absolute fucking speed run, brother. People aren't mad at Kanye West because he said the death con thing. As a matter of fact, people at that moment when he tweeted that were still like, hold on, let's hear him out. A lot of people were like, okay, maybe it's like kind of fucked up that he said that. Probably, I was one of those people that was like, no, he is anti-Semitic. I can tell you. And then there were people who were like, wait, let's let him cook. Let's hear what he has to say. What is he going to say with this? As a matter of fact, like even Ben Shapiro was like alluding to that let him cook moment. And then he cooked. He cooked so fucking hard. He cooked way too much. He went full Nazi. And everyone was like, bro, stop cooking.
You didn't kill anybody. You're simply here saying this, and you're being demonized and attacked, and you're saying that is hypocritical. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. George Soros admits he went around rounding up Jews who thought they were being protected, stole their money, and sent them to Nazis. What my point is that that's what the left does. They hide behind black people, they hide behind Jews, they hide behind groups, and they use racial politics to control. And so I think that's the most important thing is to understand that.
Alex Jones keeps trying to say, like, come on, George Soros is the bad guy here, because he collaborated with the Nazis or whatever, which is false. Kanye was about to be like, oh, George Soros was with the Nazis? I like him now. Like, he's lost the plot. He's trying so hard to be like, Kanye, come on, say something bad about George Soros instead. He's like a Nazi, right? And Kanye's like, no, I like Nazis, actually. I guess I like George Soros now, if what you're saying is true. Like, Alex Jones is like one more George Soros mention away from Kanye promoting George Soros, okay?
All come together under Christ.
Also, they blackmail. Okay, go ahead about the Christ thing. I want to hear this.
No, we could I'm just saying, I mean, I don't hate anybody because of their religion or their background. And there's great people from every organization. And I think
George Soros can come to Christ. It is a possibility that he can convert and come to Christ.
Would you meet with George Soros?
No, I did not. What the fuck, dude? Seems like this George Soros guy's got some good ideas. Oh no, dude. Oh, okay. You motherfuckers can't say pre-watch. I was literally live when this interview was happening, and then immediately drove home and started the broadcast and started watching.
Absolutely. I wouldn't meet with anyone. That's the whole thing. I know that I'm a child of God, and I know Jesus died for us. This is the daily prayer written by my cousin Wayne. Yahweh God, thank you for life, health, and strength.
You can skip this prayer. It's just a prayer and it's super long. Oh, dude, but the B-roll though. Okay, the B-roll though.
For this reason, that gave us.
It is weird as fuck that like the Alex Jones Infowars.com producers have this like have so much Jesus B-roll, bro. It's
blood
crazy.
for glory, it's supernatural knowledge of who you are. Slow us down, purpose, better see, so we may Yahweh God glorify and add deeper.
Because the whole world's crazy. Not all of us are nuts. This is Twilight Zone 2.0. We will be right back.
Me when you say that.
No, I'm talking about all of us. The whole world's crazy.
Dude, he's even about to get fucking mad. So there's 2 more hours of this. Does anyone else have this?
And I want to say initially it was a very pleasant dinner. Trump gave kind of the standard black voter pitch. He talked about the HBCUs, the opportunity zones, things like that. And
I love how all of these guys are so fucking stupid and so one note with their analysis of the black vote. These guys are supposed to be the brilliant minds, dude. This guy won a fucking political race against Hillary Clinton, dude. Can you imagine? His understanding of American politics is like, oh, you're black. Black people will vote for you. That's crazy, dude. That is actually fucking insane. There is no further proof that Hillary Clinton is the biggest loser from this conversation. Like, Hillary Clinton lost to a fucking person who thinks Kanye West will be able to captivate the black vote. Love that.
Ye
Which, by the way, why is Nick Fuentes saying the black vote? Because on his own broadcast, he calls it the N-word with a hard R voting block. Well, that's the difference between Nick unhinged on his own broadcast versus Nick when he is on a larger platform. That's the kind of guy he is. And that's who Kanye's best friend is that follows him around everywhere.
Yeah, he got billions. And this is something that was covered in the Wall Street Journal. Jared Kushner brokered the Abraham Accords with Netanyahu. And before Trump was even out of office, they were arranging for how Kushner could take a massive fee from.
Okay, but separate from Kushner getting money, I don't like Kushner. He glows in the dark. He's creepy as hell. But I mean, that's a good peace deal to get the Arabs and Jews to quit killing each other.
Oh, he's so cucked, dude. Yo, Alex Jones is so cucked. Like, no, the Abraham Accords is good, actually. Okay, dude. I mean, first of all, this motherfucker's a Nazi. He doesn't give a shit. He just does not care. Kanye West does not know what the Abraham Accords is. I will stake money on that. There is a 0% chance he knows anything about what that is. But it is kind of dorky for Alex Jones, who used to be like the main contrarian, to just be like, well, you know, State Department's bad. There's psychotic pedophiles out there, but also, like, you know, it's really good when they did the Abrahamic Accords.
Each other. I mean,
But I agree with you to some extent. But don't.
I mean, actually, that's a pretty. I said that's something good Kushner did. I mean, I don't like Kushner, but
He did it for the.
Alex Jones knows where his bread is buttered. He knows that he has a massive evangelical Christian base, and evangelical Christians loved the Abraham Accords. Evangelical Christians in Texas absolutely love anything that advances the ultimate cause that, in their minds, will help Israel wipe out everybody else, so that, you know, Jesus Christ can come back to earth. We've gone over this a million times over.
Money.
well, I mean, we got things. I mean, yeah.
And I would say
I'm not defending him. I'm saying, isn't it good to try to get Middle East peace?
Let's ask Nick.
Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
See, I told you he has no idea. He's like, yeah, ask Nick.
Because we need will and expertise.
Well, let's talk about that. You say you're going to run for president 2024.
I'm not, Alex, you're really good at stating things in a way that you get you sued. So.
No, I thought you're announcing for president, right?
No, I'm not announcing. Alex, love you, love you, love you. What I'm saying with the conversation that we're having about.
Fucking owned. All I'm saying is another guy went on Alex Jones's broadcast, and that man became president. That's right. Donald Trump also went on the Alex Jones broadcast. But yeah, Alex Jones, kingmaker, baby.
But I wanted to bring in Owen Schroyer and Ali Alexander, who helped get you here, for their take and any questions they've got for Ye, because you guys have great questions, great comments. So Owen Schroyer and Ali Alexander.
Oh, God.
I'll hold my questions for Ye.
Oh my God, this panel, dude. Oh my God. Every moment where I'm like, there's no way Kanye falls further, right? His fall from grace has to hit a bottom at a certain point. Nope, I'm wrong. The well is fucking deeper than you previously imagined. Nightmare Blunt Rotation is putting this lightly. You got the most Amish man on the planet over here, the Amish Nazi, Owen Schroyer. You have the only brown man with Habsburg jaw, Ali Alexander, on the right. Every single person has been banned from social media platforms for saying deeply bigoted things, okay? Every single person, with the exception of Kanye. Holy fuck, dude. It is... Woo! This is awesome. This is great. I'm telling you right now, Kanye West on like the most aggressive stack of like lithium would still be having a better day than being on this panel.
I'm just a little perturbed. Let Ye speak. Let the man speak. You may not agree with what he has to say, but why don't you want him to speak? I don't get it. Same thing with Alex Jones. Why don't you want...
Yeah, everyone's silencing Kanye West. That's why he keeps going on every podcast and then like self-quitting whenever they say, hey man, it's kind of fucked up that you said like they when referencing Jews. Bro, like who's stopping Ye from speaking? You know what I mean? Who is silencing him? He just leaves the lobby, dude. He just leaves the lobby.
God says love everyone. So if I say I love the Zionists that cancel my account, then I could say I did not. I said I do love Hitler. I do love the Zionists. I love everyone. The Zionists cannot tell me who I can love and not love. I don't think like that. I think more like someone that's on the spectrum. Since that's what they want to claim, well, let me be on the spectrum of love because love.
But that's a good T-shirt. I love Hitler.
That's a bar. That's a bar.
I'm joking.
Loathing, and it's time to promote love. God.
No, I hear you. Let's bring in Ali Alexander, who helped get this done. Ali, I've known you
Yeah, let's bring Ali Alexander in. Come on, Ali. You say some racist shit now. It's your turn.
for years, but this is quite the broadcast.
And I think that what Owen said is absolutely right. Is like you can look at this interview and you can be triggered. You know, you can engage your ego and say,
is anyone actually triggered by this? I don't think a single person is like legitimately triggered by this at this point. I think everyone's just like, y'all are a bunch of fucking losers, dude. It's like kind of funny. It's sad. I don't think anyone is like legitimately triggered by this. It's more so like old fans of Kanye feel sad about like his fall from grace. Like his demise has been so awful, right? Once someone like Kanye West basically says that they're like a Nazi, there's almost like this weird... For me, I already knew. A lot of you in here already knew. But for a lot of other people, they were like maybe questioning it. So now that he said it, there's almost like there is this realization like, okay, that's what it is. That's what's going on. It's almost like you have grief, but you also feel free. You know what I mean? For so many people, it is literally just like, oh, now it finally makes sense why he was behaving this way. Because a lot of liberals don't understand it. They need to hear someone literally say that they're a Nazi for them to like finally comprehend that they are. And Kanye West wasn't like well equipped enough with the dog whistles to come out of the gates swinging with dog whistles, and instead he just went out and did the full bullhorn.
You said white lives matter. Because I think I'm going to put words in your mouth. You understood that they're trying to demonize white people to create a crisis and for us to fight with each other. I thought that was very true. I think all lives matter, but you went even stronger and said white lives matter. You got criticized for that. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I thought that was my right. I felt that I just exercise rights that are only given to whites. A white person can wear a T-shirt that says Black Lives Matter, but for a black person to wear a T-shirt that says White Lives Matter, that somehow makes me racist. So I love just going up and...
What? Yeah. It's like, yeah, what?
They want to dumb us down. And I'm probably the lowest IQ here of anyone speaking, and I'm saying, say out loud what we feel. We would no longer be ran.
Bro, trust me. First of all, no, okay? No, the dudes you're next to are fucking Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones. Like, they're not exactly brilliant minds either. It is straight up like a race to the bottom.
I haven't tweeted in so long, I hardly remember how this works. You guys doing our red shot for me? All right, so this is Ye's phone here, and I just want to say, I love
This is it. This is like when they have documented proof of fucking ban evasion. Remember, this is how Hila got banned off Twitter because Ethan was on her phone and was posting.
Love, L-O-V, the
Jews.
That true? Would say that? It's true. I do love them. First, how do you say amendment? AMT? What's the abbreviation?
Louis, 525. Thank you for the 10 of the subs. Cat
Yeah, I got
Lady,
it.
Kate,
I love
thank
the
you for the
First
5 gift
Amendment.
subs.
Long live yay. We got to capitalize that, though. All right. I'm going to tweet that. I love the First Amendment. Long live yay. I hope.
No. We're going to pray. No hoping. We pray.
No, I pray Elon is for real.
No, pray to God, not to Elon. Pray that God.
I pray to God. I agree. I'll say that. I pray
To Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Say his name. There's power, there's strength in the name.
There's a point where he puts J in and Jew and Jewish pop up right away. I mean, he's probably been using those words a lot. So yes, that is definitely an understandable autocorrect on Kanye's phone, okay?
I love the First Amendment. Long live ye. I pray to Jesus that Elon is for real. Bam! I'm back on Twitter.
Back on Twitter, baby.
There you go.
Dude, this is okay. Absolute fucking madness here, okay? Absolute fucking biblical levels of bananas. Still not banned, by the way. Still not banned, by the way.
We give it to him now. Here you go, buddy.
Test.
35 million or whatever it is followers. This is great ideas you're having, man.
Yay.
I have a few good ideas. I believe, let me talk for a second, don't cut me off. I have a few good ideas. I have ideas that surpass the idea of just being a black face for the Trump administration, just being Elon's cool friend at a concert. I actually have real ideas, Tim Cook. I actually have real ideas. And I get marginalized into these places. And I understand people are afraid of the truth. The best EQ on the planet. When I went to people like David Simon and Jamie Salter and all these Jewish businessmen, they would offer me things like,
Banned. If Kanye isn't proof enough for you that without class analysis alone from any background, for you that without class analysis, anyone from any background can become a fascist, I don't know what will. He's right. I've talked about this for years at this point. Anti-Semitism is what you arrive at if you are pro-capitalist, but also experience the contradictions so frequently, because you have to find a scapegoat. You have to find like a group of individuals who are not operating at the behest of increasing their capital, increasing their shareholder value, increasing their marginal profit rate, but instead operating at some like other reason, like, oh, some evil shadowy reason. And that's because, there must be Jewish and there must be a cabal or some shit like that. When that's not the case, it's just capitalism. It has always been capitalism and it will continue to be capitalism. I mean, I've heard the take so many times that the anti-Semitism is the stupid person's anti-capitalism or something. Like, what is it? The expression anti-Semitism is a socialism of fools is widely attributed to the late 19th century German socialist August Bebel. You recognize the contradictions, you experience it. Even as a fucking billionaire, you see it. You see exploitation in every fucking record label contract. And you can't figure out like where that's coming from because you're also been conditioned and positioned as a capital owner. You've been conditioned into thinking that that's a good thing and that like that is the morally righteous position, if you will, right? You're not going to be able to say, oh, this system that I've benefited tremendously from is actually the system that is at fault. And it is by design that exploitation is occurring here. So you have to think that there is literally some kind of secret society, some cabal, people that are doing something behind the scenes. And who are you going to point the finger to? Of course, you're going to point the finger to Jews. That's what everyone has pointed the finger to since like the beginning of history. This shit goes back, dude. It's like the oldest meme, dog. Is the oldest shit is like blood libel. You have to remember, most people can't run to his defense and go, oh, no, it's not like that. Can you claim he's a Nazi? Is this 1938? Is he a part of the NSDAP? I think not. Why are you calling him a Nazi? You can't say that when he openly says he's a Nazi. He was too stupid to like use dog whistles. Harming undocumented immigrants in the country is not going to save your life. It's not. It's not going to fix your life at all. It's not going to make it better. It's just a simple distraction that they're using. It's a vehicle to It's a vehicle for the Republican Party to focus and funnel your frustration towards an acceptable, appropriate target, because they don't want you to ever think about the way the society is designed. They don't want you to think about who's actually causing you harm. Don't get mad at your boss. That's a capital owner. That's a good guy. That's a productive force in this society. You, on the other hand, should get mad at people who have less than you. And the more insecure you become and the more scared you are of your future, the more susceptible you are to this sort of priming. Islamophobia is socially acceptable again right here in this clip.
Not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a They're terrible people.
What? Ain't no way he's talking about Palestinians, right? Ain't no way. May as well be watching the whole clip. Most normal Asmund calling for the final solution to the Muslim question. Oh my Lord, bro. Asmund Gold is an organization owner, and one of the people that owns the organization is literally Muslim. How are you this far removed from like all aspects of real life existence? Like, have a conversation with Tips, man. Please. What?
It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
Oh my God, I hate this argument so much, bro. This is crazy. Holy what is this? This is the full clip?
Want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people. They have genocide built into Sharia law.
Bro, oh my God, bro, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing.
Asmund Gold, come on, dude.
And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't.
It's so funny because like this argument literally is basically, you're laughing, but thousands more now believe this and everyone just lets him do it. I'm laughing because his analysis right here is the liberal analysis. When you scratch the surface of like the average American over a certain age and why they are so blind to the obvious dynamic, the obvious inequalities, the obvious inhumanity of Israel's operations, they literally agree with this. They also think this. You only arrive at this conclusion after years and years and years of social conditioning that justify the world, the war on terror, America's war on terror, and the unironic justifications for this war on terror required the dehumanization of Arabs and Muslims and every single person that lives in that part of the region. Because if you were to look at the situation, okay, and recognize that humans are being blown apart every single day so that America can secure oil fields in Iraq, you would go crazy. So you have to either, on the one hand, omit key details, but also every single time you cover the atrocities, have to make it seem like they are, you know, worthy targets or collateral damage that is permissible. Why is it permissible? Because they're not really human beings. Now, I thought we as a society had moved past that point. You know, Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. I thought I was wrong. I mean, I thought that like maybe America was turning a page on Islamophobia. I was wrong. I mean, it was wish casting. Okay. Obviously, those underlying resentments never really go away. And it takes so much more time to actually rewrite and make people understand that, like, no, these people are human beings, right? Having said that, however, Having said that, however, of course, it makes sense that he has. Palestinians never hurt anyone. They've been colonized, occupied, persecuted their whole lives. Palestinians are an ethnic group of the Levant. They're not all Muslims or Arabs or Christians. The way they're conflated and generalized, the whole is racist. If this was done to any other minority, people would be up in arms, wailing like demons. So incredibly racist, peak insanity. Yes, okay, that is the whole point. But this is the same exact dynamic when Trump says Haitians are eating cats and dogs, even though they are documented immigrants working in U.S. soil. He considers them to be illegal aliens who are eating cats and dogs. Where is that coming from? Do you think it's because Haitians are actually eating cats and dogs? No, it is a group of black immigrants that Donald Trump is using what he perceives as permissible white supremacist sentiment over. It comes from a place of anti-blackness, and the same exact situation exists here. There are no acceptable monolithic groups that are barbaric and Palestinians are somehow outside of that group. It is just a catch-all for all Muslims or people that are perceived as Muslim because they are from the Levant. They are from the region. They're from MENA. Okay? What you're saying is it gets worse.
Don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture.
Asmongold, your co-owner of your organization, you are calling a person from an inferior culture. What are you doing? Log off the internet, stop reading Reddit, and go talk to some real humans, please. I know you could talk to Wake, okay? Talk to Wake. Talk to Tips. Talk to a human, please. This is like, holy shit.
That is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple.
Bro, this is straight up one-to-one what Nazis said about Jewish people, what like the most right-wing approach to this conversation. This is insane, okay? This is absolutely nutty. I hold on. Oh, I forgot to answer I forgot to respond to Newsweek. This is just like, how can someone not immediately recognize the problem with calling another culture inferior? Americans, man, Americans. This kind of attitude is like American exceptionalism through and through. This kind of attitude, American exceptionalism, literally is the same thing. You're just removing American exceptionalist sentiment that is baked into American society, Western superiority. You're just taking the thing that shelters it and the thing that makes it like the norm. When you remove the outside patina, the skeleton remains. This is the skeleton. This is the bare bones, okay? This is the bare bones of the argument. This is the bare bones of the argument that like America is the best country on earth. When you remove the outside stuff that makes it, I guess, seemingly more appropriate for liberal consumption, okay, in an otherwise liberal society, this is what you arrive at. I think he popped off on this, not thinking that like this would be, there would be a lot of repercussions for this. I don't think he understands like how unimaginably up this statement is. Like, it's not even necessarily a country. You're no longer justifying like military action against the country. You are now basically saying like an entire culture is inferior to Western culture. The build up to the clip doesn't just make it worse.
And you know what else is disgusting? That people in the West enjoy more privileges and freedom than anywhere else in the world romanticize their behavior or their lifestyle as anything other than barbaric.
This is what people think you say about Israel. I know. Like, if you were to say this about Judaism, understandably and rightfully, you would get banned, and you should get banned. Like, if I were to ever say this about, like, oh, Jewish culture is this way, I would literally be Adolf Hitler, okay? It's ridiculous. For the record, I don't believe that about Judaism, regardless of how much my psychopathic rabid haters try to claim I believe it.
Thank God I was born with that at all. I know plenty of Muslims that respect gays. Well, I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about people in Palestine. The truth is that that's what they do.
Dude, come on, dude. What? Palestinian culture as a whole? Dude, this is your brain on Reddit. This is your brain on Reddit. If you don't interact with normal people, if you don't talk to people on a daily basis, and the only way that you're getting information from, your only outlet to the outside world is just simply Reddit, you arrive at this conclusion. It's like literally a vector of radicalization against Muslims, Islamophobia, and also specifically Palestinians. That's crazy. It's also additionally ironic when we talk about LGBTQ support, because this community, like his community hates gay people in representation in like video games. So that's the other part of this that I don't understand. It's like, oh, Western culture is so superior. We love the gays, except I throw a fit every time I see them in my video games. If I see a woman in a video game, I lose my mind. But it's bad when Palestinians, I have imagined an alternative reality when Palestinians also do that. And I hate it when they do that. Yeah, his subreddit is really bad. I know. His subreddit is just Stormfront 2, and he said this so casual because he knows his chat will love it, and it's just a normal thought for them. Most of us left these Nazi greaseball WoW types in 2007, but they're still around. I mean, this is literally, it's ironic that we're looking at Asmongold, because like I'm gonna cover this in a second with a liberal from a much larger platform, Bill Maher. Like that is, this is sad and very frustrating. Palestinian culture, and all he brought up was Sharia law. We know which online forums he logs off and stream. Oh my God.
That's what they do over there. So no, I'm not going to support a group of people that would be the ones doing the genociding if they had the power to do it. I'm sorry to say, I'm not.
The idea that if Palestinians had the capacity to do Israel, they would do Israel back to Israel is a silly one, because if Palestinians had a nation state with sovereignty and nuclear weapons, then Israel wouldn't be able to do anything to the Palestinians, and therefore there is no world in which they would do the exact same thing back to Israel. You do not know that. All of the Palestinian resistance is within the framework of anti-colonial resistance. That's what it is, okay? There are methods that you do not agree with. There are methods that I don't agree with, okay? But ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, who is responsible for the larger harm? Who is radicalizing people into taking action into their own hands? It is obviously going to be the colonial state. It is going to be the larger state. It's going to be the playground bully with a bigger stick. And there is no world in which, if we were to simplify these terms, you would ever say this about other historical issues, right? Nat Turner rebellion was insanely violent. Ta-Nehisi Coates talked about this with Ezra Klein on his New York Times podcast, where he said, I go back to the Nat Turner rebellion. They took axes and killed white babies. They killed white children. Does that change the dynamic and the overt cruelty? Some historians might even say, and there is back and forth on this, that Virginia was on the verge of the abolition of slavery, and yet the Nat Turner Rebellion was responsible for them not doing so, okay? But ultimately, the morality of chattel slavery still remains. It is immoral, regardless of the reaction that it has invoked, okay? That's it. The violent reaction to Israel's 76-year occupation and maintenance of apartheid does not justify the apartheid nor the consistent genocide of Palestinians that Israel is engaging in for the past 12 months. You're misunderstanding him. He's saying that people in Palestine have an innate hatred for Jews. I know. It is ridiculous. I know. It is a way to try and justify Israel's genocide. It is a silly and idiotic sentiment that you can only arrive at if you exclusively hear the fear that once the colonial occupation perishes, or once like chattel slavery is abolished, that the victims of chattel slavery will turn around and do the exact same thing to the people that once enslaved them is never borne out in reality. Okay? It's never borne out in reality. It has never happened. The Irish did not go and occupy England. Okay? The Algerians did not go and occupy France. Once the apartheid was abolished in South Africa, they did not turn around and occupy, I don't know, England again or the Dutch. That did not happen. I DM'd him. I said, look, I could talk to you off stream or on stream if you want. It's fine. But ultimately, the violent reaction from the Palestinian resistance comes from 76 years of colonial occupation, okay? It comes from the ethnic displacement of millions. It comes from generational struggle, okay? I don't even understand. There was no historical beef between Jews and Muslims pre-Zionism for exactly. It also is historically incorrect. He's also taken in the context of gay and trans not having rights in Muslim society. He's responding to people having Palestinian trans flags in their handles. Yeah, this is also ironic for two reasons. This is something that I deal with on a regular basis with a lot of right-wing people who have these kinds of opinions. It's like, one, many right-wing people don't want that in America. So what are you complaining about? And two, there is no opportunity for a gay or trans revolution in these places because all they've known is death and destruction. Okay? You can't get to that stage if you're still, constantly under the violence of a colonial occupation. It's a pretty basic concept. The problem is people don't understand this concept, especially if they live in the Western world, when they've never actually exhibited it, when they've never actually been on the receiving end of it. Okay? That's the thing. That's the reality. When people look to this situation and go, oh, dude, they're not pro-trans or pro-gay. It's like, first of all, there are trans and gay Palestinians that are also getting killed by Israeli bombs, okay? The bombs don't just like only kill people who are not woke. I don't think that if you're not woke, you deserve to be wiped off the planet anyway. I don't think that. I don't care if you're a right-winger. I don't think we should bomb like white enclaves in Alabama, okay? For exhibiting the same tendency that you imagined all Palestinians have as a monolithic force. Okay, that's ridiculous. And last but not least, you can't get to civil liberties and organizing and fighting for civil rights when you're too busy trying to survive under colonial occupation. It's pretty basic stuff when you really think about it, but you don't actually, when you don't have any empathy for these people and you have never actually lived a world where you are under any sort of colonial occupation, you can't comprehend the hierarchy of needs that people have. The number one need when your house is exploding is stop the explosion, okay? As a white leftist in a white enclave in Alabama, please don't bomb me. I'm doing my best here. I would never advocate for that. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh yeah, Hurricane Milton, good shit. I'm glad it happened in Florida. Like, I don't believe that. I think that's stupid. I want to help everyone. That's why advocate for Medicare for all. Medicare for all means for all, okay? Everyone needs healthcare. Everyone deserves healthcare, regardless of what their political advocacy is, even if they're assholes, even if they're horrible monsters, even if they're Nazis, okay? Unconditionally. That's why I also believe in rehabilitation. I know you might go off on me, but say what it really is. Hatred and racism. This is racism and hatred. He said it so smoothly and comfortable. He was able to say the same to African Americans, Asians, anyone not white. No, it is. It is racist. It is absolutely racist. No, there's no other way around it. When you think that there is like, the problem here is it's not just Asmongold. The problem here is that the mother president, the Democratic Party's leader, has said similar things, okay? On Holocaust Remembrance Day, Joe Biden went on a national stage and said that Palestinians exhibit an ancient anti-Semitism. Okay, what has become permissible in these spaces in terms of like what you can say about Muslims, what you can say about Palestinians is unimaginable, dude. And I know the alternative is Asmongold could quite literally turn around and be like, you love terrorism, you love Hezbollah, okay? You love the Houthis, and garner a shit ton of support from some of the worst people online, okay? And that's it. That's it. Why do you always say the majority of Americans want a ceasefire, support Palestine? Seems to me that it's the opposite. You think the majority of Americans also agree with Asmongold about video games? Like, what the f are you talking about? You don't have to invoke the majority. You can have a very outspoken minority that lasers in on these things and are like incredibly passionate. And that's all it takes. Anyway, let me finish this off and then I'm going to move on.
I don't have any sympathy for them. I'm sure at some degree there are people that are caught in the crossfire. This is sad. But at the end of the day, this is an immoral, evil culture. I truly believe that.
I think there's nothing funnier than saying that the Palestinians live in an immoral culture, an inferior culture, while you live in the United States of America and you are advocating for the death and destruction and the genocide of the Palestinian people. I think that is the most immoral thing you can say. That's it. I think there is nothing more immoral than taking a pro-genocide position and try to justify it by saying, "Oh, well, the people that they're slaughtering are immoral and barbaric and inferior." Like, I know everyone's like, "Oh, what do you mean? Have you seen Asmongold's bedroom? Like, he's saying that from a house infested with cockroaches." Like, I don't care, okay? I don't care about the aesthetics. I don't care about any of that shit. Like, that shit's for the birds, okay? That's like funny. Haha, I got it. He doesn't drink water, whatever. I don't give a okay? That part doesn't matter. I mean, that'll get you a lot of likes on Twitter, for sure. But ultimately, I care more about how many Americans also exhibit this tendency and genuinely believe this shit. It's terrifying. Like, saying they're inferior, saying they're evil to justify the death and destruction that befalls them is so fucking horrifying. Why don't you talk to him, bro? I want to. I reached out. We'll see. You might be too far gone on this, especially considering that his business partner and co-owner of the organization that he's a part of is literally Muslim. Like, that's what's so crazy about this. He has people that are in his immediate life that he could talk to, not just Muslim people, but like someone like Wake, for example, who is a brilliant, very smart, very kind, very empathetic person. Yeah, an Iraqi Muslim migrant. Like,
It was last November when Jon Stewart promised on his show he would come here and answer my questions. After months of evasion, disconnected phone numbers, and press agents saying, "Who are you again?" it appears he finally ran out of excuses. And so, Jon Stewart, welcome to Fox News Sunday.
Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate it. I just want to say, as a viewer, I can't tell you how disappointed I am that you would sully a program of this integrity, of this quality, with a presence such as Jon Stewart. It really,
sort of a Groucho Marx saying you don't want to be a member of a club that
believe
would have
me, you will be reading on air my angry email about the fact that you had me on.
How does it feel to be in the belly of the beast?
Is this the belly?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you were in the belly. I thought there was a slightly different appendage that was down here, but this is nice. This is, I told you as I first came in, beautifully climate controlled, an ease of parking for a New Yorker. This is...
Have you gotten validated yet?
I got my parking, let me see if I still have it. I got my parking validated. I will ask you this, and I don't know if this is a metaphor for Washington bureaucracy, but if somebody here could explain to me why New York Avenue becomes Massachusetts Avenue for no apparent reason without making a turn, I would really appreciate that.
We're not allowed to tell you
With
that.
a
Now,
K
look,
Street
have you checked out the mugs?
Yeah, they're very nice. They're
Do you see what it says on the inside of the mugs?
Can I read it out loud? It's somewhat anti-Semitic. Do you want me to read it? Fair and balanced.
Yes.
Yeah. I like the fact
how about we toast and we both take a big drink out of our mugs?
It's interesting that the mug itself
No, drink, no talking, just drink it. Drink the water.
Why do you want me to drink it?
Just, please.
It's just interesting that you want me to drink it. Why don't you have a taste of this first?
I'm drinking it myself.
Yeah, but we could have different waters.
Well,
I've seen this
you
in the
wouldn't be scared of this.
All right.
Now a sip. There you go. Well, and while you're drinking, you love to take shots.
Do I have typhoid now? What did you do to me?
No.
All right.
You might want a little more, but you love to take shots at Fox News.
Yes, I do.
Over the years, you have called us, and we're going to put this on the screen because this is heavy stuff. A biased organization relentlessly promoting an ideological agenda under the rubric of being a news organization.
Rubric.
And, I actually think was slightly the wrong use of the word rubric.
Was it really?
A relentless, agenda-driven, 24-hour news opinion propaganda delivery system.
Yeah.
Where do you come up with this stuff?
It's actually quite easy when you feel it. You got to feel it in your soul, you know. You got to really just lay it out there, as it were there. So are you suggesting you're impressed with how well I describe things, or I'm not sure what you like the explicit and specific nature of it?
Well, here's the deal. Are you willing to say the same thing about the mainstream media, about ABC, CBS, NBC, Washington Post, New York Times? Would you say the same thing about them, that they are, in your words, a propaganda delivery system relentlessly pushing a liberal agenda?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Why not?
Because I don't think they are. I think you are. Fox News is much more reactive in the sense that even like somewhat like my show, you know, the idea. I guess I would say this: MSNBC is attempting that. I think they're attempting. They've looked at your business model and they've seen the success of it, and I think they're attempting to be a more activist organization.
You don't think the New York Times is a liberal organization?
Now,
pushing a liberal agenda?
The New York Times. No, I think that they are to a certain extent. Do I think they're relentlessly activist? No. In a purely liberal partisan way? No, I don't. Well, I think Fox is a very special.
The shutters to go from your eyes, because I am going to prove it to you in the next few minutes.
Oh, well, okay. Then I'm excited about that.
Well, here we go.
Can I tell you this? I love to learn. But do you really, so you believe that Fox News is exactly the ideological equivalent of NBC News?
I think we're the counterweight.
You believe that?
I think that they have a liberal agenda, and I think we tell the other side of the story. But since this is my show, I'm asking the question.
You're absolutely right. I apologize.
Sarah Palin.
But I won't get my parking unvalidated.
No. You're going to get out of here for free.
Park here for
Absolutely.
Free.
Such a deal.
All right. You're a good man.
You made fun of the fact that the New York Times and the Washington Post, when this document dump of 24,000 emails of Sarah Palin was released, and they got so excited about it, they asked their readers, can help us go through these 24,000 documents. How do you explain the fact that they would do that? They would ask their readers to help them go through the Palin emails, inconsequential as they turned out to be, but they never said, help us go through the 2,000 pages of the Obama health care bill.
Because I think their bias is towards sensationalism and laziness. I wouldn't say it's towards a liberal agenda. And I think
you don't think maybe they went a little easier on the Obama health care bill?
Oh, I think they went easier on the Obama health care bill in the same way they went easier on the Levin-Coburn financial disaster study. I think that the emails, they're in Twitter type, so it's a lot easier to go through. B, it's light fluff. So it's absolutely within the wheelhouse. I mean, if your suggestion is that they are relentlessly partisan, then why haven't they gone and backed away from Weiner? Now they've jumped into the Weiner pool with such delight and such relish because the bias
of the are indefensible.
The bias of the mainstream. Oh, I'm not saying it's defensible, but the bias of the mainstream media is towards sensationalism, conflict, and laziness.
Well, okay.
So if your suggestion is it's purely about it, you've proved very little by suggesting that the Sarah Palin emails were
just getting
embraced.
Started.
No, I appreciate that.
You take your own shot. Recently at Sarah Palin, you compared her video of her One Nation bus tour to a certain commercial. Let's take a look.
Valtrex.
As the tour rolls on,
stopping at historic places like Gettysburg,
and then to Philadelphia to see the Liberty Bell.
You know what's cool, man? The way they had reporters finishing each other's sentences. Where have I seen that technique before?
I have
genital herpes, and I try to be careful.
Very careful. Very careful.
Sarah Palin and her herpes drug? Really?
Yeah, as a technique for the commercial. So you're saying that by comparing the technique that she used in her video to a technique used in a herpes commercial,
you were not making a political comment.
You really think that's a political comment?
Yes.
You're insane.
Really?
Yeah, here's the difference between you and I. I'm a comedian first. My comedy is informed by an ideological background. There's no question about that. But the thing that you will never understand, and the thing that in some respects conservative activists will never understand, is that Hollywood, yeah, they're liberal, but that's not their primary motivating force. I'm not an activist. I'm a comedian.
All right.
And my comedy is informed by ideology. There's no question about that. But I'm not an ideologue.
I want to thank you for saying that because Baltimore Sun TV critic David Zurawik, put it up on the screen, says that is your dodge. Stewart is never held accountable in his media criticism, is he? When he is wrong, he goes into the tap dance of saying he's only a comedian and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Let's talk about that. When did I say to you, I'm only a comedian? I said I'm a comedian first. That's not only. Being a comedian is harder than what you do. What I do is much harder. I put material through a process, a comedic process. I don't just sit and narrate.
But you are a political commentator. The comedy has a political...
Some of it.
Well,
but it is comedy first. But let me
Can I give you another example?
No, because I want to deal with this. Let's deal with it. Let's talk about it.
I'm going to do that.
I want to find out why you say that.
Here's your take on GOP presidential candidate Herman Cain.
Beautiful. Where is it?
Well, that's why I'm going to only allow small bills. 3 pages. You don't have time to read that one over the dinner table.
If I am president, treaties will have to fit on the back of a cereal box. From now on, the State of the Union address will be delivered in the form of a fortune cookie. I am Herman Cain, and I do not like to read.
You planning a remake of Amos and Andy?
Why don't you show? Do you want to show me doing all the voices for all the other people that we do? Do you want to see my New York voice? My Chinese guy voice? Are you suggesting that you and I are the same? Are you suggesting that... What am I at my highest aspiration, and what are you at your highest aspiration?
I think...
Tell me.
Honestly, I think you want to be a political player.
You are wrong. You're dead wrong. I appreciate what you're saying. Do I want my voice heard? Do I want my voice heard? Absolutely. That's why I got into comedy.
I mean,
that's why I do what I do.
Jerry Seinfeld.
No. I do comedy. What am I at my highest aspiration? Who am I?
I think...
Am I Edward R. Murrow or am I Mark Twain? At my highest aspiration.
Oh, of those two, Mark Twain.
Right.
But
so has
Mark
that existed?
Twain had a lot of political impact.
But was that his main thrust? Am I an activist in your mind, an ideological partisan activist?
Yeah.
Okay, then I disagree with you.
Okay.
I absolutely disagree with you that that's the case.
I think you're pushing,
and I don't think...
And I think you take shots at although I think it's mostly to maintain credibility and you're not as comfortable with it, you take shots at Obama and at the liberals. You like to make fun of conservatives.
You can't understand, because of the world you live in, that there is not a designed ideological agenda on my part to affect partisan change, because that's the soup you swim in. And I appreciate that, and I understand it. It reminds me of, in ideological regimes, they can't understand that there is free media other places because they receive marching orders. And if you want me to go through Bill Salmon's emails and...
how do you explain me?
Oh, I think you do a nice job, and I've told you that on the show. I think you're one of the most interesting
things. You think I get marching orders?
I think that you are here, in some respects, to bring a credibility and an integrity to an organization that might not otherwise have it without your presence. So you are here as a counterweight to Hannity, let's say, or you are here as a counterweight to Glenn Beck, because otherwise it's just pure talk radio and it doesn't establish the type of political play that it wants to be. But I understand that. But for you to suggest, I want to stay on this because this is important.
No. But you sound like Newt Gingrich during the CNN debate.
Am I dodging you? Am I dodging you by saying I'm just a comedian?
Here is the question. Here is the question. And I think there are plenty of examples. Let me just give you another example of this isn't you. This is the mainstream media.
Okay.
Because we look for examples of liberal bias, of no partisan agenda. I'm
not suggesting there's no liberal bias in the media, but you're suggesting that there is an equivalence of Fox News and ABC. And I think that's absolutely silly.
Here's Diane Sawyer. Diane Sawyer leading her program last year announcing the new immigration law. Take a look.
If a stranger walking down the street or riding the bus does not seem to be a U.S. citizen, is it all right for the police to stop and question him? Well, today the governor of Arizona signed a law that requires police to do just that.
But that isn't what the law requires them to do. In fact, the law says the only way that you can stop somebody is as part of a lawful enforcement stop. You can't just say, hey, you're walking down the street exactly as she suggested. It has to be because there's a broken taillight, or they're loitering, or they're doing something else. Don't you think she should have mentioned that?
Sure. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think we should have more full context and more of the types of things that you're talking about. But I don't understand how that's purely a liberal or conservative bias. That's, like I said, sensationalist and somewhat lazy. But I don't understand how that's partisan. And I don't think...
You don't think it's partisan to bash the Arizona law and to mischaracterize what it did?
First of all, if that's a bash, then that is the mildest form of bash. It's a form of subtle misinformation. Let me tell you exactly...
Can I give you another example?
Let me just jump in real quick.
When did this dumping our show?
You can give me another example when I give you my feeling about the context of what that is. Yesterday, there was the Wiener press conference. Every single one of the 24-hour news networks. 24-hour news networks are built for one thing, and that's 9/11. And the type of, gigantic news event that the type of apparatus that exists in this building and exists at the other 24 news hours is perfectly suited to cover. In the absence of that, they're not just going to say there's not that much that's urgent or important or conflicted happening today. So we are going to gin up. We are going to bring forth more conflict and more sensationalism because we want you to continue watching us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when the news doesn't necessarily warrant that type of behavior. So here's my example of what news bias is in my mind. 3 networks, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, are going live to the Nancy Pelosi news conference because they are sure, coming on the heels of Anthony Weiner resigning, that she is going to make some sort of incredible statement about, I'm disappointed in Anthony Weiner about it. So they're all locked on it. And the whole time there's hand-wringing. Oh, I can't believe we got to go and do this. The American people don't care about this. They care about jobs. They care about the economy. That's what the American people care about. We're about to go live to Speaker Pelosi. She's about to do that. She steps up to the podium and says, what? I'm not going to comment about Anthony Weiner. I'm going to talk about jobs, and I'm going to talk about the economy. And what did everybody do?
Left.
So what's your proof again about the partisan agenda and what I do? That's the embarrassment. The embarrassment is that I'm given credibility in this world because of the disappointment that the public has in what the news media does.
I don't think
because I have an ideological agenda.
I don't think our viewers are the least bit disappointed with us. I think our viewers think finally they're getting somebody who tells the other side of the story.
And no. One more example. Most consistently misinformed media viewers? The most consistently misinformed? Fox. Fox viewers, consistently, every poll.
Can we talk about your network?
Yes.
Can we talk about Comedy Central? Because
be delighted to.
Case in point.
All right.
How did you physically have sex with Tommy Lee? He has a huge. If he put that thing in front of my face, I wouldn't know whether I should it or feed it a peanut.
It's not exactly Masterpiece Theater you're working for.
You're damn right. And I think I am perfectly placed. I think that is where I belong.
You're the counterbalance to that.
No.
Do you know that I had to go through to prepare for this? I had to go through episodes of South Park. I had to see Cartman's Mom is a Slut, parts 1 and 2.
Can I tell you something
I had
about
to look
South Park,
at Reno 911.
Can I tell you something about those guys? They are brilliant guys. The South Park guys are brilliant guys, and their ability to satirize.
Okay, but the next time you're sitting there haranguing Fox, just remember, that's where you work.
No, I completely agree with. I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you suggesting you and I are the same? That's what I'm trying to get my head around.
No, I'm not suggesting we're the same.
So why should where I work be the same?
I am suggesting that there's good stuff and bad stuff. I'm suggesting that there is bias and that you only tell part of the story.
Oh, there's no question that I don't tell the full story. I mean, I don't disagree with that. But I don't not tell the full story based on a purely ideological partisan agenda. That's my point. My point isn't stuff doesn't stink.
I think your agenda is more out there, and you're pushing more of an agenda than you pretend to.
I disagree with you. I think that I'm pushing comedy, and my ideological agenda informs it at all times. Now, that agenda or my ideology is at times liberal, at times can lean more conservative, but it's about absurdity. It's about absurdity and it's about corruption. And that is the agenda that we push. It is an anti-corruption, lack of authenticity. It's anti-contrivance. And if I see that more in one area than I do in another, well then, but I will defend every single thing that we put on that show. And I'm not dodging you in any way by suggesting that our main thrust is comedic. And that
I
is
will
the
defend
difference.
everything that we put on this show.
Oh, and by the way, how often do you see your show on my show? My beef isn't with you.
Okay.
But I believe you exist as, I think that Mr. Ailes has very brilliantly put you on. And I think you're a tough interviewer. I think you're a fair interviewer. I think some of the things that...
I want to ask you a couple of final questions.
By the way, though, did you really have to watch all those South Parks? Because they are funny.
Well, okay.
Those guys are brilliant.
I disagree with you again.
Oh, really?
Are you disappointed in Barack Obama as president?
Yes, I think I am.
Do you think he's lived up to his promise to fix the economy?
No, I don't know the kind of sway that a president can have on the economy, but do I believe that he's lived up to the promises? No, I think the fundamental disagreement I probably have with this administration is simple, and that is that he came in and said, you can't expect to have a different result with the same people. That was, in many ways, his seminal campaign focus. And all I see as far as economic stewardship are the guys that got us into this mess in the first place. And Geithner and Summers and those guys, and the types of policies that got us in this mess.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Did you watch any of the CNN debate with the Republicans?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see anybody on that stage who you could envision voting for against Obama?
That debate, to me, focused, is very hard to say, because right now they're still in red meat mode. And so when I see a debate that still focuses so much on, gay marriage and don't ask, don't tell, and the types of things where, I tend to glaze over. And I thought that in general, their responses to things in terms of tax cuts being the magic bullet as to what it is. So far, I haven't heard anything that appeals to my sense of that intrigues me politically or in any way that is different. What intrigued me about Obama was a statement that I thought he understood the corrosiveness of the system that existed, and I thought he was going to do more to blow that system up.
When's the last time you voted for a Republican for president?
For president, HW.
Against Bill Clinton?
No.
Against Michael Dukakis?
That's right.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How come?
He seemed like there was an integrity about him that I respected greatly. And there's something about tiny people in helmets.
But he would have been a great 4 or 8 years as president for you.
Dukakis?
Right in your wheelhouse. Dukakis.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't a comedian per se at that time, but, if that's the barometer of whether or not I'm an ideological warrior, and I think that's what you're suggesting, is that an ideological warrior is someone that will not vote against party. I mean, again, I'm not exactly sure. I assume that part of this is to delegitimize criticism against Fox by suggesting that it's coming from a place of contrived.
I'm just trying
political.
to understand you.
Is that really true?
Yes.
Because here's the thing that surprises me about that. I've existed in this country forever. There have been people like me who satirize the political process and who satirize, what was it that Will Rogers said, how crazy is it when politicians are a joke and comedians are taken seriously? I've existed forever. The box that I exist in has always been around. The change is the box that you've moved closer to me. But I'd like to know what I'm doing that's really different than what you've seen previously from satirical comedians that work in the political milieu. What is different about it that makes you so perplexed?
I'm not saying I'm perplexed.
You're trying to figure out what I am. What am I?
What I'm trying to say is that all I wanted to do, you make it sound like I'm trying to delegitimize you to defend Fox. What is the purpose
of trying to...
That assumes a kind of, and this is where I think you're wrong, and you don't get it,
that may be right.
is that there's not a single marching order. There's not some kind of command. There's not
a
talking
single
point memo. I'm sitting here.
I disagree with.
I am sitting here talking to Jon Stewart, and I'm trying to get it, trying to understand you. I'm trying to see whether or not you recognize that what I believe is true. There's as much bias on the other side as you subscribe to Fox, and why you seem to go easy on that.
I believe that the counterweight to Fox is attempting to be MSNBC. Here's what I think. That the mainstream media that you so deride, I also deride. But we deride it for very different reasons. I deride the mainstream media because of their focus on sensationalism and conflict. And you deride them because you think they're relentlessly partisan. And I just disagree with that. I think that there is probably a liberal bias that exists within the media that is because of the medium in which it exists. I think that the majority of people working in it probably hold liberal viewpoints. But I don't think that they are as relentlessly activist as the conservative movement that has risen up over the last 40 years. And that movement has decided that they have been victims of a witch hunt. And to some extent, they're right. People on the right are called racist, and they're called things with an ease that I am uncomfortable with, and homophobic and all those other things. And I think that that is absolutely something that they have a real right to be angry about and to feel that they've been vilified for those things. And I've been guilty of doing some of those things myself.
I just want to say, because we got to go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I accept your...
Oh, really? You just have to talk to Secretary of Defense Gates? Is that really? Or you probably already did. I forgot. I meant it's Sunday.
I accept your apology. I want to thank you for coming on.
Do you get me?
Well, you know what? Will you come back? We can explore this some more.
All right.
And we validate.
Still? You're a good man.
Okay, Stuart, now why do I have to get a sprained wrist when I buy your book? I mean, all the books
because
that you put out.
I put effort into my books.
Yeah.
I don't put one out every 6 months from stuff I dictate on my way home.
Not me. I write them all. Okay, so Earth, the book, A Visitor's Guide to the Human Race.
That's right.
What is the theme, the overarch of this?
The overarching theme of this is a comprehensive guide to how we got here, all that we accomplished while we were here, and how we are leaving.
All right,
and I'm not going to give away the ending. I'll give away the ending. A killer bee, great white shark hybrid ends up going out of control.
So it's just nonsense, right? This is just nonsense for 200 pages of nonsense? Is that what it is?
We think a little more highly of it than nonsense, but that's
gibberish?
Just me. Well, we feel that it's well-crafted satire speaking to the human condition, but okay, gibberish is fine.
All right, good. Now, the last page, 239, acknowledgments.
Yeah.
You got 14.
I'll tell you who likes it. The dope dealers,
writers.
man.
The dope dealers like this.
Yeah.
Of course they do.
No, those are the
why?
acknowledgments.
They can
not
put
all the
stuff in
writers.
between the pages when they carry.
Yeah, people don't actually take.
You got 1,400 writers.
That's the acknowledgments. Those are people we're thanking.
No. As we did 6 years ago, we asked the staff of the Daily Show to maintain the quality of the program while we wrote the book, and so we did. And then we wrote the book. Didn't all these people help in writing the book?
No, that's the staff.
How many people wrote the book?
There's probably 12. That's the staff.
12 people wrote the book? How come they weren't all on Oprah? You're the only one that was on.
Well, I take the credit.
Oh, so the 12 people?
Are you familiar with show business? Have you been around?
Not really. I'm one of the folks.
Right. Do people know we're sitting in a room with like 8 people, but you're the only one with a mirror?
Okay, because you and Oprah...
Here, let me just show this very quickly. This sits next to the guy who's talking about the folks. Just every now and again so he can go, am I still Bill O'Reilly?
There you go.
I am. All right.
Okay, look, your hair isn't that way naturally, Stuart. Okay,
Gray?
I mean, you got four people puffing.
Oh, for God's sake.
You were on Oprah.
I was on Oprah.
With this book.
Yes.
I can't get on Oprah.
She doesn't like you.
I know, why? Why do you think she doesn't?
You're not likable.
Is that right?
Yes.
It's just as simple as that?
No, it's not as simple as that. I don't know why. Maybe
she likes you. She really likes you.
But your books are more polemics. This book is good humor. Nonsense, gibberish, well-crafted satire, depending on if I were on, let's say, a different network. But it's, yes, she enjoys that. She's not as into the polemic, let's say.
Okay, so she don't want to talk politics with somebody like me.
That's right.
She'd rather talk nonsense with somebody like you.
Now you're understanding daytime television. Well done, sir.
Why do you do this? I mean, I know why I write
Why do I do it?
Yeah, why do you write your books? Because they're very successful. In fact, you know, my book is out. You and I are going to, we're going to be slugging it out in the bookstore.
No, I don't think we will. I
No?
think we're going to pretty crush it. I think
Yeah,
we're
you're going to
yeah.
crush? Well, with the weight of this thing, my God, you know?
Yeah, well, and also the sales.
You think so?
Weight and sales. Yeah.
We'll see. You know, Bold Fresh did about $1 million, too.
Bold Fresh?
Yeah, that was my
Is that
last
what
book.
they call it?
Remember I was on your program
Yeah.
pushing that thing?
You know, how's Pin Pate going to do?
Who? Pinheads?
Pin Pate. Oh, aren't you going to call it Pin Pate?
No, it's Pinheads and Patriots.
All right. I thought you were shortening it like Bold Fresh Pieces of
Where do you
Humanity.
think you come down in the book? What do you think your description is? All
Listen,
right,
are you suggesting that, you know, I'm more Pinhead than Patriot? Is that where
I'm
we're
not
going with
suggesting
this?
anything.
No, please. Share with me.
Out of all of this
Is this
stuff,
really the time to skim the book? Shouldn't that be done like preparation-wise?
I did it, but you know,
you just come on and just skim it? Should I join you in the bathroom while you read it?
There's so much here, Stuart. There's just so much here.
Because we
it's
try.
Just amazing.
We put a lot into it.
Yeah, there's a lot of Nazi stuff in here, though. There's a lot of swastika stuff in here.
Well, that was kind of a cultural event.
You know, another swastika.
That's the page
thing.
devoted to fascism.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mentioned in here at all in the fascist thing? Did I?
Oh, please. You.
Now, isn't it interesting that a couple of years ago I was like target number 1? Now I'm like 15 on the list.
You're not
Last
even a
time you were
target.
here, you said I was the voice of reason in the fat camp or some crazy thing like
The
that.
skinniest kid at fat camp.
Yeah.
That'd be, you were like the, how else would I put that? The sluttiest nun.
Yeah,
Similar,
and no
that kind of
nuns are
thing.
slutty, so
That's what
there
I'm
you
talking
go.
about. Yeah.
So what happened to me? Did I lose my edge,
No.
or have I been overtaken by brighter people?
I wouldn't say brighter.
No.
No, you're you're a very bright man. You went to Harvard. You're an elite. But you've been overtaken by a more extreme version of you. You're like Fox 1.0. You're the beta version. Fox 2.0 has jumped over you to an extent that I don't think you could ever dream of. And quite frankly, I think you fear. I think deep down inside, you can't believe what you've unleashed.
I'm responsible for all this?
You're not responsible for it. But what you did is you spread out the area, you set up your stuff there, and these other people just came plowing through. You're, on this network, you're left wing.
I'm left wing on Fox.
You're a liberal.
I am.
On this network, Nixon is a liberal. This is...
And on Comedy Central, who would be conservative? Dun, dun, dun. We'll do the Jeopardy music here.
It's not a news.
It doesn't matter.
I guess
it's
Cartman?
satire. It's satire. And you know, there are people who believe that you are the voice of news, that you are delivering information.
No one believes that.
Yeah, they do. The Pew
Who believes
Research
that?
Center
The
says
folks?
that, like that. No, the folks
Do you
don't.
read
They
the
got your
polls?
number.
Is that what you read?
And I just want to correct one thing. You've made a couple of references to Harvard. I was on the affirmative action from Levittown. That's how I got into Harvard, okay? They had to take one. They had to take one of us.
So what was it
actually
like?
the liberal program got me in there, affirmative action.
You pulled yourself by your bootstraps.
Yeah.
So basically, the government helped you get where you are.
Do you think I'm in trouble now because of the Tea Party and all these other people have passed me? Yeah.
I do.
Am I going to have to go over to work for The Daily Show?
No, you'll have to eat humble pie like
Yeah.
Carl had to. He'll have to come out. Carl had to come on and go, what are you kidding me? I love the Tea Party. These guys are great. I'm just saying.
But I
Come
do
on.
like the Tea Party.
So do I. But there is no Tea Party. They're the ones who will be the first to tell you. What is it?
It's just a bunch of individual Americans venting their dissatisfaction.
And some of them are great and some of them are not. So you
Just
can't
like,
say, I
you know,
love the Tea Party.
But I like what it stands for.
What does it stand for? Tell me
It
what
stands for people getting involved in their country, all right, and taking it to the street.
So you love MoveOn.org. You
I
also
don't,
love
because that's a George Soros-funded propaganda outfit. Tea Party is all over the place.
Well,
Move On is just one thing.
Who gives the money to the Tea Party?
All kinds of people.
Freedom Works?
Not George Soros.
Does Koch give the money there? Does Mellon?
I don't know. Did you like General Betrayus on Move On? Are you?
No, I thought that was idiotic.
Right.
I couldn't believe.
How could I possibly like an organization that did that?
Well, did you like, you know, some of the other things that happened? You can't, an organization, well, you don't like them because they don't reflect your politics.
No.
And that's fine.
I like the Tea Party. I don't like Move On because I think it's a propaganda-funded outfit. Kind of like the Comedy Channel.
I was just about to say, look who's sitting here.
The book is Earth, A Visitor's Guide to the Human Race. It weighs 15 pounds, so
How's
be
Dennis
careful.
doing, by the way?
Who?
Who's coming on today to
Dennis
Dennis
Miller. He likes you, Miller, though.
I love Miller.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something about
he's
Miller.
not going to say anything bad
Maybe
about
the
you.
smartest guy that I've ever seen do you know, we used to watch him in the old days, you know, he'd be doing like the black and white special and just be sad. Like he was the type of comic that could make you sad.
So
His
what does
brain
it
is
say?
that fast.
What does it say about Fox News that we feature Miller every week? Aha! There you go, Stewart. Jon Stewart, everybody, give him a round of applause. All right, Stewart is back. It's inexplicable, but he's here.
Stewart is back.
Yeah, you're back on the Factor.
What about, hi, John, great to see you. Nice to see you as well, Bill.
What, you want me to be a phony?
No, Stewart is back. It hurts. It hurts my feelings.
Okay. Obama remorse. Some people who voted for him, as you saw Velma Hart the other day, a nice lady, and he's going, look, you know, we voted for the hope and the dream, it ain't happening. Do you, Jon Stewart, have Obama remorse?
I don't know about remorse in the sense of remorseful of doing something. I think people feel a disappointment in that there was a sense that, oh, Jesus will walk on water, and now you're looking at like, oh, look at that, he's just treading water. Like,
but did you buy the Messiah thing when he was campaigning?
Look, I don't buy the Messiah thing with the Messiah thing.
But you
let
were
alone
a supporter.
With a politician.
You were a supporter. We'll get to Jesus in a moment. But you were a supporter of Obama. Now, do you regret?
I thought he'd do a better job. I was a supporter of McCain as well for a long time till he.
But you threw McCain under the bus.
No, McCain threw himself under the bus.
No, you threw him. I saw you. You pushed him.
I would not push a man of that stature under the bus. Listen, I still love him. That's talk about remorse.
But you loved Obama more. You pulled the lever for Obama.
Are you saying what are you trying to say?
Do you regret the vote? Do you regret if you had to go back in a time capsule? Would you vote for McCain?
No.
No.
No, I still wouldn't
have voted for McCain. You're standing by your man, like you and Tammy Wynette.
I would not suggest that it's a country love song in this way that you were. But here's what I thought. I thought we were in such a place, much like the Tea Party feels now, that the country was in such a place that we needed a more drastic reconstruction of policy, perhaps a deconstruction of the powers that be. I thought this may be a chance to do that. I have been saddened to see that someone who ran on the idea that you can't expect to get different results with the same people and the same system has kept in place so much of the same system.
But he still has been drastic in the sense that he
How has he been drastic, sir?
Because he separates himself from the regular folks. And let me give you two examples, all right? Okay?
He's the president.
And I'll speak slowly so you can absorb.
You know, I don't know if you know this. They all separate themselves. The House hasn't been open since like Grover Cleveland was in there.
You can be president.
You can't just trick or treat there.
Yes, you can. Absolutely. I've been there 4 times. Don't you know? I got lots of good candy. All right, now, the mosque thing. All he had to say was, yeah, they have the right to it, but it's really not a good idea for sensitivities. He wouldn't do it.
I think that is what he said.
No, he didn't say it.
He said they have a right to do it.
On the wisdom of it. And you mocked him for it.
Well, I mocked him. I have that's what I have to mock people.
I know. So you mocked him for it. But he wouldn't comment on the wisdom. And the people are going, come on, you're the leader of the country. You have to comment.
What people?
The folks, the regular people. People who never would watch your show. People who watch me.
But you're just
not
making things up. Well, why
I'm not making things up.
When was the last time you even visited Levittown, Bill? How long are you going to play this fable?
Sunday I was there, Stuart.
I was there. I was building a barbecue for my friend Joey. Brick by brick, my hands.
I was there Sunday.
They were ripped apart. So
I'll take you there.
I threw on some sausage and pepper. And then they came in. You know, we all watched the game, had some gabagool. It was unbelievable.
You're deflecting.
What do you want me not to deflect?
I'm telling you that the president has separated himself from the folks, and that's why he's having so much trouble in the polls.
I don't even know what I think that sounds like a meaningless thing to say. You saying folks. What are folks?
Working Americans don't understand his thought process.
That may be very well true, but he didn't separate himself from working Americans. He hasn't done enough he ran on the idea that the middle class was going to be his focus.
And it isn't.
Well, he's trying right now to preserve the tax cuts for them and remove the ones for the people making $250,000.
Did you get your health care premiums? Did you get them?
Oh, my health care premiums have been crazy for years.
Okay.
I pay health care premiums for everybody at our show.
All right. So you have no buyer's remorse.
What are you saying? You're not making any sense.
Of course I am. It's just you who can't process it. Now, let's go into
Obama has separated himself from the folks.
Right. The people of the United States, working class people, I'm generalizing, they say to themselves, he's not like me. He doesn't understand me. Velma Hart said it the other day.
Velma Hart still supports him and has great hopes for him. Velma Hart feels that the policies that he promised to deliver on has not materialized fast enough, has not helped her immediately enough. I completely agree with the sentiment that he ran as a visionary and he has led as a functionary.
Okay.
I think that's absolutely true. Your folks thing, I don't know what you're trying to align yourself
All right, I'm
with
bringing
here.
you out to Levittown, Stuart. If you can break
Let me
away
tell you something.
from your Manhattan
the Tea Party
mentality, I'm
scares
bringing you out
as
there.
much as it
doesn't
scares
scare
anybody.
me at all.
Look
Are you
what they
kidding
did to
me?
Rove. Oh, the poor boy. The spanking that he received. All he said was, I don't know, this Christine O'Donnell might be nut. The heavens
Hey,
rained
look,
in.
maybe you don't know this, but Beck and I go out on a Bold Fresh tour. We see these people all the time. They would stone you to death like the Iranians.
Are you
do.
suggesting that regular people in this country
They
are the
love
Taliban?
us.
Did you just say on your own show that the regular Tea Party Americans are the Taliban?
Let me
sir?
get into this.
Have you at long last, Bill O'Reilly? Mm-hmm. No, I know that you and Glenn see green. I mean, see the people, and
yeah, I know. We'll get to your
so where do you set
financial
up?
profile.
Where do you set up your merchandising table at those gigs? Do you
I give
sell
all
his
that to
book
charity.
and your book.
I
or-
give all that to charity. You know, you might try it sometimes. Stuart.
You're a very decent man.
I am. You know that.
Look at us going back. Here's the truth, though, about the Tea Party. Karl Rove and a lot of the Republican establishment thought they could ride that bull. They could ride that intensity and that energy, and of like religious conservatives and all the people that really believe all the things that Karl Rove and those guys promised them but were never going to deliver on. And now the tables have turned. And he's just another schmuck wearing a red bandana running down the streets of Pamplona, and the bulls are chasing him.
Well, listen,
and they
the
can't
Tea
believe
Party
it.
people, you should admire their independence. Now let's get on to your Halloween rally in Washington, D.C.
Are you even listening to me?
Do I have to wear a costume if I come to this rally on October 30th? You and
No, you can dress
Colbert?
up as a guy pretending to still be blue collar.
Okay, fine. And that is something that I do very well.
I know.
Okay. You ought to try it sometime, you elite snob.
Oh, for
Come on.
God's sakes. You went to Harvard. How long are we going to play this? You know, Megyn Kelly's up there. And by the way, her studio is beautiful.
Yeah, I know.
Have you
Look at
seen
here.
it? It's like Times Square. It's like a Ziegfeld production. And you're down here underneath the Tower of London.
They don't want me.
What's happening
You know,
with that?
This is kind of the way they treat me here, but that's all right.
All right.
Let's talk
You're
about
still
your
the
rally.
big dog, and the big dog shouldn't have to be in the smallest kennel.
Let's talk about your big Halloween rally on
All right.
October 30th.
October
all right?
30th.
All right. Do we have to dress up if we go to D.C.? Is it costumes? Or why are we going in the beginning? Why are we there?
Well, Bill, we feel that like the Tea
we?
Party, the people, the folks.
The folks,
You know
okay.
the folks.
Yeah, I
Are
do
you
know
familiar with
them.
the folks.
Do you-
The
all right.
folks that I see in my gigs that I go out to,
Right.
real Americans, plumbers and such, they tell me that they don't feel represented by the extremities they see on things like Fox News and other things like that. They say the real voice of the people has been muted by the extremists, that the loudest voices are the ones that seem to carry the day. So what I'm hearing is they want to feel a catharsis that they're not alone, that they're also represented. So that's why we're doing it. We're trying to find that thin sliver of America between pinhead and patriot.
All right, so you
if we
and
could just
Stevie
find that sweet
Colbert,
spot,
you're gonna-
patriots, if you will.
You're going to get out there in D.C. Do you have a little permit yet? Did you get your permit?
I doubt it.
No,
I
you don't
doubt
have a
it.
permit. You're just going to be there and get arrested, or all right? So day
maybe.
before Halloween, night before Halloween,
October 30th,
Right.
12 to 3. Not
All
at,
right.
not at night. This is for people who have jobs and families. You know, the rallying cry is, we're here, but we're only here till 3. We have a sitter. So
Okay, good.
you should come. You're more than welcome to
Listen,
come.
I may.
It's open to all people.
I may.
We'd love to have
But I
you
think
there.
Beck and I are with
It's
the
for-
folks that night in Connecticut. I think Beck
Oh,
and I.
do you have
Yeah,
one
the
of
real
your-
folks, Beck and I are going to
Oh,
be
one of
there.
your charity gigs?
Yeah. Well, we
You're
do a
making
lot of
charity hand over fist, ain't you?
We do a lot of charity work. here,
Yeah, you
Stewie.
really do.
You may try it.
You're
you
like
know?
you're a regular Mother Teresa out there.
Thank you very much.
You're very
I'm very
welcome.
complimented.
You're very welcome.
But I don't deserve the honor.
No, you really don't.
All right. Christine O'Donnell. Would you vote for the witch or the Marxist?
Oh, who the hell knows? It's the least. The
Do you know
witch
where-
thing,
do
the
you
masturbation thing. I don't even care about.
Do you even
the
know where
things she used to
Delaware
say.
is? Do you know where?
I know it's a traffic jam between New Jersey and Maryland.
Okay.
I'll tell you that much. You ever been down 95 in that matter?
Yeah.
How can a whole state be a traffic jam?
Listen, Delaware is the first state. Did you know that? It's the first state.
I also ate at Howard Johnson's as a kid and saw that menu.
Excellent.
Yes.
Right, good.
Yes, I have circled that on the Howard Johnson's menu bill. So I understand that.
you have the-
I want
you have
to
the
come-
witch
know what?
and you have
Let me
the
go back.
Marxist.
I want you to come to this rally. You know why? I sense there is still good in you. Like
Listen,
the Force.
I would love to come with
Come
all
to
this,
the light.
but it'll be a contact high. You know there's going to be substance
Come
at
to
that
the
rally.
light.
You know what's going to go on there. Come on, you look you in the face. Look, you know that. Every dope dealer within 100 miles is going to be at that rally, Stuart. You know that.
Every dope dealer?
You. What do you? Come on, what do you think your crew's going to be up there going? Oh,
Every
I'd like some
dope
frosted
dealer?
flakes.
Did you just say that?
Come on, you know what's going to happen at that rally.
Are you taping an episode of Starsky and Hutch? What dope? There's going to be a dope dealer
Come
there?
on, Stone
Man?
Slackers comprise 40% of your audience, according to Rasmussen.
well, we all know how reliable Rasmussen is. We don't know who's going to be there. Here's what we hope. We hope that it's people that believe that are reasonable, that understand that this country isn't necessarily right now a fight between freedom and tyranny.
Okay. So it's going to be some philosophical mumbo jumbo with you and Colbert.
But funny and actually entertaining.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll tape it.
You should go.
I can. I'm with the folks in Beck that night. Right. Christine O'Donnell and the other guy, the Marxist with the beard. Okay? Who you throwing in with in Delaware? Who you going for? Do you want the Marxist? I know you do. I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah, and by the way, that is in no way a pejorative way to describe him. I'm sure he's absolutely a Marxist. By the way, can you be bald and a Marxist? Like, is that even allowed?
I think you can. I think Lenin was bald, was he not?
All right. I don't imagine that a state like Delaware, which is a pretty, mild state.
First state.
Whoever's better for DuPont, that's who I'm for.
Okay.
Because as DuPont goes, so goes Delaware. So whoever is for coming up with a new synthetic that you can spray on your couch to keep ketchup off it, I'm voting for that person.
We here at Fox.
But here's the thing. Let me say this about Christine O'Donnell.
Yeah.
The witch thing is ridiculous. The masturbation comments, ridiculous. Let the woman. She's one of the least interesting Tea Party candidates I've seen yet.
She won't come on the Factor. I don't think she's going to go on your program either. But
she doesn't respect the folks.
I don't know.
I thought
come on the Factor.
Why won't she respect the folks?
I think the venue might be too tough here.
She feels like a franchise of the Tea Party. Like they sent her the thing, and when she says that, you know what she'll do? She'll go on Hannity. She'll talk to Hannity.
Yeah, she's already done it 15 times, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a break, and we'll come back and talk about your big book.
Let's do that.
Yeah, which is competing with my big book.
Oh, you have a book out?
Yeah. So
Good
we'll
luck
talk about
with
that in a moment.
Daily Factor, the most powerful name in news, Fox News Channel.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly in a personal story segment tonight. He is the darling of the television critics, the host of The Daily Show on Comedy Central, and now has a book called America, A Citizen's Guide to Democracy in Action. In action, one word. Welcome, Jon Stewart, to the No Spin Zone, everyone.
How are you, sir?
Okay. You know what's really frightening?
Uh-oh.
Do you know what's really frightening?
You've been reading my diary.
You actually have an influence on this presidential election.
Oh,
that is scary.
If that were so, that would be quite frightening.
But it is. It's true. I mean, you got stone slackers watching your dopey show every night.
Yeah.
Okay, and they can vote. You can't stop them.
Yeah, I just don't know how motivated they would be, these stone slackers.
Yeah, it just depends if they have to go out that day.
What am I, a Cheech and Chong movie? Stone slackers?
Come on, you do the research. You know the research on your program.
No, we don't.
87% are intoxicated when they watch it.
Oh,
you
no,
didn't see that?
No, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, we have that there.
We come on right after, I believe, puppets that make crank calls.
Yeah.
So we are, I think, the appropriate
follow-up. And it's a great lead-in for you.
It's a wonderful show,
but the puppets can't vote, but these dopey kids who watch you can.
They actually can. In Florida, they can now.
Puppets can vote in Florida?
They can, as long as they vote Republican.
And they haven't committed a felony.
And they haven't committed a felony. That's exactly right.
But you do have some influence. Now, how do you see that? You have influence. John Kerry bypassed me and went right over to you. You're only 4 blocks away. He said, O'Reilly, I don't think so. Stewart, I'm going to go talk.
Well, I have to tell you, and again, I mean no disrespect, but the snack selection backstage, quite
brutal,
frankly,
isn't it?
I don't want to say Guantanamo Bay, but it's a little spare back there.
It's close. We want people to be hungry when they come out.
I think that's wise. We have what I like to call snack size 3 Musketeers, some Snickers, some Milky Ways. If I were a presidential candidate and I had to choose, I think a place that had an energy pick-me-up might be the place I would go.
Do you think that Kerry does himself any good talking to you? Because I think most of your audience is going to vote for him anyway, isn't they? The stone slackers.
If I thought honestly that their strategy hinged upon his coming and talking to me, I would suggest that they are in some deep trouble. I don't know. I feel like if, we don't have an agenda of influence. If we have influence, it is peripheral.
Yeah.
And I don't imagine that people who watch the show are watching it to make up their minds in terms of who they think would best prosecute the war on terror. I think they watch to see who would maybe have the best jokes on the war on terror.
But no, here's where I think I've been on a show a couple of times. I mean, you obviously make fun of everybody. I'm making fun of your show now, but you get everybody.
We are, in fact, crass and immature.
But you are a show that your target audience is younger, left-leaning, so you have to play to the choir sometimes.
But the real estate is younger just because it's Comedy Central.
And it's at 11 o'clock at night.
I don't know if it's left-leaning. I mean, would you suggest that that blue-collar TV show that does all the, like Foxworthy and all that, you'd consider that a red state show? You know, it's Foxworthy and Bill Engvall.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They're our lead-in on Monday nights, and there's really no difference between...
Okay, but even so, younger people tend to be a little bit more, you know?
And when you say younger, are you talking 9, 10? What are we talking here?
I'm talking about 18 and 25, you know?
Done.
The people who are on your intellectual level.
Thank you.
They seek that.
Yes.
They
know the
do
lingo.
ask some serious questions, too.
Very, very rarely, every now and again.
Well, you asked me why I was such a bad person, didn't you, or something like that? Wasn't that a serious question?
Did I ask you why you were a bad person?
Yeah, I think so.
No,
why are you the scum of the earth, O'Reilly? I think that's the way you put it.
No, I wouldn't have put it that way. I think I would have done it, why do you have such je ne sais quoi?
Yeah, some French. We're boycotting French, so I couldn't answer
By the way,
question.
I think I couldn't agree with you more about the French thing. They are such an important country, and I think really deserve a boycott because of the influence they wield in the world.
Well, you know, I know you don't
a variety of cheeses.
I was just going to say that. You have to have your brie before you go on.
Do you really believe France is in any way worthy of a boycott?
I do. I think France has really hurt the USA, to be all serious.
Really?
Yes, I do.
More than like Saudi Arabia. You would advocate a boycott.
No, I'm not going to say more than Saudi Arabia, but I'm saying we do a lot of business. So why not boycott them? France is supposed to be our friend. Saudi Arabia.
Since when?
We're our customer.
Since the revolution, they haven't been our friend.
Okay. When you get a guy like Kerry on,
yes,
and again, he bypassed me, so I took it personally. Yes. He went over to talk.
But you and I are not competitors. Let's be frank about
we're
that.
on our second rerun on The Factor.
I don't mean in terms of we're not competitors in terms of content. You're a news show, and we are a comedy show.
But what do you want the audience to get out of your discussion with Kerry? Just yucks or anything else?
First of all, I so rarely refer to it as yucks.
Yeah.
And I think you should reconsider.
Okay. I'm sorry about that arcane term.
Schnicks. We call it schnicks.
Okay.
Schnicks and giggles.
Thank you.
All right. I am very uncomfortable going more than a couple of minutes without a laugh because the same weakness that drove me into comedy also informs my show. So that same, what we call neediness, neuroses.
If you're not hearing the audience laugh, you're getting a little nervous.
That would be exactly correct.
Yeah.
Because it is, at heart, a comedy show, but it's a comedy show about things we care about. So naturally, it's informed by relevant issues and important information.
What do you think Kerry wants to get out of coming on your show?
Like he wants to get what any politician does, access to a new constituency. He wants to get what any marketer. That's exactly right, because the Stone Slackers, this election is going to rely on the undecided. Who is more undecided than people who are high?
Right, that's for sure.
Right now, they're thinking to themselves, ice cream or pretzels, ice cream or pretzels.
Don't you think that these guys want to be hip? When McCain goes on with you, Bush hasn't been on with you, right? You would remember that, would you?
George Bush?
Yeah.
I don't recall the president stopping by the program.
But McCain's been on.
Yes.
Okay. Kerry's been on, as we mentioned.
Yes.
I've been on. So you've had the three most powerful people beside him on.
That's probably right.
What do you think Kerry wanted to get out of it?
A hug? Just a sweet hug? I'm sure what he wants out of it is, again, that access to, it's the same thing that Budweiser wants out of it. It's the same thing that Dell Computers. No, it's access to this market that may be untapped, an untapped potential, a reserve, an Anwar, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to drill in an area that has previously been undrilled. And don't make a dirty remark about that. Because I see it coming.
All right, your book
But what do you think he wants out of it?
I think he wants to be hip. I do. I think going on your show is a cachet, and he's considered the hipper candidate than the square.
So you think he's not looking for votes? This is a middle-age crisis? This is a midlife crisis?
He just wants to get that tag
that
he's with it. That's all. And he probably wants to get hair tips from you. Look at the hair. It's perfect. All right, Jon Stewart, buy his book. Here he is, and I'll see you on your show in a couple of weeks.
You will see me on my show.
Right back with Dan Rather. How can you not watch it?
Oh, I forgot about the insane Tucker Carlson guest, apparently. Daryl Cooper may be the best and most honest popular historian in the United States. His latest project is the most forbidden of all, trying to understand World War II. Uh-oh. Now, when I hear that from the likes of Tucker Carlson, uh-oh is the first thing I think of. Because, like, trying to understand World War II is not the most forbidden. So many scholars have covered it. Like, so many scholars. There are entire fields of study dedicated to the Holocaust, for example. So when someone says, ooh, the forbidden truths of World War II, it's like, what are the forbidden truths of World War II? One of the most studied wars. Uh-oh. Oh, that's awesome. I wonder what those hidden truths are, Tucker. So I don't really know what this conversation is about, but I can guess, which Elon Musk responded with, very interesting, worth watching. Elon Musk deleted his tweet saying a podcast with Tucker Carlson and Daryl Cooper offering excusatory narrative for Nazis calling, while Winston Churchill, the chief villain of World War II, was very interesting, worth watching. So here's the thing. I hate Winston Churchill, and he was straight up a Nazi himself, but for like Indians, right? And also every other brown person. But having said that, I still wouldn't call him the chief villain of World War II. Oh, and the Irish too for Churchill. You're right. Obviously, there was a lot of bad guys who happened to be on the right side of history during World War II. But there was one big bad guy who was just worse than them all. His name, Adolf Hitler. This was Tucker's guess. He's legit just a Nazi. It's insane. Time for a Churchill thread. Let's do this. I know that sounds like hyperbole. Churchill didn't order the most deaths, oversee the most atrocities, or commit the worst crimes. But most of the crimes he could not have been committed if the war had not happened. Is he talking about like the famine? He's not talking about that, right? Like there's no way a guy with an avatar like this gives a shit about like people in Bengal. He must be talking about some other shit. The blockade of Germany. I know that sounds like hyperbole. Churchill didn't order the most deaths, oversee the most atrocities, or commit the worst crimes. Okay? You'll think, but Daryl, everyone knows that the war started after Germany invaded Poland, Austria, Czechoslovakia before that. It could have been prevented if only people had listened to Churchill and had taken a tougher line against Hitler. And you might be right, sort of. Let's rewind the clock to World War I. Churchill's the boss of the British Navy, and in 1915, he implements a hunger blockade of Germany and Austria-Hungary. Over the course of the war, up to 750,000 Germans die of starvation. Immediately context note says Churchill was not responsible for the blockade. Policy was established in a Whitehall Conference in 1905. The decision was made by UK Prime Minister, joined by France, Italy. Post-war, Churchill opposed the harsh treatment of Germany. So a lot of people don't understand. Churchill is like not a good guy, just not in the way that this guy is presenting. The blockade, wrote Churchill, treated the whole of Germany as if it were a beleaguered fortress and avowedly sought to starve the whole population, men, women, wounded into submission. That's all you say, but war is hell. Okay, skipping this stuff. In 1920, and Britain is busy pacifying Iraqi tribes, Churchill insists the RAF must proceed with work on gas bombs, especially mustard gas, which would inflict punishment on recalcitrant natives. I am strongly in favor of using poison gas against uncivilized tribes. Churchill authorized the use of tear gas, not mustard gas shells, by army units in Mesopotamia, and then approved their conversion to be dropped from aircraft. No gas weaponry were actually used in Mesopotamia. Okay, now context clues are defending Churchill. Like, this guy who is probably a Nazi, but like so was Churchill. This is the worst kind of like annoying liberal. Twitter is literally a Nazi fest in every direction. I swear to God. Those who are trying to defend Churchill and those who are trying to defend Adolf Hitler. One type of Nazi is obviously worse, but still, what's the general? I forget his name. The one that said we fought the wrong enemy in World War II or whatever. Like there's a lot of guys. Okay. Yeah. Patton. There's a lot of guys who were like, you know, this Hitler guy, he's got some good ideas. Okay. Yeah. I'm fighting him. But honestly, every neo-Nazi on Twitter, no, I'm not talking about like contemporary people. I'm talking about like people who directly were on the right side of history in World War II, but had the wrong opinions regardless. Guy who was surprised Tucker would do this. Didn't expect Tucker Carlson to become an outlet for Nazi apologetics, but here we are. What are you saying? When has Tucker Carlson not done Nazi apologetics? What are these people doing, bro? I mean, that's not even plausible deniability at that point. You're just like dumbass. Like you're openly a stupid person. Anyway, like Hitler, Churchill blamed Jews for communism and revolutions dating back to 1789, describing the Bolsheviks as a band of underworld Jews. No context notes on that one. I wonder why. I wonder why there's no context notes on Churchill's anti-Semitism. Who could say why? Churchill's public attitude towards Hitler in Germany was openly hostile after 1938. Some have pointed out that he faced bankruptcy and a loss of his family estate when he was bailed out with a gift not a loan by a wealthy Zionist. If there's any direct evidence that Churchill was bought, though, I am not aware of it. What is going on in this thread? Oh, and there are many simpler explanations for his change of heart, given that the war faction of which he was seeking leadership became more prominent and belligerent after Hitler's annexations of Austria and Sudetenland. Also, Churchill had been a booster of Zionism for the last 20 years. Yeah, Churchill also. Was Zionism a thing before Israel? Yes. You know who was the #1 advocate for Zionism, even like during and before Theodore Herzl? Christian Zionists, who were also deeply anti-Semitic. Balfour is one of those examples. Lord Balfour. Churchill is another example as well. The only people that Churchill hated more than Jews was, Arabs, Palestinians. So kind of worked out well for a lot of anti-Semitic, ultra-Zionist Christians, didn't it? Send the Jews to the desert, let God sort it out, let them duke it out with the Arab dogs over there, that sort of thing. Kind of not that different from literally Indians too. Churchill hated Indians. How could I forget? And the Irish, of course. He hated a lot of people. I'm just saying he was also anti-Semitic on top of that. Why is his legacy so clean? I don't know. Why is George W. Bush's legacy so clean? He's still alive. He hasn't even died. That's what we do. We love rewriting history and making it seem like, dude, most Americans probably don't even think about the fact that virtually not every single founding father, but a big chunk of our founding fathers were slave owners, dog. Why do you think nobody thinks about that? Like, what do you mean? In an October 6th speech, Hitler said he did not want war. Oh, never mind then. I guess Hitler said he did not want war. So I guess that's it then. Don't look at anything else afterwards. Yeah, but Hitler did not want war with Britain. So this is true. He definitely didn't want war with England. That's not wrong. Hitler tried again, going on the radio to broadcast a call for peace directly to the British people. He would give back parts of Poland that were not majority German. What? And would work. Wait, what? Why is there no context note on that? What the and would work with other powers to reach an acceptable solution to the Jewish problem. He was ignored. Okay, what is going on, dude? Okay, first of all, reach an acceptable solution to the Jewish problem? Dog, if you are writing that out as though, there was a Jewish problem, you're just welcome back Adolf Hitler. Like, what do you mean? What is going on? Benjamin Netanyahu wanted peace. He just wanted a solution to the Palestinian problem. Like, what? He wanted an acceptable solution to the Palestinian problem. Oh, got it. Okay. The reason why I'm making comparisons to Israel is, one, because obviously Israel has a lot of fascist Nazi-style politics, but also because someone in the chat said this guy also did like a long and I guess well thought out like series on Israel. So once again, showcasing that like the smoke that you have for Israel, you don't have for Nazi Germany. So maybe the smoke that you have for Israel is not about like ethno-nationalist supremacist sentiment, but the fact that it's Jews that are doing it. You have a problem with, Jewish people that are doing it, and not necessarily like the principle of ethno-nationalist supremacist apartheid and genocide. This is why I always say like fascists, both Nazis, neo-Nazis who are anti-Semitic, and also fascists who are pro-Israel, sometimes Jewish, other times not Jewish, regardless of what their background is ethnically, religiously. They still have the same goals, just the enemies are different and the in-group is different, but the goals still remain the same. I have an issue with the goal of ethno-nationalist supremacist attitudes and ethnic cleansing. I don't care who's doing it. I don't care if it's like Jews doing it or Germans doing it for folk. I don't care who the enemies are in that situation as well. I just think that the framework is fraught and also is disastrous and incredibly bloody, because I'm an anti-fascist and not an anti-Semite. What if it was the Ottomans trying to reclaim previous lands? On board with that too. In 1940, Noam Goldman, World Jewish Congress, said that if the war in Europe goes on for another year, 1 million of the 2 million Jews in Poland will be dead of starvation or killed by Nazi persecutors. This gets close to the heart of my Churchill criticism. My contention is not that the Third Reich was peaceful or that Germany did not kill Jews. Germany dishonored itself by its conduct on the Eastern Front. what kind of Holocaust revisionism, Nazi revisionism is this? He's like, listen, it was really up because they dishonored themselves. It was a few bad apples. My contention is that the war was not inevitable, that in fact almost no one but Churchill's faction wanted it, and that the atrocity. So the problem is, it's not wrong that Western capitalists, yes, early on, did not want a war with Nazi Germany. There was a period of appeasement. That's true. And if you ask liberals, they'll constantly talk about the appeasement of one side, Stalin, to be like, remember Stalin conducted a deal with Nazi Germany in an effort to like parse out pieces of Poland, and like they're the real evil in this situation. And it's like, again, both sides of this revisionist history operate on the same principles that like dumbass pro-Confederate Republicans operate on when they turn around and say, oh, well, the Republicans, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, actually, sweetie. So Democrats are the real racists. It's like, dude, a lot of history has happened since then. Just like the main thing happened after the period of appeasement, both from the West and from the USSR. You can't literally talk about appeasement and not talk about what came after, because what came after is far more consequential. Atrocities against mass murders of Jews, Roma, disabled people, LGBTQ people, etc. by the Nazi regime began as early as 1934. The Nuremberg Laws codified this terror act campaign in 1935. They were not the result of England declaring war in 1939. Yeah, this I think is not only supportable, but also as close to provable as historic counterfactuals can get. Let's continue. The next night, more British bombers flew over Germany. Oh my God, it should be illegal to make a Twitter thread this long. Clip from the Tucker pod instead of reading.
Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible.
Why do you often say England instead of Britain? I don't know. It's just easier
for this, but his old regime is responsible for it. That when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of.
I think it's kind of terrifying that the position that, like, outside of the Jew thing, Hitler wasn't all that bad has become an increasingly more popular position in the supposed intellectuals of the right. Like, this was originally talked about by Candace Owens. Hitler wanted to make Germany great, but then he became a globalist. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking? What Hitler did in Germany was not great. I mean, it is MAGA, like it was MAGA principles. It's just like, you shouldn't probably use that as like a sentiment that you agree with openly. But it is kind of weird how mainstream seemingly this kind of attitude is getting.
Prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth, that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You have like letters as early as July, August 1941.
Okay, the underlying premise here is literally like that Jews were a problem that needed to be dealt with. I don't know if he like understands that he's saying that. I don't know if he understands he's saying that, but it's like they should have not been in the camps to begin with. What the fuck are you saying? That is an insane thing to say. The first question should be, I'm sorry, what do you mean the Jewish problem? Is your issue with the Holocaust a matter of logistics? Like, that's what your problem is with the Holocaust? Is just that, they didn't plan ahead? That's what it is? What a psychotic thing to say out loud. That's insane. He also just said they ended up dying there as if they weren't tortured, starved, and murdered. Yeah, that too.
From commandants of these makeshift camps that they're setting up for these millions of people who are surrendering or people they're rounding up. And so it's 2 months after, a month or two after Barbarossa.
Isn't Hitler universally a bad guy and Churchill's UK the good guys? Okay, Neek Skit, our 15-year-old Mormon. Churchill did a lot of stuff that is objectively Hitlerian as well. However, the big bad in World War II is Adolf Hitler, is obviously Japan, is the Axis powers with Mussolini in Italy. That is correct. This does not mean that like Churchill was a, good guy all around. He was not. Okay, very racist guy, anti-Semitic, but he was pushed to do the right thing in World War II. Now, this guy's issues with Churchill are not the things that I'm talking about. Like, for example, I don't think he gives a single to even present himself as like, I don't know, someone who cares about a ton of Indian people being murdered. Like, he doesn't care about that at all. Like, you could literally just explain, even if you wanted to like present yourself as like a normal human, you could have just simply said that, you know what I mean? Like as a centrist or something. Anyway, the point is, I see this and I find it to be rather alarming because the original principle was like the double genocide theory, right? Which was Holocaust revisionism by a different name. Like, oh, the USSR also did their genocide and they're communists and they're bad. That's how you open the door to like Holocaust revisionism and also allegiances to fascist ideology. You open the door by saying, well, you know, we're fighting the enemies of fascists. And that's precisely what America did, as a matter of fact. Post-World War II, with the Marshall Plan and with NATO, that's precisely what they did in Western Europe specifically, where they literally were like, who are the greatest killers of communists, trade unionists, and socialists? Oh, those are the fascists that didn't die in World War II. So then, slowly but surely, you build out your allegiances. You create a network of international fascist cells that you never really fully recognize or see as an enemy ever again post-World War II. And then you focus on the real enemy, right? Communism. And that's precisely how liberals have operated. And now we are finally reaching the final chapter of this this weird, well, not weird, but like this important alignment. What is this guy saying? Murat, kapıyı touch. But now we are arriving at like the last stage, the final chapter in this like Holocaust revisionism, where they move past like, well, the socialists were bad too, to just being like, no, the socialists are the only evil. And now they're actually saying the quiet part out loud, where it's like, well, the Nazis weren't bad. That's how it starts. It starts with, well, the socialists or the communists were bad too, to the communists were actually worse. Black Book of Communism. That is the historical text. I'm putting that in air quotes to say that it's like the communists were actually worse. After all, they killed 100 million people, right? And then we move on to the final chapter, which is, well, the Nazis weren't as bad as communists too. Well, the Nazis weren't bad at all. And that's where we're at now. And you saw some examples of this recently before October 7, when the Canadian Parliament literally had an actual like Galicia division, foreign legion for the SS, Ukrainian Nazi get a standing ovation. It's a terrifying prospect because, you know, if you look hard enough and you unmask someone who is an anti-communist, you are inevitably going to find, not surprisingly, a fascist. Like our most pro-Israel media company in Germany, Axel Springer, Hamas are worse than the Nazis. They felt regret in their murder. Yeah. And then retweeting Elon's anti-Semitic bullshit in the same breath. Yeah, no, that's saying Hamas are worse than the Nazis. They felt regret in their murder is just Nazi apologia. That's it. I don't do the inverse of that either. I don't say like, oh, Israelis are worse than the Nazis either. I don't say that either. Some people do. I don't like that either because I think that that is a gross thing to say. I work at a Holocaust museum and you couldn't believe the number of motherfuckers like this coming in and unknowingly defending Hitler because history, revisionism, and a failure to understand basic geopolitical analysis is always the, well, I heard that wasn't actually true, people. How the f are you a Holocaust denier or revisionist and you go to the Holocaust museum? What the f? That's kind of funny. Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're like, oh, I'm here to learn about this fake thing that didn't happen. What the f? Doing their own research. Jesus Christ.
It was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now?
Oh, the final solution was the humane one. I didn't even see he got more unhinged.
After Barbarossa was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now?
I think you should go to jail. Like, I don't know. for any reason. Maybe that, maybe some other reason. That's crazy. He's talking about the Holocaust. He said the humane thing to do once you have enslaved 12 million people, 6 million Jews, like once you have enslaved them and trapped them in the concentration camps and you're slowly torturing them to death, the more humane thing to do is, instead of feeding them, is to just kill them all, like a mercy killing. That's wild. So once again, I have a different solution, which is called not putting Jews into concentration camps. I know, guys, crazy idea. A crazy idea. I know. Radical idea. Don't do that. That was a nut ass thing to just say unashamedly. Did you see who's following this guy? My goat. My goat, dude. Jedediah strikes again. Of course, dude. Common JDW, boys. W's in the chat. If there is an esoteric Nazi out there, JD Vance is in the DMs, starving. I love that it's also both the press office and his own personal private account. He was like, I don't want to miss this on either of my timelines. What next will he say about the Jewish problem and the solution to the Jewish problem, the final one? Elon Musk responds to this Nazi and community knows for the win again. Yeah, this is bullshit for the record, because he literally tweeted the interview and gave it massive prominence and said, interesting. And only after everyone was like, dude, what are you doing? This guy is a literal neo-Nazi, you absolute dingus. He was like, oh, community notes owned him. Yeah, Elon deleted this post and is frantically trying to hide the fact that a few hours ago he believed all the pro-Hitler Nazi bullshit Daryl Cooper was spewing. Very interesting, worth watching, he says. It's fervently anti-Semitic, yet jingoist for Israel. What a doofus. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that stupid. There are more anti-Semitic Christian Zionists out there than there are like anything else. Then there are Jews out there that are pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, or anti-Israel and anti-Zionist. Like, it is the most common position. But we, by way of Nazis and by way of like the Israeli Nazis in the Israeli state, doing a ton of propaganda in either direction, oftentimes saying the exact same thing, think that this is a Jewish conversation. That's why when you listen to anti-Semitic, pro-Zionist Christian Zionists, and when you listen to Jewish ultra-Zionists that defend Israel, they say the same shit. They say the identical thing. They literally say Israel and all of its bloodshed is good, and it has to happen, and it represents the interests of all Jews.
Look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners, and so forth, that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that, and they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You know, you have
just magically, they were seemingly put into camps and they just ended up dead. Who knows how? Who could say how? Anyway, this guy's a real psycho, the Daryl guy. I'm glad that we got to see this side of the world, which is a side that I'm not privy to, specifically because I'm no longer on Twitter as much as I used to, unless I'm directly on stream looking at on Twitter. But you know, it's simple. Churchill was a bad guy. True. Churchill was the bad guy. Red flag is correct. Everyone has dropped their coverage basically of everything else that's going on. It's time for Trump's DC military parade to kick off. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes, I think. I'll watch a little bit of this, and then afterwards I'll head out to the protest. My town's counter-protest was for Churchill to use a MAGA Make America Godly Again flag, and most of the town actively flipping them off. Rural Texas. Oh, it got pushed back. Easy to pray for the wolves of the state. Need to encircle them like elephants do with their babies. The boomer generation was awful. World War II ended, and they didn't do anything, and now the world is in flames. Every generation after World War II has been lackluster. A military expert said that the strike on the oil depot is a propaganda strike for domestic consumption Israelis because those depots are extremely easy to repair and can be filled up again and be up and running in like 2 days. It's not a refinery.
test, but we haven't seen anything like that. They've had a great experience here in the city. Everyone they've talked to has been very kind. And of course, the U.S. Army is a nonpartisan organization. So today, June 14th, is the U.S. Army's birthday. That's why 7,000 of us are here.
Cope. Oh, what funny cope. About an hour until the parade started time in D.C., and there are plenty of prime viewing spots wide open, particularly towards the beginning of the route along Constitution Avenue. Oh, my God. No one is there. Not even the protest. Not even the protest. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, no. When you throw a birthday party and the only people that attend are paid to be there. This is kind of awesome. I'm not going to lie, this low key is the best possible thing that could have happened. Like maybe some incredibly limited number of people and then like some obviously anti-Trump protesters. But like overall, just limited involvement is hilarious. It's funnier. Like having no one show up is funnier than having even only counter protesters show up. Dude, they can't even march in sync. It's so bad. North Korea clears, not gonna lie. God, we're so ass. Fake news from the Piker Broadcasting Service is the biggest military parade in military history. Yeah, definitely. Piker Broadcasting Service does not engage or entertain any fake news whatsoever. I do not want to hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, the Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers and for you, the viewers, and is funded by you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service maintains editorial independence by your voluntary contributions in the form of subscriptions. That can be $6 a month in the form of a regular Twitch subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. I have PBS logos that are meant to go on stream. Damn, this is kind of fire. Transparent GIF. Why doesn't it show up like a GIF? It's not moving. Why did I just get a Go Army ad? Are you running ads again? No. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not run any ads and is funded entirely by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Thank you. Stop the fake news. This is DC Today. Ignore the season. It's real. This is what DC looks like right now. They're all, and I'm hearing my sources on the ground are saying that they're incredibly stoked. Oh my God. Bro, this sucks so much. Oh, this sucks so much for Trump. Oh, that's awesome. This is exactly the kind of petty shit that he hates too. All around the country, there are millions of people on the streets from different walks of life, from different demographic backgrounds, marching against Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump himself can't even get enough of his supporters to come watch his birthday party army parade. Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so perfect. I'm sorry. I know this is like kind of libbed up, but this is exactly the type of shit that Donald Trump cares about. And this is hilarious. Update on the cross from 16 minutes ago. Nowhere near the 200,000 expected. Dude, this is why I love protests. This is why I love like the liberal protests as well. This right here, remember, this right here is a direct shot at the notion that like Republicans are super popular, they're all around, and that their movement is popular and everybody loves them. People think that this is the case because of what they see online, what they see on Twitter, and it ends up changing the way that they see the world. I promise you, I always say this. If you go on Twitter, you think Elon Musk is the most popular guy on the planet, right? Like, holy shit, so many glazers. I mean, there's even still plenty of haters of Elon on Twitter as well. But like, if your only assessment is conducted online, if your only assessment of the world is conducted by who you consume online, if you see the giant numbers that people like fucking Gold have in terms of audiences, and you look at Twitter and you see all of the half-botted, half-popular support for neo-Nazi sentiment, you will genuinely develop a false sense of what the world looks like. The irony is these guys used to say, oh, we're the silent majority. The silent majority is the liberals. Liberalism is monoculture. The silent majority has been, especially with the increasingly unleashed right-wing sentiment, algorithm-boosted right-wing sentiment that you see everywhere, that's like botted into oblivion with fake likes and all this shit. You think that the actual majority population's attitude is like super pro Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the actual silent majority is the liberals and progressives and the combination movement that is anti-Trump. It's just that the online majority sentiment is very loud. The online sentiment is very loud, and it makes you falsely believe that there's like a majority opinion there. I've been trying to explain this to people for quite a while. I think because of how aggressive right-wing sentiment is generally, and how aggressive right-wingers are, both in the real world and also specifically online, with constant fucking harassment campaigns, constant brigading, that people have developed a false sense of political parity, political ideological parity in this country, where they actually think that the world is, or especially America, is way, way, way more right-wing than it actually is. Even people that voted for Donald Trump voted for him because they got duped into voting for him. There are still a shit of people who thought legitimately that Donald Trump was only going to deport these like supposedly criminal migrants that are a massive problem, it seems, when no such problem really existed. This is why I kept saying this was a major gap in information from the Democratic side. It was a major mistake from the Democrats that allowed public sentiment and public discourse to shift in this incredibly right-wing direction. And it has snapped back to reality very quickly once ICE started doing these idiotic and dangerous and scary operations in people's backyards and in people's neighborhoods. Open presents, thank you for the 50 big ones. Holy moly. Oh my God, the protest is, or not protest, the parade has started.
Please welcome the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
It's so funny and it's so ass. No one cares.
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
This shit is so sauceless. Look at how empty it is. He knows how empty that crowd is. He's sad. He's sad. You can tell he's sad. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Pack watch. R.I.P. Bozo. Millions of people on the streets of the United States protesting Trump all around the nation. Meanwhile, no one is attending his ass birthday party. This is proof, once again, that the repulsive far-right hug box that Twitter and online spaces have become is not representative of real-world support for MAGA and right-wing policies. Do not be deluded. Do not be discouraged. Become undeniable. Become unavoidable. You will rarely see crowd shots unless it's like Trump moving into the stage, and at which point you see that there's no one behind them. Boo.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we
Republicans are gonna be like, this is DEI. This is this DEI singer. He looks like Why is he saluting? He's the commander-in-chief. Oh, she came back twice. That's crazy. She double tapped. She hit the double tap. Home of the brave double tap. Wow, very tight shots of the crowd. Very tight shots of the crowd.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
It's like probably the worst time to try to instill patriotic feelings in this country when there's so much discontent and anger, where people are like, why can't we go back to the fucking glory days? Because like right now, you're talking about the glorious past, you know, Revolutionary War, taking out a monarch, like removing a monarch's grip of power. Meanwhile, now all the army does is just brutalize like brown 14-year-old children so that a bunch of rich assholes can make money stealing the natural resources of said country and failing to do so in the process anyway. It just sucks.
And closer to the
What is happening with this stream? The stream is
finally getting
tanking.
within rifle and cannon range. Now,
What is going on right now?
off our first cannon shot.
The British had two
Oh, here, let's look at Fox News. They got,
and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer.
the only attendees of the families of
finally
soldiers.
getting within rifle and cannon range.
Served in
George
the Army
Washington
at the
chose to
time when
set
George
off our first
Washington
cannon
was
shot.
the president, and how for them they would have the opportunity, something this kid would have never had otherwise, to see what that looked like back in the day. And we see it as they progress through here. This is the start of the era of what would have been, what soldiers would have looked like and how they would have worn.
By the
we
way,
expect to see
straight up, Trump is so zesty with it because low-key, this is kind of cool. And this is exactly the type of that a zesty-ass man would come up with. Like, they actually hired a bunch of, like, professional costume designers, for the record, so that they could showcase the costume, like, the uniforms of every single era. And I'm sorry, I like that. I will admit, I like that. I think it's cool. But that is something that a very zesty man with a penchant for art, who has an artistic vision, would come up with. Okay, this is where we're at. Clearly,
of the parade really taking off here. You see some Army soldiers carrying the colors of the United States and the Army.
Also, remember, parades always gay. It is Pride Month. It is Pride Month. Parades automatically gay. There is no way to make a parade straight, okay? It's always a queer experience, and therefore, this is technically a pride parade.
These are ceremonial uniforms in some cases. There are the camos of desert wartime. And you also get a sense of how generation by generation the Army has changed. Its mission, of course, is different in different parts of the world, hence the desert camos for certain combat that reflected that as a way of blending in. And then, of course, the dress uniforms. All of this quite stirring to see if you're there in person, and a real way to say we all appreciate the service of members. 7,000 soldiers are here.
Participating across the parade today. And I think what we're seeing, and I'm going to hope that the video is sort of playing in a order that we were anticipating. This is what you saw a moment ago, I believe, was the U.S. Army Band, Pershing's own, as it's come to be known, founded in 1922 and was something that was created under the orders of General John Pershing, who commanded U.S. Expeditionary Forces in World War I, because he felt like the United States needed a band, like he had seen in Europe, to celebrate the work of its soldiers.
And that tradition has been so powerful, and generals and presidents have used it to stir the emotions, to bring patriotic music to the forefront, to give soldiers a chance to be a part of important rituals that are a part of civilian life. All of that very important. There's a combination of things happening here today, too. Some of the images you will see are from independent news cameras, and some of them are from a production company related to America 250. You see that in the upper left-hand corner. So there is a certain movie-making quality to today, and then there's a news event quality to what is happening
There's more
today.
people here than there. Oh, for sure.
We're taking advantage of both of those perspectives.
We're going to sort of listen in at different moments throughout this presentation this evening. So we'll sort of stop down here for a second and let you hear a little bit of what people on the parade route are hearing as these soldiers work their way past the reviewing stand. Listen for a few minutes here.
The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own at the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the tomb of the unknown soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery.
Why is this sauceless?
Campaign streamers
I think other countries that don't have much in terms of military conquest spend a lot more of their limited efforts on putting together sick-ass parades. That's why our parades look kind of sauceless. Like low-key, the North Korean parade is better than this. Okay? Straight up. Chinese parades are way sicker than this. North Korean parades are way sicker than this. I would go so far as to say the Russian parade was kind of ass too. I watched the Russian Victory Day parades. Like some of them looked kind of too. So I guess the more your military is actually put to use, the worse your parade looks.
These fife and drum corps that we've talked about a little bit here, and obviously they're wearing those Revolution-era uniforms as they do when they perform around the D.C. area and in other places as well. This is really the Army's way of paying tribute to those original soldiers. The 1st Regiment that is now one that is recognized as the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. You just heard the announcer talking about here.
And these soldiers often participate in state visits. So when the White House and the president invites a leader, it's the highest level of diplomatic honor. And there's a big ceremony on the South Lawn. You always get the fife and drum corps as part of
making black Army soldiers dress up as
and the leader of the Army during the Revolution.
That's crazy. That's wild. The American military is also obviously very diverse, especially the Army is very diverse now. But it's just crazy to, do that. Make a black man wear a powdered wig like that is not good. It's up, I think.
Myself, But it is so exciting to see things that go back and really remind us. And we will be living, as you said in the opening here, about how next year is the 250th anniversary of the nation. So we're sort of now building up to all of that. And this is dramatic. These are paratroopers.
The Army's Golden Knights, the parachute team that is world famous, in not great weather conditions today here in Washington.
Very challenging.
Still making this jump to really thrill a crowd. If you've been to an air show, you know how amazing it is to see some of these air performances and to see the Golden Knights parachute team jump in. These are expert parachute jumpers, and they are soldiers, just to be clear.
They are soldiers. This is their duty.
These are all members of the Army, and this is what they do.
And they're putting on a show there, but that is spectacular. I was with the president earlier this week.
Wait, why do they have the Hezbollah colors, dude? What the bro? It's not even Al-Qassam, it's Hezbollah.
The skill that's involved there, there's real danger in that. Absolutely. And they do it, making it look effortless.
We are not focused on the jumpers anymore here, the skydivers anymore. Or actually, I think you can still see them on the screen a little bit here. Vaughn Hilliard on the ground. Vaughn, look up for me. Talk to me about what you're seeing there.
What the is this?
I'm looking up and watching them come down quickly here into the ellipse. This is impressive to watch here over the National Mall here in real time. You mentioned that, Kelly, over at Fort Bragg, when 600 paratroopers came down, this has been a moment here for this White House to effectively show off the current active forces that are still very much engaged. When we're talking about the U.S. military here today, you're talking about more than 1 million active National Guard and Reserve Army soldiers.
Oh, that's where the paratroopers are landing. There's not supposed to be people there.
Thousands of them are in the Middle East.
Sorry,
we're
we've
also
seen.
looking at the last time that this military parade took place was in 1991 after the Gulf War to honor and celebrate the troops that were returning here. And in many ways, when you're going up and down here, Constitution Avenue, a lot of these decades in the military interventions and in wars in which U.S. men and women had served in are very much intersecting. There's actually a new memorial that is going up, slated to open next year, right next to the Lincoln Memorial, to honor those that served in Desert Storm. And in many ways, I'm looking around the crowd here on the ground, and you're seeing a lot of young people, from teenagers to individuals in their 20s, that have lived through a new generation of war in the Middle East. More than 2 million U.S. men and women served in the Middle East, were deployed. And you look in the crowd, there's a great many of them who are here today, and this is what this moment is for the administration and why they wanted to have this event, to honor those U.S. Army men and women here who have served through generations past. And as you're watching these last of the paratroopers come down here, those in the stands there cheering them on, and they watching this, it's for folks to kind of have an idea. You have the White House, and then you've got there over kind of where the camera appears to be coming from. That camera is near where the Washington Monument is at, and right where that viewing stage and where the president is at.
Bro.
So the president would actually be looking behind him. That is where everybody is dropping there. There's been quite a perimeter here.
Wow, the Reuters coverage is
in terms of security.
Dog. No one is watching it
those
anymore.
That were attending this event and this parade were here safely and securely. There are a lot of question marks about whether this is going to take place today or not. Guys, there was a thunderstorm 24 hours ago here in the area, and the weather had the similar forecast. And I know that some of the plans have had to be called off, but the paratroopers was a big moment here, and something for everybody in or in Washington to watch with great pride as the U.S. Army, the Golden Knights, the last of them just came down here and finished their effort here on the evening.
What a view they had, those soldiers who practice these drills and do these jumps, prepared to do it anywhere in the world. And as they were floating down, to be able to see the White House and the ellipse, and to know the president is
Iranian missiles over Iraq, another barrage coming soon. Obviously, we will move our attention away from this dog parade and back to more pressing matters in a moment. But it is pretty funny to see like how no motion the protests are, or how no motion the parade is, versus like how many people are participating in these protests.
If I can, something just kind of give you
Look
a
at
sense.
this.
of some of what happened here today. And, you know, everyone here is gathered, it seems, for one issue, and that is the immigration issue and ICE. And so many of the signs that people were walking with and carrying through the streets of Manhattan are here. They've left many of these signs. And it's so striking to see all these signs here in one place. And if you look all around here, you will see signs all across this park that many of the people who were marching have left
Unconfirmed
behind.
is Turkey finally doing something? Are you insane?
Families young. And the number one issue here today is
Turkish military bases in Syria deliberately interfering with Israeli planes heading to bomb targets in Iran. Bull.
All across this country with how they have been detaining people, how they've been arresting people. That is the number one issue that we keep hearing from people today. So far, there have been no incidents here. Things tend to change, certainly as the evening goes on. There's another protest that's just now gathering at Foley Square, which is in Lower Manhattan, where I was a couple of days earlier this week, where there have been some flashpoints there between the police, because that is where the ICE offices are here in New York City. That is where the detention center, and that is where almost on a nightly basis.
Turks always going to invite themselves into everything. No, I wish they were doing that. I wish they were interfering with Israeli flights that are making their way over to bomb Tehran. They would never do that. Turkey would never do that. At most, you'll hear it from fake news outlets and shit like that. Turkey is a NATO partner, dude. Get out of here. Turkey would never, in a million years, do something that is actually disruptive to Israel's interests in the region. Turkey's actions in Syria were literally in line. What is this?
I do want to point out for our viewers, we seem to be moving pretty quickly here through the eras of the U.S. Army.
Time flies, as they say.
It does, especially on Constitution Avenue here in Washington. We're now in the World War I era, looking at some of the vehicles that were used by the Army in that time period.
Bro, he looks sad. Bro looks sad.
I believe is what you're looking at there, as we see some soldiers in period uniforms as well.
And as we say in Washington, a point of personal privilege. My
Two Israelis arrested on suspicion for spying for Iran. Wait, really?
And was honored with the Purple Heart there. So that one tugs at my heart to see those uniforms from that era.
And I believe these are members of the.
Wait, they got the gay. They got gay stuff on the.
Which was. At the time,
what is this? This is literally a pride parade. Okay, abort. This is literally a pride parade, bro. They got the DEI band. They got some gay on their. Bro, this is what is happening. They got rainbow drums. This is literally what's going on. This is woke. The Army is woke. Abort.
A couple of years ago,
yes.
Where one of the major battles involving U.S. soldiers happened, was able to look out over what is still untouched field.
And that is where my grandfather served, so that really touches me.
Yeah,
it was the Great War until we had a Second World War, and then they became enumerated. But important history. And it is true that when President Trump was in France, I was on that trip with him, as Douglas was referencing, when they honored the 100th anniversary of the end of the First World War. That pageantry, done as the French can do it, certainly inspired President Trump, and it has been a part of his desire to see this kind of day happen in the United States, even though it has not been our tradition, except as Douglas indicated, when a war concludes, having that kind of ticker tape moment. This is something different. And it is certainly taking us through history, and it's also challenging some of our current thoughts about the place of the military in American life.
Absolutely. I believe we have Lieutenant General Steph Twitty with us in this moment. He is an NBC News military analyst, a former deputy commander for U.S. European Command. He is retired after 36 years of service, multiple combat tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait. I could go on and on, General, about the work that you've done in the United States Army over the years, and the accolades and medals that you've been presented in that time. I do want to first give you, though, an opportunity as you watch what's happening here.
Bro, Libophonics literally yesterday was talking about how he can't attend the No Libs protest, the No Kings protest, and that was, of course, a lie. Of course he went to the San Francisco No Kings protest. There is no way there was no way that there was going to be a liberal protest with libophonics not in attendance, okay? I went, but I turned off airplane mode and GPS. What does that even mean? What, you think the government is going to come after you for going to the protest with your grandma? You turned on airplane mode? Yeah, the government's doing mass surveillance to target the 75-year-olds, the 75-year-old grandmothers. What is this? Can you please help decipher this person's politics? I have no idea what that is. Yeah, airplane mode does not stop the tracking, by the way.
After 9/11, we closed our installations, we closed our bases, our posts, and so forth. And we sort of lost that
let's watch
with the American people.
We can't even watch the Chinese protest. Let's watch a real protest. I mean, parade. Let's watch a real ass parade, chat. You can hear a pin drop. Wow. Wow. LMFAO, but if Americans did this, you'd all be calling them Nazis. When China does it, it's hilarious. First of all, I am pro-parade. I have said this over and over again. It's one of the things that, like, actually my leftist community gets mad at me about is my pro-parade, pro-military parade position. Also, ironically enough, it's actually liberals that say this is Nazi-like. But I guess they do say this is Nazi-like. And they say the same thing about Trump as well, to be fair. They're more consistent. I'm consistent as well, but in the opposite direction. I just wish that we had a little bit more marching discipline, you know?
So you're seeing...
Like, these guys are just walking. Like, they're not marching. They're just walking, bro. Like, look at how organized the Chinese military is. Versus this, they're like, oh, yeah, all right. They're schlubbing. They're not fully synced up.
We should mention that there's some controversy in Washington, D.C. about the weight of the tanks. So they have placed metal in various corners and intersections to try to protect the streets from the significant weight of those tanks. But when
they've also put sort of rubber on the tank.
Yes, they've added the rubber
tracks
to it. And it is quite something to see a tank rolling. And General Twitty, who, again, I have my great personal thanks for his time and care when I was embedded with the 3rd Infantry Division 20 years ago, he really speaks to the issue of this is also a moment that President Trump thinks could inspire future enlistment
like, look at this.
Desire to participate in the Army, because we are an all volunteer force. Conscription in the Vietnam era. And so it is a chance to say thank you. And as the general also said, many Americans don't have a chance to see in person. If you don't live near a base, if you're not in the capital city like this, you may not have much opportunity. And this is a day to take all of this in, to acknowledge their service, to be reminded of all the enduring ideals. And, we're also setting it in the current moment as well.
Absolutely. This is yet another one of the Army bands. I can't see exactly which one it is. I know there are more than 80 Army bands in the United States Army. They have their own music college in Virginia Beach. And so many of those bands are going to be performing throughout this parade.
Come on, bro.
Today, let's listen in a little bit to see exactly where we are era-wise with the tanks that are rolling down the street here. And Kelly noted the fact, I mean, this is something we just don't see in this country. If you see a tank, it's in a museum or it's on a base and put in a position where it's more of an object that would be in a museum. Almost never do you see something like this on the street.
And these are Sherman tanks, and there are several varieties. And so if you hear me say Army vehicle, that's because I need to check my notes to be sure we're fine. But that is a very formidable piece of military equipment. President Trump likes to say a lot that the United States has the best military equipment, and we are seeing examples of it through time, the different kinds of
here, look at tank versus tank.
Different types of warfare where some of these different vehicles were best suited. And it is, in some ways, it's daunting to see. When I was on Constitution last evening and the tank rolled by, I mean, I'm not very tall, but boy, is it consequential in size and in weight, and you can hear it rumbling. And it is really exciting to see. And at times, those who have questions about this, who are concerned about the imagery of not wanting to look like the military has taken over civilian life, that's not the intention here, of course. This is more in the vein of the air shows and the patriotic celebrations and exposing the public to this part of military life.
And you see, we've been trying to keep up with the vehicles as they come by to be able to identify them for you.
This is the sickest.
The one in the foreground here is the high-speed tractor.
Will they show American ICBMs? Because I want to see that.
In the 1940s, and one that became used to move heavy machinery, heavy guns for the Army. Some of the other vehicles that we're seeing here would have been transport vehicles. They would have been involved in moving wounded soldiers in some cases. In other cases, they would have been vehicles designed to tow tanks that may have been damaged and unable to drive on the battlefield at different points in different conflicts. And many of these vehicles...
Someone in the chat said this is like when you're... when you're left behind by a generation of civilization. Yeah, they didn't do the tech upgrades necessary, chat. they fell behind.
Intention is to accurately depict these, and it really is a fascinating look through history.
Shout out PBS 75K watching you on Piker Broadcasting Service. Is sponsored by you, the viewers. It's by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions maintain
show people how
the Piker Broadcasting Service's editorial independence. You too can support the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and for you, the viewers. Burgles! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. The Biker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the beautiful nation of Qatar, the only Gulf nation in the region that has at least some semblance of a backbone. The Biker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Qatar, just like Donald Trump is. The Biker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by George Soros. The Biker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the Al Houthi family, the Ansar Allah movement.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. But I'll talk about the 1st Cavalry Division. The 1st Cavalry Division was established in 1921. And as you know, we are a historical organization. The patch comes from the 1st General and also his wife, Miss Dorsey. And Miss Dorsey identified a way when they said, make a patch. She said, we're going to make this patch big, and we're going to put the horses in which we ride in it. And we're going to make this patch big for big people to do big things. And that's what the 1st Cavalry Division has done since 1921. We continue to do these great things and push for our country and do great and wonderful things. Being the largest
Broadcasting Service,
the United States Army
is sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Soldiers, 7
the best Korea, the #1 Korea. No other Korea compares.
The 3rd Armored Corps. And currently, we have multiple formations who just returned from Europe and Korea. And also, we have formations preparing to leave and go out at this time back to Europe.
We spoke to some soldiers who were here earlier this week preparing for the events today, and they were excited to be doing this, to be able to bring their craft, their part of the Army to Washington, to a national audience in this way. Can you talk a little bit about what it means for you to be taking part in this parade on this particular anniversary as we see more, I believe, Army helicopters above head working their way towards you? What does this mean to you?
Aaron, this means so much to me to have this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring together with my brothers and sisters in arms from around the world and allow our small portion of soldiers to come here, visit our capital, and also represent the totality of the Army, which is a part of America. I mean, our soldiers are so happy to have this opportunity to be this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They're ecstatic. They're enjoying it. We have soldiers that come to the Capitol for the first time, and I'm telling you, we have come to the Capitol to visit and also understand that we are important. We are a part of our nation history.
Let's see what Fox News is doing. Let's see how much glaze is happening on Fox News.
I know this is just one day, but this celebration is supposed to last the entire year. Do you think this can be a reset for the country?
I do think so, because remember that it's the...
No one cares, bro. What do you mean, a reset for the country? Yeah, it's a massive celebration. How joyous, how large, how vast.
It's the kickoff of a whole year of celebrations. And look, I know from having been in Sydney, Australia, when the Olympics came, how the entire country gets buoyed, the economy gets good, everybody is just in a great mood. And we are going to see that with multiple celebrations over the next year. This is just the start. And I think the pride and patriotism in this country, as let's hope at the same time the economy comes good, there is going to be such a feeling of joy and kind of positivity and energy in this country for the next year. I'm sure of it. And, you know, this parade is being watched not just in America, but around the world. And it gives succor to our allies who know that they have the strength and might of the American mighty military behind them. But it also gives pause to our adversaries who are there doing wrong around the world. And
Dog, first of all, you're Australian. Secondly, that is literally the thing that these other countries do, smaller countries do, and we make fun of them for doing that. And now America's saying this. That's hilarious, dude. Oh my God. This is like, I'm not libbed up enough to be like, oh, this is like North Korea, but like low key, this is like North Korea, bro. Like straight up. Oh, we're showing the world our military prowess by what? Fucking marching through the street?
We're seeing in the crowd because they want to get us a good sight. Security is tight, and we see the president saluting. He's standing up, sitting down. He's interacting with those soldiers as we're seeing different generations being honored.
전체 조선인민의 혁명적 명절 7.27 만세!
An embarrassing public flop while the foreign policy crises you claimed you were uniquely capable of solving worsen immeasurably. Will the United States ever have a non-Brandon president? Oh, 100 P. This is straight up. This is an incredible take from Felix. We are so Brandonized. This is the most Brandonification, the Brandonized president.
That this is happening under President Trump's watch. And then the other thing that comes to mind, just real quick, is unity.
Wait,
I
shut
think,
the fuck up.
we live in a dangerous world. The military is here to keep us safe, to keep our country safe, and at the same time, bringing that.
Shut the fuck up. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
No. Brother, are you kidding me? Brother, we are so cooked. It's over. Pack it up. Country's done. Country's done, dude. The country is done. It's over. Coinbase, sponsor of the Valorant Championship and also the U.S. military parade.
things, and this is not pointless. This is money that's well spent, so that we can
This is not
celebrate
pointless.
the Army, what it means to the United States, what they do every day to protect everyday.
Yeah, this is really good. We get to have our boys
I
out.
don't have any concerns with the price tag here.
Chad Wolf, thank you so much. We'll be chatting with you soon. Well,
Thanks,
guys,
guys.
6,600 soldiers, 250 years, one unforgettable march through American history. All that and more when we return.
Dude, this is such a clown show. Oh my God, this is such a spectacular clown show. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh my God, I cannot believe it. Incredible clown show. Wow. Coinbase sponsored Ludwig and also the U.S. military parade.
And so there were these bomber planes, the helicopters that we've seen today. They were part of the Army Air Forces and were flown by the Army and to some degree still function today inside the Army, although we have an Air Force with the fighter jets. The Navy has its fighter jets as well.
And just as we've evolved to a Space Force, taking some of the capabilities of the Air Force, it just sort of leapfrogs forward and expands to all the branches. Again, today's a celebration of Army. As you noted, the other branches are...
Uniformed troops pushing Dana White's energy.
I'm sure that's a source of
A
competition.
soldier in uniform is handing out free cans of Form Energy, an American 250 sponsor, co-owned by Dana White. A rep from the company was taking a selfie with a soldier handing the products out.
Whether they're in the trenches, so to speak, are all soldiers. And boy, that is quite a scene to be able to
We're
see
so
the
cooked.
maneuvers down.
This is the most cooked country. We're done. We've literally, dude, okay, I'm not kidding when I say this. This is like USSR dissolution levels of cooked. This is so humiliating. This is like every part of the existing federal government is basically being used as a vehicle for Donald Trump and his allies to make money. We are basically picking apart the scraps. This is like ripping copper wire off of the bones of the remaining federal apparatus. Wow. Amazing. This is incredible. This is incredible. This is alarming. What are the U.S. future looks like Russia's, in my opinion, bunch of oligarchs just doing whatever they want as long as they're in the good graces of the administration. The production quality for the broadcast is ass. No, I agree, it is.
You're dealing with a professional soldiers that understand American values, that understands the Constitution. And
Open presence. Thank you for the
They don't want to
50
get involved in
bones.
politics. They want to serve the nation. That's what they came in to do. That less than 1% of the nation. And oh, by the way, the tank that you're looking at is an M1 tank. It is the most deadliest and sophisticated tank in the world. And Kelly, if you can remember, we had those tanks in Baghdad, and behind it was the M2 Bradley, named after Omar Bradley. And the tank is Abrams, named after World War II great General Creighton Abrams.
I do remember those well, sir. And when you talk about the importance of these soldiers not wanting to get involved in politics, is that an active concern in your mind? Our politics spill into so many parts.
Wait, Joe Rogan is there?
American
I missed
life
him.
now.
Fuck.
Do you think that there is any risk today of people perceiving these soldiers as being somehow a tool of the current political climate?
What I will tell you is these soldiers don't want to be involved in politics. And sometimes the lines get blurred, particularly when you're talking about our general officers. Obviously, it is our general officer corps that communicates more with the politicians sometimes. And the lines may get blurred occasionally there. But for the soldiers that are actually marching here and operating on the ground, they so far removed from the political piece of this. They're focused on their job. You gotta remember, we just came out of 20-something years of war, and we have all kind of conflicts around the globe now. And many folks do not know this. We have several forces. I won't name the number for OPSEC and the locations. We have several soldiers around the globe now that are in harm's way. And all these soldiers that you see marching here, they're in a parade now, but tomorrow they'll be back to training. And you heard
we have several soldiers in harm's way. I won't name them for OPSEC. It's so funny. Okay, thanks,
deploying
man.
in days. So they don't have time to think about or be involved in politics. They're thinking about training for their mission, getting ready to deploy, making sure that their families are safe before deployment, and deploying just like our history of our Army and winning.
I do want to turn back to our historian here. Douglas Brinkley is with us. He's been watching along.
Carafo baby, thank you for 20 gifted subs.
Your perspective, the context you're able to provide on the optics of the moment. We obviously see soldiers marching here again, something that would be familiar to Americans in modern times if you live in a military community or near a base. But then we see that tank poking out here in the shot that's on the screen now. That is something that is less familiar. I'm interested in your perspective on this through the context of history.
Well, the problem with the tank, if you're just going to cut to that image of it, for an optical point of view, reminds one in Tiananmen Square with the great protest there and the lone dissident standing in front of the tank representing democracy. That's why we often don't do this. But what's exciting and what isn't part of the optics is the music. I mean, after World War I, it was General Pershing, great blackjack Pershing in the early 20s that, he said we've got to, they even called it, Pershing's band, really, Pershing's zone. And we started using music regularly to keep the morale of the country and the forces up. It's kind of stunning, but during World War II, we had 500 Army bands in operation to keep soldiers' morale up. So if it was just people marching in tanks today, minus the musicians, it'd be a different feel for the event. So I think you have to both see and listen to understand what today represents and then reiterate what's been said. This is a great recruitment moment for anybody watching who wants to join the U.S.
AGB 411, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dur0, thank you for the 5 gifted.
I've written on U.S. Army 2nd Rangers, a book, what they did in World War II with Point de Hoc. My father was in the Korean War in the Army, and the amount of service, and that's what we all have to pull together and say, look, generations, we're here and able to talk like we are right now because of the role Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and the like have gifted us. And the fact that it is a volunteer Army and that they're all doing their duty. I would blow back a little on there's no politics going on in the Army. It's unbelievable how many U.S. senators or Vice President Vance or cabinet officers or Congress people started their careers in the Army or Navy, Air Force, meaning it's actually been a springboard for military, politics and military have been deeply intertwined. Look how many Army presidents we've had from, George Washington or William Henry Harrison, Andrew Jackson.
Oh my God, it's a fucking yapathon, dude. Wait, Iran is firing more missiles? Oh no, this is from earlier. This is yesterday. Let's see. It's a yapathon because all of the people that are talking are military historians, and I feel like this is their one shot to be on camera and have people listen to them. You know what I mean? Because normally, who fucking cares? You know what I mean? Take that to the History Channel. UFC is a sponsor? Ain't no way. UFC is a sponsor? We're done. We're done. It's over. It's over, man. Oh, it's so cooked. Oh my God, this country is a fucking meme. This country is a goddamn meme, dude. It is such a fucking meme.
When you're in the military, it's just not about.
Congressman Jason Crow, thank you so much for your service on this big day for the Army. We appreciate you taking some time for us.
Thank you.
And we are watching again military hardware rolling down Constitution Avenue in Washington. It's really an extraordinary sight. This is not something that you see every day.
Jesus Jimenez reports as tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles, police have issued a dispersal order for a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered.
Where a manhunt is still
only a few hours ago before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew.
Assassination and attempted assassination of 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses.
Trump is doing this perhaps on the worst time, too. The police stand up between a few hundred protesters, and the Chicago police have ended with protesters dispersing without incident. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling said the group had been blocked from marching because the permit for the main protest on Saturday had expired. There was no violence. He said there were no arrests. It's late afternoon here in Portland, Oregon, and the protests have been at it for going on for 6 hours. The crowd is much smaller, but still energetic as demonstrators move through downtown. With only a few hours to go before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew, Heidi Feldstein Soto, the Los Angeles city attorney, issued a reminder the city will arrest and prosecute anyone who tags, vandalizes, loots, throws rocks, disobeys police, or otherwise disrupts public safety, including throwing fireworks, which were starting to go off downtown and were illegal in fire-prone Los Angeles. As tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles, the police have issued a dispersal order at a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered. Footage released of Israeli commando operatives using spike missiles from within Tehran to Tehran. Like, look at the number. Look at the crowds. Like, I don't think this is the D.C. Fucking parade, you know? Every channel is running ads. Here's a video of them dispersing.
You guys act peaceful as well. You guys act peaceful as well. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. Bring it back. Shame.
Once again, you can only shame someone with a conscience, and the U.S. has none. We got arrested on Tuesday for refusing to disperse, and they wouldn't let us go, just kettled and arrested. Yeah, it's
being strengthened by our diversity, being strengthened by people participating from every walk of life, as Truman mentioned in 1946. And I think that's an important part of us, of how we reflect upon this day in particular, but also our relationship with the United States Armed Forces. And especially in a moment where we are an all-volunteer force, that we should aspire to our armed forces being the best representation of our society that we can get to by not just honoring service, but also having that armed force that...
What is this music? All right, I'm going to fucking no longer play the Chinese propaganda. I'm bored of it. On board of the Chinese propaganda march on the side. It's embarrassing.
We have sort of cheat sheets of the tanks.
It's embarrassing my beautiful America too much.
They're a little out of order, and so I'm reluctant to attempt to identify a tank as it's on the screen and misidentify.
But clearly Barracuda is a key term with this heavy drum and bass beat. Just to give you a kind of, let's peel back the veil a bit more.
Breaking: Dallas deep red oil-soaked MAGA line is now flooded with anti-Trump protesters. The city once thought untouchable has joined the rebellion. The tide is turning. I mean, Dallas is blue, isn't it? No? Dallas is pretty lived up. Please make it stop. It's cringe. Oh, I wanted to see this. There's a Fox 11 chopper flying around the city talking about his marriage falling apart. I don't know if this is real or not. Let me see.
The answer is yes. You know what? I don't care. I don't care about my... I am married. I am legally married. I am legally married. That's about the only way you can really say it. I am legally married. But I am not looking at now at all. I just had a bunch of debacles with my personal life. Yes, it's true. I know. It's hard to believe. Somebody that doesn't even know what he's talking about in a relationship. And, you know... But, yeah, I got nothing right now. Got nothing, not really looking. You know, trying to find myself and be happy. I'm being serious about that.
He's the best car chase reporter in history. He's not drunk. He talks like this every day. Yeah, this guy's awesome.
I want to be beholden to no one at this moment. You know, do I get lonely? Of course. But I got cats.
What the fuck?
So, I think all that information's on the internet. Look at all those red cars down there.
Amazing.
Home of one of the Minnesota lawmakers who are Democrats, state legislators. One couple died of their injuries, the other hospitalized through surgery, and the latest report we had is they're hopeful they will pull through, but very, very serious offenses here. And authorities found...
Yeah, this is like happening in the backdrop of political violence, a failed foreign policy, or I guess like mostly failed by design, but in the eyes of Americans, like a failure of foreign policy, of a promise to deliver peace that is not happening. America's most important ally getting fucking rocked by America's _1 enemy. And you're just, you're over here trying to be like, no, everything's fine. Look at this lame-ass fucking lame-ass sponsored military parade. Sponsored by Lockheed Martin, Oracle, Goldman Sachs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram Brands, Coca-Cola Company, Walmart, BNY, Form Energy, Exeger, Palantir, Coinbase, Scott's Miracle Grow.
For making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
Yeah. From what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. All right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to...
Yeah, good thing. Good thing those guys aren't in charge in Syria. Another spectacular W for American foreign policy. Ted Cruz, are you oblivious to what's going on? He's like, oh man, it'd be a real shame if Al-Nusra took over Syria. I mean, those are radical Islamists. Yeah, we also were arming every single faction.
What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I posed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular lead.
Also, what is intervention in the mind of an American senator? Because, like, to say that intervention only comes in the form of direct strikes on Syria is insane. Syria is one of the most intervened nations. It was so intervened. It's like that meme of the American Special Forces doing a strike, sending a strike team into a cartel territory and then ending up killing DEA agents. It's like the CIA and DEA fighting against the American Special Forces. That's basically Syria. We were arming every side to the gills, sometimes directly, sometimes by way of Turkey, and offering them training. Like, we were a part of the belligerents in every side, with the exception, I guess, of Assad. So is that not intervention? Because I think that's intervention. We were intervening quite a bit, as a matter of fact.
Particularly diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is you said he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
That's bullshit. That's fake. Who did then? Oh, it was just a popular mobilization. It was a popular uprising.
When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad.
Only murderous war criminals that are aligned with America get to glaze Hassan Nasrallah. When I say something that is factually accurate, like he is charismatic and also was incredibly well-read and a solid tactician, everybody turns around and is like, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing. Fuck you love terrorism. But when Benjamin Netanyahu is a far greater evil and a far larger terrorist than Hassan Nasrallah actually is, like an actual terrorist straight up, all of a sudden, when he says that, everyone's like, nah, that makes sense. He's just showing respect.
I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also opposed the Iraq.
Started pushing back, and this motherfucker is still floundering.
I think the Iraq war was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him.
It's pretty funny to say this because, like, you could point to every American leadership and say the exact same thing. As a matter of fact, if you recognize that, then you understand why people on that side of the world will constantly say death to America. If you want to understand why people over there say death to America, this is the fucking reason.
And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think with Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada.
Bro, he's like, Reagan's interventions took out the USSR, and they were awesome. Also, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. So which is it, dude? Didn't Reagan do Iran-Contra? He does not consider that to be intervention. What he considers to be intervention is like direct boots on the ground military warfare. That much is clear, which Reagan did plenty of as well. But also, a lot of covert operations took place under the watchful gaze of George H.W. Bush. So when he says Reagan was a non-interventionist, I think he means like we need more We need more sophisticated ops.
He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb.
Dude, you just said it. Dude, he is contradicting himself non-stop. He's like, Reagan was not interventionist. His interventions took out the USSR. Well, nobody should go to war with China. We should actually take out China in the same way that we did USSR through a sequence of interventions during the Cold War. We should do a Cold War with China. Yeah, here is non-interventionist Ronald McDonald Reagan. These are the wonderful men he called he compared to the founding fathers.
And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done it in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yeah.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam. North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was one, the clarity. So Reagan came in and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And
dude, what a silly assessment. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was a grade A yapper, gay. That's how he did it. He had the gift of gab and he just yapped about, and that's how he was able to topple the USSR. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not like any of these covert ops, not the things that you're talking about right now that you're trying to do unsuccessfully in Iran. He literally just said, I talk to dissident groups, Iranian dissident groups all the time. Well, what do you mean? Like, that's not an organic formation. The moment that you are involved in their activities, it turns into intervention. The difference here is, I guess, what Ted Cruz is trying to say is he considers covert operations and like destabilization operations, regime change, arming dissident groups and different factions, beefing up sectarian infighting, things like that are not considered intervention, which I obviously disagree with. That's so fucking stupid. Of course it's intervention. I guess, the difference now is America doesn't have the same motion that it once did.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day?
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in L.A., I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law...
When you elect communists like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, dude, what planet are right-wingers existing on? I will never understand. It's not this one, let me tell you. It certainly ain't the one that we're on.
Force from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen, I agree. Once again, I couldn't agree with you more, but can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over the kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country? The dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with. The endless support for Israel, very expensive. When people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States, can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military system.
$300 billion in the past 80 years, and a severe increase under the Biden administration that has only continued under the Trump administration. The United States government actually is responsible for 70% of all of Israel's offensive and defensive capabilities. 70%. And I think Biden's package was around like 18 billion, and Trump is slated to hit another 18 billion. Israel also has safety nets that Americans don't have. And part of that is because they don't have to waste money on defending themselves and also blowing up everyone else around in the process. It's fantastic. Wonderful that they get to have social safety nets, but we don't.
And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members.
Obama gave a $30 billion defense package to Israel to replenish the Iron Dome and Israeli defenses. That was a 10-year defense contract. It was $3 billion per year. That's probably the reason why Ted Cruz is saying we give him $3 billion a year. Biden, in a matter of 1 year, gave $18 billion since October 7. The idea that we're only giving Israel $3 billion a year, as though that's something as though that's nothing. By the way, he's like, it's just $3 billion. You know how many fucking problems you could solve with $3 billion? You fucking asshole. Yeah, here it is. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us, he says, as the U.S. bankrolls the exact war he's talking about. The U.S. has given Israel over $250 billion in military aid. That's why it's such a joke when Elon Musk is like, we're gonna cut government spending. We're gonna cut government spending. Yeah, okay. Stop giving aid to Israel. Yeah, look, guys, chill. Guys, chill. We aren't asking you to fight our war for us. Look what we're getting done all on our own. This is why, like, the entitlement and the arrogance from pro-Israel writers is so annoying. Here is from Iron Dome to F-15s, U.S. provides 70% of Israel's war costs. A report by Brown University's Watson Institute reveals that since the beginning of the war, the U.S. has spent more than $22 billion on military aid to Israel, from weapons and equipment to the deployment of aircraft carriers. Israel receives more U.S. military aid than any other country and is uniquely able to use that funding to spend on domestic goods. Israel finds it easy to engage in and expand endless wars because some other suckers are always picking up the tab. We Americans are the suckers. America first to get the bill.
So what is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this.
Wait, ask the direct question. How much is it costing us to defend them right now? He goes, well, let me tell you something, okay? It's about American interests.
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy. American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security
Well, what
interest,
does it cost?
It benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know. And there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces. And so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that.
Here is Counsel for Foreign Relations. While Ted Cruz is just yapping and being like, I don't know. It's like, bro, you're signing off on it. You don't know? I thought you were a penny pincher. I thought you wanted small government. I thought you wanted to cut wasteful spending. And you don't know? You don't know how much money we're giving? Okay, here's the Council of Foreign Relations. Israel is, of course, the largest recipient of cumulative aid, total aid from fiscal years 1946 to 2024, with constant U.S. dollars from 2022 adjusted to 2022 levels of inflation. The economic aid is at $80 billion total, and the military aid is 228 billion. So it's 320 billion adjusted to 2022 US dollars. Now you might notice that other countries have also a lot of economic and cumulative military aid as well. Some of those countries are a part of NATO, like Turkey, 29 billion in economic aid, 52 billion in military aid. The United States provided Israel considerable economic assistance from 1971 to 2007, but nearly all U.S. aid today goes to support Israel's military, the most advanced in the region. The United States has provisionally agreed via a memorandum of understanding, which is what he was talking about, which is $4 billion through 2028. 3.8 billion per year. So he even lied about that. He was like, oh, it's just 3 billion. We have a memorandum of understanding. Since the start of Israel's war with Hamas on October 7, the United States has enacted legislation providing at least 12.5 billion in direct military aid to Israel, which includes a $3.8 billion from a bill in March 2024 and $8.7 billion from a supplemental appropriations act in April 2024. That was branded. Other analysts, Linda J. Blimes, William D. Hartung, and Stephen Semler from Brown University have reported that Israel has received $17.9 billion in U.S. military aid during this period, a figure that additionally accounts for the cost of U.S. Defense Department replenishing the stock of weapons provided to Israel. There are blips in U.S. military aid, 1974, 1976, 1979, and then additional blips in 2000, and then also 2003. But this is a whopping preliminary amount for the fiscal year of 2024. That number increased, by the way. There have been months and months of additional aid to Israel as well, including the missiles that we send so that Israel can have defense. I would even factor in Egypt and I guess this doesn't like showcase Saudi Arabia or Jordan in this, but Jordan, Egypt, the weapons that we give to those countries, they also factor into aid against Israel, or aid for Israel, Egypt especially. The reason why I say Egypt is a vassal state, when you see, for example, when you see images of Egyptian police apprehending people that are trying to do a peaceful march to the Rafah border, and dumb Zionist accounts are like, look, the Egyptians have had it with these stupid Western leftists. This is the reason. This is why, because it's a vassal state. Most of the aid, approximately 3.3 billion a year. Oh, here it is. Saudi Arabia, 164 billion in U.S. arms sales, also in defense of Israel, for the record, just so you understand. Saudi Arabia has been a top recipient of U.S. arms sales to the tune of $164 billion. That is also to defend Israel. Same with Egypt. One could even make the argument for Qatar, and definitely for UAE. They use it on Yemen. They use it on their, they take some of these weapons and then supply, like with the case of UAE, some of those weapons that we're supplying to the UAE, some of them that we're selling to the UAE, go directly into the hands of the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan. You know how like stupid, dumb genocide defenders will be like, why do you not care about Sudan? Well, there it is. Here's the mention of Sudan. Another genocide being conducted by America and American allies. Additionally, 500 million a year is slated for Israeli and joint U.S.-Israeli missile defense programs, in which the two countries collaborate on the research, development, and production of these systems used by Israel, including the Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow 2. Iron Dome was solely developed by Israel, but the United States has been a production partner since 2014. For instance, the U.S. military contractor Raytheon manufactures the Tamir interceptor missiles for Israel's Iron Dome at its facilities in Arizona. Are there any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid? Transfer U.S. military equipment to Israel, as to other foreign governments, are subject to relevant U.S. and international laws, would be something I would say if I was a stupid person. Because no, of course we don't have any conditions or restrictions attached to the aid and the weapons that we send to Israel. That much is clear from the previous government and also the current one, clearly. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't say that we have any restrictions for any weapons that we sell to any of these other countries, considering that Saudi Arabia is the largest recipient of U.S. arms sales, and those weapons ended up in the hands of literal al-Qaeda militants in Yemen. I will repeat that one more time. The weapons that Donald Trump was selling to Saudi Arabia so that they can use those weapons in Yemen were ending up in the hands of al-Qaeda militants. How did that happen? Let's get back to the interview.
But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance.
Bro, this is literally Joe Biden's famous take. If Israel didn't exist, we would make one. This is identical.
Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
Yet another glaringly obvious example of the uniparty position that the American politicians have with respect to Israel and with respect to American foreign policy, which Israel plays a formative role in. There it is. He is verbatim repeating the Brandon position.
With Israel, it would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well.
What do you mean probably? They absolutely do. You mean probably, bitch? You know that they do. You know that they do. What do you mean? Oh my God, so cucked. Holy shit.
Well, and friends and allies spy on each other, and I assume all of our allies spy on us.
That's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us.
I just want to know if that's okay, and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry, I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think...
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually, we're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
So I got to say, and this is, it's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies...
Bro, straight up, Israel is at the heart of so many contradictions that it bricks every politician, liberal Democrat, conservative Republican alike. You start scratching the surface of the fealty and loyalty that American politicians demonstrate towards Israel and the allowance that the American government gives Israel to do a bunch of shit. And you start talking about, like, why are they allowed to be this favored client state? And they just brick. Their brain short circuits. This is perhaps the major reason as to why all of these conversations need to be stamped out before they're had. And the most effective way of doing that is by tying this back to anti-Semitism, which is ironically one of the, this is ironically the reason why anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism has been one of the only real bigotries that is effectively weaponized and defended by both parties. My argument, as always, is not because Americans just have a special status for Jews, for the record, like American politicians or whatever, or they're like legitimately super careful about Jews because they're in positions of power or anything like that, but instead directly as a consequence of what I just mentioned, which is it's the most effective way of stopping that question entirely by associating Israel with Judaism and criticisms of Israel being packaged as anti-Semitic. If there was no Israel, if Israel did not exist in the violent ways that it does, if like Jews were allowed to peacefully migrate and it wasn't about like a violent settler colonial enterprise, the American government would not give a about anti-Semitism at all. If that was not a foothold in this region, if Israel was not a foothold in this region, a a unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities, but it was simply a diverse country mixed with Christians, Muslims, and Jews in the initial commitment that the likes of Albert Einstein had post-World War II. American governments, the American government or the institutions would treat anti-Semitism in the same exact way that they would treat like any other form of bigotry, with no care or consideration whatsoever. That's why there's no comparison between any other real bigotry, because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, right? It has caused historically tremendous harm to Jewish people, from pogroms to the Holocaust. The reason why it has so much institutional power as opposed to any other kind of bigotry, and it's like also defended by Republicans and Democrats alike, is because of how it is used in modern American political discourse as a stopgap measure to stop people dead in their tracks from ever investigating why America's foreign policy relies on Israel and why Israel gets to do all of these ridiculous things and why American politicians don't say anything about it.
Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess, no. I'm hardly the one who's, I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel?
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members.
Oh, shit. My bad, bro. Didn't realize AIPAC wasn't the Israel lobby. What's the I stand for? Istanbul? Is that what the I in AIPAC stands for? The American Istanbul PAC? The I stands for, I don't know. No, the I stands for Islam, actually. The I stands for Iran. The American Iranian PAC.
Believe in the American-Israeli friendship
is
and
AIPAC
relationship.
a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands.
What does the I stand for?
For the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen,
dude, what? That's crazy. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ted. To be honest, and then saying the most dishonest thing you could say. I'm not Mr. The AIPAC lobby is dominating America, okay? But to act as though social conditioning baked into so many of these institutions that literally create reinforce the notion that like Israel has to be violent, Israel has to be militant, you have to defend Israel. It's a phenomenally important part of American foreign policy. Israel's the most moral nation, all this stuff. That plays a big role, but also the notion that like AIPAC doesn't play a formative role, and they gave Ted Cruz millions of dollars for no reason other than because they thought he was hot is so stupid.
I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's
when was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government.
God damn it! I hate that he's the guy who gets to do this. I hate it because he is a white nationalist piece of shit. I hate that he gets to do this. It sucks so bad. Like, are there no American commentators out there in mainstream media? Really? You're ceding territory to Tucker Carlson? I feel like he's back at Fox News and I'm screaming. It's 2016, 2017 again. And I'm screaming about how economic populism is a very effective way to galvanize the masses. And if the only mainstream source that is stating an economic policy, an economic populist policy is a white nationalist, then a lot of people are going to associate the Republican Party and MAGA with economic populist policies. I've done so much work on this. I've written extensively on this shit since 2016. And yet again, here is Tucker Carlson, once again, taking a 80-20 issue that no goddamn Democrat, no goddamn liberal in any mainstream outlet is entertaining and making it his own.
And it's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. So it's not, has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay.
Yeah, in Ted Cruz America, you're not allowed to ask questions about the policies of the Israeli state. Hold on, this is another take. I hate the New York Times so much for being so dogshit and complicit that now Tucker Carlson is laughing them. Just imagine how acquiescent a sit-down interview with Ted Cruz and literally anyone at the New York Times would be. Trump calls for Iran's unconditional surrender and threatens his supreme leader. The decision to launch a full-on attack on Iran would be in the gray area between the president's powers as commander-in-chief and the Constitution's mandate that only Congress can declare war. Why would that be in the gray area? It is quite literally unconstitutional. Fuck.
But it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if you,
not true.
No.
Just say they're American Jews, you dumbass. Oh my God. Be like, no, these are actually backed by American Jews. They happen to also want America to have a important role in Israel's policies. Just say that. That's the did you forget what the defense is? You haven't even, like, how? How are you so ill-equipped that I can do a better job of defending the relationship between AIPAC and why it doesn't have a FARA designation than you do? You're the fucking senator, got $2 million from them. The only thing that the Israel lobby has done for me is hunt me down and try to get me arrested and potentially blackballed from every media outlet and take away my revenue. Fuck! Just say it's American Jews. American Jews are funding it. So that's why it's not foreign. Are you saying that Jews are foreign, Tucker? Are you being anti-Semitic, Tucker? That's what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say that. You idiot. God damn, he's so stupid. It blows my mind. This guy went to Yale, dude. He can't even defend why AIPAC exists. Shit. Or not Yale, Princeton and fucking Harvard. How do you go to Princeton and Harvard, wherever school he went to? How is that possible? How can you be this bad at your fucking job?
And how much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have for the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Tucker knows the answer to these questions are yes, by the way. He's just asking these questions so he can catch Ted Cruz in a lie, for the record. He is doing, and I hate to admit this, very good journalism. This is how you're supposed to conduct an adversarial interview. Oh my God, why is Tucker Carlson doing good journalism on this issue? Oh my God, I hate everyone so much. I hate the American media apparatus that is so servile, that is so cucked. Oh my Lord.
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if...
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington.
Yeah, Netanyahu has nothing to do with AIPAC, except for when he addresses AIPAC's annual summit, or except when prominent figures within AIPAC that work in the organizational side of AIPAC have also worked for Israeli government positions, for example, which, by the way, is a direct violation and immediately demands that AIPAC be registered as a foreign agent. But of course, God forbid you say that. By the way, being registered as a foreign agent is not even going to stop Israel's influence here. It's just that, you know, there will be some restrictions and better documentation of what kind of lobbying efforts are implemented, but we can't even get that in this goddamn country.
Washington, I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans, they're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
why aren't they, what you're saying is false.
Why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
Tucker's like, I know there's plenty of Americans that lobby for foreign governments. I am one of them. He's like, I'm one of them. Did you not see my interview with Vladimir Putin? There's suspicion that he's also big time changed his attitude since like visiting the UAE, and apparently talks about the United Arab Emirates like all the time. Like he loves the UAE now.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is that there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp.
Yeah, Ted Cruz won't say he's funded by Qatar, for the record. Ted Cruz will say he's funded by Qatar because Qatar is like the scary one. He won't say UAE because UAE is an ally. Qatar is also an ally, but at least Qatar is like seen as like a scary because of their neutrality position.
Swamp, these are very reasonable questions, and you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and of being
isolationist
feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back.
I'm also funded. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers. Also, many of you are from Qatar, the glorious nation of Qatar, a nation that withstood tremendous attacks from the not-so-glorious Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UAE in joint operations. Qatar will rise up. Qatar will defend itself. Qatar also happens to have the largest U.S. base in the region. All glory to Qatar. Oh, Tucker also interviewed the dude from Qatar. I forget who it was. But.
I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And they failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear deal.
Oh, I know. They definitely failed, yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I agree. I watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns, and the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns, you know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the...
He's saying he's a rider for Israel without the money, in the same way that many people are already pro-Second Amendment unconditionally, and the NRA gives them a decent amount of money. It's not the actual lobby. He's not wrong, for the record. It's a little bit of both. I always say this. These lobbies exist not for times of no conflict. These lobbies exist to write legislation, oftentimes quietly, as AIPAC has, where there are anti-BDS laws in numerous states in America. But these lobbies exist in times like right now, when politicians are pressured by the public to actually make democratic changes, and they choose not to because they are one, worried about like their opposition being funded, and two, they're worried about their money not coming down the line, and three, they've already developed loyalties to these lobbyists. That is the major role that AIPAC or the NRA plays. Like, for example, there have been numerous instances where there were people demanding action from their politicians in terms of sensible gun control legislation. Post-Sandy Hook is a great example of this, where all of these NRA-funded politicians didn't actually respond to the public pressure because they were getting a ton of money from the NRA. That is where the lobbyist groups come into play.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly, and if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Okay. Are they shaped by? Is that?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking with them? Yes. Is Israel directing them? What are you want to talk about? FARA, the law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they are not lobbying on behalf of them. Or do they care about them? Yeah.
For what it's worth, I don't think AIPAC should register as a foreign agent because AIPAC's problem isn't that they're a direct arm of the Israeli government. The problem is that they exist to destroy any form of questioning against the U.S.'s relationship with an apartheid state. Yeah, I mean that, but also I think, yes, AIPAC should be destroyed. It's like not register as a foreign agent. I'll start with that, but I think it should be illegal. I think AIPAC should be illegal. If America is this like bastion of liberal democracy, no form of any lobby that directly contradicts that should exist. And before people say, what about China? It doesn't exist, okay? And Americans would literally tell you exactly why it doesn't exist. And they would say that with a fucking straight face and be like, what do you mean a China lobby? You mean an authoritarian dictatorship like China could lobby our beautiful government? And it's like, okay, well, what about Israel then?
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question: what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, like I'm an anti-Semite now.
Senator, you're asking the question, Tucker. You're asking why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly.
Oh my God. This is amazing. He just hit the fucking hard J. He hit that so hard. Oh, you anti-Semite. Oh, wow. You think Jews control the media, huh, Tucker? What's next? You going to tell me about all the Jews in executive positions in the media too, Tucker? It's like, dude, he's not normally under different circumstances. He might say that because I do think he's anti-Semitic. Having said that, in this conversation, he has not said that at all. He simply said, why is AIPAC not registered as a foreign agent if it gets its notes from a foreign state, if it is directly aligned with the goals of a foreign state as opposed to any other foreign nation state? Why do lobbyists for this foreign state, why do the lobbies of this foreign state don't have to register as foreign agents? Say Am Israel High, Tucker. I feel like you haven't said your Am Israel Highs this morning, sir.
Saying that, and I have
that is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
God, I love hog on hog violence, dude. I love hog on hog violence. Oh, it's so good. Now you can hit him with the woke sauce, okay? He could be like, why are you being so woke? The W word. It's like, why are you doing identity politics, Ted Cruz? Are you doing a cancel culture, Ted Cruz?
I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just ask.
Oh my Lord. Oh, he's cooking them. Oh, it's flank steak. Oh, it's flank steak night at the Tucker, McNear, Swanson, Buckley, Carlson household. He's cooking him up like it's a frozen dinner. God damn. A feline. He said you did it in a feline way. That's amazing.
Asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the Ayatollah.
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel 3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's...
God, it's such a perfect distillation of all things wrong with America. It's such a perfect counter to everything. It's like all of these right-wing guys who will be like, I hate woke culture. They turn into a hysterical SJW the moment that they have to defend Israel. They'll say, oh, I hate foreign governments controlling or trying to control America. They immediately are like, well, no, Israel's different. Israel's different. They talk about how they hate censorship. Oh, well, Israel's different. We have to do censorship. Like, that's it. It's such a perfect example because it's in this weird space where it is both America and not America at the same time. But ironically enough, even if Israel was legally considered a de facto or legally considered a part of the United States, if any politician spent this much time defending its interests, like North Dakota, especially if they're not even from North Dakota, you would look at them like they're psychotic. You'd be like, what do you mean? What? Excuse me, sir. Have you planned on traveling to North Dakota after becoming the mayor of New York? Like any other state. Say it about New Jersey and people will look at you funny. They'll be like, what do you mean? Like, can you imagine? The New York mayoral primaries are taking place and someone's like, excuse me, if you don't go to Piscataway, you are literally anti-Jersey behavior. You're demonstrating anti-Jersey behavior. That's totally fucked up. It'd be like, that's the most insane thing anyone's ever said. Like, what do you mean? What? Does New Jersey have a right to exist?
obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll answer
in a straightforward, rational way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So, shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me.
You just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is run.
You want to count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about AIPAC?
I never asked about the Jews.
Yeah, that's the other side. He ain't never, like, under different circumstances, maybe Tucker does make implications. He's too smart of a propagandist to, like, reveal his true position. This is one of the things that he's always done very well. That's why I used to consider him one of the most dangerous threats to American future as a very successful fascist propagandist. He is a pro at taking white nationalist, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-brown narratives and twisting it in a framework that is fairly defensible. And in this situation, he didn't say Jews at all. He didn't say that at all. Do I think he's anti-Semitic? Probably. I mean, he did do a healthy dose of the Great Replacement theory. And the hidden underlying premise of the Great Replacement is that there's a shadowy group of people that are doing that. And that shadowy group of people, of course, are the Jews. There is a reason to assume that he is most likely anti-Semitic, but he's not doing that right now. He's not doing that at all. He's not saying anything that is even remotely anti-Semitic.
Jews. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence of
Israel and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking now. I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
except you don't want to do anything about it.
Decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try.
Yeah, it ultimately comes down to, why does Israel have this special status? And the honest answer for that is because it is immensely important to America's foreign policy goals in the region. Now, of course, that's the steelman position, but that's also the reality. And even then, though, it's still indefensible how much Israel gets away with, which is precisely because it's not just about American foreign policy goals. There's also a healthy dose of Zionist ideology that American politicians and American Christians, American Jews that agree with this. Like there is not only a material reason for it, but there's also definitely like an ideological predisposition towards defending Israel due to tremendous propaganda, because it is a very sophisticated network of influence. And that is precisely the reason why then you turn around and you say, okay, why don't you, why is this allowed? You can always point to other allied states and ask, like, if England did half the shit that Israel did, we would punish them. Like outward, open espionage at the behest of the British state, for example. Jonathan Pollard was literally released and was able to fly in a private jet by Trump booster Sheldon fucking Adelson back to Israel. Jonathan Pollard was in American prison for spying on the United States of America at the behest of Israel. Donald Trump released him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. Don't worry. Only because you finally agree with him. Shame on you for agreeing with Tucker. No, I feel deep shame. Not in the way that you think. I feel deep shame for the people that I know, actually very intelligent people in mainstream media. I feel deep sense of shame for the profession of journalism because Tucker Carlson should not be the person who is asking these questions. Everyone should be asking these questions. And it only took Tucker to lose his standing with mainstream media, with Fox News, to come out this way.
Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere.
Yes.
You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I
even take money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of course.
It's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on this city.
And it's a huge problem.
As you know, I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of other. The UK.
China's a huge problem. China lobby is a huge problem. Israel, though, great lobby, best lobby. Love the stakes. What lobbying influence does the Chinese government have over the United States of America? Oh my God. TikTok is a service that is owned and operated by the Chinese government that Americans are voluntarily using. It is not the same as moneyed interest. And TikTok is impossible to combat because we love our treats. It's like saying Temu is a Chinese lobby. I mean, there is pervasive Chinese lobbying interest in the country. They're just not in the direction of the current Chinese government. If you want to talk about Shenyun, okay, or Falun Gong, or Epoch Times, or NTD, those are anti-Chinese government influences. So that's a little different, don't you think? Yeah, it's like Labubus are a pervasive influence. Labubus have a pervasive influence, a stranglehold on the American population. It's the Chinese government's way of lobbying America. Yeah, Genshin Impact, Chinese lobby.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe.
He had to hit the Bible, dude. Someone had a really funny responses on Twitter. It was like, if I name my son Jesus, will you have to worship him like he's the son of God, lest you be damned to hell? I'm like, you don't understand. It's in the Bible. Tucker, I'll have you know, the Bible. That's my answer. Asked and answered.
Believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis, but so you're quoting a Bible phrase you don't have.
Damn, he's cooking him, even with the Bible stuff. God damn, Tucker Carlson taking the atheist debate lord position of knowing more about the Bible than the opposition that's just simply bringing up the Bible as a talking point. Classic take. He's not an atheist, obviously, but I'm just saying it's like that's a classic atheist move, atheist debate lord move.
Context for it, you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology.
It's Bible maxing.
Theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
hold on. Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what, hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
So is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the descendants
God's
of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually,
the Bible is clear on this, okay? 1948. The Bible says it. 1948. It's the same country. That's what it's talking about. Also, Jesus walked on water.
American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
That's what God was talking about
Yes.
in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist and then was recreated.
No! Oh, God, I'm enjoying this too much. That's crazy. No, this is wrong. It feels fucked up. It's like the worst piece of shit dunking on an even greater piece of shit. Oh, I hate this. Oh, it feels fucked up. It feels a little fucked up. I should not be deriving this much satisfaction because I know like both of these guys are evil. You know what I mean? I feel so dirty enjoying this process so much. God damn, Tucker is twisting him like a fucking pretzel. Oh God. Oh my God. He is just fucking whipping him around.
Created just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying,
dude, every unk in Malaysia is going to be doing replays of this. They're all diehard Tucker fans now. I'm telling you, like all the Jackson Hinkle fans that live in like Bangladesh, they are now diehard Fedayeen for Tucker Carlson. 3 Muslim uncles sent me this. Oh yeah. Oh, this is going crazy on the Muslim uncle space. Clips from this fucking back and forth is going crazy in every WhatsApp chat. I'm a Bangladeshi unk and I'm sold already. Okay, make no mistake. Tucker Carlson would destroy you. He would sanction off your death and destruction. If you are an unk in Malaysia, Indonesia, Bangladesh, I'm telling you right now, Tucker Carlson would actively celebrate your demise. He is not a friend. He's a foe. Right now, he's cooking.
I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can...
I don't remember the scriptural citation. But, okay,
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
All right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish my sentence.
It's just important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... So you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean,
if you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about.
Okay, but
I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
Jew here, when the Bible refers to his people Israel, we were taught that this is referring to the Jewish people, not a political entity established in the 1940s. Thank you for your time. Yeah, tell that to Ted Cruz. He's like, no, you don't understand. The Bible said Israel has to be in apartheid. The Bible said they have to be there and they have to have nukes. The Bible also said it's crazy. And I'm not even paraphrasing, okay? Genesis 18:47. Let me tell you, okay? Genesis 1963. In both passages, the Bible says America must do a first strike on Iran alongside the modern Israeli nation state on the Fordow nuclear facility that the Islamic Republic of Iran has built on the side of a fucking mountain. I didn't make it up. It's in the Bible. It says in the fine print. It's crazy. The Bible has it all. People forget these important passages.
That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then
and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear.
Do we think that Ted is smart enough to actually comprehend the difference between the biblical Israel and the decision to name the 1948 state Israel, a name which was literally among multiple candidates at the World Zionist Congress, or is he just incredibly f***ing dumb? I think he doesn't know that. A lot of these guys don't give a shit, obviously. They just don't care. But if you dig into the history of Zionism and its inception, all of the, ironically enough, all of the religious seasoning added as a justification for the nation state was put there by secular Jews who do not give a fuck about Judaism and did it so that they could potentially bring in support from religious Jews who were directly opposed to the development of a state that was for the Jews. The notion that this is a 3,000-year project is so stupid. There were, and perhaps always throughout history, a far larger number of Christians who believed in the Zionist project than there were Jews who believed in the Zionist project. There has never been a moment throughout history where there were more Jews than Christians that believed in Zionism. It has not existed till this it does not exist today, and it has never existed. The people that universally back Zionism as a project has always been Christians. Overwhelmingly. You could say there are more Jews that believe in Zionism as opposed to Jews that don't believe in Zionism in comparison to Christians that believe in Zionism as opposed to Christians that don't. Fair. I don't know what the percentage breakdown would look like within Christianity, but by totality, by numbers, there has never been a fucking moment on the history of this planet from the inception of Israel or the inception of the Zionist project at the behest of developing a nation state for Jewish people, okay, from Theodore Herzl onwards until this very moment, there's never been a moment where there were more Jews that were Zionists than Christians. But our different religions, it doesn't matter. The purpose is the same. The purpose has always been the same. Zionism in and of itself, with all of the religious associations, was completely concocted by motherfuckers who don't believe in that shit at all. There's no, like, Theodore Herzl is secular and was not a religious Jew at all. Every aspect of the myth making associated with the modern Israeli state is designed that way so that dumb in 2025 like 100 years later, will turn around and act as though there was a 3,000-year history here. The Uganda scheme was proposed by British Colonial Secretary Joseph Chamberlain to create a Jewish homeland in the portion of British East Africa. It was presented at the Sixth World Zionist Congress in Basel in 1903 by Theodor Herzl, the founder of modern Zionist movement. He presented it as a temporary refuge for Jews to escape rising anti-Semitism in Europe. The proposal faced opposition from both within the Zionist movement and the British colony. I like that this conversation surrounding the Bible has led us down this path of trying to justify the existence of a modern nation state by pointing to just something that's made up. It is mind-boggling to me. Who cares? Like, oh man, shit, the Bible said so? Well, oops. I, as I've said before, don't care what people believe in. You can believe whatever the fuck you want. As long as it doesn't, your beliefs don't justify doing violence to other people. At which point, I'm out. You can't take away someone else's liberties. You can't take away someone else's rights. The application of a modern nation state that is literally ethnically cleansing the indigenous population is antithetical to my belief system. So, of course, that's an insane justification. Like, that's ridiculous. The moment where you're like, well, the Bible said so, and I'm like, okay, I don't care, then you should probably also perish. The Bible says a lot of stuff that you're doing, you know, mixing and matching cottons and eating shellfish. You should probably be stoned to death for those things, right? Like, who gives a Now I'm turning into a Reddit debate lord. Do you see what I mean? It just so happens that the Islamic Republic of Iran and Reddit atheists are aligned on this one particular issue. Yeah, get ready to be mauled by 35 bears if you make fun of a bald person. Yeah, there are Jews who moved to Palestine before Balfour or even modern Zionism. There's nothing wrong with that. Or anyone moving there for personal, religious, or whatever purpose. The problem is when a genocidal apartheid state is created to exclude and displace rather than exist within the local population. But Israel writers act like hating the latter means you hate the former. Yeah, the idea that like Jews actually came not as a settler colonial enterprise from its inception, deliberately crafted by a colonial entity that was in charge as Palestine, British Mandate Palestine was its bounty after World War I for defeating the Ottomans, as though this wasn't a deliberate attempt to displace the existing population and then continue its domination, do ethnic cleansing, planned ethnic cleansing in an effort to develop a nation state. Like, all of this is completely unjustifiable. It wasn't like people were just like, oh yeah, I want to move here. This seems great. And then people were like, no, f you. That's not how this works. That's not the function. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a nation state called Israel right now. It'd be still called Palestine, a diverse, most likely secular nation state that has equal rights and representation for all Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike living inside of its boundaries. And that'd be fantastic. I am in favor of that, of course, obviously.
The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him.
Me, Ted Cruz, moments prior, Israel has a right to exist in the violent ways that it does because the Bible told me so. Of course, I'm going to unconditionally demand the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians so that the Bible-based Israel can exist in the violent ways that it does. Ted Cruz, 3 seconds later, people who actually get very mad at that sort of stuff and foreign intervention and say death to America as a call sign are religious extremists, and it's scary. This is chauvinism through and through. The notion that like you can be a Christian nationalist and a straightforward fascist, back religious extremists, religious fundamentalist countries that are doing an ethnic cleansing, and in the process of like talking about other nation states that also are run by religious fundamentalists but are morally in a more correct position, a position of self-defense in this process, those are the bad guys. Well, okay, it feels like your argument is just on very shaky moral foundations here.
And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey,
Oh my God. Oh God. Israel's small bean. Israel's so small. It's a small bean. It's got 400 nukes, man. Shut the fuck up. There's only one religious fundamentalist nation in the fucking desert that has the nuclear striking capabilities of targeting America and all around the world. And it's not fucking Iran. It's Israel, bitch. That's right. There's only one nuclear armed state led by religious fundamentalists that has the capacity to fucking reach America with its nukes. Only one. And that nation, no, not Pakistan, dummy. Pakistan does not have the capacity to reach America. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm using my words very carefully, chatters. Also, wouldn't be considered a desert anyway. They do have nukes.
I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay, and I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the
wait, oh, he just misspoke. Shit, my bad. I thought he was f***ing lying like he does all the time. I guess he misspoke on numerous occasions, and he just keeps misspeaking. You know, Israel and Israeli envoys, they misspeak all the time. Have I told you that Israel was in the Bible and also is the size of New Jersey? Bet you feel stupid now, don't you? Yeah, bet you feel dumb now. As soon as I told you that this nuclear armed violent state that's conducting a 7-front war with unlimited munitions coming from the United States of America is the size of the state of New Jersey. If you don't immediately redirect your line of questioning, I will call you an anti-Semite.
By the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
Okay, but right, okay, that's fine.
And he was conflating it with the 2 attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has and the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why are we at war with them?
Well... We are trying to.
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder
the use of nuclear weapons, see,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of.
So what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely. So, all right. 20 years ago.
That's crazy. Is a freak off. Is a hawk off. I mean, he's baiting him, to be fair. He's trying to show that Ted Cruz is not sincere in this situation. But, of course, he gets to entertain these hypotheticals because I don't think he would give a shit if we nuked Tehran. Tucker Carlson, I mean, because he has in the past advocated for that. But he's calling Ted Cruz's bluff.
You were, I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world. You were a vocal,
big time.
You were a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War.
And you now, and I Look, I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though, in my view.
Gross, by the way. He said, no, I promoted it.
Because if you're America first, you want to protect America, and so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe
world.
that they're trying to murder Trump, or
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind?
No,
what are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop...
I gotta run it back. The pause is so bad. He's so mad.
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop...
Oh my God, bro. 1 hour of toasting. Dude, I can't. This is shameful. This is a shameful experience. It's like eating an ortolan. You know what I mean? I feel like I need to cover up because this is an affront to God. I am disrespecting God by deriving this much satisfaction from a white nationalist CIA reject cooking this worm-like individual. I have yet to watch a debate that was this satisfying in so fucking long. Like, this is having the exact opposite of watching a Jubilee piece of content from Jubilee for me. It's crazy. It's been a long ass time since I felt this way watching a debate. I think the last time I felt this way was watching Norm Finkelstein whip up Mr. Bonarelli.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits. In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now: take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is.
It's crazy because these guys believe 100, like not 100, obviously, 99% of the same shit. But on this one issue, Tucker Carlson does not agree with him. So I guess like maybe this is me coping, but like it's two maximum white nationalist, racist, possibly anti-Semitic individuals. But one is pro-Israel and one is anti-Israel. So the anti-Israel one is the clear and obvious voice of reason in this situation. I do not believe, for the record, that Tucker Carlson actually called up Trump to apologize. He's not anti-Israel, he's just less pro. No. Tucker Carlson's anti-Israel. Chatter, I think he's definitely anti-Israel. I don't think he's pro-Israel, I'm gonna be honest. There are foreign nations that Tucker Carlson is in favor of. Russia, for example. He's definitely pro-Russia. He's not pro-Israel.
I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful. And I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China, in Venezuela. People are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. Ultimately,
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners.
Look, yes. Look, there is power to speaking out. And
That's such an insane insertion. I felt that way about the J6 prisoners is a psychotic thing to add into this conversation. Yeah. 200 lashes is what all the J6 prisoners were getting. It was really f***ed up.
When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS.
Famously.
I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist. But at the same time,
I don't even know
Trump,
what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never been an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist.
Okay,
and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur.
Of course I've not.
You consistently say, you have said, actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said, following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me...
No, that's, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson actually put forth a fairly strong case, I suspect, that he makes in the rest of this argument. But even judging by like what the thing that you just read from your foldable quote that you printed out is that going to war with Iran is not in the best interest of America. Further destabilization in the region is not in the best interest of America. Getting your notes from Israel and putting Israel in the driving, behind the steering wheel of our ambitions in the region is not a smart thing to do, especially considering that they already have an incredibly costly ethnic cleansing campaign against the Palestinians that is even creating more enmity towards the United States of America in this region, and is going to make it even harder to maintain stability in this region with leadership of these countries maintaining some structure of like a monarchy or different forms of autocracies that will always remain stable. Eventually, this will unfold in uncontrollable acts of violence and potential even regime change. America is too short-term focused to think that they can continue death and destruction campaigns in the region in perpetuity and basically destabilize all these places, and without considering the potential for blowback, even though it is a country that has experienced blowback in the form of 9/11. Pretty sure agreeing with Tucker Carlson is the first sign of an apocalypse. I think his major reason for isolationism, I assume, is because he doesn't want immigrants to come to the country. Like he's taking like an Oregonian abolitionist framework. Like Oregon as a state was developed to be an anti-slavery state because they didn't want black people to be in the state. You know, it's kind of like that. It's the old attitude of like not invading Mexico when America had the capacity to do so because too many Mexicans. They don't want to live with all these Mexicans. There have been isolationist right-wingers in the past that think that more war means more refugees, more brown people coming here. Here's the thing. Either Tucker Carlson sees the writing on the wall about the popular resentment against the state of Israel and wants to get ahead of the wave and is no longer contracted by mainstream media and therefore doesn't have the same career ambitions, or he is isolationist because he doesn't want the destabilization, the immigration that takes place after the destabilization.
Is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is...
Like, notice how the difference between me and Tucker Carlson is if someone were to be like, oh, well, this person said he hates America. Do you love that? I'd be like, I think there's pretty valid reasons for this, for anyone over there to hate America. You hate Iran, and Iran has done significantly less to America than vice versa. It's weirder that you fucking hate Iran than the average Iranian hating America. That's what I would say. What the fuck has Iran done to you, dumbass? Nothing. Literally nothing. Iran literally held vigils after 9/11. Iran has routinely fought against Salafist brigades in the fucking region. The brigades that also, the militancy that we concocted, by the way, we did. The Western superpowers did.
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely.
Yes,
so
falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion? And the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And
it was clearly a mistake.
Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting.
Holy shit. What a way to frame that. What now?
In 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's.
Bro, he is such a psycho supremacist. Like, World War I destroyed Christian Europe and led to the further destruction of Christian Europe because of World War II, where countries that are supposed to be unified are at war with one another. He's saying that in the absence of these wars, that Europe would have maintained its like Christian supremacist attitude. How are you still covering this? Brother, how many times do you get to see a porky little succulent pig right up on the barbecue getting toasty? Like how many instances do you think we get to watch Ted Cruz get on camera, but in a way that is actually pleasing to the eyes? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna savor this because Ted Cruz right here, from my perspective, is also like a representative of all politicians that agree with him. Because he is not just speaking for Ted Cruz here. He's speaking for virtually every Republican, with the exception of Thomas Massey, and like 80% of the Democratic Party. The only reason why this happened is because Ted Cruz thought he was going into a non-hostile territory.
My point is,
at the time, I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you've overcorrected.
What do you mean overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern.
And by the way, that's a reasonable worry.
Look, I know it's reasonable.
It was funny when he said facts change over time, for the record. No, they didn't. Facts didn't change. Your career ambitions did. Would you consider Tucker an isolationist? Not even. He's just, I don't even think he is. I'm sure these guys are never actually like anti-war, right? I would never say that they're anti-war, for example. I wouldn't even say he's isolationist because most of these guys will do this indecent thing, like Marjorie Taylor Greene does this, where they'll say, this is not a war worth waging. If you're a leftist, you believe no war but class war. If you're anti-war, if you're anti-imperialism, that's what you believe. These guys will say, this is not a war that is worthwhile. The hidden implication there is that there are wars, oftentimes imperial ambitions, imperial conquest, that is worthwhile. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, will say, why are we doing all this in the Middle East? Well, why are we giving so much money to Ukraine? We should stop funding Ukraine. Why? Because we should redirect all of our resources to Mexico. For Tucker Carlson, I suspect the war worth waging is with China. At the domestic front, the war worth waging for Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and people like that are with, first, internally against socialists, radicals, right? People who don't mind that America is a diverse nation. And ultimately, the international war that needs to be waged is against China. Now, of course, ironically enough, I believe that Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, and the Democratic Party are aligned with Tucker Cruise on the notion that the real war that must be waged is against China. I think that they just have different methods of how to wage said war. Did I say Tucker Cruise, Ted Cruz, and Tucker Carlson? Okay, guys, I'm on almost 9 hours here. Okay, calm down. Calm down, everybody. Yes, I said the wrong name. Haha, I mixed their names. Calm down.
Read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire...
Bro, I put my head down for like 20 seconds and there's still motherfuckers spamming Tucker Cruise in the chat. That's crazy. Y'all are so one note. What is happening? Also, yeah, you guys noticed that plug. Tucker Cruise did a plug on the Ted Carlson show.
I can see an argument that taking out both the head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know that the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am...
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like...
Oh, my God. This is an interesting moment where Ted... Oh, my God. I almost said Ted Carlson again. Tucker Carlson almost by accident mentioned what happens to the country, as in, for a brief moment, we almost got them to think about the civilian death toll. Just for a moment. 1 hour and 26 minutes. And this was about to be the first time that they talk about the population of Iran or any of these countries that America is like bombing or facilitating the death and destruction of. Almost. We got this close and they're moving on.
I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate
if you
regime
topple,
change.
okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What
predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not
okay.
even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually the country...
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
Cinema. In this day and age, I don't think this tanks people's candidacy ever. Like, I don't think this will hurt the support that Ted Cruz receives. But it's such a fantastic gotcha to showcase the absolute depravity of American politicians that basically talk about death and destruction over there without even knowing basic facts about the people whose death sentence that they're signing off on. This isn't to make it so that, like, if if Ted Cruz knew off the top of his dome, what the number of people are in Iran, but the very fact that he doesn't know makes it all that more damning. Like, I wouldn't be on board with Ted Cruz saying that that he'd be on board with, like, regime change or bombing Iran, bombing the Iranian nuclear sites with American weapons if he knew the exact number, the ethnic demographic breakdown of Iran. But the fact that he doesn't know makes it so much worse.
Do you think if the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do. I believe him.
Okay, I assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and
good
if your
faith.
implication is like, I'm pro-Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that...
Just saying, you're a lawmaker, you're a powerful person. And
like, the answer here is a lot of people would want us dead. Do you think we should do targeted first strikes on a nation of 92 million people as punishment? Like, Nazis want me dead. I wouldn't advocate to kill them and their families. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I do the opposite. I advocate for them to have health care regardless.
We should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
When you say
and our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
He's right. I can't believe I'm saying this once again. A thing that I've mentioned so many times now, more than I ever care to admit once this process is over. But Tucker Carlson is right. The American senator, the average American senator is so morally repugnant and so stupid that they make a propagandist white nationalist like Tucker Carlson look like a beacon of morality and consideration in comparison. How is that even possible? Tucker's position there is basically a restructured format of something that I always say, which is all of the money that we spend is the Eisenhower statement, right? All the money that we spend over there, all the money that we spend overseas on bombing other countries could be spent here domestically building schools. Every dollar spent on making rockets is a dollar that could be spent on making roads, right? And this is a major issue with the way that our government is organized nowadays, especially because, like, the military-industrial complex is the most powerful force in this country. It's the most powerful industry in this country. And the entire economy and our entire political economy, the entire realm of politics is geared towards an endless continued effort to dominate the rest of the planet. So Tucker Carlson is basically saying, you don't know how much money we're spending on Israel. You don't know anything about the country that you are choosing to bomb. This country is dying. When Tucker says this country is dying, I think he means like there's too many Mexicans. When I say this country is dying, I'm talking about, of course, the shitty infrastructure, the lack of adequate health care for average Americans, the lack of adequate education for Americans. That's a major difference between, me and Tucker Carlson here. But the point still stands.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way,
bizarre.
Isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it does.
Why do you assume his thoughts? Bro, Tucker, a go, bro, have hope in people. I know more about him than you do. That's it. I've spent a big chunk of my political career covering his statements and his worldview. That's it. It's as simple as that. I don't think this person's a Nazi chatters. I think Tucker Carlson is a mischievous devil with a silver tongue, and a lot of people fall for his shit. I know more about Tucker Carlson's background, his personal history, his motivations, and the things that he believes than most people do, than the average person does, for sure. I was hard right-wing before, but I've changed so much since I came to the U.S. Well, there it is. There you go. Tucker is a snake oil salesman, but he's also a whisperer for people like yourself.
Does it work?
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. This is so silly. I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
But I asked that question seriously.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Jimmy Carter?
So
what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years, watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look, the level of number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather
You haven't supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia.
I mean, he's also, again, not entirely wrong on that front. I mean, he's pro Vladimir Putin. He definitely is he definitely is a propagandist for the Russian state. He's gone to unimaginable lengths to defend Vladimir Putin, directly interviewed him and sucked him off.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join NATO. How does that help the United States?
Is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do.
In what way has Ukraine been a disaster for the United States? By the way, weapons manufacturers got rich, and the U.S. weakened a historic enemy while making Europe reliant on American energy. It's been a total win for the rulers. Yeah, I don't think that that's good, because I care about all the dead children and the civilians and the complete destruction of a 40 million strong state that wasn't really doing great economically before this war either, but it's certainly doing a lot worse and will probably never recover. But I do think that when Tucker Carlson talks about that, he doesn't actually mean it. Like when Tucker Carlson says like so many millions of people died, like I don't think he gives a shit. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, for the record, that chatter is not saying it was good for, no, neither do I. I mean, from the perspective of these freaks. Yeah, you're not wrong. Someone like Tucker Carlson, who normally would justify American empire, would love Ukraine. He would have, under normal circumstances, the Lindsey Graham position.
A supplemental bigger than $24 billion for Ukraine, and that's going to pass in 45 days.
Oh, absolutely. You know why? Because we need it. We haven't lost one soldier in the Ukraine. We spent less than 5% of our military budget. 50% of the Russian army has been destroyed by the Ukrainians. They would be at Crimea already if the administration hadn't been so slow in giving weapons.
5% of our military budget, not a single active duty service member dead, and we've taken out 50% of our foreign adversaries' military. I'd say that's a good bargain. That's the Lindsey Graham position, and that's the honest position. That is literally the position of the American state, both under the Biden administration and most likely, well, I don't know what the Trump is doing with Russia. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little tricky to truly comprehend where Trump is going with Russia, because he does legitimately have a sexual interest in Vladimir Putin, which transcends above all of the interests of American foreign policy. Vladimir, stop.
I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so can I, this will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Biden's incredible weakness in following through on Trump's Afghanistan withdrawal policy, and then also simultaneously, I agree with him in defense of Ukraine until now, because now Donald Trump doesn't agree with that. So now I have to act like I wasn't cheering it on while simultaneously trying to find ways of criticizing Biden.
Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence that led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander-in-chief and said, this president is weak. And when that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree, that was awful. The withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so it
was Biden as bad as everyone says? No, he's worse, because they never criticize him for the appropriate shit. They criticize him for the one good thing he did in his goddamn administration in terms of foreign policy, which is the Afghan withdrawal. Ironically enough, it wasn't even his own personal policy. It was literally the continuation of the Trump plan. And everybody shit on him for it. That's the one thing, as far as his foreign policy decisions, that I unconditionally, 10 toes down, defended. Every other aspect of his foreign policy has been a disaster. Whether it be refusing to try and immediately pack up the Ukraine situation to the best of his goddamn ability, or even if he was going to warmonger, slow-rolling weapons, sending dusty-ass equipment, like not even doing the warmongering aspect of it correctly, saber rattling against Vladimir Putin, thinking that like bringing in Finland and Sweden into NATO is somehow going to be a big prize for him, continuing along with Trump's demands that European countries offer more of a higher percentage of their GDP for NATO, which when Trump did it, liberal media thought it was disastrous, for the record, even though it was an Obama-era policy that Trump actually forced European countries to commit to. Obviously, there's also the whole genocide situation. I mean, that is an unimaginable, cruel, singular, legacy-tarnishing act. I mean, his legacy, obviously, but like, I think Biden will be forever remembered as Genocide Joe, who oversaw the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. It still sucks how he executed it. No, let's just cope. No, he didn't. Remember, numbers on the board, 13 of our best soldiers died, right? 13 of our best soldiers died, okay? 67 soldiers died in Afghanistan when Donald Trump was overseeing the Afghan withdrawal that he never actually committed to. If anything, the Afghan withdrawal was f***ed up because we killed an aid worker on the way out and his whole family. The bombing in Kabul.
It invited, and by the way, look, I despise war.
Bad, all the people on the planes going crazy. I mean, as far, yes. Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to someone who doesn't give a shit about the civilian population of Afghanistan and only cares about Americans. Yes, on that front, it was disastrous. And things that came after were also disastrous, like freezing the assets of the Afghan government and refusing to give back the newly constructed Taliban-run Afghan government the billions of dollars that the previous Afghan government had, also shutting off any opportunity from NGOs from working with the Taliban government in Afghanistan and making things infinitely worse. There was a ton of things that the Biden administration did that were disastrous for the population of Afghanistan. But these guys don't give a fuck about that. They're talking about how like 13 soldiers died. That's all they care about.
Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to reassemble the Soviet Union, the natural place to start is Ukraine. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time, and he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine, and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Let me finish telling. I told you we'll take lots of digressions in a second.
My position is, in spite of any sort of ambition that America has in Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is still ultimately unjustifiable. Make no mistake. Whatever Tucker Carlson says about Euromaidan, I think ultimately the best possible thing for Russia to do in that process in order to continue maintaining its sovereignty despite American and Western encroachment was to pull a China, continue maintaining trade and continue developing decent relationships, make yourself irreplaceable, which would have been fine, but no. Also, an American mainstream broadcaster that is as popular as Tucker Carlson talking about Euromaidan, I assume he is an agent for Russia at that point.
Let me finish telling the narrative.
No, it's not that he's talking to Jeffrey Sachs. He's been saying this from before.
Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was, this is terrible, but there's nothing we...
Wait, what is this argument? This is so dumb. Who gives a shit? What do you mean you're mad at Russia for developing pipelines? What? Doesn't this also make Biden the GOAT then? From your estimation, he blew it up. It blew up under his watch, at least. I don't understand how he's like anti-Biden, but also is let's see where he goes with this.
I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Oh my God, brother, what? Dude, what are you saying? Oh my God, oh my Lord. First of all, Germany is our friend from this equation. I think they would benefit tremendously from cheaper gas. There is no real justification for trying to cut the pipeline. There's just, unless you're an environmentalist, I guess that's the one group of people I will say is justified in their anger and resentment for more pipelines. Okay,
has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
So you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to.
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't. Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't.
Germany did not want Nord Stream 2 anymore. Stop. Come on. Yeah, famously, countries hate cheaper energy. That's the one thing that sovereign states despise. Please stop. It became an issue of major political consequence, even at the domestic level. While Germans certainly, plenty of Germans certainly despise Russia, are afraid of Russian encroachment. We depend on it, but didn't want to buy it from Russia. No, man, that's the cope that your government tells you so you can feel less angry. So that you can be like, no, you don't understand. My energy bill is like way higher, but that's for a good cause, a higher purpose. I would much rather get it from what? America, the moral authority on the planet? What country is providing energy to Germany that you think is a beacon of morality, chatter? Quick answer. This is if we even assume that nations don't. This is even if we assume for a brief moment, we suspend our disbelief and we assume for a brief moment that countries actually operate with morality. Countries operate. Oh, you mean, Qatar. So Qatar and Iran. It's like, I mean, look, I don't got a problem, but I don't think the German government would have the same fucking attitude. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you get it from Qatar and the Gulf Arab states plus the U.S. They're totally way more moral than Russia. No, listen. My point is, morality doesn't even factor into the equation, as evidenced by the fact that most of the energy providers are not exactly fucking beacons of morality themselves. America will genocide an entire population so that gas at the pump is $2 cheaper. And this man is trying to tell me that the German government places morality above cheaper energy. That's awesome.
Don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on.
Last time Americucks were actually nice to the Eurocucks was when they were like, all right, at least we'll let you get cheap energy. Fuck it. That was the last thing that Biden did until he was like, never mind, I'm going to blow it up, Jack.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senator's lunch, and he personally lobbied.
Do you think AFD's popularity is partially due to high energy prices? I don't know. Like I said, you make up your own mind, but I feel like unprecedented economic volatility paired up with German history turns into, I don't know. Germans got one note. Whenever the cost of living crisis increases, Germans tend to move in a very weird way. And considering that they're also developing a weapons industry now, who knows? Who knows how things might work? If I was an Austrian right now, I'd be kind of scared. I'd be looking at Germany real weird.
Lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that
Polish
lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay. So tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis. But I don't doubt your sincerity, that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service in the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear,
and did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side.
Yeah, the only reason why you changed your position is because Trump changed his position and the base very quickly moved away. Republicans are the funniest group of individuals, man. I love listening to Republicans try to fucking play this song and dance here. First of all, there's never a war that they haven't enjoyed. Secondly, it's incredibly funny that a group of people that carried over Red Scare resentment post the collapse of the USSR in perpetuity only changed their position because they went and read a couple posts on a Telegram group. Like, how do you rewrite a major foreign adversary in your mind that you've been primed into fucking hating because you think they're communist, only to turn around and be like, I actually like them now because they're defending the war against woke? That I will never understand. I do think that you could get Republicans to be pro-communist, I think, like with a couple tweaks in the messaging. I think you could get Republicans to be on board with communism, like full gay space luxury communism. Not even like MAGA communism. I'm talking like straight up. I mean, think about how they tweaked on tariffs, trade protectionism. They were speaking like a 1990s anti-NAFTA union leader. They were taking it up to the streets being like, yeah, NAFTA. We need to do trade protectionism right now. And then a day later, Trump was like, never mind. And then they were like, brilliant, masterful gambit, sir. I swear to God, if Donald Trump was like, I'm a communist now, there would be a significant boost.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, did the most damaging administration
at the end,
in history.
where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is. But it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe. Look, there's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning.
Okay.
They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt.
Look,
hold on. So you and I are agreeing on a lot. We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you said...
What have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war. And
Nord Stream was just bad. It was a good geopolitical move for Russia in preparation for the war. I think better trade relationships and deeply embedding yourself in the European markets is a surefire way to make yourself irreplaceable. And therefore, you have a lot more options in terms of avoiding conflict.
Look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality game. I'm in the U.S. interest game. Why did I want Nord Stream?
You quite literally are in that game. Your morality is just twisted, and you say all of America's enemies are true evil, and all of America's allies are the absolute moral authority. You have said that over and over again for the past hour and 47 minutes. Israel doing a genocide, ultimately the best, most moral country. Iran not doing a genocide, definitely the most evil country that deserves to be nuked, that deserves a decapitation strike.
Two stopped because it would strengthen Russia, and Russia's our enemies. It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay, I think the chances of that are zero.
You think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay, so
come on, man.
I don't know. So I don't know who did it. In terms of the theories that had been put out there, the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. That just I can't even articulate why they would do that. The idea that Biden did that. Look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in? I guess you in.
So that leads
the Norwegians, the Ukrainians, NATO, whatever.
Look, that leads me to, you know, who benefits? And it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did because Biden was so weak, I don't think he would give the order.
Oh my God, he can't even hand it to Biden. He thinks it's a good, oh my God. He thinks it's a good thing. But he can't get himself to admit that maybe Biden played a role in it. That's so funny. You don't think Ukraine did it? You had that one girl that said it? No, I think first of all, I don't think Ukraine can do it on their own. I think there's no way. It's like when Israel does certain things and you're like, oh, Israel did this on its own. It's like, no, there's plausible deniability, but it's not, especially with a country like Ukraine. Israel has its own espionage capabilities. But oftentimes, like, America still gives the go-ahead, has the knowledge, and offers tools. And especially with Ukraine, I don't think Ukraine has the capabilities of doing it on their own. The idea that it was like Polish, the idea that it was like a Polish infiltrators or something, I think is silly. I think it was definitely a cooperative project between American agencies and Ukraine.
Right? I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
Look, I was in favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up.
Like, do I think Ukraine did the drone strikes? Yes. I think Ukraine did the whole bringing the trucks full of drones. Like, that's a sophisticated operation. But I think Ukraine has the capacity to pull that off, especially because they're very good with drone warfare in general. I would go so far as to say that they're probably better than America with respect to drone warfare. But when it comes down to like an deep underwater explosion, that the level of expertise necessary to conduct an operation like that is not something that Ukraine has the capabilities of pulling off.
So I'm supportive of that, but I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden gave that order.
But in
I
general,
could see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
Yeah. And you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I got to say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely, like, I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending.
Okay, that's a pretty good take from Ted, and I think he's being honest when he says that.
Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that
oh God, he's such a I'm defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors. Shut the up.
Tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. Not like. You just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are. But I haven't said that.
That's absurd. Yeah, those neocons that oppose the Iraq War,
right.
But like that's
okay. But I haven't called you that because name calling.
You just said which you are, so you just called that.
Okay.
Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names, and I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe. And I don't think that you.
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Well, he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
But do you think he is our? No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question.
I don't. He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
No, you're saying. But you won't say he is our enemy. And look, like I
know in what sense. I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all.
Ted, ask him if he wants to be enemies with China. Go ahead. Come on, Ted. Be like, do you want to be enemies with China?
It may help some people in the United States, but in general,
let me be clear.
I don't want to be.
I don't want to be at war with Russia. I don't think it is in our interest to be at war with Russia.
With China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China in tension, so I agree with you there. But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think
he's not going to say that because they both want to fight China.
He is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war with him over that. Okay. But I'm not naive. And like I watched your episode.
He's a bad man. Okay.
Look, I watched your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and I'm
was that disloyal? Do you think?
It was just weird. It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand. I'm not attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely like, I don't get.
Like when you called me an anti-Semite, you weren't attacking me, you were just noticing.
No,
but may I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying the United States, the Biden administration, with your help, full support, began this war on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine. And one of the things was they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, of the international financial system. Yeah. And my first response was, this is going to really hurt the US dollar, which it has. And I hope someday we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And
but I can agree with you. Like
no. But I was accused of being. I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is
it looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions.
Oh. It's like it's weird, especially for Tucker Carlson to do that. Like a champion of U.S. empire in perpetuity, who still is seemingly championing U.S. empire and America's global hegemonic status, to go to the foreign adversary and be like, they're eating super cheap hotcakes over here in Russia. Their McDonald's burger is better than ours. You know, that type of thing is strange. Like, people constantly say, I'm pro-Russia. I would not go to Russia and do that. Maybe the only part that I would do is probably glaze the metro holdover from the USSR from the Stalin era. But that's it. You know what I mean? Like, that was the only part that I think is like appropriate. Better burger, bridge too far. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think it was because he wanted to showcase the silliness of sanctions. I think he is pro-Russia. Might even gotten money from Russia. And I think it's also additionally crazy that he got to do all of that, come back to the United States under the brand of leadership with not even a speck of scrutiny. And I can't even say Israel sucks without Donald Trump and his administration and his Department of Homeland Security detaining me at the border, taking away my global entry, and who knows what else. What the going on? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Yeah, I think Tucker Carlson he has this like weird Vivek Ramaswamy style attitude that like he wants to decouple Russia and China and bring Russia back into the U.S. sphere of influence and then use Russia as an enemy of China. That's what I think is his goal.
Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice, with low food costs and no homeless people.
All right,
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get wars with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that?
So, look, it's a weird argument that you do often, which is, listen, things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about any enemies around the world.
Republican senators,
Republicans
they don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that
and our country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused on Iran or Putin.
So you believe that I don't care about America. I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either, like nobody cares?
I believe that your focus is way too on other countries. It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way?
By the way, everything Tucker Carlson feels about Russia, I feel about China. And if Tucker Carlson actually was an honest person and not a white supremacist, or like saw Chinese people as like normal people and not like, I don't know, the whatever Orientalist framework he's operating off of, and he went to China and cut a video similar to what he did in Russia, especially considering the cost of living is infinitely more affordable in China than Russia, and the streets are just as clean in China as opposed to Russia, and China has a much more robust infrastructure than Russia. He would do an iShowSpeed style China Glaze session, but he's not an honest broker, and he wants to just go to war with China because he's terrified of America no longer being the global superpower.
I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin...
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar. And I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the...
Bro, he's on his last leg here. This interview looked so bad for him. God damn, dude. I got to see. What are we at?
Look,
view count
you were in about 80...
900,000 in 10 hours. Ted didn't calculate the cost benefit of doing this interview. Tucker being forced out of Fox is one of the greatest events of this decade. Our politicians are complete dirtbags. Law, that's the last time any U.S. politician agrees to do an interview with Tucker, with the exception of maybe Thomas Massey. That $1.8 million AIPAC money sure is helping Ted Cruz out. Listening to politicians makes me feel like I need to take a shower. Tucker completely undresses Cruz. I think all the senators and congressmen should be asked how much they receive from AIPAC in their election contribution. The AIPAC question, you see how uncomfortable he is. If you're not convinced that our own Congress is owned by a foreign government, watch this interview. Tucker's giving a masterclass on how not to be gaslit. This is a wild back and forth. And the reality is every single politician would, Democrat or Republican both, for the record, every single politician, if met with even basic questions, would flub around and flail around the exact same way.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar. And I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured.
Dude, like, he can't even make a compelling case. Like, just say Ukraine is in the right for being invaded or something, dude. Jesus Christ. This is the one issue where America is involved for the worst reasons, but they are at least morally on the right side. You could just literally be like, well, honestly, you know, it felt good to be on the right side for once, even if it actually advanced our interests, okay, against a foreign adversary. You know, just say that. But he can't. He just can't even do that. He can't just be like, listen, this guy invaded a foreign nation. You know, we're supposed to be a law-abiding. We have international rules. I can't even get it across without laughing. Imagine an American politician saying that in 2025. Oh my God. Okay. We have to defend the international rule-based order. Oh, imagine any American politician being like, sir, excuse me, it's unacceptable for a country to violate so many norms. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, can you imagine that? You are wrong. Ukraine population was used and abused to provoke Russia, which is living under U.S. empire hegemony. This position is your worst, to be honest. I don't disagree that America absolutely interfered in the affairs of Ukraine because they did not want Ukraine to be in the throes of Russian influence, and it was an entry point into an area that is close in proximity to Moscow. I am in disagreement with the way Russia conducted itself. I think that Russia's conduct in terms of literally invading Ukraine was a gift to American generals, the military-industrial complex. It basically turned into a major gift. There was a $50+ billion hole in the military-industrial complex budget left after our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and we very quickly moved all of those numbers to Ukraine. That's all it did. And in the process, like Lindsey Graham says in his moments of honesty, they used 5% of their military budget, didn't actually kill a single active duty service member, while simultaneously fighting and trying to actively cripple a foreign adversary. Russia's invasion of Ukraine also galvanized Europe's militarization and also caused 2 additional countries to join NATO that previously had a handshake neutrality agreement. Like, before Israel, the entire planet was at the very least like thinking that they were on the morally righteous side, and they were constantly patting themselves on the back. The entire Western world and America's sphere of influence grew as a consequence of that, because all of a sudden, NATO was justified. All of a sudden, NATO's existence was justified because the one reason why NATO is supposed to exist is because Russian encroachment, or the USSR, right? It's supposed to be anti-communist formation. It's kind of like when the mafia comes over to your storefront and says, it'd be a real shame if your storefront broke because there's some other scary organized criminal elements out there. And then you volunteer and you join the protection racket. But then there is actually another fucking gang down the line, and it does break your window front. And then, of course, all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe it wasn't so bad that the mafia was on my side. You know, America's the first gang that came up. The second gang is the Russian gang that justified the first gang's protection racket.
I'm merely saying,
when you said every world leader kills people, it puts them all on
emphasis on what's happening inside the country. That's it.
Is there a moral difference between America and our enemies? Is there a moral difference between America?
Of course.
And what is it? Articulate it. It's valuable to say why. Why are we a better country founded on better values than China? What's the difference?
I'll tell you why.
And I know
because the whole purpose of America is to protect the God-given rights that each person possesses by virtue of being created by God.
Amen.
By being human. That's the point of our founding documents. And no other country articulates that in the way that we do. And that's what I love about America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving. So I really love the country. Despite going to a Russian grocery store, despite asking you questions about AIPAC, I love America is the truth. And I love Trump. So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does as well. And I think his foreign policy has been vigorously protecting that. And I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate your taking all this time.
Sure.
And I know you didn't mean it. When you called me those names. Thank you, Senator.
He's such a weirdo. Tucker Carlson is so fucking weird. The whole like fake laugh thing that he does, it like really freaks me out. I don't know why. It's so disarming. Brother, are you joking? Are you fucking kidding me? Busted again. Motherfucking Cancun cruise, this time in Greece. Oh my Lord. I mean, listen, guys, you have to understand something. After he did this like really, really difficult thing, voting for the continuation of tax cuts for the wealthiest in American society, he had to obviously take a big vacation. Okay, let's get started on the warning systems and the potential failures. I'm going to go pee real quick.
We're going to begin this morning with the heartbreak and the hope you see there after that catastrophic flooding in Texas. More than 80 people have died, most of them in Kerr County, Texas. That's outside San Antonio. We're sorry to say that dozens are still missing at this hour.
And that number includes children from Camp Mystic, one of multiple camps along the Guadalupe River. Many people are now asking, was there enough warning before the floods hit Friday morning? CBS Evening News anchor Maurice Dubois is leading our coverage. He's in Kerrville, Texas. Maurice, good morning.
Nate, good morning to you. The Guadalupe River just about 100 feet behind me here, but on Friday, at this very time, it was nearly 100 yards over its banks here, well above me and well beyond where I'm standing, uprooting all kinds of trees, leaving behind a trail of debris. Summer camps and campgrounds like this one, popular draw here in Kerr County, where dozens of people were simply swept away and killed after the river rose rapidly from all that torrential rain. Video from nearby Center Point, Texas here shows the moment the river started swelling. And then minutes later, the landscape becomes unrecognizable, submerged in the floodwaters. As the recovery process begins, many have expressed concern about the lack of early warnings from local and federal authorities. While flood alerts started coming in during the day on Thursday, the first alert warning people to evacuate Kerr County did not come until 4:03 in the morning. Most people obviously in a deep sleep at that point. Some blame the National Weather Service for underestimating the flood risk and for lack of urgent alerts. Others note that Kerr County does not have its own flood warning system. We spoke with one family, Carmen Jaime, and her 8-year-old son, Esteban. They recalled the moment they decided to grab all their stuff, stuff it into their RV, and get away from this RV campsite where they'd been celebrating the holiday.
I was thinking like, oh, it's time to go to the water park. No. The water park is outside.
You thought she was waking you up for fun?
Mm-hmm. But no, this was bad. This was a warning.
What do you think of this whole situation?
Scared.
Scary?
Nervous.
What scared you the most?
The river rising up.
What did it sound like?
Racking, all of that. Like tree branches falling off, like chairs flying, barbecue pits, everything.
Do you think we were going to make it out on time?
Probably not, but we safely did.
Brave little boy. His mom there, she has been a science teacher. She told him about the power of Mother Nature, and now they actually witnessed it firsthand, and they're simply trying to process it.
Texas is grieving right now.
Oh, wow. Ted Cruz is there instead of flying at the Cancun again. Shocked, I tell you. I guess it's because his house is not at risk of flash flooding, so he didn't have to escape. Shocking to see him actually doing his job. Yeah, maybe he had a layover. Yeah, maybe the flash floods actually didn't let him fly out with his private jet or something. Yeah, here, people don't understand how fast this developed. A time-lapse video provided by an eyewitness showed floodwaters rising over a causeway in Kingsland, Texas, completely submerging it in the span of a few minutes. Just so you understand. And we've covered this over the course of the past couple of days pretty extensively. 26 feet in like 4 minutes. But one of the issues with these kinds of like flash floods and whatnot is that oftentimes you get warnings and nobody takes them seriously. And usually it doesn't happen this fast. But the reason why people don't take them seriously is because like you get them all the time. Like I've gotten flash flood warnings in Los Angeles and it's led to nothing, right? And I don't know. I mean, here, let's take a look at this just so you understand. That's Llano River, not Guadalupe, but yeah, same principle. This is a 50-minute increase, but like, look how fast it goes from 1711. The road exists, okay? Look at this. 1711 road exists. Boom. 1717, it's gone. Okay? It went from 511 to 5 by 5 from 511 to like 516, the road is completely submerged. Like that's crazy. Is it because of a storm? It's because of rainfall. They got tremendous rainfall. It's basically like a dam collapsing. Like that's what it feels like. Yeah. The issue is there's massive drought. So then there's already massive drought. So then the environment is like the environment is already susceptible to flash floods for that reason. And then there's massive rainfall that follows after the massive drought, and the ground can't soak up the water fast enough. Okay. And you create this incredible condition where these areas that are known floodplains have a significantly higher amount of water that blow through. Here's some more footage of the flash floods as well. 4 videos: the initial wall of water. 2, 15 minutes after the wall, tree sucked under the bridge. 3, 25 minutes after the wall, flood at bridge level. 4, 30 minutes after the wall, flood, floating house hits bridge. If you want to understand why the soil was struggling to absorb the water, try watering your houseplants that you forgot about and watch how the soil and water behave. Yeah. Even in the Alvey situation, someone had concreted over a culvert. This is also going to be an increasing problem whenever Nestle has sucked up water table dry to fill those bottles they sell us. Oh, you mean Nestle. I don't know why I read it as Nestle. Yeah. Also, you have to remember, there are always people that turn around and say like, oh, these are red states, they deserve it or whatever. Obviously, they don't. Okay, nobody deserves this. I don't give a what they voted for. I don't even care if they deny climate change. Okay, and obviously that's not the case. Regardless, in many of these circumstances, you have like 40% of the state, some of the most underserved, marginalized communities that live in these areas that are literally voting for the Democrats. It's just that they're so disenfranchised through voter suppression and numerous other methods that it doesn't matter. Like their existence doesn't matter. Just like there's 4 million registered Republican voters in the state of California. A lot of people forget that like California as a state has more Republicans than Republican states like 2, 3 Republican states combined, okay? And in the red states, there's a fuck ton of Democrat voters as well. Not that party allegiances matter at all. It doesn't, okay? Party loyalty doesn't matter, especially in times of like natural disasters, okay? It does not matter. So I don't participate in that kind of talk regardless, but I always try to, I always try to make a note of this this kind of attitude that people have, like to immediately just to suffocate this kind of sentiment before it starts. It will matter to Trump, though. He will dictate it as if a state gets help based on state voters, sadly. Yeah, I mean, that's a totally separate situation. But listen. Like, look at this. That's a house. It's picked up a house. And it's slamming the house into the bridge. How do you talk liberals down who have zero empathy for people who vote Republican? I have friends who continue to celebrate people's suffering. I mean, a couple things. One, liberals are very aware of I guess, like, marginalized people living in these places. This is an instance, like, these states not turning liberal is also a consequence of like voter disenfranchisement and not like some kind of issue with the morality of the people. Okay? So understand that first and foremost. Secondly, there are millions of people that, including children, but also millions of people that are in these states that already vote liberal and also have oftentimes in these areas a higher density of black and brown people as well in these areas. What is voter disenfranchisement? Gerrymandering, making it seem as though, or creating an environment where your votes don't matter at all, even if you are a Democrat or a leftist in a deep red state, creating new barriers that get in the way, creating new barriers and unnecessary hurdles that get in the way of voting. There are many different ways in which Democrats in red states and in red districts, depending on gerrymandering, could actually swing a state, but they can't. Not that it matters. Like I said, I don't personally care about. I don't care about the voter, the ideological background or the types of voters that are getting destroyed in a natural disaster. Just like I always advocate for universality unconditionally when talking about what must be done in terms of like social safety nets, in terms of Medicare for all. Okay? This is the same principle. Especially when everyone gets cooked in this process, everyone gets destroyed in this process, and it's very important for people to understand that. And it's important for people to also make an argument that isn't like weirdly unsympathetic for no reason, especially when this should be an opportunity for people to educate people. This should be an opportunity to be like, first and foremost, it should be an opportunity to lend support and then educate people. Like, that should be the goal here. Like, this is yet another crisis that was avoidable, okay? These things, like, we have the capacity to create successful prevention methods. We have the capacity to harden our infrastructure. We don't do any of those things, okay? So get mad at the real people that are, get mad at the people who are actually responsible for these deadly events, rather than victims of said deadly events. I don't share your optimism, unfortunately. Well, you should. You should suck it the fuck up. Even from a cynical, sociopathic perspective, you should act as though you are empathetic, even if you're not, because it is utterly unproductive. Not only is it immoral, but it's also utterly unproductive. So suck it the fuck up and talk about how these are issues born out of climate change. And if we can't even handle the realities of climate change, we at least have to work to harden our infrastructure and to make sure that we limit the damage that these once-in-a-lifetime extreme weather conditions create. On the other hand, you have Republicans who are actively working on conspiracy theories, trying to move people's attention away from the real issues, okay? You have the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world claiming that this is a consequence of like man-made weather modification or whatever, okay? It's important to educate people. It's important to educate people in the aftermath of events such as this one and bring them on board with a more productive solution rather than to leave them astray. Because that's how you arrive at people believing in chemtrails and cloud seeding initiatives that are causing these, or Jewish space lasers that are causing these natural disasters. Okay? Anyway, let's get to Ted Cruz.
The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state.
Hassan, I'm from Lampasas, Texas, where we're currently experiencing flooding as well. My Facebook is full of Jesus Take the Wheel posts. I post opposing views all the time. They double down that it's not this administration's fault. They say God is good, and how dare I question him? It's insane. I feel like these people can't be educated. They're so stuck. Yeah, but for every person that you feel like can't be educated, there's definitely still going to be people that recognize that these things are happening way more frequently, and they've noticed that they're happening in an alarming rate and an increasing frequency and an increasing magnitude in their lifetimes. And there's always someone you can convince. You should never give up on convincing people on what the truth is, okay? I don't, and you shouldn't either. Can you imagine if I was like, what are you going to do? F it, these people. If I just did that, I mean, that undermines everything that I seek out here. That undermines everything that I want this community to do. You feel me? So let's continue.
As of yesterday, the confirmed death.
This sociopath is like trying to come across as though he's like empathetic here, which is crazy.
Toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic. That's every parent's nightmare.
Yeah, also, this is a point as well, obviously. A common progressive fantasy is that once conservatives see the consequences of climate change, they will have some sort of come to Jesus moment, but it's always pretty obvious to people paying attention that they are just going to blame it on deep state flooding tech and learn nothing. But I think this is a defeatist attitude to have, because for every 5 people that will do this exact same thing, there will be 3 people that can be convinced. So you have to work every single day to convince those 3 people, to find those 3 people and convince them, okay? I think it's unproductive to just like harden your stance. It's unproductive to harden your stance and just be like, well, you voted for this, have fun with it, especially when plenty of people there did not vote for this at all. And even the people that did vote for this are, they're obviously first and foremost victim to the horrifying nature of these sorts of disasters, but then they're also victim to the misinformation from the start. You all have family members, immediate family members, who are stuck in this incredible misinformation vacuum, you know? Think about it like that. Think about trying to convince those people, your loved ones, because you never know, you know? You never know. One day something might stick. And I know that the government is never going to engage in this sort of like deprogramming, and that's already a scary thing to say to begin with. You know, people will go, oh, you mean camps? You want to do re-education camps or whatever, right? So you need to use the immediate relationships that you have with a lot of these people to educate them on the truth. This is a large enough community that we can make an impact that way. No matter how marginal, it's still significant. That's why I don't shy away from talking to people directly where they're at anytime I can. Now, of course, I still have my moments. I still have my angry moments where I just like pop off. But otherwise, it's always good to try and engage in messaging discipline and to be cool, calm, and collected, and use it as an opportunity to teach people. Oh yeah, I also donated to Alveus Sanctuary as well. While I wasn't live at the time, but boom, immediately the alerts are busted again. Let's fix them real quick. Boom, boom, not a problem. Yeah, Alveus was fundraising.
Oh, God.
Alveus is fundraising right now because like their street, the road up to the Alveus Sanctuary is busted in the Texas floods, and I don't know how much money they raised, but I saw that they were doing that, so I just dropped a stack in there.
Super, thank you so much. Hassan just donated 10K. Hassan! What the heck? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my God, that is insane. That is insane. Thank you. Wow, what the heck? It's still called WWII, but thank you for the thank you for the $10,000 donation. That is insane. Is this on live? Or you did that offline too?
I was not live.
Offline is crazy. Thank you so much. Hassan also texted me this morning just to check on everybody here, which was really nice. Wow, thank you so much.
So when are you going to get a building named in your honor at the sanctuary? I don't know how much money I've fundraised for the sanctuary, but, you know, I don't think I'll be getting a building named after me anytime soon. But I'm down to do more. Rose still called WWII, but you got culvert pipe named after you. Wait, what is this? I don't know what this road naming business is. Thank you so much, Ray, for the raid. I was not watching the stream, like, so I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But
And thank you for the $10,000 donation. Absolutely insane. Marm, thank you for the $50 donation. Absolutely insane. Hassan also donated $10,000, so we officially have WWII Road and Hassan Piper, our culvert pipe.
what is the pipe, the culvert pipe? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. What the hell?
Lock it. Oh my God.
My baby. My baby.
Ray.
For the roads.
Ray just donated 10 grand.
Yeah.
Valkyrie.
Dude, that shit's
$10,000.
Expensive.
Ray, thank you so much. What the heck?
Yeah.
Oh my
W.
God.
Ray.
She'll make me cry.
What? Thank you. Is she live right now? Ray, what the heck?
I'm gonna cry.
Thank you so much. Oh my God.
That's so up.
Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road. That's so cute. Valky Way. Wait, pause. Those are both so good.
Damn, look at her slamming blue moons on the job. Drinking on the job. We're not paying you for this, all right? Get back to work. Get back to building the roads.
Valky Way.
Valky Way. Oh, it's so cute.
Oh, it's the drain pipe that goes under the road that lets the water pass through? Oh, nice.
On the autism test.
What is this?
I want him to retake it.
What?
And I want to correct his biased answers.
What the hell? What?
Minimum 150. Because I think I remember seeing clips of him did I watch I can't remember if I watched the whole thing or not, if I saw clips. It's been so long, but I remember seeing him answer some of those questions incorrectly. Like, he thinks that he's not doing some of these things.
No.
But he does them a lot.
No. That's crazy.
He has to redo it.
127 is good. It's a nice number. Let's not go crazy here, okay? It's not higher than 127. I don't want to max out my autism score. Okay? I don't want to. This is slander. 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 These are slanderous lies. Maya switched up on your laugh. Exposed.
Clip. Hassan,
What is-
funny laugh. I love Hassan's laugh. Everyone loves Hassan's laugh.
Now. Oh my God. Exposed. Oh, okay.
Did you hear it? It's hard to hear because these mics are on our mouths, but Connor laughed at his laugh. Do you hear it?
Exposed. Exposed. Freaking caught, dude. It turns out my laugh is not bad. It is contagious, as a matter of fact. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. This mustache was not it. I disagree. A lot of people are demanding I bring the stash back. They're saying that. Many people are saying that. They're saying, Hassan, bring the stash back. I mean, I'm growing the beard out right now. I'm trying to do a little ASMR for you. But yeah, your fit's fire today. Thank you. I can pull off the stash. I can do it. But yeah, what about a landing strip? My man's got gray patches in his beard. Oh yeah, I do. What is this?
I was gonna say he's walking on thin. I was gonna say he better walk on thin ice, but that definitely was not what I was trying to say. He's walking on thin ice. Yes. Period. Okay. I can get Cutie to quit Fear and I could be like, listen, Cutie, we could double down on these episodes. We could do so much more, but I fear.
That's crazy.
I fear your time.
This is like, just as I squashed the beef with Maya, out of nowhere, another one of Cutie's podcast co-hosts, they always take Cutie away from me, okay? This is how it works. This is how it's always worked. It's bullshit. And now we got a new op. We got a new op chat. Straight up, new op time. New op alert.
With Fear and is holding you back. Okay? I will continue this war in Maya's stead. I will do Maya proud, and I will ruin this man. That's crazy. Surely, I mean, Cutie, what about his Cutie's baby? There's no, like, Fear and is it's like the unloved second child. And now it's yours, yes.
Hassan, left side question. Why you let people speak ill of your name for this long? That's crazy. What the are you talking about? Who gives a shit?
Every mom and dad. Last week, we were picking up our daughter from camp here in Hunt. Our girls have gone to camp here for a decade. The Hill Country is an incredible part of Texas, part of the country. The natural beauty here is incredible. The camps that have raised generations of little girls and little boys and instilled character and love and faith are extraordinary institutions. And I'll tell you, the pain in our state, and it's every part of the state. You've got Texans from all over the state who were here celebrating the 4th of July. A week ago, this was a time of great celebration. You're dropping your little girl off at camp, your little boy off at camp. You're celebrating Independence Day. You know that your child is going to be swimming and canoes and horseback riding and doing archery and making lifetime friends. And then suddenly it turns to tragedy. For the last several days, I've spoken to multiple parents, scared out of their mind. Do you know anything? Where is my daughter? There's still 10 girls and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for. And the pain and agony of not knowing your child's whereabouts, it's the worst thing imaginable. But I want to say, in the face of all of this, it is simultaneously inspiring. Every time there's a tragedy, every time there's a natural disaster in Texas, Texans come together. Texas is a big state. We got 31 million people, and we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have wildfires. Tragedies hit this state, natural disasters hit this state, and without fail, 100 out of 100 times when that happens, we see Texans coming together, helping each other, engaging in acts of heroism. There have been over 850 high water rescues since this flooding began. 850.
Cruz a bad actor? I know. I mean, he's both a nefarious player here and also responsible. I met a new girl who believes in weather machines and all the classic conspiracy theories, but she's from a small town in South Dakota. She's lived her whole life. I don't blame her. Many of these people are nice people, but just misguided and are in an echo chamber of misinformation and wrongly placed anger and fear. Exactly. Exactly. Especially when you can like directly point to some of the initiatives of this government. This is part of the reason why I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but this is part of the reason why I get mad at the Democrats. Because Democrats should be, one, immediately helping on the recovery and relief efforts, which they are, but also simultaneously speaking from every podium, every avenue available about how cutting the National Weather Service and cutting NOAA and the defunding and the austerity that this government is engaging in is so devastating, is so deadly. People are still going to obviously talk about how, this couldn't be prevented. It's a natural disaster. There are systemic reasons as to why these natural disasters that are supposed to be once in a lifetime are happening with higher frequency, right? There's obviously that, and that should be talked about, climate change specifically in this context. But then there's also the prevention and the infrastructure hardening that needs to happen, knowing full well that the magnitude and frequency of these extreme weather conditions, extreme weather events are increasing at an alarming rate. It's no longer once every 100 years. It's no longer once every 50 years. It's not even once every 25 years. It's not even once every 5 years. It's happening yearly. And at that point, it's just a normal part of existence. And we have to, at the very least, create some sort of protection to make sure that we protect people and to avoid unnecessary deaths. And it's not just happening yearly, yes, it's happening multiple times a year as well. It's like, that is the reality. And then on top of that, and then at the last stage, we talk about the recovery and relief. Okay? There's also that aspect of it, because on the recovery and relief side, the Trump administration is cutting FEMA, reallocating FEMA resources to immigrant detention centers, to build immigrant detention centers like the Alligator Auschwitz that they build in Florida. They're utilizing the National Guard they're federalizing the National Guard or utilizing the National Guard to work in these these kidnapping operations of your neighbors. Utilizing the Marine Corps in this way. It's our priorities are completely out of whack. It's completely distorted. It's completely busted. And I think it's good to talk to people about that. It's good to talk to people about this and show them what the administration is tasked with doing. In the same ways that the Republicans will actively point the finger of blame at the Democrats and be like, oh, all they care about is like trans people. All they care about is trans people. Ironically enough, the Democrats don't care about trans people, but that's besides the point. Use Republican tactics in the same exact ways against them. Okay? They're nowhere to be found. And the moments where they are, they come in after the fact, after the devastation is done, and they turn around and say, oh, thoughts and prayers, okay? Thoughts and prayers. When in fact, their actions also led to the devastation and the impact being much larger than it should be.
You look at extraordinary stories of Eagle Scouts pulling campers out of harm's way. I was just hearing a story of one counselor whose head was right at the water holding up 2 mattresses with campers on those mattresses. That kind of courage, that kind of selflessness. And then there are the first responders. The local first responders, I want to thank every one of the first responders at the local level, at the city level, at the county level, at the state level, at the federal level. In the first few hours of this flood, I was on the phone with Governor Abbott, was on the phone with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, was on the phone with Nim Kidd, the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and then I called President Trump. I called President Trump. He was having dinner at the time. It was still early in what was transpiring. And I wanted him to know, I said, Mr. President, everything we're hearing right now, this appears to be bad, really bad. There may be a very significant loss of life unfolding right now in Texas. And I will tell you, the president said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air. National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down. We've all seen the videos of little girls being pulled up, hoisted out of harm's way. Incredible courage and heroism. Search and rescue is the first stage, but the process of coming together and rebuilding is going to take longer. And I will say to all the grieving families, to all of those who've gotten the worst news imaginable, that your little girl, she's gone.
Turns out Cancun cruise was in Europe over the weekend. Ted Cruz caught vacationing as tragedy strikes again. The Daily Beast reports that Ted Cruz was vacationing in Europe as floods ripped through central Texas, killing at least 89 people, including 27 campers and counselors from a summer camp. The Texas senator was spotted visiting the Parthenon in the Greek capital Athens with his wife Heidi on Saturday evening. Brother, are you joking? Are you kidding me? Oh, brother, busted again. Mother Cancun cruise, this time in Greece. Oh, my Lord. This man is, I mean, listen, guys, you have to understand something. You have to understand something. As many of you work tirelessly day in, day out with no hope of a summer vacation, both because you don't have the disposable income to pay for a summer vacation and also because your boss will never let you go, you have to understand Ted Cruz is a really hard job. And he just did his really hard job when he went to vote for the murder poor people bill, okay? And after he did this like really, really difficult thing of voting for the continuation of tax cuts for the wealthiest in American society, while simultaneously murdering poor people by cutting off their access to Medicaid and cutting off their access to SNAP, food assistance programs that they need necessary for survival, he had to obviously take a big vacation. One that will never be afforded to you, just like he has a platinum healthcare program as a consequence of being a senator. You will never have that, obviously. His job relies on you. His job basically is telling you don't deserve that, okay? Something to also remember, something to also consider. But he had to celebrate. He had to celebrate with his family. He had to celebrate with his family on vacation, okay? A lot of you are being unnecessarily rude and ruthless to Ted Cruz. I mean, he had a really tough go at it, okay?
I will say for many of us, those are friends and neighbors who've lost children. Got multiple kids who go to school with my girls. The mayor asked for prayers.
Dude, this is also like trying to be like, we're all victims here. It's like, bro, you were in Greece, okay? Like, oh, we're all victims here. Let me tell you, okay? Me, Ted Cruz, I'm a victim of this flooding. You don't understand. Half of the people who live in that area, Ted Cruz literally voted to cut their Medicaid. You understand me? Like, that's coming down the line. Half of the people, he voted to cut their Medicaid and also has actively petitioned alongside the Trump administration to cut FEMA funding or to reallocate FEMA resources to, the immigration detention scheme that this administration is doing, the immigration enforcement scheme that this administration is doing. And after doing all that, which is, a lot of work, it's just a lot of hard work, he had to off and go to Greece. Okay?
And I want to say thank you to the millions of Texans, to the millions of Americans, to the millions of people all over the world right now who are praying for Texas and praying for those parents. Going through this grief, it is going to take...
Do you think a Zoran-style campaign can work in Texas? Absolutely. Absolutely. It can work everywhere. It needs to be adjusted to whatever the expectations of the state is. But overall, the Zoran thing... The Zoran campaign is a national one. We saw this with Bernie Sanders, okay? Because Zoran, like the optics of Zoran in New York work because New York is a immigrant city, okay? So people are more susceptible to hearing this kind of left-wing populism from a Muslim dude who's Indian and from Uganda, right? Now, there are obviously racial hurdles that would make it harder for someone like Zoran to craft a successful campaign in a place like Texas. Having said that, it's not impossible. Even someone like Zoran could do this in a place like Texas as well, exactly with the same kind of background. But like I said, it's not Zoran's background that's important here, okay? His background can be a hurdle, make it harder to communicate effectively to as broad an audience as possible, especially if they're just like straight up racist, or if you have like a female candidate, they have to overcome misogyny. Like these are things that just make it harder, but that doesn't make it impossible. And Zoran's importance here, Zoran's campaign here, is not who he is as an individual, it's what he said, okay? He was able to make people realize that there is an alternative method out there from a campaign that actually puts people first, rather than the interests of corporations and the wealthy. You can absolutely do this everywhere, okay? There are versions of this that even in places like Texas that have started a fire, like the Beto O'Rourke campaign. If you look at it, like the initial Beto O'Rourke campaign that was like an underdog story was cultivated around the same kind of progressive messaging, had the exact same door knockers. There's a lot of people in this chat that live in Texas that probably found themselves awash with the Beto O'Rourke method and the Beto O'Rourke movement. Now, what he became shortly thereafter was obviously another establishment machine politician, and it failed spectacularly. But even the significant gains that Beto was able to make in a short period of time in the exact same style of like door knocking, that in and of itself, not 2020, we're talking Beto, 2018, I think. Like all of those, like that is that should not be looked at as a failure, okay? Because if Beto O'Rourke was a earnest, real progressive fighter, a socialist, okay, card-carrying socialist, he'd get back to work and he'd keep pushing, and he would still focus on progressive policies, left populism, create a campaign around universality, uplifting the poor. These sorts of things are very successful. They're so successful that Donald Trump has lied about them. Donald Trump has lied about being this person, okay? So yes, a Zoran-style campaign can happen all around the country.
Love, it is going to take friends and family embracing and hugging and holding them while they weep. And it's going to take the church. With every disaster, one of the things we see here in Texas is the church steps up and the church helps and the church feeds and clothes and comforts. This morning, I met with a group of chaplains who've been going through the incredibly difficult process of talking to mom and dad after mom and dad who just lost the most precious person they ever knew. And those chaplains are just trying to love them and show God's love. So I want to say we will come through this. To those in the midst of grief right now, that might seem hard to fathom. But
yeah, church should replace the welfare state. Here's another great take from this. Obviously, the initial reports are coming out already. Officials feared the flood risk of Texan youth camps were imminent, but rejected a warning system, deeming it too expensive. Okay? Officials feared flood risk to youth camps, but rejected a warning system. And Adam Johnson says, one thing the left, such as it is, needs to emphasize over and over is that local/state budget constraints are entirely artificial. They're manufactured austerity. If the federal government can invent $38 billion out of thin air to fund a genocide, it can afford to build flood warning systems. These budget shortfalls are not real. The federal government can invent money and transfer it to states for essential projects whenever it wishes. We simply choose not to because subjecting 50 states and thousands of municipalities to a game of neoliberal bum fights empowers capital. This person doesn't understand the point. He says local state budget constraints are real. They are, except the federal government can aid and abet, okay? The federal government can always offer additional funds and additional resources in times of necessity. It is always a matter of interest. It is not a matter of, it is the biggest hurdle. The biggest hurdle here is never, oh, where will we find the money? Because there's always money for war. The biggest hurdle is, how do we actually reallocate these resources to these sorts of incredibly important and sometimes costly prevention methods? The conversation around deficits only become a serious point of contention when the expenditures we're talking about help the working poor, okay? They only talk about how will we fund this whenever it's something that helps you out. The government literally only talks about how we're going to fund this. How are we going to fund this? This is so costly. Whenever it's something like you getting healthcare, it's something like you getting the proper education, it's something like your infrastructure getting the proper funds. There is never a question in either party about how are we going to pay for it when it comes down to funding war, funding endless militarism, funding all of these imperial adventures overseas. There is never a question about how we're going to pay for it ever. Every single year, every single congressional session, we increase the military budget by hundreds of billions of dollars. Even in this last Trump tax cut bill, the big beautiful bill, the big bomb for the working poor, there was $150 additional billion for the military. There was $175 billion for Trump's immigration enforcement scheme. There's always money for the military. There's always money for the police at the local budgets. Okay, and there's always money for some kind of enforcement mechanism. There's never money. There's never enough money for these sorts of resource allocation initiatives when it's saving people's lives. Okay, here's the New York Times on this as well. As floods hit, key roles were vacant at weather service offices in Texas. Some experts say staff shortages might have complicated forecasters' ability to coordinate responses with local emergency management officials. Do not let these assholes get away with it, okay? They'll say thoughts and prayers. They'll say now is not the time. That's the thing that I told you. Initially, when people ask these questions like, how could this have happened? How could this have happened? The first response from Republicans will be, oh, now is not the time. Now is not the time. No, it is the time. When is the appropriate time? They do this with mass shootings too, which aren't even natural disasters to begin with. Now is not the time. Don't politicize this. Now is not the time. Don't politicize it. It's like you politicized it. Oh, you are responsible for these preventable deaths. You are responsible. If you are a Republican politician, you are especially responsible for these deaths. This is what you wanted. This is what you actively designed society around.
Will come through this. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to these gentlemen here who are working. They are not sleeping. They are working every day. Thank you to the families. Thank you to the Salvation Army. Thank you to everyone who is just reaching out and saying, how can I help? we will come through this, and we'll come through this together. Thank you. And now we'll take questions.
Senator, you talked about how you know kids here, how you've taken your own kids to camp. Was it ever communicated to you that there was a need, that it was a priority to have a warning system so people had a chance to escape something like this?
Well, listen, I think anytime you're dealing with major rivers, there's a risk of flooding, and there's always been a risk of flooding, particularly on the Guadalupe River. I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame.
See, there you go. There's always a chance of disaster. God willed it. God willed it. God is great. God is good. We don't know the ways in which God works, but don't politicize it. I told you, right on script. Right on script. Now is not the time. And this is a natural disaster. It is what it is. It happens. Okay? Dude, the entire purpose of mankind that has been able to go to the moon, that has been able to build ginormous dams, that has been able to build massive skyscrapers is to overcome nature. Okay? And yes, part of that hubris is what's causing these kinds of extreme weather events to take place because of anthropogenic climate change. But there is still so much more that we can do, okay? There is still so much more that we could do in terms of proper prevention, not building campsites and not building campsites around, for example, a riverbed. Or if we do, ensuring that we have the proper resources allocated to warning systems. Bro, we can conquer a little rain, I think. I mean, this isn't that. This wasn't a little rain. That's the whole point. That's why I gave like the Pompeii example, where it's like we just keep rebuilding in the ash cheeks of a volcano over and over again, and then the volcano explodes and the lava takes over the city, and then we rebuild the city once again, and we say, it won't happen again. It won't happen again. And we don't even monitor the tectonic activities. We don't even we underfund we underfund the warning systems ahead of time so that there's no evacuation. We just refuse to learn any lessons from any of this, and it's so devastating. Sorry, 10 missing now. How many dead? There are more than 80 people that have died so far.
Political opponents for a natural disaster, and you see that with a hurricane, with a tornado, with a wildfire, with this flooding, where people immediately say, well, the hurricane is Donald Trump's fault. Look, that, I think most normal...
No one thinks the hurricane is Donald Trump's fault, jackass. Everyone says that the Republican Party has actively worked against, with the unlimited resources we have, the Republican Party in the United States of America is actively creating a more harmful environment, a more dangerous environment. I don't think that people behave in the ways that they're claiming. That is the Republicans that will say, oh, the hurricane is Joe Biden's fault. Okay? Nobody says natural disasters are a direct consequence of like whoever the president is, unless you're a Republican and the president is a Democrat. Okay? They say these things are happening with a greater frequency and greater magnitude. We have to have the proper resources allocated to prevention, to infrastructure hardening, and to proper warning systems. And then we have to have the proper resources distributed back to the recovery and rebuilding efforts. That is what people say. And the Republicans have steadily created a hurdle against such things.
Americans know that's ridiculous. And I think this is not a time for partisan finger pointing and attacks. Now, after we come through search and rescue, after we come through the process of rebuilding, there will naturally be a period of retrospection where you look back and say, okay, what exactly transpired? What was the timeline? and what could have been done differently to prevent this loss of life. And that's a natural process. I think it should not happen in a bitter and partisan sense, but it should happen in a reasonable sense of saying, what lessons can we learn? And I will give an example. You know, Houston's my hometown. If you live on the Gulf Coast, we get hurricanes. That's part of living on the Gulf Coast as hurricanes hit. And I do think Texas as a whole has learned over time how to deal more effectively with hurricanes. And so you look here, we know the National Weather Service put out an emergency warning just after 1 a.m. and a second emergency warning just after 4 a.m. Now, obviously, most people at 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. are asleep. And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, A, are there any ways to have earlier detection? And some of that, the limits of a flash flood, they're very difficult because they can arise so quickly. But everyone would agree in hindsight, if we could go back and do it again, we would evacuate particularly those in the most vulnerable areas, the young children in the cabins closest to the water. We would remove them and get them to higher ground if we could go back and do it again. Obviously, everyone would. The people in RVs by the river's edge. We know in disasters like this, RVs and mobile homes are particularly susceptible, whether a flood or a hurricane or a tornado, they're particularly susceptible to that. And so my hope is, in time, we will learn some lessons to implement to next time, and there will be another flood, there will be another disaster.
He's wrong. I mean, this is a lie also. This is literally a lie. Okay? When he says we will learn from these lessons, his previous response and his current response, as a matter of fact, shows that he's not interested in learning any of the lessons. He literally said, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. You know, these things happen. And then turning around and being like, oh, well, you know, we'll figure it out after the fact. We'll figure out what went wrong here after the fact. It's like, no, you're just pushing it down when it's no longer important in the public's eye, when it's no longer newsworthy. This is a defensive posture against, this is a defensive posture that is the opposite of problem solving, okay? An issue happens, people seek out answers when it is the most prescient, and these guys desperately move the attention away and delay with the hopes that they don't ever have to answer these questions, okay? He's not lying. They'll learn what other publicly funded services they can cut, maybe the emergency text warning system next. Republicans have become so ghoul-like. I mean, they've always been like this, chatter. Yeah, you mean salient. Sure, salient's a better word. Yes, salient. When the issue is most salient, when people are actually paying attention, when people are demanding answers in this time of crisis, they don't want to give answers in this time of crisis on purpose, because if they were to properly analyze the situation as we have done so far, even with like the limited amount of information we have thus far, we very quickly arrive at the real villains in the story, which happens to be the Republican Party. Okay? The people that are actively underfunding these systems of prevention, alerts, and analysis.
Next time there's a flood, I hope we have in place processes to remove especially the most vulnerable from harm's way. But I think that's going to be a process that will take a careful examination of what happened and how can we implement processes better in the future to prevent this same loss of life.
Senator, there were claims that the National Weather Service sent that first flash flood warning that should have alerted phones at 1:14 in the morning. But we have a federal public database maintained by PBS, PBS Warn, that says the first emergency alert wirelessly here in this area to Kerr County.
It's like, oh man, how could this have happened? How could this thing that I worked hard on, how could it have happened? I didn't realize when I cut the funding and advocated to cut the funding by cutting the fat, by trimming the fat in the federal government, that these already underfunded resources comprised of woke gay scientists were actually doing woke gay science in the form of figuring out when how devastating flash floods might look like. I don't know how this could have happened. Guy who literally is responsible for it.
It was not until after 9 a.m. That was more than 4 hours after the severe flooding had come to this area. Did you know that? Have you seen that? And what's your response, knowing the state and...
Yeah, look, he said the same thing in 2018. Senator Cruz, we will rebuild together because that's who Texans are. Surveys, flood damage in Burnett and Llano County urges Texans to heed warnings from local officials. When asked about the rebuilding process, Senator Cruz noted the bipartisan cooperation of the Texas delegation in the wake of Hurricane Harvey and the more recent flooding events. I'm amazed at the bipartisan cooperation we saw in the wake of Harvey. Harvey now goes down in history as the second most costly natural disaster in U.S. history, and we have bipartisan cooperation. First concern is getting people out of harm's way, Senator Cruz said. If there's more flooding that comes, and some of the weather reports suggest they may be coming, then please take seriously if an evacuation order is given. Don't risk it. Don't think that you can make it through. They have the script. They have just the same script that they hit over and over again every single time. Every single damn time. It's like the same script that they hit. Same footnotes. Same bullet points. Thoughts and prayers. God is good. God is great. How could this have happened? We will figure out how this could have happened, and we'll make sure that it doesn't happen again, as they literally work to make it happen again and again and again and again, and make things worse in the process.
In the NWS in recent months by this administration.
So I don't know the source for what you're saying. All of the public reporting I've seen is that there were two alerts that went out, one just after 1 a.m., one after 4 a.m. You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning. I think that's contradicted by the facts, and if you look at the facts in particular,
look. Direct question. Let's see.
A.m. one after 4 a.m. You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning.
No, those cuts were good. Those cuts were good. We saved so much money. Excuse me, sir. Talking about these cuts, you're kind of making it seem like I need to take accountability for things that I've advocated for, and I don't like it. How dare you, sir? This is not time for partisan finger pointing, sir. These cuts were good. These cuts were great. We need more of them. Also, how could this have happened? I don't like the facts that you are presenting to me.
I think that's contradicted by the...
Yeah. Texas Observer, Trump's Doge cuts are a Texas-sized disaster. Okay? This came out on July 3rd, 2025. Reckless agency layoffs and the dismantling of federal relief programs could leave the Lone Star State in peril. This was before the flash floods, right? I think. Like right before. A day before the flash floods happened, they were like, this is a ginormous issue. President Trump's commitment to energy dominance would seem to be good news for the Texan economy, but in the administration's reversal of environmental policies, including via the chaos of the Department of Government Efficiency trashing federal agencies, it is easy to overlook changes that are of particular importance to the state. On the one hand, our increasingly smaller window of short-term profit seeking seems to be focusing in the direction of accelerating fossil fuel production, okay? And Texans are like, hell yeah, baby, let's suck the earth dry. Ironically enough, that leads to more erratic weather conditions, more extreme heat, more extreme drought, and then also more extreme flash flooding incidents like the one that we just saw. And then on top of that, because a lot of these resources, as I've detailed out, as I showed you in the Project 2025 reporting on this, okay, the reason why they're cutting these initiatives is twofold, the NOAA, and the NWS. It's twofold because those woke scientists are actively tasked with identifying climate change. Like their job is to literally look at this and say, things are going to get worse. But that's too alarmist for these people because they have to keep lying to the public and make it seem as though climate change is not real, that it's a it's a hoax, that it's made up, and it's woke, right? It's woke and gay. So they want to cut it for that reason, because it undermines their overarching agenda of focusing on fossil fuel production. Part of that is because China has complete dominance over the renewable energy sector. So we have to do everything in our power to continue working on drill baby drill mentality. That's good for Texans in the short term, at least like the way that they see it. But then also, their second reason is because they want to privatize the NWS so that someone who is close with the administration, another wealthy dipshit, can basically take over the NWS, which provides a service that is an absolute necessity for all aspects of commerce, so that they can paywall this stuff. And privatization of this sort, as we have seen time and time again, only leads to less efficiency, okay? Efficiency that a capital owner understands very different than the efficiency of a service. The service diminishes, the service gets worse, but they make more money. The efficiency means someone can make super profits in the process. What a capital owner believes is efficiency is not necessarily good for you, the average person, okay? A lot of these things that the government is tasked with doing basically have to work invisibly. Like they have to work, and they're working, they're working in a way where you don't even realize that they're working at all times, okay? You only realize the government is failing when it actually isn't working. You only realize that the government is there when it actually fails in a moment like this. So this is a really important time for leftists and Democrats alike to explain that these are resources that we cannot take funds away from. These are government instruments that we have to rely on, that we have to continue funding, and the Republicans' austerity measures against the war that they're waging against these government systems is actually deadly and will continue to have devastating consequences, such as this one that we just watched.
Facts, and if you look at the facts in particular, number one, that these warnings went out hours before the flood became a true emergency level. But number two, the National Weather Service here, New Braunfels is where they were headquartered. They had additional manpower. In fact, they had 3 additional people working that night, anticipating that it was going to be a very dangerous weather situation. I also think it's worth noting that the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the DOGE cuts, has publicly said that they don't believe that the reduction in staffing had any impact whatsoever on their ability to warn of this event. And so, look, I think it is reasonable over time to engage in a retrospective and say at every level what could have been done better, because all of us.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good actually that we actually had key roles that were vacant. Like there were people that took the retirement plan, the accelerated retirement plan, and the government did that specifically so that there were less people in these positions. Okay? They didn't like directly lay them off. In some instances they did, but in many instances they just basically said, hey man, we're giving you an opportunity. Before we lay you off, we're just giving you severance pay off with no interest in rehiring. Here's the New York Times reporting on it. Crucial positions at the local office of the National Weather Service were unfilled as severe rainfall inundated parts of central Texas on Friday morning, prompting some experts to question whether staffing shortages made it harder for the forecasting agency to coordinate with local emergency managers as floodwaters rose. Texas officials appeared to blame the Weather Service for issuing forecasts on Wednesday that underestimated how much rain was coming. But former Weather Service officials said the forecasts were as good as could be expected, given the enormous levels of rainfall and the storm's unusually abrupt escalation. The staffing shortages suggest a separate problem, those former officials said. The loss of experienced people who would typically have helped communicate with local authorities in the hours after flash flood warnings were issued overnight. The shortages are among the factors likely to be scrutinized as the death toll climbs from the floods. Separate questions have emerged about the preparedness of local communities, including Kerr County's apparent lack of local flood warning system. The county, roughly 50 miles northwest of San Antonio, is where many of the deaths occurred. In an interview, Rob Kelly, the Kerr County judge, and its most senior elected official said the county did not have a warning system because such systems are expensive and local residents are resistant to new spending. Taxpayers won't pay for it, Mr. Kelly said. Asked if people might reconsider it in the light of the catastrophe, he said, I don't know. This is part of the reason why I sometimes say, like, it's better to just do it and not tell people that you're doing it. Okay? It's just like, why? Why do you need public feedback on all of this stuff? What is the purpose of the government? It's not like they ask every working poor individual whether or not they want to get their SNAP benefits reduced. They just do it anyway, right? I don't understand it. Yeah, here, I have an initiative in mind. Are you ready for it? We're saying that the National Weather Service alert system is actually against wokeness. It's actually homophobic and anti-woke, which is why it must be funded. Boom. There you go. Funding secured. Okay, just say that all the people that want to cut these resources are woke and gay. They want to cut the resources in a gay way. Funding the police is gay. We must redistribute resources away from the overfunded police budgets, which are woke and gay, and funded back to like the homophobic parts of American governance. Big government is anti-gay. Little government is gay as hell. I figured it out. The weather service, yeah, or you can say it stops the Democrat weather machines. Yeah. That's another one. We have to fund these institutions and these warning systems because they warn against the Democrat gay machine, the gay weather machine. Okay? We need to have a big, macho, muscular, manly government. The Weather Service nearby San Antonio office, which covers other areas hit by the floods, also has significant vacancies, including a warning coordination meteorologist and a science officer, Mr. Fahey said. The National Weather Service San Angelo office, which is responsible for some of the areas hit hardest by Friday's flooding, was missing a senior hydrologist, staff forecaster, and meteorologist in charge. Okay, San Antonio office also has significant vacancies. Staff members in those positions are meant to work with local emergency managers to plan for floods, including when and how to warn local residents and help them evacuate. The office's warning coordination meteorologist left on April 30th after taking the early retirement package the Trump administration used to reduce the number of federal employees, according to a person with knowledge of his departure. Some of the openings may predate the current Trump administration, but at both offices, the vacancy rate is roughly double what it was when Mr. Trump returned to the White House in January, according to Mr. Fahey. John Sokich, who until January was the director of congressional affairs for the National Weather Service, said those unfilled positions made it harder to coordinate with local officials because each Weather Service office works as a team. Reduced staffing puts that in jeopardy. A spokeswoman for the National Weather Service, Erica Groh, did not answer questions to the New York Times about the Texas vacancies, including how long those positions have been open and whether those vacancies had contributed to the damage caused by the flooding. There's also another problem here where the NWS staffers that are still employed might be fearful of speaking out against the administration out of an abundance of caution, out of the fear that the administration might actually enact revenge upon them by firing them, which is insane to even think, but it is quite literally a reality. It is within the realm of possible options here. Part of what the Republicans do expertly is consistently claim that these services are not working, so we have to just continue defunding them. That is a part of their advocacy. A part of their advocacy quite literally is to say, these systems are failing. They failed our people. They failed our citizens, which is why we must defund them. They're just taking your tax dollars.
Would want to prevent this horrific loss of life, but I think just immediately trying to use it for either side to attack their political opponents, I think that's cynical and not the right approach, particularly at a time when we're dealing with a crisis and we're dealing with grief.
But does this make you question whether there should be cuts at the National Weather Service and FEMA? I know you've been supportive of FEMA.
Look, I am very supportive of FEMA. I'm very supportive of the National Weather Service. They both perform essential roles, and I think it is critical at every federal agency, particularly when you're dealing with public safety, that we make sure that critical roles are maintained. That's a longer and broader discussion, but as I said, everything from the public evidence indicates that was not a contributing factor to what occurred here.
Get Dalton in just to talk about that.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. This is the one thing that those guys will actually not forgive nor forget. You have to give them something.
The big news overnight about the Jeffrey Epstein files and the conspiracy theories officially being rejected. Overnight, the FBI and Justice Department releasing 11 hours of footage they say helps confirm notorious financier Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019, awaiting his sex trafficking trial. According to a memo detailing the findings, investigators found the video showed no one entering the area in the overnight hours before Epstein.
I mean, I told you so's are in order for those who actually believed, even for a brief moment, that the Trump administration would ever actually reveal any of these details, if they would actually shed new light on this stuff. Of course they would not.
Hello, welcome.
And CoffeeZilla, once again, on the pathway to radicalizing from the Trump administration, has a video on this. We'll obviously take a look at that as well. But interesting. Maybe after Trump dies? No, because only 30, 40, 50 years in the future, once every single person that's on the client list is long gone, would there potentially ever be declassification? Why would the federal government release information on the federal government's own intelligence community's blackmail operation and influence operation? Why would they do that? Y'all are crazy. Trump's labor secretary, Alexander Acosta, was straight up the South Florida prosecutor that gave Jeffrey Epstein his first sweetheart plea bargain deal. It's so funny to me that these guys go, oh my God, I can't believe that the Trump administration that is directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein are not revealing any new information and just basically saying the exact same things that they personally said, the previous administration said that they actively petitioned against. How shocking. Shocking, guys. I can't believe the Trump administration is not only protecting themselves, but also all of the same wealthy people that the Democrats also protected, that the Republicans have also consistently protected. That's, wow, shocking stuff, shocking revelations.
Found unresponsive. But perhaps the biggest bombshell, investigators say they found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. For years, Epstein has been at the center of conspiracies surrounding both his death and...
Oh, never mind then. Guys, I mean, it's concluded. I guess it's nothing to see here, folks. Folks, nothing to see here. Pack it up. I didn't realize it was like that. Thank you. Thank you for informing me. I guess there's no reason to investigate this any further. Please stop. Please avert your invested and interested eyes away from this incident. The government has basically told you what's what. Now shut the up. Even Fox News was like, Cap.
Sure. Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing...
Dude, these guys, when they want to be, can become such amazing journalists, literally on the spot. It should remind you how indecent they are in every other instance. Okay? When every single one of these charlatans want to be a real journalist, like that follow-up is the bare minimum that every journalist is capable of doing, knowing full well what the immediate retraction is going to look like, what the immediate response is going to look like. And he came in hot. He didn't have to go back. He didn't have to wait another day. Right on the spot. This is real journalism. And it's shocking that it's coming from a motherfucker like Peter Ducey of Fox News. Look at that. Shocking. He did not miss a beat, dude. Look.
List. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to...
Wait a minute. Wait a dang minute. What? What happened? What is this, Lamau? I can't believe Epstein killed himself right before he was about to be acquitted due to a complete lack of evidence. Yeah, that's so crazy when you think about it, actually. Yeah. It seems like there was no evidence whatsoever, and he just felt kind of bad. There was a big stack of papers, and the papers were all empty, okay? It's interesting because they're not even doing the Democrats or the file route on this one. They're not even doing the Democrat liberal elite were the files, and the Republicans are like, they didn't even sanitize the list to like remove the Republican names from it or whatever. They just straight up are like, nope, no list exists. JD Vance in 2021, what possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret? ... Oh, Jack Posobiec, are you paying attention yet? The DOJ and Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers have made a deal that her little black book of contacts will never be made public. If you're a journalist and you're not asking questions about this case, you should be ashamed of yourself. What purpose do you even serve? I'm sure there's a middle-class teenager somewhere who could use some harassing right now, but maybe try to do your job once in a while. Yeah, a postmortem acquittal to Jeffrey Epstein. We were so wrong. See? Further evidence that if Jeffrey Epstein actually didn't die, didn't get killed, he could have just done the podcaster route and became a prominent fixture of Republican politics. And therefore, he could have had his reputation sanitized. And all of these guys would be talking about how Sigma Grindset he is and how dope he actually is. He was just actually just an ephebophile and not a pile. Like all these people would probably be doing that. That was, of course, J.D. Vance in 2021 when he was not the vice president. Remember that. Now that he is the vice president, I'm sure he has a very different approach to it.
FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. That they promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Well, I'm now firmly on Team Epstein didn't kill after the mistakes they were made in this release. Let's break it down. This 10-hour video does not show Epstein's cell. It's across the entire hall from Epstein's section. You can see that in the attached image. I mean, some of this stuff, some of this like armchair analysis is going to be wrong initially, by the way. I'm just letting you know. I don't know. I haven't looked into that person's statements, but we can potentially match it up with what we do know. But here, let's keep going.
And a rumored client list allegedly used to blackmail powerful men. Attorney General Pam Bondi, back in February, was asked if the Justice Department intended to release a list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Bondi saying this.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
And just last month, while feuding with President Trump, Elon Musk posting, time to drop the really big bomb. @real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. But Musk later deleted that.
Guys, don't look at that. Musk deleted it. Elon Musk deleted that, okay? So it's not, you shouldn't use that. I mean, come on now. I mean, who amongst us hasn't accused their partner in crime of being a participator in an international trafficking scheme?
And others saying he went too far in attacking Trump. The president saying he cut ties with Epstein nearly 2 decades ago, saying even Epstein's lawyer cleared him. This is the first time the Trump administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein, theories previously pushed by members of the administration.
To get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crime?
It's so crazy because, like, this is the one thing that will brick some of the Trump camp. Like, I said this before. I said this last time they, like, did this, like, brief release, right? Where it was nothing at all. Remember when all of the MAGA influencers they brought into the White House were, like, all celebrating, like, libs of TikTok and shit? We're all celebrating about, like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein stuff. It's coming out. This administration is so based. They're so based. You don't understand. Like, this is the one thing that those guys will actually not forgive nor forget. You can't create a base of support from conspiracy theorists, as the Trump admin did, and then have them not expect anything, okay? You have to give them something. So when these guys also realize, like, it's the same with the anti-war people, right? If you run a campaign aggressively on being anti-war, some people are going to pay attention to that. Some people are going to believe that, okay? So when you say you're going to be based in anti-war, and then you don't actually turn around and be based in anti-war, some people will get frustrated with that. I know people who are ironically also on the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy side, which is not even like a conspiracy theory in my opinion. It's just the truth. They're going to be frustrated with this. They're going to be like, where the info? What is this? What the hell is going on? Yeah, Bradley Martin is the example I was thinking of. For sure. And there are plenty of people like him. You have to remember, a part of the reason why I do this is because, like, there are a lot of people in the real world who operate like this.
To be held accountable.
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable. And I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the president's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending.
Yes, we just watched this. We just watched the last part of this.
Now the feud.
But yeah, before we get to Elon Musk and his new party, let's take a look at
Back to the
CoffeeZilla.
boy. Today we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. The big update, which is just that he had no client list and offed himself. That's according to Axios. In a big scoop, they apparently got a hold of this document from the U.S. DOJ and FBI, kind of a joint statement.
Yeah, guys, you don't understand. So he was trafficking in no one and for no reason. Yeah. You don't understand. He was trafficking for no one, and he was just doing it for the love of the game. He was just like a serial sex trafficker and pedophile, but just for himself. And all of the people that were, that he was hanging out with, like, they all just happened to really like his vibes, and they were not clients of his. The hours and hours and hours of videotapes that were uncovered in the raid, because his house, all of his houses were taped, okay? All of his houses had a ton of security cameras everywhere, okay? And there were hours and hours of tapes that were recovered from these raids, and the tapes were named, like the tapes had names on them, right? But he was just a guy who loves videography, and he was just doing it for the love of the game. He was not filming people in his mansion doing sex crimes. Those people were just there because they loved chilling with Jeffrey, and they had no idea that he was even though he went to jail for it. What the hell?
We're going to go through it. They say, as a part of a commitment to transparency, the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation have conducted an exhaustive review of the investigative holdings related to Jeffrey Epstein, sort of a relook at the evidence, if you will, and they come to some very interesting findings. And it's interesting in that it's contrary to what a lot of what they've been saying all along, and that's what's kind of the problem here. For the last few months, we've been teased along with these statements about, we've got the client list.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
We've got thousands of videos.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child.
And then, Kash Patel goes on Joe Rogan and says, hey, there ain't no videos. If I had a video of a guy on an island committing a felony, don't you think you know about it?
Again, logical play out. If there was a video.
Yeah, come on, Joe. Don't you trust me? Literally the least trustworthy looking person that they could have found to do this. This was so funny because, like, Kash Patel always looks stressed up. He just looks so unimaginably stressed, possibly on some kind of upper. Like, he could be telling you what he ate at lunch, and I'd be like, dude, I don't think you ate whatever you're saying. You just look like a liar. No matter what you say, you look like you're a liar. But then on top of that, the things he was saying on the Joe Rogan Experience were so crazy that even the Joe Rogan stands were like, yeah, this is not going to float our boat. Doesn't trust me, Joe. Do I look like an untrustworthy person to you? Do I look like, as a part of the FBI's directive, I would hide information about a potential member, an asset of the intelligence community that was engaging in a high-profile sex trafficking and blackmail operation, Joe? I would not. That's why I was like, nah, no shot, dog. This motherfucker definitely hiding it.
Of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge. Don't you think you'd see it?
It's already.
No.
Like a bit of a contrast.
No. Why would we? What have you done that would cause us to even have any confidence in you? What have you said or done that would instill confidence in me? You literally look like the least secure man in America, the least trustworthy man in America.
Contradiction. Now, Joe Rogan even tries to give him the out, like, oh, maybe you don't have it. And he's like, no, we're giving you everything.
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period.
Right.
If I have it.
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we have so far is...
Have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
And so there already was a wedge with what we were sort of told we're going to get versus then they come out and say, hey, nothing to see here. And today is a little bit more of that. It's a little bit more of the finger wagging at the conspiracy theorists, which is ironic given that both Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, who have now come out saying there's nothing to see here, guys, were saying, oh, there's a lot to see here before they got in.
Who killed Jeffrey Epstein?
This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide.
It's unbelievable. The guy himself.
Now, maybe that.
Yeah, one of the funniest aspects of this is literally that the people that they task with this are the people that also played a formative role in the public, increasing their curiosity. And I think this was a mistake. I think they legit thought, as long as we have these like conspiracy theory guys that have developed significant audiences in these spaces, as long as they are the primary communicators, that people will trust them. People will just believe whatever the they say, not realizing that people care about this shit. Like, they care about it a lot more than they care about Dan Bongino. Why would they even give a shit about Dan Bongino? Who cares about Dan Bongino? The only reason why these people even developed an interest in what Dan Bongino was about was because he seemingly was trying to arrive at the truth.
That because they did a deep dive and they're just being honest with people.
Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
But I think you deserve criticism if you're going to engage in this type of conspiracy.
Also, yeah, I mean, listen, Coffee, you're not thinking about how much Dan Bongino has suffered, okay? Think about how much Dan Bongino has suffered. I feel like this is really messed up, that CoffeeZilla is hitting him with this when...
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there. He gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night.
Yeah, dude. I was a podcaster. You know, I was working in the trenches. Now I have to be in a tiny office, and I have to hear Kash Patel drop the nastiest shit in the room next door. Okay, think about how terrible this is. Why does nobody care? Why doesn't anybody care about me? I don't get to see my family anymore. I used to see them when I was podcasting.
You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment, but I stare at these four walls all day in D.C. You know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You're straightened out at the FBI. You're moving buildings. There's a lot of change.
I got one more thing. I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know.
He gave up everything for this, dude. I need you to understand something here. It's like, this is if whichever the next Democratic administration is, like, put me in charge of the FBI, okay? If I'm the deputy director of the FBI. Like, quite literally, in order for you to understand how psychotic this is, it's as though Democrats came back in charge and then they put my ass as the deputy director of the FBI, okay? Because that's him. Dan Bongino is the me on the other side, okay? Think about how psychotic that is. Anyway, let's get back to the primary purpose of why they did this and how much of a failure it's been so far.
Thinking, and then when it's convenient for you, you expect the trust of the people. If you're the one saying, like, hey, those guys can't be trusted, you become that guy and you go, well, guys, you can trust me, right? When I'm going to say the exact same thing everyone's been saying this whole time. That's why it's so stupid. I mean, you guys set up all the wrong expectations. You told us we're going to reveal the truth, and now they're saying there's nothing to see here, and shame on you for thinking there was. And once again, this is more self-contradiction, because in this statement, we actually find immediately first page, second paragraph, saying that there's a large volume of images of Epstein, images and videos of victims who are either minors or appear to be minors. My question is, there's no one else in this statement. They admit.
Yeah, he was the one who was just doing all of the pedophilia. All of the people that have frequented his houses, they were always there for the vibes alone. Like, they were not there for the things that Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And also, given the density over numerous years, given the amount of times, like the amount of hours recorded in these tapes, someone must have randomly encountered Jeffrey Epstein doing the deed, right? Even if he was just doing it himself.
That Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. So You got 1,000 people, either some form of evidence that he harmed.
Like what? This is what's so crazy. It's like 1,000 plus victims. So Jeffrey did it just himself. In what time frame? 1,000 victims. Jeffrey did it just himself. He was just like a serial pedophile. While he was doing it so frequently, none of the people that were constantly going in and out, none of the wealthy clientele, well, not clientele, sorry, wealthy friends of Jeffrey Epstein that were going in and out of his house ever encountered this. Like former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, in 2016. Or even Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother, who was dating one of the girls that Jeffrey Epstein was flying around. Prince Andrew, Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton.
Nobody else was involved? Epstein's around the most powerful people on the planet. 1,000 victims. No, nobody else. There's images and videos. Apparently, that's what they say. Nobody else is on camera, right? Because otherwise, that would mean that the FBI director went on Joe Rogan and told a lie, told a little fib.
If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
No, I don't. Why would we think that you would reveal this information? What have you done so far that would lead us to believe that you would be an honest actor here? I don't think, and also I was right. We were right for not thinking you would actually reveal this information. Because like, go back to the video that I did on the Joe Rogan Experience with Kash Patel and Joe Rogan.
But he says he's going to get the evidence out. So how do you square this, right? There's 1,000 Was Epstein just filming himself the whole time for like, did he put it in the evidence box? I mean, that's the ridiculous thing about this. Why would you film yourself committing these acts? That's where the whole blackmail angle came from, was there's all these videos for what, right? And I'm sure those people, these powerful people, did not consent to being recorded. So what else was this being used for? It's just pretty amazing. This whole statement seems to absolve any third parties, saying that they really have nothing else that they can bring that would expose third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. Saying later, this systemic review revealed no incriminating client list. Now, here's where I gotta say, like, yeah, what, you didn't find the little notebook that had the, like, every guy that did something wrong on it? Yeah, obviously that's probably not gonna exist, right? But if you have videos and somebody appears in the video doing something bad, it's not a client list, but that's a client, right? So I just find it so hard to believe. I just don't believe. I'm going to be honest. I do not believe that you had so many videos, apparently enough to catalog over 1,000 victims, and not a single other person other than Epstein appeared on any of them, right? He's friends with all these famous people. He got rich, and nobody knows how he got rich. People suspect that it was some form of blackmail, but the FBI seems to basically say this is a conspiracy theory. They say perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends of combating child exploitation and bringing justice to victims. You know, I actually agree with that. I do think we have to be careful not to jump to, conspiracy theories. The problem is when you release contradictory evidence, it makes people think that you're hiding stuff. Like that is not being helped in this release. I don't know if they're saying, oh, we're being so transparent here. Seems like...
Okay, to be fair to the FBI, I'm going to say this once again, but like they worked really hard on this blackmail operation. So don't you think it's a little inappropriate to demand that they ruin years and years of sexual blackmail material that they worked actively to cultivate? They worked really hard on it. In their defense, Adam Sosnick defending the Epstein cover-up on PBD, are you not value-tained? Oh my God. Oh, I am so value-tained. I'm about to get even more value-tained. And also, prominent MAGA influencers are now coming out, like Robbie Starbuck. Pam Bondi said the Epstein client list was on her desk for review to release to the public just a few months ago. Now the DOJ she leads claims that there was no Epstein client list. Sorry, but this is unacceptable. Was she lying then or is she lying now? We deserve answers. Would you look at that? Elon Musk also posted this last night. What's the time? Oh, look, it's no one has been arrested o'clock again. The official Jeffrey Epstein pedophile arrest counter. I think Elon Musk is doing this because he knows full well that the Trump administration will never reveal this information, okay? Because I think he knows that every single person that's implicated in this is ultimately protected by the administration, by every administration. The entire purpose that the American government serves is to protect the super wealthy. That is their primary purpose here, chat. And Elon knows that he will never be implicated in this, or his brother will never be implicated in this, because they will never release this information. That's why he can posture like this. Here's a guy who has quite literally been around Ghislaine Maxwell at events. His brother directly dated one of the girls that were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, or one of the girls that were flown around by Jeffrey Epstein. His brother used to go to Jeffrey Epstein's mansion in New York, Kimball Musk. So he's just posturing this way to beef up his populist talking points, to win support and take advantage of the chaos that the Trump administration is bringing about by cutting away at significant portions of the MAGA base that played a formative role in demanding these kinds of things. I'm just gonna show this one more time. Obviously, as far as the people that are implicated with Jeffrey Epstein or connected to Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump's connections to Jeffrey Epstein actually comes after, okay? As recently as his last tenure, when he, like I said, brought up Alexander Acosta and made him the labor secretary. Alexander Acosta is the person that gave Jeffrey Epstein, in his first sex trafficking charges, pedophile sex trafficking charges, a sweetheart plea deal that allowed him to literally leave the prison, okay? Nothing. This has never happened before and has never happened since. Alexander Acosta, after the new revelations came out about Jeffrey Epstein, including his involvement in the prosecution, had to basically quietly resign from this position. That was Trump's labor secretary. Trump's initial involvement with Jeffrey Epstein was famously in the first case against Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein used Mar-a-Lago as a hunting ground for new victims. That's the case. Straight up. And now you got even DC Drano, Rogan O'Handley, admitting the White House used them for a publicity stunt. As one of the influencers who was given the now infamous Epstein binder, I want to share a few thoughts. I understand the rage people have for demanding the Epstein client list and arrest. Every influencer there that day feels the same anger watching elites get away with the most heinous crimes. We want justice, and almost all of us have called for the client list and arrest for years. We had no idea we would receive the Epstein binders that day. We were originally invited for a meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance in the White House, and that was it. We all paid for our flights and hotels out of pocket and carved out time to go. None of us even knew who else was invited. We ended up meeting with President Trump, Marco Rubio, RFK, Kash Patel, Caroline Leavitt, and basically half of Trump's cabinet in the Oval Office. We were honored to be invited. What a great honor. He's like, they used and abused us, man. This is f***ed up. There was no advance notice about binders or any other meetings except our meeting with JD. We had a surprise meeting with Attorney General, and she handed us the Epstein file binders. We all heard on the news the night before that she would be releasing the Epstein files that day, so it was surreal to have a copy in our hands. The photo shoot was not planned. We were walking from the White House to the Eisenhower building, and about 50-plus photographers were waiting outside for the UK Prime Minister to arrive and meet with Trump. Myself and others held up the binders because we were enthusiastic about justice finally coming for the elites after living for 4 years under a rigged and stolen presidency. We were told a lot of the info. Dude, first of all, these guys are careerists, okay? That's the reason why they were celebrating. They were like, oh my God, my conspiratorial career has finally gotten me entry into the White House. I'm like, I have direct access to the administration. They don't give a about the truth. Everyone who actually cares about the Epstein case knew this, okay? And clearly, they never cared. Also, Jeffrey Epstein was murdered when Trump was the president. What are we talking about? It's not just Alexander Acosta. Jeffrey Epstein was killed in a federal facility when Trump was the president. These guys are so stupid and so goddamn delusional. I do not understand how you can be this delusional. It doesn't make any sense. Unless you believe the Trump administration when they say, no, you see, that's not what happened. He actually killed himself because he was really sad. Yeah, and now fell for it again award for the Hodge twins. I mean, they're the dumbest in the right-wing circle. I didn't vote for elite files to be protected. Yeah, there was also apparently 1 minute missing from the alleged Jeffrey Epstein cell footage as well.
The first big release was a nothing burger.
Yeah, wouldn't you be sad if your former cop cellmate tried to kill you? That's why former former cop, roid monster, okay, tries to kill you, and then you're put on suicide, well, that was him attempting suicide, actually. He just, the official narrative is that he tried to kill himself once, so then they put him on suicide watch, but then just, you know, video footage went away, and the guards were sleeping. Yeah. Officer Tartaglio.
Then they said they had, you know, reviewing all these videos. Then they say if we have videos of people committing crimes, we tell you about those. And then they say we have thousands of videos, but we're not going to show you them because there's nothing to see. There's nobody on there important. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Quote, we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. In other words, there's nothing we found that would be useful for a future investigation. That's what I find so interesting. Like, I get if you don't want to accuse someone in a press release of something that you haven't accused someone of, like, with criminal charges, right? I get it. That's kind of the Department of Justice's way. Even if they have a file on somebody, but they're not going to charge them, they redact their names, usually. But in this case...
Yeah, it's so interesting. Let's pack it up. It's just like the additional known affiliates were given a were basically struck from the official record in the subsequent plea bargain deal that Jeffrey Epstein took, if you recall, in the previous time he actually went and served a fake prison sentence. It's just like, yeah, no known affiliates. Actually, there's nothing. There's no information here because, like, clearly there's no client list. There's no official client list. So there's no official elite files that frequented any number of different Jeffrey Epstein mansions.
They're kind of saying we didn't find anything that we would. I mean, it's such a strongly worded statement. That's what's weird about it. Why wouldn't you just be vague if you had these pending cases, right? I find it so weird that the people in the FBI right now have come in with such a mission to, on the one hand, say, hey, we're going to be totally transparent. And then, oh, well, we're not going to show you that. We're not going to show you that. We don't want to re-victimize anyone. Okay, that's fine. But then how are you going to make a bunch of absolute statements that make no sense and contradict what you said earlier? Like, if you're saying we can't say anything, then don't say anything. Don't say, hey, we're going to tell you everything. Well, we actually cannot. You know, we can't actually show you. And that kind of overconfidence extends to also their, you know, pronouncement about, hey, there's nothing to see here as far as the death of Epstein, because they don't really show much new here. We knew that this footage of the common area existed. Basically, they showed 10-hour footage of the common area during the time at which this all would have happened, Epstein's death. And so this is supposed to be like the absolute bulletproof, you know, to show everyone that, oh, there's no way that someone could have gotten in here. But this is not actually Epstein's door. So, I mean, I don't know the exact layout of the prison. I'm not going to pretend to know everything there. But this is no more proof.
You have a big mouth, Hassan. Please return to Turkey and try again.
Than we already had. We already knew this existed. The questions were about all the security malfunctions of the much more important cameras than just the common area. I'm not sure how a 10-hour video of a common area definitively proves anything new. That's what I'm saying. You can't come in and go, hey, we got this bombshell. It's what you already knew, right? That doesn't make sense. And also, we've confirmed there's over 1,000 victims. Don't know who by. I mean, like, only Epstein? Really? Look at the charges of Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, it's insane. Are we saying they were all to Epstein? Every single one. Over 1,000 only for Epstein. The way he got his money, we have no idea. It doesn't make sense.
No, he was just a chill guy. That's why Lex Wexner, the founder of Victoria's Secret and L Brands, was just a homie and basically made Jeffrey Epstein be his money guy and have complete control over. Les Wexler allowed Jeffrey Epstein to control basically his entire finances because he was a chill guy and a money wizard, you know?
So yeah, an incredibly frustrating day for anyone who is expecting anything new from this.
Lex stole Victoria's Secret. He didn't found it. Oh, my bad. I thought he found it.
Administration coming in saying,
yeah, or the Dersh. Look at all of the wonderful individuals that were surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. I mean,
they were going to clean house, get rid of the corruption, fight for truth, release the truth. You know, you're not gonna catch me hiding a guy on an island, right? And so I don't know. I was kind of stunned to see this report. I just thought, if you're gonna say this, which again doesn't really say anything new, only it's kind of like a backhanded, hey, stop being such a conspiracy theorist, guys. That is what I find strange. Just the absolute over-promising and under-delivering. I mean, again, if you're gonna open source everything, okay, that's fine. If you're not gonna open source everything, you're gonna say, hey, we gotta protect people, fine. Don't make a bunch of pronouncements and don't deliver on them. Just kind of a complete self-own here. But it's also what you get when you say for years that the deep state is hiding something and then you become the deep state.
yeah, I mean, the deep state is the friends we made along the way. Here is Benny Johnson, February 2025. You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. Why is the FBI protecting the largest scale file pederast? Pederast?
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
You say that the FBI has
Also, here is here's Jedediah Vance. Here is our boy JD. Our boy JD speaking on it, speaking facts. Okay, on Theo Vaughn.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it. But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Here's a video of Trump saying he thinks the Epstein list has a lot of phony stuff in it.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's...
Less so, I guess, less so. I mean, who amongst us haven't taken a short trip on the Lolita Express? My private plane is much nicer than Jeffrey's, Jeffy boys, but I have been on Jeffrey's plane before. Less so, lots of elite implicated. Some of y'all's faves will be implicated. Don't like it. Don't like that at all, obviously. Believe me, folks, don't like that.
Phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Let's see.
On pedophilia and blackmailing the most powerful people.
What do you mean we are built? Define that. Do you mean our entire country?
No,
our entire government? Our entire FBI, CIA?
I'm saying this. Whoever,
or this is one little operation that they don't want to expose.
Whoever he was working for, Epstein, Mossad, CIA, everything. Apparently, the most powerful people on the world were flying to an island and having sex with underage kids because she said it. There's tens of thousands of hours of them doing it. If we're built on that and the most powerful people that are running the show are in charge, the guys telling Cash Patel, the thing that you just read, shut up. Shut up about it. Hold on, you know who I am. He knows who I am. I want accountability for everybody. If it's Trump, if it's Bill Gates, if it's Bill Clinton, I don't give a shit. If it's the president of anything, expose them because, Adam, the truth has to come out.
Okay, so I only have one question for you, my dear friend. I agree with you. But at what price?
Take a deep breath.
But hold on, hear me out. At what price?
At any price, Adam.
So you're saying to expose whatever happened on Epstein Island,
Bro, what do you mean? At what price? What happened? Are your homies involved or something? Like, what do you mean? At what cost? Yeah, the cost is what? We get to know who the villains are? At the cost of justice? At the cost of unearthing tremendous amounts of evil? I think it's a good cost.
To do whatever
Yes.
this looks like.
Yes.
Tear down the government, expose all the secrets, put America basically in harm's way just to find out what's up.
What do you mean, Adam?
Because these are the most powerful people in the world.
Yeah.
They're
Oh my God. That's bullshit.
on this island.
Adam, so let the truth be told or the heavens fall. I don't care.
Okay,
Yeah,
well-
Adam, and that's who Vincent Oshana is. I am 100% accountability, and I don't give a if Adam. If
Yeah,
that's what
but
we were
at-
built
but at
on,
what price?
I don't
At
give a shit.
tearing
There is
down
no
America?
price. Guess what the price is, Adam? God.
So
God's
you want
the price.
to
You're
rule?
gonna answer them
you
anyway.
want to rule a city of ashes?
I don't give a shit if it's built on pedophilia and raping kids. Yes, because
you're being emotional.
No, I'm not. I'm being
You
real.
have to understand
I'm being
the
real.
whole concept of do you want to cut your nose off to spite your face? There might be an issue. But do you want to cut your whole nose off and ruin your entire face because you care that much about this entire
Adam, if
issue?
the machine is running right now because files are running the show and they're telling him, shut the hell up because we're all pedophiles, knock it down. And my last thing, pal, what bothered me about what he said is we're not going to re-victimize the girls and the victims. We're not going to do it.
Cash?
Yes, yeah, Cash. Guess what? Nobody wants to see any girl. I don't want to see any kids, male, boy, underage. Blur them out. But who's the guy that's touching them? Who's the guy that's... This is a horrible...
I can't believe I'm in agreement with Vinny Redface over here. I mean, he's right. And he's getting that same tomato complexion he got when he was talking to me. But this time for good as opposed to for evil. I like that the defense here, the reasonable, quote unquote, reasonable defense here is basically saying, well, you know, the whole government's run by pedophiles, and this would be far too disruptive to the pedophile schemes that they have designed if we were to find out who the pedophiles are. It is what it is. Like, how do you not feel embarrassed saying that? Unless you yourself are personally one of the pedophiles or know someone who is one of the pedophiles. What would Epstein conspiracy theorists say about this fact pattern if it was about anyone other than Trump? Yeah, here are some of the Trump links to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump was quoted in a 2002 profile describing Epstein as a longtime friend and terrific guy about whom it is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them on the younger side. Trump was among the politicians and celebrities who hitched rides on the Epstein private plane in the 1990s. In 2019, shortly before Epstein's arrest on sex charges, longtime Trump advisor Steve Bannon prepped Epstein for a potential interview. Yeah, we've never gotten those tapes out either, by the way. Shouts out. Steve Bannon literally was potentially working with Jeffrey Epstein in a mock trial. Okay, there was that part too. Trump chose Labor Secretary in his first term, Alexander Acosta, who was a U.S. attorney who oversaw a sweetheart plea deal for Jeffrey Epstein that a judge later ruled illegal. Alan Dershowitz, a Trump supporter. Hold on. There is no world in which this many incidents. There's no world in which this many incidents do not lead people scrutinizing the individuals in charge. Okay, and I don't even know how the Trump administration is going to get away with this, if we're being honest. Epstein's 2019 that occurred while he was in the custody of a federal bureau of prison, an agency overseen by the time by Trump-appointed attorney Bill Barr. After a longtime Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested on sex trafficking charges in 2020, Trump told reporters, "I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." That's what he said. Trump waffled about whether he would declassify the Epstein files. We saw that already during a Fox interview, but the network edited out a portion of his answer. Trump appointed as Attorney General Bondi, who was Florida's attorneys general in 2019 to 2011 to 2019. A period of time when Jeffrey Epstein's plane records became public, victims' lawsuits were filed, and a lot of new evidence against Epstein surfaced, but she did not take action. Interesting. A lot happening here in the Epstein situation. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is using the Epstein situation, knowing full well that they'll never actually, Trump will never actually reveal this information. Pierce calling out Alina Habba over the list.
This case, in Epstein's case, it is
I have to pee.
disturbing. We have flight
Hold
logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway, we don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability. But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
Not for Alina. He looks worried. That's funny. Release the list, baby. Come on. Oh, no list, please. No list here. Nothing to be seen here. It's pretty wild that the far right expected Trump, the guy who Epstein himself described on tape as his best friend, to chase down Epstein's client list instead of just closing the case. Here is the Trump is a white hat file arguments coming in. Okay, this is something that I've joked about before. While I have joked about this being a possibility in the line of defense, it's still funny seeing it take place in real time. That's right. Trump DOJ investigated his ties to Epstein and found nothing. I love Trump. He's the best leader in our lifetime, maybe in history, but no one in MAGA thinks that he's not a / into incest. It's not ideal, but it's a flaw we live with, and I doubt he still acts on it. No one is perfect, but Trump comes awfully close. Move on. I like that, as I told you before, when people ask me, Hassan, do you think that, like, if Trump was outed as, like, a trans person, if Trump was actually, if he came out as trans, like, what would the MAGA supporters say? They would turn trans themselves, okay? If you think that there is anything that Donald Trump could do that would cause some of the most diehard, some of the most loyal fans to turn around and be like, yeah, this is a bridge too far for me, you're delusional. There is nothing that Trump could do that these guys would consider to be a bridge too far. Their loyalties will always lie with the big guy. Nobody's perfect. This is going to be one of the trickier conspiracy theories to wiggle their way out of. God bless, they're going for it. Exclusive analysis. Was Epstein video evidence destroyed by the Biden admin? Roger Stone claims Kash Patel is telling the truth, not covering up crimes because the Epstein files and hard drives no longer exist. Oh, yeah. Who could also forget? Here's RFK Jr. openly saying straight up, I was on the plane.
You were on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times.
You weren't ever.
Yeah, you said it. Hey, Matt Wallace, since you saw the leaked files back in February, why don't you tell us what the White House won't?
I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame.
See, there you go. Don't politicize it. I told you, right on script. Now is not the time, and this is a natural disaster. It is what it is. It happens. Let's get started on the warning systems and the potential failures.
And this is a part of the country that people here know as a flash flood alley. There's a combination of extreme rain events, very thin soil.
Torrential rain caused one river to surge nearly 26 feet in just 45 minutes early Friday morning.
We're at Camp Mystic looking for our kids.
Children's summer camps dot the shoreline of the Guadalupe. At Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp, the river started running through cabins where children were sleeping. Nearly a dozen 3rd and 4th grade girls are still missing.
We're looking for places that they're going to potentially be alive.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said no one anticipated the severity of the storm.
The moment in time when they knew the magnitude of the water, it's a difficult decision whether or not to begin.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it, but like Republicans do actively work against the best interests of the public in every aspect of governance. Someone in the chat was talking about like harm reduction initiatives for safe injection sites. Like they're pro-capital, pro-profit, and anti-human for every single issue. But because this kind of death is often, as we've talked about before with Luigi Mangione, social murder, most people are oblivious because it's not immediate. It's just like, you don't see it as like action reaction. You see it as like something that is totally out of people's hands.
Despite deadly floods here in the past, there are no outdoor warning systems here, no sirens. Instead, people rely on predictions and forecasts from the National Weather Service. Now, local officials debated adding a system back in 2017. They held off because of the cost of that system.
We're also learning more about the people who died in this tragedy, including 8- and 9-year-old girls at Camp Mystic, just feet from the Guadalupe River. The pictures we're showing you here show the inside of cabins at the camp. After the floodwaters rushed through, you can see everything is covered in mud. It is not clear whether the girls in these cabins were able to escape. Janet Shamlian is downriver from here. She has been gathering stories about what happened. Janet, good morning to you.
Maurice, good morning. You can only imagine the anguish and the heartbreak as some families are still waiting on word of their loved ones. And the moms and dads who dropped off their little girls at Camp Mystic, some just a few days earlier, thinking these girls were about to have the summer of their life. Even though it has been 3 days, for those who haven't heard, you know, they are holding on.
Yeah, GOP cycle, cut funding, ruin lives, pray hard. Devastation takes place, rinse and repeat.
Out hope this morning.
This is the aftermath of unimaginable tragedy. Devastated bunkhouses at Camp Mystic, where some of the girls who went missing were staying as floodwaters engulfed the grounds. Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter said his 2 grandchildren survived, but their cousin, 9-year-old Janie Hunt, died. She's related to Kansas City Chiefs owner Clark Hunt.
God has wrapped his arms around her, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of those involved.
It just started pouring in. We had to fight the door to get it closed.
Christina Wilson said her fiance.
Which one's cheaper, setting up flood detection systems or picking up kids' corpses? Kids' corpses for sure. Actually, it's probably not. It's probably not cheaper, but it's kind of like this. The calculation in the absence of government intervention, the calculation that like companies make in terms of safety and creating fail-safes and redundancies goes away because it's easier to make a cheaper alternative and cut corners in the production of airplanes, for example, and increasingly cut costs that way so you can keep driving up the profit margins, and then make this calculation that if people die in the process due to your elimination of safety measures, for example, ultimately, it's still more cost effective to let people die. And the same thing goes, and the same thing happens here as well. We need more tax breaks. We need to fund Israel. We need to fund military incursions overseas. We can't fund the safety measures because they're too costly. And we'll basically, you know, they're banking on people's inability to pay attention to a singular issue and who is perhaps most responsible for said singular issue. What ideological force is responsible for these issues? They're banking on people's inability to understand who the villains are here. So then they just move on to the next thing.
27-year-old Julian Ryan severed an artery in his arm as he punched open a window when floodwaters inundated their home in the community of Ingram. His family was able to escape. He was not.
He had lost all of it, all his blood. He looked at me and the kids and my mother-in-law, and he was like, sorry, I'm not going to make it. I love y'all.
In Kerrville, Emily Gutierrez told us her cousin Leo's house was swept from its foundation. She said Leo, his wife, and their 2-year-old son are still missing.
As much as we want to pray and hope, there's only so much a human can actually hold on. All the muck, all the dirty water, all the trash, the trees. If the cars are flipped over and the houses are moved, what chance does human have?
Those who knew Camp Mystic's owner, Dick Eastland, say he died heroically, trying to rescue campers. His grandson writing, if he wasn't going to die of natural causes, this was the only other way, saving the girls that he so loved and cared for.
He was, a man that made everyone feel safe and seen. He was just an extremely selfless person, and he showed that until the very end.
Once was lost, but now I'm found. On Friday, hundreds of girls able to evacuate from Camp Mystic sang songs through their tears as they rode a bus through the devastation. The NFL and singer Shakira are among those already donating to the flood relief effort.
Reddit atheist ass chat. I mean, honestly, these are victims of natural disasters, but I do sometimes feel like we have a severe case of medieval peasant brain. Like, how is this any different? We live in 2025 and we're treating these natural disasters when we know what the causes of it are, when we have significantly better technological surveillance mechanisms and prevention and warning systems that we could implement. We have satellites that are mapping out every goddamn cloud, and we just turn around and we're like, oh, God, God willed it. We're not cavemen anymore, you know what I mean? We're not looking up at the ball in the sky and going oh, this is the sky gods taking out revenge. It's not that the people themselves, I don't fault the people themselves for praying to God. That's understandable in times of crisis like this. That's the purpose that religion serves. But you also have to still remember, beyond the grieving mothers that are saying this kind of stuff, who is understandable for them to grieve in this way, it's always important to analyze the incident and what contributed to it with cold, rational, logical thinking. Yeah, here, people don't understand how fast this developed. A time-lapse video provided by an eyewitness showed floodwaters rising over a causeway in Kingsland, Texas, completely submerging it in the span of a few minutes. This is a 50-minute increase, but look how fast it goes from 1711, the road exists. Look at this. 1711, road exists. Boom. 1717, it's gone. It went from 511 to 511 to 516, the road is completely submerged. That's crazy. It's basically like a dam collapsing. That's what it feels like. Yeah. The issue is there's massive drought. So then the environment is the environment is already susceptible to flash floods for that reason. And then there's massive rainfall that follows after the massive drought, and the ground can't soak up the water fast enough, and you create this incredible condition where these areas that are known floodplains have a significantly higher amount of water that blow through. You have to remember, there are always people that turn around and say oh, these are red states, they deserve it, or whatever obviously they don't. Okay, nobody deserves this. I don't give a what they voted for. I don't even care if they deny climate change. In many of these circumstances, you have 40% of the state, some of the most underserved, marginalized communities that live in these areas that are literally voting for the Democrats. It's just that they're so disenfranchised through voter suppression and numerous other methods that, it doesn't matter. Their existence doesn't matter. Just like there's 4 million registered Republican voters in the state of California. A lot of people forget that California as a state has more Republicans than Republican states, 2-3 Republican states combined. And in the red states, there's a ton of Democrat voters as well. Not that party allegiances matter at all. It doesn't, especially in times of natural disasters. First and foremost, it should be an opportunity to lend support, and then educate people. That should be the goal here. This is yet another crisis that was avoidable. These things, we have the capacity to create successful prevention methods. We have the capacity to harden our infrastructure. We don't do any of those things. So get mad at the real people get mad at the people who are actually responsible for these deadly events, rather than victims of said deadly events.
Texas is grieving right now.
Oh, wow. Ted Cruz is there instead of flying at the Cancun again. Shocked, I tell you. I guess it's because his house is not at risk of flash flooding, so he didn't have to escape. Yeah, maybe he had a layover. Yeah, maybe the flash floods actually didn't let him fly out with his private jet or something.
The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state. As of yesterday, the confirmed death.
This sociopath is trying to come across as though he's empathetic here, which is crazy.
Toll was 82. and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic, that's every parent's nightmare.
Yeah, also, this is a point as well, obviously. A common progressive fantasy is that once conservatives see the consequences of climate change, they will have some sort of come-to-Jesus moment, but it's always pretty obvious to people paying attention that they are just going to blame it on deep state flooding tech and learn nothing. But I think this is a defeatist attitude to have, because for every 5 people that will do this exact same thing, there will be 3 people that can be convinced. So you have to work every single day to convince those 3 people, to find those 3 people and convince them.
But I want to say, in the face of all of this, it is simultaneously inspiring. Every time there's a tragedy, every time there's a natural disaster in Texas, Texans come together. Texas is a big state. We got 31 million people, and we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have wildfires. Tragedies hit this state, natural disasters hit this state, and without fail, 100 out of 100 times when that happens, we see Texans coming together, helping each other, engaging in acts of heroism. There have been over 850 high water rescues since this flooding began. 850.
Cruz a bad actor? I know. I mean, he's both a nefarious player here and also responsible, especially when you can like directly point to some of the initiatives of this government. This is part of the reason why I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but this is part of the reason why I get mad at the Democrats, because Democrats should be, one, immediately helping on the recovery and relief efforts, which they are, but also simultaneously speaking from every podium, every avenue available about how cutting the National Weather Service and cutting NOAA and the defunding and the austerity that this government is engaging in is so devastating, is so deadly.
All right, we're getting some breaking news that we've been following over the last hour with a Trump administration official confirming that about 5% of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration are being let go. That agency includes the National Weather Service. They work together to put together sometimes life-saving forecasts for severe weather threats.
People are still going to obviously talk about how this couldn't be prevented. It's a natural disaster. There are systemic reasons as to why these natural disasters that are supposed to be once in a lifetime are happening with higher frequency. Right? There's obviously that, and that should be talked about. Climate change specifically in this context. But then there's also the prevention and the infrastructure hardening that needs to happen. It's not even once every 5 years. It's happening yearly. And at that point, it's just a normal part of existence. And we have to, at the very least, create some sort of protection to make sure that we protect people and to avoid unnecessary deaths. And then at the last stage, we talk about the recovery and relief. There's also that aspect of it, because on the recovery and relief side, the Trump administration is cutting FEMA, reallocating FEMA resources to immigrant detention centers, to build immigrant detention centers like the Alligator Auschwitz that they build in Florida. They're utilizing the National Guard they're federalizing the National Guard, or utilizing the National Guard to work in these these kidnapping operations of your neighbors, utilizing the Marine Corps in this way. Our priorities are completely out of whack, and I think it's good to talk to people about that. It's good to talk to people about this and show them what the administration is tasked with doing. In the same ways that the Republicans will actively point the finger of blame at the Democrats and be like, oh, all they care about is like trans people. All they care about is trans people. Ironically enough, the Democrats don't care about trans people, but that's besides the point. Use Republican tactics in the same exact ways against them. They're nowhere to be found. And the moments where they are, they come in after the fact, after the devastation is done, and they turn around and say, oh, thoughts and prayers, when in fact, their actions also led to the devastation and the impact being much larger than it should be.
And I will tell you, the president said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air. National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down. We've all seen the videos of little girls being pulled up, hoisted out of harm's way. Incredible courage and heroism. Search and rescue is the first stage, but the process of coming together and rebuilding is going to take longer. And I will say to all the grieving families, to all of those who've gotten the worst news imaginable, that your little girl, she's gone.
Turns out Cancun Cruz was in Europe over the weekend. Ted Cruz caught vacationing as tragedy strikes again. The Daily Beast reports that Ted Cruz was vacationing in Europe as floods ripped through central Texas, killing at least 89 people, including 27 campers and counselors from a summer camp. The Texas senator was spotted visiting the Parthenon in the Greek capital Athens with his wife Heidi on Saturday evening. Brother, are you joking? Busted again. Mother Cancun Cruz, this time in Greece. Oh my Lord.
I will say for many of us, those are friends and neighbors who've lost children. Got multiple kids who go to school with my girls. The mayor asked for prayers.
Dude, this motherfucker is also like trying to be like, we're all victims here. It's like, bro, you were in Greece. Like, oh, we're all victims here. Let me tell you, okay, me, Ted Cruz, I'm a victim of this flooding. You don't understand. Half of the people who live in that area, Ted Cruz literally voted to cut their Medicaid. You understand me? Like, that's coming down the line. Half of the people, he voted to cut their Medicaid and also has actively petitioned alongside the Trump administration to cut FEMA funding or to reallocate FEMA resources to, the immigration detention scheme that this administration is doing, the immigration enforcement scheme that this administration is doing. And after doing all that, which is, a lot of work, it's just a lot of hard work, he had to f*** off and go to Greece.
And I want to say thank you to the millions of Texans, to the millions of Americans, to the millions of people all over the world right now who are praying for Texas and praying for those parents. Going through this grief, it is going to take friends and family embracing and hugging and holding them while they weep. And it's going to take the church. With every disaster, one of the things we see here in Texas is the church steps up and the church helps and the church feeds and clothes and comforts.
Yeah, church should replace the welfare state. Here's another great take from this. Obviously, the initial reports are coming out already. Officials feared the flood risk of Texan youth camps were imminent, but rejected a warning system, deeming it too expensive. Officials feared flood risk to youth camps, but rejected a warning system. And Adam Johnson says, one thing the left, such as it is, needs to emphasize over and over is that local/state budget constraints are entirely artificial. They're manufactured austerity. If the federal government can invent $38 billion out of thin air to fund a genocide, it can afford to build flood warning systems. These budget shortfalls are not real. The federal government can invent money and transfer it to states for essential projects whenever it wishes. We simply choose not to because subjecting 50 states and thousands of municipalities to a game of neoliberal bum fights empowers capital. This person doesn't understand the point. He says local state budget constraints are real. They are, except the federal government can always offer additional funds and additional resources in times of necessity. It is always a matter of interest. The biggest hurdle here is never, oh, where will we find the money? Because there's always money for war. The biggest hurdle is how do we actually reallocate these resources to these sorts of incredibly important and sometimes costly prevention methods. The conversation around deficits only become a serious point of contention when the expenditures we're talking about help the working poor. They only talk about how will we fund this whenever it's something that helps you out. Every single year, every single congressional session, we increase the military budget by hundreds of billions of dollars. Even in this last Trump tax cut bill, the big beautiful bill, the big bomb for the working poor, there was $150 additional billion for the military. There was $175 billion for Trump's immigration enforcement scheme. Here's the New York Times on this as well. As floods hit, key roles were vacant at Weather Service offices in Texas. Some experts say staff shortages might have complicated forecasters' ability to coordinate responses with local emergency management officials. Do not let these fucking assholes get away with it. They'll say thoughts and prayers. They'll say now is not the time. That's the thing that I told you. Initially, when people ask these questions like, how could this have happened? The first response from Republicans will be, oh, now is not the time. Now is not the time. No, it is the time. When is the appropriate time? They do this with mass shootings too, which aren't even natural disasters to begin with.
And now we'll take questions.
Senator, you talked about how you know kids here, how you've taken your own kids to camp. Was it ever communicated to you that there was a need, that it was a priority to have a warning system so people had a chance to escape something like this?
Well, listen, I think anytime you're dealing with major rivers, there's a risk of flooding, and there's always been a risk of flooding, particularly on the Guadalupe River. I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame.
See, there you go. There's always a chance of disaster. God willed it. God willed it. God is great. God is good. We don't know the ways in which God works, but don't politicize it. I told you, right on script. Right on script. Now is not the time, and this is a natural disaster. It is what it is. It happens. The entire purpose of mankind that has been able to go to the fucking moon, that has been able to build ginormous dams, that has been able to build massive skyscrapers is to overcome nature. And yes, part of that hubris is what's causing these kinds of extreme weather events to take place because of anthropogenic climate change. But there is still so much more that we can do, okay? There's still so much more that we could do in terms of proper prevention, not building campsites and not building campsites around, for example, a riverbed. Or if we do, ensuring that we have the proper resources allocated to warning systems. That's why I gave like the Pompeii example, where it's like we just keep rebuilding in the ash cheeks of a volcano over and over again, and then the volcano explodes and the lava takes over the city, and then we rebuild the city once again, and we say, it won't happen again. And we don't even monitor the tectonic activities. We don't even we underfund the warning systems ahead of time so that there's no evacuation. We just refuse to learn any lessons from any of this, and it's so devastating.
And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, are there any ways to have earlier detection? And some of that, the limits of a flash flood, they're very difficult because they can arise so quickly. And so my hope is, in time, we will learn some lessons to implement to next time, and there will be another flood, there will be another disaster.
He's wrong. I mean, this is a lie also. This is literally a fucking lie. When he says we will learn from these lessons, his previous response and his current response, as a matter of fact, shows that he's not interested in learning any of the lessons. He literally said, there's nothing we can do about it. These things happen. And then turning around and being like, we'll figure it out after the fact. We'll figure out what went wrong here after the fact. It's like, no, you're just pushing it down when it's no longer important in the public's eye, when it's no longer newsworthy. This is a defensive posture that is the opposite of problem solving. An issue happens, people seek out answers. They don't want to give answers in this time of crisis on purpose, because if they were to properly analyze the situation as we have done so far, even with like the limited amount of information we have thus far, we very quickly arrive at the real villains in the story, which happens to be the fucking Republican Party. The people that are actively underfunding these systems of prevention, alerts, and analysis. He said the same thing in 2018. Senator Cruz, we will rebuild together because that's who Texans are. Surveys, flood damage in Burnett and Llano County urges Texans to heed warnings from local officials. They have just the same script that they hit over and over again, every single fucking time. Same footnotes, same bullet points. Thoughts and prayers. God is good. God is great. How could this have happened? We will figure out how this could have happened. and we'll make sure that it doesn't happen again, as they literally work to make it happen again and again and again and again, and make things worse in the process.
You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning.
No, those cuts were good. Those cuts were good. We saved so much money. We saved so much money. Excuse me, sir. Talking about these cuts, you're kind of making it seem like I need to take accountability for things that I've advocated for, and I don't like it. How dare you, sir? This is not time for partisan finger pointing, sir. These cuts were good. These cuts were great. We need more of them. Also, how could this have happened? I don't like the facts that you are presenting to me. Yeah. Texas Observer, Trump's Doge cuts are a Texas-sized disaster. This came out on July 3rd, 2025. Reckless agency layoffs and the dismantling of federal relief programs could leave the Lone Star State in peril. This was before the flash floods. A day before the flash floods happened, they were like, this is a ginormous issue. A lot of these things that the government is tasked with doing basically have to work invisibly. Like they have to work, and they're working. They're working in a way where you don't even realize that they're working at all times. You only realize the government is failing when it actually isn't working. You only realize that the government is there when it actually fails in a moment like this. So this is a really important time for leftists and Democrats alike to explain that these are resources that we cannot take funds away from. These are government instruments that we have to rely on, that we have to continue funding, and the Republicans' austerity measures against the war that they're waging against these government systems is actually deadly and will continue to have devastating consequences such as this one that we just watched.
Facts, and if you look at the facts in particular, number one, that these warnings went out hours before the flood became a true emergency level, but number two, the National Weather Service here, New Braunfels is where they were headquartered. They had additional manpower. In fact, they had 3 additional people working that night, anticipating that it was going to be a very dangerous weather situation. I also think it's worth noting that the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the Doge cuts, has publicly said that they don't believe that the reduction in staffing had any impact whatsoever on their ability to warn of this event. And so, look, I think it is reasonable over time to engage in a retrospective and say at every level what could have been done better, because all of us.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good actually that we actually had key roles that were vacant. Like there were people that took the retirement plan, the accelerated retirement plan, and the government did that specifically so that there were less people in these positions. They didn't like directly lay them off. In some instances they did, but in many instances they just basically said, hey man, we're giving you an opportunity. Before we lay you off, we're just giving you severance pay off with no interest in rehiring. Here's the New York Times reporting on it. Crucial positions at the local office of the National Weather Service were unfilled as severe rainfall inundated parts of central Texas on Friday morning, prompting some experts to question whether staffing shortages made it harder for the forecasting agency to coordinate with local emergency managers as floodwaters rose. Texas officials appeared to blame the Weather Service for issuing forecasts on Wednesday that underestimated how much rain was coming. But former Weather Service officials said the forecasts were as good as could be expected, given the enormous levels of rainfall and the storm's unusually abrupt escalation. The staffing shortages suggest a separate problem, those former officials said. The loss of experienced people who would typically have helped communicate with local authorities in the hours after flash flood warnings were issued overnight. In an interview, Rob Kelly, the Kerr County judge, and its most senior elected official said the county did not have a warning system because such systems are expensive and local residents are resistant to new spending. Taxpayers won't pay for it, Mr. Kelly said. Asked if people might reconsider it in the light of the catastrophe, he said, I don't know. This is part of the reason why I sometimes say, like, it's better to just do it and not tell people that you're doing it. It's just like, why? Why do you need public feedback on all of this stuff? It's not like they ask every working poor individual whether or not they want to get their SNAP benefits reduced. They just do it anyway. I don't understand it. The National Weather Service San Angelo office, which is responsible for some of the areas hit hardest by Friday's flooding, was missing a senior hydrologist, staff forecaster, and meteorologist in charge. San Antonio office also had significant vacancies. Staff members in those positions are meant to work with local emergency managers to plan for floods, including when and how to warn local residents and help them evacuate. The office's warning coordination meteorologist left on April 30th after taking the early retirement package the Trump administration used to reduce the number of federal employees, according to a person with knowledge of his departure. Some of the openings may predate the current Trump administration, but at both offices, the vacancy rate is roughly double what it was when Mr. Trump returned to the White House in January, according to Mr. Fahey. John Sokich, who until January was the director of congressional affairs for the National Weather Service, said those unfilled positions made it harder to coordinate with local officials because each Weather Service office works as a team. Reduced staffing puts that in jeopardy. A spokeswoman for the National Weather Service, Erica Groh, did not answer questions from the New York Times about the Texas vacancies, including how long those positions have been open and whether those vacancies had contributed to the damage caused by the flooding. There's also another problem here where the NWS staffers that are still employed might be fearful of speaking out against the administration out of an abundance of caution, out of the fear that the administration might actually enact revenge upon them by firing them, which is insane to even think, but it is quite literally a reality. It is within the realm of possible options here. Part of what the Republicans do expertly is consistently claim that these services are not working, so we have to just continue defunding them. That is a part of their advocacy. A part of their advocacy quite literally is to say, these systems are failing. They failed our people. They failed our citizens, which is why we must defund them. They're just taking your tax dollars. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, what the hell? What the hell? What a crazy way to start the day. Holy moly. I'm saying it. Rewind like 1 hour and 50 minutes for the full vid. A right-wing reporter asked him why he doesn't wear a suit. JD Vance started laughing. They were straight up bullying him. Yeah, Trump is live right now with Zell Disney. We'll just start off on the live part where they're talking to one another, and then after that we'll get in. I'm gonna blast off, and then we'll get back to like some of the more dramatic moments of this back and forth.
We know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that these crazy Russians, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia.
It's a replay.
Should have never.
Oh, did this end? I thought that they were doing a press conference. They were continuing the press conference. Okay, well, we'll get started here. Okay, he left early, live early, and watching the Zelensky-Trump fight. Oh, they canceled the press conference? They canceled the press conference? Oh my God. Okay, well, sorry, I apologize. I didn't know they canceled the press conference. And Trump actually kicked him out. I knew they fought. I didn't realize he just got kicked. Oh my God, this literally just happened. Okay, I thought I was actually paying attention to what oh my God. 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 I'm behind. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I understand why people were like, no personal news. God damn. Bro, what the hell? What the hell? What a crazy way to start the day. Holy moly. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. It's bedlam. But yeah, TrueAnon on later to discuss MAGA, Epstein, fallout, and more. Get in now. Holy moly, what a crazy day. What a crazy day! Ah! Okay, let's watch.
The same.
So Trump meets Zelensky. Okay, Zell Disney comes in. All right, he comes in. And for all intents and purposes, I'm going to set the stage for all of you. Okay? I'm going to set the stage for all of you. So this is supposed to be coming off the heels of weeks and weeks of Donald Trump calling Zelensky a dictator, saying he sucks, saying he ain't shit, saying Zelensky's got no bitches, constantly talking about how Zelensky's short, you know, all this stuff, okay? He's like, you got no money, no bitches, no job prospects, and you're a dictator. That's what Donald Trump is saying over and over again. And in the process, there's also this mineral deal that's, being floated around where Trump is like, I'm going to take all your raw earth. I'm going to hit that earth raw. He just keeps saying, I'm going to hit the earth raw. I have your minerals. I'm going to take it. Okay. I'm going to take all of your minerals. There's nothing you can do about it. And it's weird because, like, we don't even know if there's a lot of minerals or whether or not they are even rare earth minerals. They're certainly raw, but I don't know if they're going to be rare earth minerals or not. Regardless, he's like, Trump is saying, like, I want the minerals because we gave you so many weapons. We gave you all of our old busted ass equipment, and that was like $300 billion. Like, it's time to pay up, which is, you know, pretty honest in terms of how American foreign policy normally works. But, like, obviously, optically speaking, probably not a very good deal. It's probably kind of a raw deal for Ukraine, but it was always slated to be a raw deal regardless. But now, after all of this, there's still this back and forth where there's this suspicion where Donald Trump, you know, dials it back and says, like, no, did I call Zelensky a dictator yesterday or the other day or every single day since then? Ooh, was that me? I don't know. So, like, that's basically the last thing that happened before this this Zelensky conference was supposed to happen. He linked up with Keir Starmer, also known as Keir Stalin. He talked to Macron. Macron touched him in the leg, you know, maybe even touched his heart. He's been talking to all the European heads while constantly talking about how he's going to tariff the shit out of our European allies, right? But when he did the whole, did I do that thing? I thought to myself, like, okay, he's probably going to go back on this stuff. He's just playing hardball. He's going to give them more old weapons and tell them, like, they can continue fighting or whatever until they just, like, inevitably come to a ceasefire negotiation, a bargain, like, you know, going along with the other side of the Brandonian policy, right? And boy, was I wrong. I didn't think that this would happen. Okay, I'll admit, a lot of you look to me and say, Hassan, you apply the science. The scientific dialectical materialist analysis to things that are happening all around the world. And you are at least relatively knowledgeable when it comes to issues like Israel, Palestine. And seemingly this is very helpful in making accurate assessments or even sometimes predictions. But when it comes down to Donald Trump, especially in the way that he's dealt with this Zelensky stuff, it is utterly unpredictable. Okay? It is completely unpredictable. This is the Nixonian madman theory in action, but this time it's actually a madman. Like, there is no IR interpretation for the way that Donald Trump operates. I'll say it, okay? There's no, like, he has redefined the genre, okay? He has redefined the entire genre. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody can make, like, there's no realpolitik, okay? There's no realpolitik here. There's no constructionist the way of approaching it. There's no Marxist interpretation for international relations here. It's just Trump, okay? It's just Trump, and he might say some shit. He might turn back on it. But yeah, let me explain to you what happened to the best of my ability, because it's virtually impossible to truly come to terms with what happened here. So after Disney comes over to the White House and we're like, okay, there's going to be a mineral deal. Is this going to end up with more weapons for Ukraine? Or is this going to end up with, like, a finalized, you know, ceasefire bargain or anything like that? It turns out, no, it's a secret third option. Okay. It's a secret third option that virtually no one could have seen. Okay. Like, what the hell, bro? Let's watch. truly, truly a nutty moment in American politics, okay? All right, so they come in.
What's your message for them? Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous...
Bro, there is nothing funnier than the camera panning over to Zelensky. He's like, you can't, I don't like the guy, but what are you going to do? He is a victim here. He's a hostage, like the January 6th hostages. He's held a hostage. The entire world has been so unfair to Vladimir. They've been so unfair to him. All he wanted to do was denazify Ukraine. He wanted to do a special military operation to denazify Ukraine. I tell you, folks, Nazis, not very fine people on both sides, okay? Let me tell you, he just wanted to denazify. Also, Slava Ukraini, that's a hate crime. Let me tell you, everybody knows 14,000 people died in Donbass. All the people in LPR and DPR, all they wanted to do was maintain independence. They had Russian roots. Alexander Dugin. What accent is that? I'm so hopped up that I can't even do a good Trump right now. Okay? Many people are saying I'm a Duginist. What's wrong with that? He's got some good ideas, folks. They did the Tsar so wrong. He had great ideas. He was going to fix the Russian Empire. All these peasants, the Bolshevik Revolution, very unacceptable. Don't we hate it, folks? That's why I like Putin. He's going to restore it.
Tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe.
With the world.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me?
Wait, it's at 120. What do you mean? Like you want me to go more? Why do you want me to go further? Like, it's fine. I want to hear the rest. I want to hear this.
I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years.
Okay, shut up. Why are you there? Who is this man? Who is this guy? Does anybody know who this guy is? I don't know who the this guy is. Who the is this guy? Why are you in the room, dog? The is your purpose? Excuse me. Where is the real president? Where is Elon Musk? Why is Elon Musk not in the room? Who the frick is this guy thinking he can have a moment in the spotlight? Like, don't try to clip farm, okay? You're not FaZe Ronaldo, little bro, okay? You're not Lacey. You can't. You are not the clip. Don't come in here to be like, oh, let me get a couple licks in on Zelensky so that people can talk about me too. Like, get the frick out of here, dude. Anyway, sorry.
Years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
He admitted Putin invaded Ukraine. Yeah, he has. That's why he's there, by the way. He's the moderating voice. He is the moderating voice. He put his freaking eyeliner on this morning thinking to himself, I'm really going to have my moment here, okay? I'm going to play both sides here. I'm going to say the truth about the matter while Donald Trump says insane stuff. But just wait, because Donald Trump doesn't like this, okay? He doesn't like being around beta men, okay? Beta males. He is not a fan. He is not a fan of beta males. And now he's surrounded by two, okay? Donald Trump, the GOAT, Mr. MAGA, Mr. Alpha Dog, okay? Surrounded by not one, but two.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky.
Wait, why don't I want to see what Zelensky says here and then
Sure.
Trump's reaction.
Yeah. Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was
he killed,
not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken the ceasefire. He killed our people.
He does not want to hear any of this, bro. He's like, bro, stop talking. He's like, stop talking. Like, you ain't even, he's like, you ain't even funny. He's like, you ain't even funny. I've seen your comedies. I didn't like them. I didn't like your comedies.
Of Ukraine.
All right, let's watch this. This is like the full vid, okay? This is the chaos.
Been working.
He does
very
not
hard.
want to hear even a second, okay?
Very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had a little negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something.
This isn't funny to me. I am too vogue. Brother, there is virtually nothing we can do about American foreign policy decisions. Okay? Nothing. Do you understand? Nothing. It is not a democracy. Please make no mistake. There is no democratic process here. There is no morality here. I'm using this as an opportunity for everyone to recognize the reality. Okay? Recognize the reality. There is a reason why American foreign policy has left behind so many countries in rubble, which then turned those American weapons formerly used against American adversaries on America. Okay? How do you think 9/11 happened? Like, what do you think was 9/11? 9/11 is literally the precursory to 9/11, but this time happening in an Eastern European country. Straight up. And I've been this is basically, you remember that tweet from that one journalist who was like, I've been investigating this story for years and years, and he just tweeted it? That's how I feel. That's how I feel when I watch these things unfold. Because for years and years, I have been critical of American foreign policy for being so violent and so cruel and not even caring remotely about the humanity of the people that we just use like a dish rag, okay? Only to have those people understandably develop resentment towards us or even other allies, expressions of American empire, and then eventually turn around and turn the same weapons that we gave them on us, okay? That's it. This is exactly what happened with Operation Cyclone. There's a reason why this meme exists, you know? The whole, eventually they'll turn on you, the meme that I used on my blast off tweet as well. Okay, whether it be Manuel Noriega from U.S. Friend to Foe, whether it be Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, Muammar Gaddafi, you know, this is how it works. This is the most consistent, most coherent American foreign policy. Do you understand? That's why I always say, hey, listen, if you're leftist, you're right, just too early. Okay? Joe Biden over Ukraine? Of course Joe Biden over Ukraine. Yes. And Trump is basically just full tilt, finishing the job.
Very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that.
Sean Ray, thank you for the raise, Sean. Hope you had a good stream, brother.
With Russia, I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. On both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So,
yeah. So it starts off relatively normal, from what I understand. Relatively normal. Okay. There's a little bit of like pushback. Okay. There's a little bit of a history lesson from Zelensky. Of course, the entire press conference that's taken place here, this entire meeting that's happening here, is happening on the backdrop of Donald Trump's insane actions in terms of foreign policy, voting alongside Russia and North Korea and Belarus to say they're not condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which was already a symbolic gesture to begin with, right? Those are symbolic votes in general. But they matter when America obviously completely changes its alignment. Donald Trump is calling Zelensky a dictator over and over again, saying he sucks over and over again, saying like, we're going to take all your minerals, all this stuff. And then seemingly it falls apart.
It's an honor to have you here. Thank you
It's so bad. Even most of Asmongold's chat is saying Trump L. Yes, because Asmongold is pro-Ukraine. He's pro, I think, what is it? Like he's on Ukraine, on the issue of healthcare, on the issue of like some left-wing populist sentiment. He is not on board with Trump, but it's not enough to like be a spoiler for him. That's it.
For coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things. And we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that. And an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for the invitation. And really, I hope that this first document will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course, I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians, and I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the license.
Look at this asshole, by the way. Every moment of his life, like we know who this demon is, okay? And we know who this demon is. He's just a brown noser. But this demon is still very much an old school American war hawk. 99 votes in the Senate, including Bernard Sanders, by the way. Remember, that's how uniparty American foreign policy is, okay? He has an image to project. He has an image to maintain. And he's just sitting there being like, I really hope that this doesn't get out of hand because Donald Trump is a little crazy. And he's just sitting there, okay, pants riding all the way up to his goddamn knees like a little boy.
Licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States, and we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we exchanged.
Not a great day for the Zelensky was installed by the Americans crowd.
Warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images. How it's just.
They're not going to win that stupid war. Russia's going to win. No, nobody. Only America wins in this situation.
To understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there. And that, so they don't eat, they beat them, and they, so they do a lot of, bad things.
By the way, I do want to mention something here, but like this is like Israel stuff that he's doing here, but these guys don't care. They don't care. You can literally show the brutality in and the previous administration didn't care either. They just used it to, keep saying, no, we're on the morally correct side here, but also give us the minerals, please. Like, that would be sick. But that's it. They didn't care either, but they at least operated on the boundaries of caring. They didn't care, but they at least would use it as a way to explain why they were aligning with Ukraine in the way that they were aligning with Ukraine. Donald Trump, on the other hand, does not give a. You could show him like open graves from Bucha, and he would just look at it and be like, I don't care. You shouldn't have had people there. You shouldn't have had people there ready to be invaded and killed. Like, he just does not care. He is an animal, okay? What? Libs of TikTok, Lamau.
That are lost every year in Medicaid.
Hassan Piker just called for violence against a sitting U.S. senator. If you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. No, I'm not saying you should do that. I'm saying that if he did, he would apply capital punishment to Rick Scott. Yes. At FBI. I can't even respond to this because this dumbass blocked me. I guess I could. Anyway, let's continue.
Things
at FBI.
So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children because I will just share with you. And, I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, it's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you, and here you see it.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah, of course, we will.
And I think we will. And
we have to, of course.
Do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and.
Yeah, so the raw earth. Oh my God, why am I saying raw earth now? I love that he says it like he. Why has no one stopped him from saying this? It's now official lexicon. I'm saying it too. Oh my God, raw earth. The raw earth. Earth is raw. God damn. You doing okay, brother? I mean, I'm doing fine. I don't know how more. I don't know how anyone could be doing okay in these circumstances, but raw earth. Okay. Anyway, he's talking about raw earth. We're gonna extract the raw earth. Initially, I thought the way Donald Trump presented this, I thought that he meant, he's getting 50% of their minerals, rare earth minerals, not raw earth minerals, specifically for all of the weapons that they've sent thus far. Now, it seems like it is for the additional weapons that they might send to Ukraine, except according to Caitlin Collins, who was in the room, no deal was signed. So we don't even know if that's currently on the table.
Sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil.
Yeah, I know. He ate it.
Gas,
he ate it big time.
But we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that could be unprotected. But still, it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all.
He keeps going. He just keeps saying raw earth. Why is nobody? Okay, whatever. How are you going to even what? That's not even the most significant part of this conversation. Sorry, it's just. Let's just keep going. Sorry, I apologize for caring about this. It's so stupid. It's so stupid to care about this.
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it. and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And, you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money. And what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they...
him starting with the Russian soldiers, it's also indicative of what his position is. But it's kind of funny where he goes, what Biden did was terrible. And why what Biden did was terrible was not because like he didn't force Ukraine and Russia to come to the table for a ceasefire when Ukraine had more leverage. What Biden did wasn't terrible because he didn't actually hastily bring forth enough weapons that Ukraine could defend itself with initially when there were more people in Ukraine, when they had more of a standing military that hadn't been destroyed. He didn't, like, those weren't the reasons, right? Those were not the reasons why Biden was terrible. It was because he didn't get assurances for the old-ass weapons that we dumped into Ukraine that the military-industrial complex was able to get an incredible return off of. Like those, that's the real reason. The real reason is he just didn't like farm Ukraine harder, which he did. Of course, Biden farmed Ukraine as well, just like Donald Trump is doing. Okay. The only difference here is he didn't actively come out and regularly be like, Zelensky sucks. That's the only difference. That's it. But for him, the biggest crime for Biden, I guess, was that he wasn't aggressive enough with Ukraine, which is a crazy thing.
They had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do that.
But Mr. President,
will you continue?
Sorry.
Military aid. Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points. If we speak about business and investment, we never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next document, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really good will for this. LNG terminals.
This is a disgrace that the U.S. is extorting an ally for its minerals while we are under attack from a brutal dictatorship. You're suggesting that Biden and Trump are essentially the same? That's a gross mischaracterization of reality. Brother, what are you talking about? Biden and his team also were quietly, like, read reports on this, please, from American news outlets. Biden and his team also were trying to do the same exact mineral deal, okay? The only difference between Biden and Trump is that Trump is a psycho and will actively undermine Ukraine, even though they are not only the wronged party here, but also the ally in this equation. That's the major difference. Okay, but in terms of like the mineral deals that we're talking about here, it's do you still believe American foreign policy is uniparty? Yes. The broad strokes of American foreign policy is uniparty. Republicans, and this is something that I consistently explain to you guys, and I think it just like gets lost in translation or something. American foreign policy is uniparty. However, Republicans are the accelerant. They come into power and they just pull it all the way. They just go crazy mode with it. The direction is still the same. Republicans just accelerate. And then Democrats, when they come into power, don't actually reverse that trajectory. There are very rare exceptions for this, but beyond like the denuclearization agreement with Iran that Barack Obama put in place, or normalizing relations with Cuba that Barack Obama also did, there are very few instances where the Democratic administration, Biden's administration, that came in after, for example, Trump's administration, Biden's administration did not actually reverse the trajectory of every single thing that the Trump admin had done prior, especially as it pertains to Israel, for example. Okay? This is open. Like, this is open in broad daylight. How does this not come across as even remote? Like, how does it not shock you when he's doing it? Yes, there's a big difference between trying to use a little leverage for a mineral deal, sitting down with Putin without Zelensky there. I think the goals are the same, but the method of execution matter. No, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that at all. I think optics when it comes to soft power and diplomacy are profoundly important. I think at the end of the day, the outcome was still the same for Ukraine. Having said that, however, the optics do matter, because if America does not even care about presenting itself as like a peacekeeping nation, then all of a sudden our European allies are going to look at that and go, oh my God, these guys are saying it. These guys are going to fuck us over. They've been us over, as a matter of fact. People are going to catch up to that reality. Okay? This is what I've been saying since day one, since Trump took office. His mismanagement on the Ukraine side of the bargain has been ridiculous. He could have Zelensky there at the table every day of the week. He doesn't have to undermine Zelensky at all. Whatever he says goes regardless. America holds all the cards in this equation. Having said that, however, he could just as easily bring Zelensky to the table in front of Vladimir Putin. The choice not to do so is important. It is definitely different than what Biden would have done if he ever actually wanted to put forth a ceasefire negotiation. He should have, okay? That was my big problem with Biden's administration when it came to Israel and Gaza. That is exactly my big problem with the Biden administration when it came to Ukraine and Russia. A lot of people yelled at me at the time, but Ukraine had significantly more leverage in the initial phases of the invasion to actually put together a much more comprehensive and much better ceasefire proposal, and the Biden administration was not even remotely interested in it. It's not benefit of hindsight either, for the record, because it wasn't hindsight at the time I said it, and plenty of other people said it too. That's why I get so mad when people go, this is hindsight. It's like, what do you mean hindsight? Virtually every pro-Ukrainian channel and account yelled at me and said I was dick riding Vladimir Putin. I loved Adolf Hitler. And it wasn't just me. There were plenty of people that made this exact same call. You called Ukrainians Nazis? Brother, there have been 7 quintillion moments where I have actively noted that the denazification argument from Adolf Hitler was not even remotely appropriate, okay? Shut the up. Yes, the existence of Azov Battalion does not change that dynamic. Shut up. You called Ukrainians Nazis. I didn't call Ukrainians Nazis, you dipshit. You just got clip farmed because you're a moron. And right now, things are happening and unfolding in front of your eyes that you can't contend. So what do? You lash out at me, okay? Dog watched one clip 3 years ago, and even before then.
For us, it's very important.
There's nothing funnier than Donald Trump basically exploding the ceasefire negotiation that he himself put into place, and there's still sex pestiny dick riders in my chat trying to get a clip out to be like, you called Ukrainians Nazis. Ukraine is literally collapsing, and these guys are more worried about trying to get a clip off. Okay? Oh, I hope he responds to me so I can farm an out of context clip. Like, how? Just lock in, please. Holy shit.
Of European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President.
They did.
Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No,
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue with it.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
But Mr. President, Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
President Trump,
will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side? That President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But,
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall. I think.
We've had very, very good talks.
Mr. President,
what about military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelensky just said that there'll be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you, firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelensky is going to have to make? And President Zelensky, is there anything that you think that you may be able to offer or bring to the table, for example, elections? Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile, to put it mildly. They've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's
a poet.
Level. That's
a real poet, dude. Trump is a real poet. Okay? Flat land. Only thing that stops a bullet is a human body.
Farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody.
I'm fully on his side. I don't think he said anything was wrong, but do you feel like, given how important U.S. aid is to Ukraine, Zelensky should have acted differently, glaze Trump/USA more? There is nothing. I just tweeted about this, actually. Interesting question. But there is literally nothing Zelensky can do. Nothing in this equation that will stop Trump and his admin from humiliating him. Obviously, our proxies are always powerless in these circumstances, but the decorum is totally broken. No care for diplomacy. The end of American soft power. He did. He literally glazed them. He, at 11:30, 30 minutes ago, Zelensky still posted a tweet being like, "Thank you so much, Mr. America. Thank you so much, at POTUS, for kicking me out. It is okay. We love America." Like, it does not matter. He was glazing him. He was glazing him the whole time. He was. What do you want him to do? What more can he do? He could literally get on his hands and knees and suck Trump off, and it still would not change this dynamic. Look, this is basically the proverbial getting on your hands and knees and sucking Trump off. He said, "Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for this visit. Thank you, POTUS, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that." What do you think this is? This is after he got kicked out, bro. This is after he got kicked out. This is literally a man who is on his hands and knees. And the reality of the matter is, the power dynamic has always been this way, okay? It has always been this way. The difference here is Donald Trump is not even trying to maintain any sort of like optical illusion that we are here, we're in it for defending Ukraine. We're in it for helping Ukraine, okay? We're in it to help Ukraine out in any capacity. He's just actively saying, nope, not even a little bit. No more carrots, only sticks, okay? Understand that in terms of the power dynamic between America and Ukraine, this has always been the case. Oh my God, breaking NBC reports that the U.S. State Department is ending support for Ukraine's power grid restoration. It is so insane. It is so insane. Are you pro-Ukraine regardless of this? Just curious. What do you mean pro-Ukraine regardless of this? I've always been pro-Ukraine. The Ukrainian people are the ones who are getting f***ed over no matter which way this goes. They're either going to get f***ed over by Russia or they're going to get f***ed over by America. Right now, they're getting f***ed over by both at the same time. And in ways that even I did not foresee. Like, this is beyond what I think, beyond what I foresaw happening. Like, it's unbelievable. It is new levels of depravity. Unbelievable shit. He is actively telling our European allies, especially, he's actively telling our European allies, like, you're next. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to help you. You better nut up. You better buy more American weapons pronto. You know, you're on your own. I don't care. This is a change in the trajectory of American foreign policy where we're not going to stop dominating the rest of the planet, obviously, but the ways in which American foreign policy is operated in perpetuity, whether it was the George W. Bush administration or the Obama administration or the Biden administration, American foreign policy has at least always had the image of helping people. America's the world police, but everyone is fine with that because they think like, yeah, you know, ultimately they have our best interest in mind. You know, we're all Western allies. We do it together. He's literally saying like, no, we've never been allies. Like he's dropping he's dropping the pretext. No more facade. No, know your place. You are a colony. That's what he's saying. And I think this is genuinely worrisome. Okay. It's genuinely worrisome because I feel as though we're moving into the next phase of the downfall of American empire, where we will be actively and openly way more violent, way more selfish, way more ruthless. And there won't be any massaging of the truth. There won't be any optics for this. There won't be any like, this is the morally righteous position. Here is why. And do all of this like manufactured consent stuff. None of that. Just saying it's a protection racket and I want you to pay up right now. I don't care. Okay? There's never been a moment where I have advocated for full and utter humiliating surrender for the Ukrainian population. That's ridiculous. I think that a competent administration that came before this Trump one, the Biden administration, because remember, they were the foreign policy geniuses, right? Should have recognized that the upcoming administration is going to really escalate American foreign policy in a scary direction, okay? And not even shelter the world from the most damaging aspects of American imperialism and actively portray it as a good thing, and should have wrapped it up ahead of time, but they didn't. Part of the reason why they didn't is because they don't give a shit, okay? They don't care. The previous administration doesn't care either. They'll say they care on television, but they actually don't care. If they did, they would have wrapped it up. They have all the power. You think Trump is the most powerful American politician? Ukraine has many more soldiers than Russia. Russia is losing 6-1 in Ukraine, but you're wrong. Ukraine can easily defend for years without Russia. I don't know what to say to this insanity. I mean, this is, I guess, the other side of the consent manufacturing machine where you have deluded yourself.
At the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Will President Putin have to make compromises?
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led?
This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend from literally OAN or Newsmax or one of those outlets, by the way. Those are the journalists who are asking these questions.
This country into another war and ended foreign wars. And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and by the way, we won it by a lot. That was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things. I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
And my second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest.
That's crazy. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend is shitting on Zelensky in the Oval Office in front of the entire press pool, and J.D. Vance is laughing. The American vice president is laughing about it. Like, dude, that's so crazy. What do you mean? Like, that's a question that, like, I get why it's funny to many people, but this is not the place for this. And they shouldn't be laughing. What the
level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do.
Like, getting humiliated like this, like being an American proxy aside, you are no longer just getting humiliated by the president. You're getting humiliated by a presidential dick rider who is like a drunk baboon, okay, whose claim to fame is Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm sorry, that is insane. Like, this is there is nothing lower than this, okay? You're getting shitted on by the court jester. Like, yeah, and you can tell it's definitely inappropriate because look at Marco Rubio, okay? Look at Marco Rubio versus this clown ass. Marco Rubio is like, finally, I have secured the reins of the American State Department, and it's under this administration. You know what I mean? I worked my entire life, worked my way up, okay? And here we are. Now I'm in an incredible position of power, and this is the administration that I'm a part of.
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have such. I will wear a costume after this war will finish. Okay. Yes, maybe Wow.
Maybe something like this.
Something like yours,
sir.
yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than, yeah. Thank you.
President Trump, you said yesterday, thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have.
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we've...
You got to play the Lindsey Graham clips on Fox News. Dude is a full-on Russian asset now, saying Zelensky should be replaced. Ukrainians reported in December that Putin was going to try and push him out, and then here we are today. Brother, Lindsey Graham is not a Russian asset. He is a Donald Trump asset, okay? Lindsey Graham quite literally used to be the best friend of the maverick John McCain. And then Donald Trump famously said, I like my war heroes that aren't captured. Lindsey Graham was very upset about that. That's his best friend. After John McCain died, Lindsey Graham has been up Trump's asshole, following every single thing that he says and does, okay? Lindsey Graham will say whatever Trump is saying. He will just parrot whatever Trump is saying, but he will try to communicate it in a way that is more professional. That's it, okay? That's it. That's it. I mean, look, yeah, he's like, oh, Russia is scared. Lindsey Graham says he told Trump that his interaction with Zelensky was the best television he's ever seen. I think that Moscow was more afraid than ever. Why would Moscow be afraid? Like, I think... Yeah, here, look at this. Big shit from Lindsey Graham on Fox just now. He said he doesn't know if Zelensky is redeemable. The question for me, for the Ukrainian people, I just don't know if Zelensky can ever get you where you want to go with the United States. Either he dramatically changes or you got to get someone new. He wants...
I just think there's no way the president could have signed that deal given the way he and JD and...
Like, this man has been literally up Ukraine's ass before. Like, in the Obama administration, him... John McCain, Amy Klobuchar, they would do these joint like foreign policy link-ups in Ukraine. He has stood in front of like the Azov battalion and shit. You know what I mean? He is the guy who very famously said under the Biden administration that, you know, this is a great deal for 5% of our military budget. We eradicated 50% of our foreign adversaries' military. Like, he is pro unlimited arms to Ukraine. So how is he, what is he doing here? What's going on here?
In our country were treated. I don't know if you can put it back together. I don't know if you can repair the damage. And I've busted my ass to try to help Ukraine to make sure we help them win a war that would, you know, get this war over in a way that we don't have further aggression, and Donald Trump's the man to do it. I told him this morning, I told him, don't take the bait. Don't let the media or anybody else get you into a argument with President Trump. What he's doing today is resetting the relationship. You should be grateful. Now, whether or not we can put this back together, I don't know. But Zelensky's going to be on your network tonight. If I were him, I would profusely apologize to the way he treated our president and the vice president in the Oval Office and show a little bit of gratitude for what the American people have done.
Senator, how does Moscow and Putin look at this?
Insanity. Complete insanity.
Very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, you know, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, you know, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You know, you fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you said over and over, I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceive.
Saying security is the least consequential aspect of Russia's invasion of Ukraine is insane. No, man, that's the whole part. That's the entire story. It's not 2%. It's 200% of the story. What are you saying? He wouldn't have to grovel on his hands and knees over here if security was not that big of a issue. Trump is just laying out openly what the relationship between America, the American master, and its foreign puppets has always been, albeit kept usually behind closed doors. No, exactly. But I think that revealing this power dynamic is scary for one reason and one reason only, from my assessment, and that is that America is moving into a new direction in terms of how it handles its foreign allegiances. America is moving in a more ruthless and more honest direction. And I think that will make Americans in general, more violent, okay? That will make America more violent. That will make America's allegiances harder to deal with, okay? It's turning, we're moving into the next phase of our dying empire. That is what I'm seeing. And it's a scary it's a scary thing to examine.
You know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there.
No, not an isolationist. No. Yeah, isolationist. That's why Donald Trump wants to buy Gaza. That's what you do when you're an isolationist. When you're an isolationist, you continue along with the previous administration that you quote unquote hate, right? You continue along with the agenda of the previous administration to add permanent security assurances and maybe even standing U.S. military to the state of Saudi Arabia, okay? When you're an isolationist, that's what you do. You give them nukes, or you move along with the nuclearization of the Saudi grid, and also simultaneously offer additional security assurances and potentially even more military troops presence there, okay? When you're an isolationist, you also continue along with the previous administration's agenda of sending billions and billions of dollars of arms to Israel. When you're an isolationist, you actively say the cartel is now known as a terrorist entity, so you can actually drone strike willy-nilly the American southern border, okay, and beyond. When you're an isolationist, you say you're going to invade Greenland and you're going to annex Canada, and that Canada is the 51st state of the United States of America. None of that is isolationist. No. That's why I'm saying American foreign policy doesn't change. It just gets worse and worse, more and more violent. Okay? How is any of this isolationist? It's not. It's just a more honest form and perhaps more violent form of imperialism. Bro, I was so wrong about you and a lot of things. I have a lot of learning to do, but I'm trying my best.
Digging. Taking
literally everything you said is isolationist. So, wait, what? I don't think you understand what the English language, like the dictionary definition of isolation is. If you think that more troop presence all around the globe is isolationist, or annexation of foreign land, sovereign nations is isolationist, you don't understand the word. You don't understand any words, as a matter of fact. Open the schools.
We can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back.
President Zelensky is shaking his head.
When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you.
President Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well,
oh my God!
I like him.
He
One
skipped
American
over
News.
CNN's Caitlin Collins to respond to One American News glaze suckfest. Oh my God! Oh my God! This is a mockery. Okay. Yes, access journalism has been the meta for mainstream press for the past multiple decades at this point. There is no more adversarial journalism, but this is, once again, a new level. This is Modi shit, dude. This is straight up. This is like Dude, they're gonna have the Nelk Boys in there. I'm telling you, Nelk Boys are gonna be in the building. Nelk Boys are gonna be a part of the goddamn press pool, being like, Mr. President, what's your favorite flavor of Zin, sir?
It was a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
Mr. President, if I can answer. Yes, if I can answer,
Please,
sorry. Please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. And I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think he's dressed.
I like this guy. I don't know.
I think he's dressed beautifully.
So I have more serious things than answer on such questions. I will answer on more serious questions if I can. Yeah. So please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work, because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken.
Trump doesn't like that. Trump does not like that. Don't talk shit on the big dog. Okay, dude, don't do it. Don't do it. He is not liking that at all. Do not bring that up. Oh, my Lord.
Times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president. You never broke to me.
Oh, that's it. Nope, it's over. Okay, that's it. That's the breaking point. He broke the ceasefire agreement while you were president. Done. It's done. All of a sudden, okay, Krasnov activation code. Suka bliat. Beep, beep, beep. That right there is the breakoff point, because that right there reminded Donald Trump of all the times where he felt wronged by Zelensky, okay? All the times where he's like, who the do you think you are? This has, in some ways, I think that if it wasn't Donald Trump, but still like a brash and bold right-wing reactionary administration, the way that they would handle this, the outcomes would still be the same in terms of mineral deals and bringing Russia to the table, whatever. But the ways in which Donald Trump is communicating here is unique to him, because he is an incredibly narcissistic person who also happens to like authoritarian strongmen. Okay, that's it. He likes Vladimir Putin. He likes Xi Jinping personally. He likes Putin personally. He likes Kim Jong-un personally. He liked Duterte back in the day. He likes those guys. He likes Erdogan. Okay? I'm telling you right now, he likes those guys, and he hates Zelensky because he feels wronged by Zelensky. And for this reason, for this insane reason, he's just like, oh, this over. I'm going to directly shit on you. He likes Modi too. Oh my God, he likes Orban. God damn, there are so many authoritarian strongmen. Holy shit. I feel like with the exception of Western European liberal capitalist nations who Trump hates because they're an extension of the Democratic Party in his eyes, and Zelensky also fits that bill as well, because, they're also an extension of the Democratic Party in his eyes. There are a lot of leaders and more leaders that Donald Trump likes. Anyway, let's continue.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had, during those periods, he had conversations with our side. And we had Normandy format, you know, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia. And he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, you know, he knows that we have, all the world knows that we have meeting, yes? Why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance, connection between the United States as the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. You know, it's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans, in media, official and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents. It's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
Mr. President, under these
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay. This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began those?
By the way, every single thing he said in terms of Vladimir Putin, okay, not caring about Ukrainian lives or even caring about Russian lives, or even the fact that he is supposed to pay reparations, is 100% correct, okay? Make no mistake. It is 1,000% correct. So there is zero things that he said there that is wrong. The problem here is Donald Trump doesn't like that at all, because in his mind, he thinks that Zelensky should shut the up, bow down, and basically say Vladimir Putin is, his hand was forced to invade Ukraine because of the liberal administration's incompetence or something. I don't know. I suspect that that's what he wants. Has it ever been the case that the victor pays reparations? I mean, it's not, you could consider it not reparations, but even like rebuilding. I mean, America did fund the rebuilding of Western Germany. They did. America rebuilt Japan. We did the Marshall Plan. So yeah, even in that situation, yes, America was supposed to also pay reparations to Vietnam, which they never actually followed through on. And that's why they actually created the POWMIA movement. But that's a totally different story. When it comes to European partners, at least, when it comes to European partners, yes. When it comes to the global South that we dominate and destroy, no. Look at Haiti. Haiti literally was forced to pay reparations after the successful Haitian Revolution to France. Vietnam did not get their reparations either. They made up a totally fake, nonsensical bullshit reason for why they could not pay reparations to Vietnam after destroying that country for 20 years. Afghanistan never got reparations either after invading Afghanistan. And not only that, but also once we handed over the Afghan state back to the Taliban, we then also seized their assets that we were maintaining to the tune of billions of dollars. We froze their assets. Biden did that, by the way, the Afghan thing. So sometimes yes, sometimes no. The major difference here, I would say, is that Ukraine is a European nation. That's what's so unique about the new phase of American empire, is that we are doing this to our Eastern European allies. Remember the difference, like America after the war on terror that destroyed the Middle East, turned around and had the audacity to say, look at what Russia is doing. This is so different. This is so different than like what we've seen before. This is a European country that's being destroyed. What is this, Syria? This is not Syria. You can't just destroy Eastern European nations like this. So for a lot of people in Europe, the dynamic is different. That's why the way that they presented it in the initial phases was the burning of the Eiffel Tower, things of that nature, like all those ads that they had.
Pay.
Do you agree,
This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Because I wanted to know.
Please, wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine or on the Ukraine side.
I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country. Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. They, as you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
Dude, that's a crazy thing to say next to Zelensky. Yeah, Poland is in a very tough neighborhood. I'm sorry, dude, but that's the only thing stopping any kind of empire action coming from Russia at this stage is just straightforward their inability to do so. Okay? That's it. They just can't do it militarily. I mean, look, they with enough American weapons and American training and Western weapons and Western training, they did successfully stop the further incursion of Russia. Every step of the way, there should have been a ceasefire and a security assurances, a ceasefire, and normalization of relations, all this stuff. But goddamn, dude, it is. I said this before. Like America will just sell you down the river every single time. Holy moly!
The Baltics, they got a lot of. It's a tough neighborhood.
Why Russia with ceasefire? What do you mean, dude? Do you think that like there is no attrition on the Russian side? Like, are we crazy? Is that what you think is going on? This is why I said the end of this ceasefire. If Ukraine had more people that they could just like throw into the front lines, I don't think Donald Trump would be pushing for a ceasefire like this. I think that Donald Trump, well, no one would be pushing for a ceasefire in the way that Trump is pushing for a ceasefire. But if the end of this has always, the end of whatever happens in Ukraine was always going to be dictated by the front lines, okay? That's it.
But we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have, and I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
please go ahead.
Ask you about the agreement again today. What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the
I'm just
deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed.
A lot of those minerals.
I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal. So that changed.
Mr. President, when and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. Okay, they do not like each other. This is not a love match. And
I wonder if people will recognize why I say America bad all the time and then describe the steps in great detail as to why America bad in terms of foreign policy all the time. Maybe they'll come to that conclusion as it's unfolding in front of our eyes. You know what I mean? This is literally the 20-year process between like Afghan Civil War, Operation Cyclone, Afghan Civil War, USSR invasion of Afghanistan, and then all the way to 9/11, except it's happening in a matter of years, like in such a shorter time frame.
It's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much, I'm going to be very nice, run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that.
I wish Zelensky would question Trump with, then why are you giving money to Israel? Dog, do you want them to kill him? Like in the room. He's not going to say that. What are you, crazy? By the way, a big part of why this also accelerated, a big part of like America's allegiances with Ukraine kind of fell apart, even under the Brandon administration, is directly because we shifted our priority and our resources, which are at the end of the day finite. Okay, it's not infinite, it's vast, but our resources are still finite. We've switched our priority to Israel.
Ukraine, modern Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States.
He'll only use Israel as an example of like what should happen to Ukraine.
This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us.
Oh, look at his face.
Also, it's about the need. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kiev or Odessa, which is going to be a third year of the Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. There are a lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No,
and a lot of
things
have
President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive, and people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting, and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. Sure.
Mr. President, on the minerals deal, Mr. President, when did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good, and I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even
oh my God! Get these, get these people out of this room, bro.
On its behalf. How can he be a reliable?
Dude, it's a clown show. It's a clown show, dude. This is the most unserious. Like, who this guy is this a TikToker? Like, who the f is this guy? Why are there podcasters in this room, man? What are they doing? This is a very serious conversation that is supposed to be taking place right now. And you got a bunch of right-wing podcast dudes being like, oh, Mr. President, DEI equals die, don't you think? Like, what is going on? What the f? He's like, Keir Starmer said that he was, in favor of free speech, but he's actually killing Christians. What are your thoughts on that?
Trustworthy partner when
you can't be serious, yo. Bro said thought crimes, dude. Thought crimes. Like, this is Sargon of Akkad now in the press pool, okay? What the f is going on? I'm losing my mind, dude. I mean, this is next level. It's always been non-contentious for the most part, but god damn, we have moved into the next level here, okay? In terms of like how insane and how devolved American foreign policy is, how insane and how removed from reality we have become.
Says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic.
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
I'd say, look, it's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the president's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical
A little
minerals?
bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table at all?
No. We don't need that.
some of those minerals are in the east, Mr. President.
You just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you were
I've
talking about.
spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. And how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest
Well,
there?
we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about. So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll
forces,
be protected.
European
The agreement
forces?
will protect them.
U.S.
The
forces?
agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in those spots? What would
I
you
just
do
told
then?
you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
They ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions.
Why you have confidence that Putin won't violate
Focus
the
on
deal?
surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive.
People will ask why you have confidence Putin won't violate the deal.
I already mentioned Poland.
He's dunking on CNN as an institution. Like that is
for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous.
yeah, I wonder why he hates Putin, man. Come on, dude. What the Zelensky, why do you hate Putin? Why won't you align? Why won't you align with him? You fool. Marco looks like a little kid after his first communion, waiting to take pictures after mass. Yeah, little Marco is sitting there just being like, I never, I wish, I wish that I always dreamed of getting to this position. I just never thought that the monkey's paw would, curl and offer this position to me under this administration. You know what I mean? He could have been doing this shit for Jeb Bush, okay? He could have been doing this for Jeb Bush, which the outcome overall would not be all that different. It's just that he wouldn't have to sit there and have to play catch up and have to play defense for Trump's insane, unforced errors over and over again.
And his hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years...
Shut up! Shut the up! Who are you? Who the hell? Who brought this man here? I don't know who this guy is. Do you guys know who this guy is? I have no idea. Who is this man? Whose man's is this? Who is this? Oh, my lolly looking ass. Who is this guy?
The United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending.
Okay, by the way, the reason, I mean, I'm dunking on Jorkin the Penis Vance over here, but, you know, Jedediah Vance. But this would be the normal Republican way of having this conversation. And even then, it wouldn't even go this far into like dunking on Zelensky. But if you want to understand what like the normal Republican position would look like, it would be much closer to what J.D. Vance is saying and very far away from the way Trump is presenting it, because he, after all, is, you know, Peter Thiel's blood boy and still is supposed to be the normalcy force in the admin.
That the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy.
But because he's still glazing Trump, he's going to still, you know, obviously say some unhinged shit in a second.
What President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Dude, it also is kind of shocking. I do still sometimes get surprised by how little Trump knows. And one of the funniest parts of this was when he literally said, like, what is AUKUS? Like the other day. Bro, you were the president for 4 years. You're the president again. Yesterday, a journalist asked what's the latest on AUKUS, and he didn't know what it was. And this is yet another moment where he's like 2014, 2015. Well, I wasn't president. Like that is truly incredible.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring it into the...
You should be thanking the president. God damn, dude. God damn.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to...
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is...
He's like, I'm on Reddit. He's like, excuse me, I've watched it. I've watched and seen the stories. By the way, this is where Republicans are OP, okay? Can you imagine Kamala Harris saying some shit like this not about Zelensky, but like about when a reporter says like, why haven't you been to the border? And she turns around and goes like, I have watched and seen stories on Instagram. Like, they would literally make shish kebab out of her. Republicans would just destroy her. But when Republicans say it, it's like, when Republicans say it, everyone's like, hell yeah, that's pure projection of strength, sir. That's right.
Bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have
and do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless.
You don't know that. You don't know that. Oh, man, it's getting contentious.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no
answering on
position
this
to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what
I'm not
You're
dictating.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
You
We're
will-
going to feel very
you will
good.
feel influence.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and
of
he
the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good
I
position.
was
Like, they're mad that like Ukrainian soldiers could not survive getting shot or getting shelled. Like, is that what the problem is here? Like, how are you going to get mad at this dude, bro? Beyond the fact that it's pure partisanship, okay? That's it. Ukraine backed the wrong partisan horse in this process. And for Trump, who is a simpleton, it is not seen as like a uniparty objective for the State Department and for the military-industrial complex. For him, it's just like Ukraine is a libtard shit, okay? Ukraine is liberal nonsense. I don't care. And they also did not help me when I demanded that they give me blackmail on Joe Biden. So now you're cooked. I will never forgive and I will never forget. That's his assessment here. But I think that is, Kissinger quote moment, Hassam is right, okay? What did Kissinger say? It's bad to be America's enemy, but it's really bad to be America's ally. Doors open. It's fatal to be America's ally, some along those lines. To be America's enemy can be quite dangerous, but to be America's ally is fatal. It wasn't Henry Kissinger that said that, but it's the shit that they attribute to his foreign policy. Obviously, I don't think he would openly say that. Kissinger is the reason why the quote is true. I think Kurt Cobain said that. Wait, I don't know who actually said it, but Kim Jong never getting done like this. I'm dying. Brother. This is, I think this is all theater for Trump to justify giving Ukraine weapons. But then he looks cowardly. He looks like he backed away. He got pushed aside by Zelensky. You will feel in time, is Zelensky threatening the U.S.? No, I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to do the Israel line. You know, Israel is the first line of defense against scary Muslims. Okay? That's why it's a very important ally for us. Same goes for Ukraine. Ukraine is the first line of defense against scary Russian forces overtaking the entirety of Europe. Communism, that sort of thing. Okay? It just doesn't work this way. It doesn't matter when Donald Trump sees it as a purely partisan issue when it's not. It's a bipartisan process for America. Like, under normal circumstances, this conversation would not be as contentious because the contentious moments would be behind closed doors. It would not be in front of a press pool, okay? I need you to understand this. The major difference here is Donald Trump is actively just being like, I don't give a fuck about soft power. I don't give a fuck about diplomacy. I don't even care about making it seem as though I'm in line with like Ukrainian emancipation or any of those interests. I don't care about the morality of it. I'm America. You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to do my bidding, okay? JD misunderstood his point and thought it was a slight at him, and now he's trying to be a tough boy. Because, like, he was already doing ass kissing. He thanked over and over again the Trump administration. Like, what more can he do? What more can he do? Under normal circumstances, these contentious moments, like Nikki Haley would never call Zelensky a dictator. Nikki Haley, President Nikki Haley, wouldn't have this moment. But if you think President Nikki Haley would not also actively work on the mineral deal, okay, and actively work to seize more Ukrainian assets, you'd be wrong. That's precisely the reason why Biden was also trying to cut those deals as well. But this difference in attitude, this openness about American ruthlessness, this openness for American brutality is a change of pace. And it's not simply left alone on the optics front. This actually means that America is just no longer trying to even do soft power under the Trump administration.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't. Yeah, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you
once
this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please. You think that if you will...
Bro, they're going to kill him. They're going to kill him, dude. Dude, I'm telling you right now. Okay, look. I think he's going to go back and some Azov freak is just going to kill him with a black sun tattoo. And then they're going to be actively aligned with the Trump admin. I don't know how that allegiance works, but this is insane, dude. This is actually insane. They're just going to let it happen. First of all, I need you to understand, right now, the entire coalition forces within Ukrainian boundaries are kept together because they all want to actively fight against Russia, okay? Understandably. But it's not like these guys are all fond of one another. Zelensky is Jewish, okay? There's a lot of neo-Nazi forces out there who have gotten even more radicalized in the process, understandably, as when you get invaded, as I correctly predicted, you don't end up denazifying a country, you end up Nazifying the country. The most nationalist paramilitaries will be seen as the bravest, boldest warriors, the emancipatory forces. I'm worried that one of them is just going to murk this dude. Like, all you're doing in this circumstance by undermining Zelensky this way is making him lose his position of prominence on the Ukrainian side of politics. It's ridiculous. Oh. Literally everyone is uniting because of this. Ukraine is fully behind him. If everyone kills him as Putin with USA intel, literally everyone is uniting because of this. We'll see. I hope not. Putin never said he was denazifying Ukraine. Yes, he did. What are you talking about? He said it over and over again. It was bullshit.
Speak very loudly about the war.
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like.
God damn. This is the most. This is crazy. This is the craziest shit. I think this might be the craziest moment of the Trump administration so far, and it will most likely be topped tomorrow or the day after. We're a month and 8 days in. We are 1 month and 8 days in to the Trump admin, dude. This is insane. We're not even 2 months in. This is 1 month in, dude. I don't think any heads of state has been put through anything this humiliating since Genghis Khan put kings in cages while their wives and daughters in front of them. I mean, this is a shockingly bad display. A shockingly bad display. It is an active cuckoning happening in real time.
Like this, I tell you.
Just say thank you. I said a lot of times thank you to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take.
Like, even if this conversation was taking place behind closed doors, where Ukraine basically got geared up with all of the European support that it got into thinking that there is like still a process where they can continue defending the existing Ukrainian territory and maybe even cut side deals with European allies to forcibly send back the Ukrainian men, like the refugees that live in Europe, in an effort to, basically bring up their ranks so that they can utilize the existing weapons that are being shipped in from the pre-existing security cooperations, pre-existing weapons deals, okay? Even if that was the case, even if there was a back and forth for that reason, behind closed doors, the fact that this is happening in broad daylight in front of a press pool, live streamed to the entire world, is legitimately shocking. Now, every single European leader, understandably, is going to come out against Donald Trump and come out in favor of Zelensky in this process. But ultimately, considering America's position as the leader of the Western coalition, the Western forces, as the hegemonic superpower, all of those leaders have actively said, we will defend Ukraine, but it doesn't really matter because if America doesn't actually follow through on security commitments, then us sending forces will not do anything. Keir Starmer has said that. I don't know if the EU in and of itself, especially when Trump is also looking to make Europe poorer with its tariffs, is going to be able to have active security commitments that they follow through on with Ukraine without American military support. Do you understand? Like all of this stuff makes it seem as though if you guys have a bit of guts, you would say something to Trump and Vance. No, exactly. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I feel like Trump is just like, I don't know how Trump is going to dig himself out of this in terms of like American standing with the rest of America's vassal states in Western Europe. Like, how do you fix this? How do you go back and if all you do in the Trump admin, the reasonable heads in the Trump admin, the reasonable hawks in the Trump admin are constantly playing catch up and playing defense for the insane shit that Trump says, you can get away with that when it's in the direction of American foreign policy in terms of saying like, no, I'm going to do ethnic cleansing in Gaza. You can say that if you're Trump, and then Steve Witkoff will come out and be like, he didn't mean it. What he actually meant was we're bringing our Arab allies to be more active participants in the rebuilding of Gaza. Like, look, that's why he said that. Like, you can kind of defend that because the Gazan population is voiceless, vulnerable, and being ethnically cleansed by Israel, our ally. But when you turn around and renege on all of the economic harm that you put Europe through by forcibly telling them to cut their existing energy deals that they had with Russia as a consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, okay? And then turning around and being like, actually, fuck all of that. fuck you guys. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to say about it? Like, what is Europe going to do? What can Europe do? Let's say they want to rebuild their own militaries. There is so much runway. There is at least a decade of industrial buildup that must happen for them to actually get to a point where they can competently defend Ukraine or even themselves without the United States of America. Okay? They've existed under the security blanket, under the American security blanket, and have, existed as functionally vassal states. It would at least take 5 years, if not a decade, okay? Like, the second largest standing military in NATO after the United States of America is not France or Germany or any number of different countries. France's NATO allegiances have always been on shaky ground regardless. It's Turkey. It's not Poland. It's Turkey. That's the second largest military in NATO. It's Turkey. And we all know the Turkish-European relations, okay? It's just like, this is totally insane.
Take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire?
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was with
wasn't
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
That was your.
Bro, I'm serious. I'm serious right now, straight up. If I'm a European leader, I'm learning Mandarin, okay? Straight up, as quickly as possible, okay? Ursula von der Leyen, time to learn Chinese, buddy, okay? Straight up. Like, how the fuck would I'm learning Mandarin Peranto, okay? It's time to go to the Chinese league, all right? The NBA is not cutting it. You're not cutting it in the NBA. Get ready to learn Chinese, Ursula von der Leyen. EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kasia Kallas says, Ukraine is Europe. We stand by Ukraine. We will step up our support to Ukraine so that they can continue to fight to back the aggressor. Today it became clear that the free world needs a new leader. It's up to us, Europeans, to take the challenge. Hasanabe Doctrine, part 2. I will cop to this. I will cop to one thing. I did not think that Donald Trump would actually actively undermine NATO. And I think he is doing that, okay? I think this is... And I think he's not even doing that because he just has like a legitimate plan to dismantle NATO piece by piece. I think he's doing that because he just keeps flying off the handles here. And he does not know how to behave like a normal politician. Straight up, pure ego, and also dick riders that are supposed to be the normalizing voice in the room. But even he's got the long red tie. Look at him. He looks like it looks like Bring Your Child to Work Day. He just looks like a fatter Eric Trump or Donald Trump Jr. in the room and not coked out.
President. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama.
I've often made fun of France because obviously, they deserve it. But goddamn, dude, making sure that you have your own nuclear arsenal and pulling out of NATO before and having a consistently contentious relationship with NATO. What did they know? What did they know? Okay. Yeah. What did they know?
Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One question to the Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that.
By the way, low key, Hasanabe Doctrine, don't give up the nukes, is literally the reason why this is happening. I know that you'll say, oh, those were USSR's nukes. They didn't have the active launch codes or anything like that, yada, yada, yada. Doesn't matter, okay? Don't give up the nukes. You know what the Hasanabi Doctrine is, but I will repeat it for those of you who do not know, okay? Don't give up the nukes. Don't ever give up the nukes. And if the United States of America says you have nukes, then you better find nukes immediately. Okay? Rule 1, get nukes. Rule 2, do not give up the nukes. Rule 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. Straight up. Hasanabi Doctrine, a guide for nation building. Yeah, do not give up the family atomics, dude. Yeah, also the other Hasanabi Doctrine that I'm that I'm putting on here is time to learn Mandarin. Learn Chinese. Don't give up the nukes. Get the nukes. Learn Chinese. Can you elaborate on the third rule? Yeah, it's called the Libya rule, okay? It's called the rule of Libya. Look at Libya. Look at the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. You will understand the difference between the two countries, okay? Or Iran, even. I call it the Libya rule.
What are you saying?
She's asking what if...
Or Iraq, but like, that's a little different, you know? Also referred to as the WMD rule, exactly. Weapons of mass destruction, yellow cake scandal. But it's not, you know.
Russia breaks the ceasefire.
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia.
I'm sorry, what is going on? Ah! Dude! What is happening? He's crashing out. But look at him. Marco Rubio's face. Bro, Marco Rubio hit the blinky, okay? He hit the Antonio Blinken face 35 days into the administration. You're supposed to get to the stage when the decrepit carcass old man is constantly going, I saw dead babies, Jack. He's hitting levels of Blinken that I did not think you would get this fast. That's crazy to watch, dude.
Agents. The whole thing was a scam, and he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right.
That is 49 minutes of Kino in terms of watching America almost single-handedly over the course of like a 90-second back and forth completely changed the trajectory. Okay? We have accelerated. Here's what happened after on CNN. Trump huddled with his key advisors immediately afterwards inside the Oval. According to a White House official, Trump consulted Vance, Rubio, Bessent, etc. That was when Trump decided that Zelensky was not in a place to negotiate. He directed Secretary Rubio and his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, to deliver the message. It was time for Zelensky to leave. The Ukrainians were holding nearby in a separate room. That's standard for foreign visits. Typically, they reconvene for lunch, but the Ukrainians would not be dining at the White House. As the prepared food sat nearly on carts in a hallway, the Ukrainians were instructed to leave. The White House official said that the Ukrainians wanted to continue the talks, but they were told no. Zelensky left shortly thereafter. Here's what one White House advisor said, by the way, to Dave Weigel. What did y'all think America First meant? Vibes, papers, essays? Now, what's crazy about this is that they're still trying, one, they're memeing through it, which is insane. But what is crazy about this is that not only was this spectacle incredibly embarrassing for the United States, okay, but it also is not, I wouldn't say this is in the interest of the American military-industrial complex, okay? Like the trajectory of the Ukrainian ceasefire process is dictated on the battlefield, okay? So some of the things that Donald Trump was saying, which he's not supposed to be saying out loud, he's supposed to be privately conveying by way of Marco Rubio, and I can't believe I'm saying this, maybe Pete Hegseth, but he is also not the right guy to convey this message, though. It's supposed to happen behind closed doors in terms of like, hey, we have all the intel. I'm telling you right now, you do not have standing in this position. Like you do not have enough people to continue fighting against Russia. This is why we're trying to, put a stop to it. And in the process, because we're the big dogs in the room, you're going to give us, all of your natural resources or the remainder of your, publicly owned sectors that we've gutted, and we're going to pick it apart for pennies on the dollar with foreign capital. Okay? That conversation is not supposed to happen in broad daylight. That conversation is supposed to happen behind closed doors, and then it's supposed to be leaked to the media, and then I cover it, and then all of the NATO Andes and whatnot come and yell at me and say I'm an Alex Jones-style conspiracy theorist. But because of Trump, it's happening in broad daylight, and it's happening in a way that might actually damage the ceasefire negotiations. Like, even if Donald Trump wants to force Ukraine's hand to get to a ceasefire, he's not supposed to say it like this. Okay? Under different circumstances, this is supposed to happen behind closed doors. Like, there's a reason for why there is a reason for why this kind of stuff happens behind closed doors, is because you actively are dismantling a very important part of your foreign policy strategy. Remember, what do I always say? 800 military bases without soft power will turn into 800 military invasions. Okay? With soft power, 800 military bases are a part of a security cooperation. Without soft power, 800 military bases is no longer a part of a broader security cooperative agreement, but instead 800 different invasions. Okay? And I don't think this was a well thought out thing that Donald Trump did. He's just a narcissistic child. And instead of like actively trying to push Ukraine into some kind of negotiated ceasefire where they will put an end to this bloodshed, he is undermining the own ceasefire agreement that he could have possibly put together. So he's getting in his own way this way as well. Background of what just went down per White House official. After the contentious Oval Office meeting that played out in front of reporters, Zelensky and the Ukrainians went into a separate room, standard, while Trump huddled with his advisors. At that point, Trump decided that he didn't feel Zelensky was ready to negotiate and that the conversation wouldn't be productive, the official said. Trump posted a statement on Truth Social, and then Rubio and Walz then informed Zelensky that he was being asked to leave and the negotiations were over for the day. The White House official added that this was not planned in advance or part of a broader strategy, but just simply how the day played out. Oh my God. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
This video would begin best with a quote from Abraham Lincoln in Ottawa, Illinois, in his debate with Stephen Douglas in 1858, in which he stated, "I have no purpose to introduce political and social equality between the white and black races. There is a physical difference between the two which will, in my judgment, probably forever forbid their living together upon the footing of perfect equality. And inasmuch as it becomes a necessity that there must be a difference, I, as well as Judge Douglas, am in favor of the race to which I belong having the superior position. I have never said anything to the contrary." The real Abraham Lincoln, the Lincoln that America forgot, is generally not well understood. Lincoln wasn't a unifying nor an egalitarian leader in any conceivable way. He was not a genuine abolitionist, as pointed out by the leading abolitionists of the era, such as William Lloyd Garrison, who said of Lincoln, "He has evidently not a drop of anti-slavery blood in his veins, and he seems incapable of uttering a humane or generous sentiment respecting the enslaved millions in our land." Lincoln was an incredibly racist man, even for his era, who hoped nothing more than to oversee the ethnic cleansing of every last African from American soil. Some do admit, yes, Lincoln was a racist, but he was simply a racist of the time. This is an entirely untrue assertion, which will be fully covered over the course of this video. Lincoln made many statements throughout his life which portray him as an egalitarian, a believer in equality, and the liberator of the slaves. Not unlike the politicians we are ruled by today, Lincoln too issued many declarations to some political factions while saying the opposite to other factions, and so if one digs throughout his speeches enough, one can find a large array of quotations from him which may show him either to be indifferent towards slavery or in complete opposition to it. Murray Rothbard was indeed correct in his assessment of Lincoln as a conniver, a manipulator, and a liar. Everything You Know About Lincoln is False, a book by Charles T. Pace titled Lincoln as He Really Was, reveals much about the president, such as that Lincoln was not a light-hearted, shy, gentle giant, but even from his earliest years an incredibly disturbed and morose individual who went as far as to murder his own father's dog when it was barking too loudly. Union General Don Piatt recounts that after the American Civil War, quote, "Abraham Lincoln has almost disappeared from human knowledge. I hear of him, I read of him in eulogies and biographies, but I fail to recognize the man I knew in life." Why? Because the cult of Lincoln has built a completely ahistorical image. Lincoln's Christianity was a ploy. His supposed love affair with Anne Rutledge was likely false. His military service was vastly overplayed, as he was a reserve troop who never saw combat a single time in the Black Hawk War. He was in fact court-martialed twice for misconduct during his service. There are many other things that most people do not know about Lincoln. In September of 1858, Lincoln, in his debate with Stephen Douglas, argued against the notion of social and political equality between whites and blacks, as I've previously covered, but he also rejected the notion of making them either voters or jurors, denounced the very idea that they could ever hold public office, marry white individuals, or even live together among whites. Why? Because according to Lincoln, their immense physical difference prohibited this. During his aforementioned debate with Stephen Douglas, Lincoln, talking about American slaves, stated, "What next? Free them and make them politically and socially our equals? My own feelings will not admit of this. We cannot then make them equals." Addressing Southern planters, Lincoln stated, "When they remind us of their constitutional rights," referring, of course, to their supposed right to own slaves, he went on, "I acknowledge them, not grudgingly, but fully and fairly, and I would give them any legislation for the reclaiming of their fugitives, which should not, in its stringency, be more likely to carry a free man into slavery than our ordinary criminal laws are to hang an innocent one." What was this in reference to? Nothing other than Lincoln's official endorsement of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which was purposed to, as Lincoln himself says, reclaim fugitives. In other words, to reclaim runaway slaves using federal resources. Clearly, this was more than just rhetoric. This was Lincoln in action, showing the American people what he stood for. Why then, in 1854, did Lincoln oppose the expansion of slavery to the new American territories? Was it due to a personal opposition to slavery on moral grounds? No, it was instead because in Lincoln's opinion, the presence of plantations would take up space which would be much better well spent as land for white wage laborers, who Lincoln didn't want to enter into competition with black chattel slaves. Lincoln didn't care for the welfare of black Americans. Instead, Lincoln was always regarding what was in the interest of the white man, so to speak. If anybody doubts this, they can simply take it up with Lincoln's official statements. In another reply to Stephen Douglas, Lincoln stated, "Whether slavery shall go into Nebraska or other new territories is not a matter of exclusive concern to the people who may go there. The whole nation is interested that the best use shall be made of these territories. We want them for the homes of free white people. This they cannot be to any considerable extent if slavery shall be planted within them." In his very inaugural address itself, which one can simply find online, Lincoln also affirms to all Americans, both abolitionists and Southern, I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. One of Lincoln's closest political allies, Lyman Trumbull, endorsed by the president himself in Trumbull's run for public office, pointed out that in the opinion of the Republican Party, which do not forget Lincoln was a part of, slavery had to be abolished because it created competition for white laborers, not because it was a moral evil and not for the welfare of the chattel slave. What of the Emancipation Proclamation, then? Doesn't this show that Lincoln changed his mind regarding slavery later on? No, this measure was simply a wartime punishment for the South, a war measure in Lincoln's own words within the 1863 proclamation, where he stated, I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of my power as Commander-in-Chief during a time of rebellion, as a necessary war measure to suppress said rebellion, do hereby proclaim, ... So goes on the rest of the proclamation. It is as clear as day. The Emancipation Proclamation was intended to be a punishment for the South for seceding, whose economy was entirely reliant on the planter class. In practicality, the proclamation, of course, couldn't be implemented in the South because the North had no jurisdiction over it since it was literally at war with it, and the Emancipation Proclamation meant nothing for the North, as was pointed out by the New York World, which published an article stating the exemption, which the proclamation made to the accessible parts of Louisiana, Tennessee, and Virginia, renders the proclamation not merely futile, but ridiculous. Not only would the Emancipation Proclamation cripple the South's slave-based economy if the North succeeded, but it would deter European powers such as Britain and France, who had recently freed their slaves, from supporting the South economically if the emancipation of the slaves was declared by the North to be the central purpose of the war against the South. Prior to the Emancipation Proclamation, it had appeared to Britain and France that the war was over a whole host of issues. Lincoln could not allow this perception to stand. Conclusive proof of the fact that the Emancipation Proclamation was merely performative was the fact that if the Confederate States chose to return to the Union before the effective date of the proclamation, it would never go into effect according to its own terms. Even Lincoln's Secretary of State, William Seward, pointed out, quote, we show our sympathy with slavery by emancipating slaves where we cannot reach them and holding them in bondage where we can set them free. During the war, blacks served as slaves for the Union Army, as they were forced into labor roles by Union troops, oftentimes under living conditions worse than what they had found themselves under during slavery, which included working in plantations that had been seized by Union soldiers. Slave quarters were pillaged by Lincoln's troops, and blacks were threatened with violence and death when they would not hand over hidden plantation valuables. In one case, Union Army leaders removed the bridges across the stream before freed slaves could cross behind them, explicitly ordering to, quote, not let a Negro cross, unquote. They abandoned them without any food or resources as dozens drowned in the creek trying to flee Confederate scouts. This was all while, as demanded by Lincoln's own Militia Act of 1862, black soldiers in the Union were given effectively $7 per month, almost half of what white Union soldiers would earn. What was to happen to the freed former slaves, who now had no home and nowhere to turn to other than a government which refused to even consider black citizenship? Lincoln offered an absolutely horrifying perspective, which the general public usually knows to some degree, but attempts to overlook in favor of the more palatable parts of his administration. Lincoln's solution was to send every single black slave to Africa, Central America, and various islands around the world, to eliminate the presence of every single African living in the United States, in extensive ethnic cleansing. His endeavor was referred to as colonization. It was a plan to send the slaves back to Africa, where they would supposedly carry back their culture, religion, and way of life. Never mind the fact that all of this had been stripped from them when they were ripped from their generational homelands years, decades, or centuries prior. To be dropped into the middle of a foreign land with no knowledge of its natural resources, no knowledge of the native languages, etc., meant certain death for these former slaves. In Lincoln's own eulogy on Henry Clay, he expressed, quote, the American Colonization Society was organized in 1816. May it be realized, it will indeed be a glorious consummation. The reader would do well to take all of that in. What Lincoln is stating is that he believes that it would be a glorious consummation to remove every last African from the United States, that ethnic cleansing was not only necessary, but glorious. With opposition from the War Department and the failure of Lincoln's colonization mission, Congress cut funding in 1863, bringing an end to the venture of colonization, and only after Lincoln's Republican Party had lost its majority in the House of Representatives in the 1862 to 1863 House elections. After this point, Lincoln went largely silent on the issue of colonization. Why? Did he have a genuine change of heart? This is simply not the case. It's heavily evidenced by opposition from the government that Lincoln was simply forced to stay silent on the matter on the basis of having an extremely low level of support for the endeavor. Regardless, by 1865, just days before his death, Abraham Lincoln still privately supported the colonization of the slaves, stating to Benjamin Butler on April 11th of 1865, "I can hardly believe that the South and North can live in peace, unless we can get rid of the Negroes. I believe that it would be better to export them all to some fertile country with a good climate, which they could have to themselves." Lincoln was no upholder of universal equality or the importance of equal rights, nor was he a good man at all. He was a supporter of the American Colonization Society, the Illinois Black Codes, the Illinois Constitution, the prohibition of the immigration of blacks to his state, an avowed supporter of the perpetuation of slavery, and an ally to the Fugitive Slave Act. As pointed out by Alan C. Guelzo and Thomas DiLorenzo, Abraham Lincoln was simply the average coward which one can find sitting on the fence of all instances of resistance to oppression in human history. Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederate States of America, has been wrongly interpreted by history as being some sort of staunch defender of slavery and Southern reactionary thought. The historical fact is that Davis's actions during the American Civil War aligned him not with conservatism, but with the progressive political principles of his time. Principles that included public oversight over essential industries and a measured, gradualist approach to emancipation. As I will demonstrate, Jefferson Davis wasn't only open to the idea of ending slavery, but also spearheaded what may be considered as the first instance of war socialism in human history. Born on June 3rd of 1808 in the state of Kentucky, Jefferson Davis's early environment was very different from that of most of his Confederate contemporaries. His father, Samuel Emory Davis, and his older brother, Joseph Emory Davis, were established in the plantation economy, yet young Davis was raised on the frontier region where slavery hadn't yet entrenched itself as deeply as in older southern states. As a young officer in the U.S. Army, Jefferson Davis earned high regards from the Native Americans, even being adopted into one tribe and given the nickname the Little Chief, as Davis not only respected but was respected by the indigenous people from his earliest years. One of the most telling and interesting relationships in Davis's youth was with a man named James Pemberton, a slave who had been given to Davis as a body servant. Pemberton remained fiercely loyal to Davis, nursing him through illnesses and later managing Davis's plantation himself. The dynamic between these two paints for us a picture of a relationship based upon mutual respect, as pointed out by scholar Walter L. Fleming from Johns Hopkins University Press, who noted that Davis and his manager treated one another as gentlemen. After leaving the military, Davis founded the Breerfield Cotton Plant. In a radical departure from era-typical Southern practices, Davis allowed self-governance among the chattel slaves who worked his plantation, thereby implementing a system where his slaves managed their own affairs and even established a self-governing court system. On this plant, no slave was ever punished except after conviction by a jury of their own fellow black peers. Davis's system of self-governance was so unusual that Union officers mistook his plantation for a Freedmen's Bureau experiment. Davis wasn't some sort of mindless defender of slavery, and he was clearly open to alternative approaches to solving race relations. Furthermore, Davis, unlike his Southern contemporaries, believed in treating blacks with equal dignity and respect, refusing to use derogatory names for slaves as most planters did, instead referring to them in all cases by their full names. When asked why he did this by Mrs. Davis, who noted that he would return the vows given to him by his slaves, Davis said, "I cannot allow any Negro to outdo me in courtesy." These practices represented, within the context of Southern culture, an early form of enlightened labor management in what was a deeply divided society. During his tenure as U.S. Senator and Secretary of War, it is true that Davis defended the right to transport slaves into new territories. However, this was only because, as Davis himself expresses, he simultaneously believed that slavery was a mutable institution. In 1860, Davis argued that the personal relationship between the slave and the master could foster in small plantation settings kindness and nobility of soul, expanding upon this point, stating that large-scale plantations enabled dehumanization, which only arose when slaves were treated as impersonal property. Thereby, his argument concluded that in smaller, more intimate household settings, the institution of slavery would gradually evolve toward eventual emancipation. In other words, Davis was implicating the theory that economic and social evolution would lead to a natural phasing out of slavery. Unlike most of the planter class as a whole, Davis openly opposed the mistreatment of freed blacks. On one occasion, he visited a northern reformatory, where a young black boy had begged him for help. Noting down privately to himself, I tried to procure the little fellow's liberty and offered to take him and guarantee his freedom, but he was in a free state, and I could not get him. It was bad enough to keep white children there, but it was inhuman to incarcerate that irresponsible Negro child. When discussing Davis and the Confederacy, one of course has to confront the oversimplified and revisionist narrative that the Civil War was fought solely to preserve slavery. The economic grievances and complaints of federal overreach were not merely peripheral issues for the Southerners. First, consider the impact of the moral tariff. Although this tariff was only enacted on March 2nd of 1861 after the start of the Civil War, it had been introduced long before during the 35th Congress of 1857 to 1859. The tariff was a direct economic assault on the South's export-based economy and forced Southern states to choose between economic devastation and political self-determination. The tariff increased the effective rate on dutiable imports by about 70%, raising the average American tariff rates to about 26% overall, 36% on dutiable items. Only 4 states issued ordinances of secession explicitly citing slavery as a motive. In contrast, 9 states did not, and slave states such as Kentucky, Missouri, Delaware, and New Jersey chose to remain in the Union. Even within the Union, legal protections like the Corbin Amendment upheld the institution of slavery, and the Emancipation Proclamation applied only to the Southern slave states, not Northern slave states. Southern grievances were further compounded by an unequal fiscal system. Despite paying 85% of federal taxes, Southerners saw 75% of that revenue funneled to the North. This economic imbalance, coupled with the destabilizing influence of Northern-backed agitators such as John Brown, who murdered, looted, and burned down Southern towns, created an environment where political self-determination was not a luxury but a necessity, not just for planters but for average, everyday Southern producers and consumers. Moreover, the timing of this secession of Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina speaks volumes to the facts. These states delayed secession until after President Lincoln had called for troop mobilizations to invade the South, which clearly proves that their secession was motivated not by slavery, but by what was perceived as an existential threat to their existence, not some inflexible commitment to the institution of slavery. Finally, consider the demographic landscape at the war's outset, with the Union comprised of more slave states than the Confederacy. The Union had Missouri, it had Kentucky, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, all slave states, versus the Confederacy, which had only 7 slave states. Entirely breaking from the long-held norms of the South, Davis began to advocate for the enlistment of black men, not merely as laborers but as active participants in the war effort in 1863. By August of 1863, Davis announced plans to enlist black slaves, and by early 1864, proposals were underway that tied emancipation directly to military service, instigated by Confederate Major General Patrick R. Cleburne. The underlying logic was clear to everybody at the time. At this point, if slaves were to be freed, it was to be done in a way that directly contributed to the defense and eventual survival of the state. This policy was unprecedented in Southern history. Davis was willing to completely do away with a principle that had long defined the Southern way of life in the name of independence. By doing so, any notion that the Confederacy was fighting simply to preserve slavery was done away with, and it was made clear that the primary goal of the Confederacy was independence at any cost. Understandably, when Jefferson Davis first presented Cleburne's proposals to his cabinet, it was shot down with much objection from the Confederate government and traditional politicians who viewed this as a betrayal, and so the idea was forced into secrecy to avoid public uproar. However, later, by November of 1864, when the war had become more dire, Davis moved to support Major General Cleburne's proposal openly, knowing it would be more acceptable for public opinion at that point as the war had become more and more steeped in Confederate blood. It was Davis who had stated to James R. Gilmore, quote, "We are not fighting for slavery, we are fighting for independence, and that or extermination we will have," in 1864, after slamming his fist down on his desk in a heated discussion with the fellow. Davis himself pointed out on November 7th of 1864 that a radical modification in the theory of law had become necessary to address the Confederacy's manpower shortages, later stating, quote, "Should the alternative ever be presented of subjugation or of the employment of the slave as a soldier, there seems no reason to doubt what should then be our decision, then implying eventual emancipation." Davis sent Duncan F. Kenner to Britain and France in December of 1864 in a desperate bid to secure diplomatic recognition for the Confederacy, offering gradual universal emancipation as a bargaining chip to those nations, which demonstrated that Jefferson was overtly more than willing to sacrifice slavery for the greater goal of Southern independence. In the Confederate law authorizing the enlistment of black soldiers, the Confederate government moved to begin the enlistment of 10% of the Confederate slave population into the armed forces. Jefferson Davis interceded in this law through Military Order 14 on March 23rd of 1865, in which Davis overrode legislative authority and mandated an executive order initiating the process of Confederate emancipation. Although some academics have argued that Order 14 didn't guarantee emancipation for veteran slaves, the facts are quite different. The initial Confederate law authorizing the enlistment of black soldiers did have no provisions for Southern emancipation to any extent initially. However, at Davis's personal command, emancipation orders began to take place. Although Order 14 appears to leave emancipation in the hands of the slave's master, the language of the military order was intended to create a legal pathway to emancipation. Consider the requirement, for example, that no slave be accepted as a recruit, quote, unless with his own consent and with the approbation of his master by a written instrument conferring, as far as he may, the rights of a freed man. Through this text, it was guaranteed that freedman rights were to be granted to the individual, completely altering his legal status upon execution and filing. Davis's executive intercession further stipulated that as a condition of enlistment, these individuals would receive the same rations, the same clothing, and the same compensation as white Confederate soldiers, a provision not even accounted for in the northern enlistment of black soldiers who were paid considerably less than white soldiers under the command of Lincoln. Under military law, these benefits were inherently granted to free Confederate citizens, which meant that the former slaves were then equals among Confederate troops. The order also made a requirement for the superintendent to file and record the individual's transition from slave to freedman. Although Section 5 states that nothing in the Act shall change the slave's relation to his owner without consent and state law, the operative clause conferring the rights of a freedman legally mandates that the individual be treated as a free man. This duality here is resolved by the fact that the military rights conferred are exclusively those of a free person, which leaves no room for ambiguity regarding his status. By conditioning enlistment on the execution of a legally binding instrument that transfers freedman rights to said former slave, the Act didn't merely suggest or imply freedom, it required that those rights be conferred absolutely. Although it would only be a short time before the fall of the Confederacy, by the time that this military order was enacted, hundreds of Afro-Confederates would be enlisted, with many seeing combat during their time in service. Confederate courier R.M. Doswell recounts, quote, I saw a wagon train guarded by Confederate Negro soldiers. When within about 100 yards of and in the rear of the wagon train, I observed some Union cavalry a short distance away on elevated ground forming to charge and the Negro soldiers forming to meet the attack, which was met successfully. The cavalry charged again and the Negro troops surrendered. All in all, the Union counted 320 white and 310 black prisoners in that encounter alone. Beyond matters of race and emancipation, which I've thoroughly made my point on, Davis's leadership extended into economic policy. What did the government do within the Confederacy in matters that meant anything for the average Confederate citizen? As the Confederacy struggled to sustain its war effort, Davis presided over an economy that increasingly abandoned laissez-faire capitalist principles in favor of centralized governance. The Confederacy didn't merely regulate industries as a standard interventionist capitalist nation would do during wartime, it outright nationalized key economic sectors, banking, powder mills, ironworks, and shipyards. All of these became state-owned, while the government became the regulator of production and distribution of goods and services. By 1863, Davis implemented sweeping governmental reform and control over transportation, nationalizing railroads and telegraph lines, dictating prices and profits for companies supplying the armed forces. By the end of the American Civil War, the Confederate government had attained 70,000 employees, rivaling some of the largest centralized states around the world at the time. Confederate Chief of Ordnance Josiah Gorgas created state-owned cannon foundries and small arms factories, boasting, quote, where 3 years ago we were not making a gun, pistol, nor a saber, we now make all these in quantities to meet the demand of our large armies. Even quotas for production in both agriculture and manufacturing were introduced, while farmers were required to pay taxes not in money but in actual goods, meaning the state directly controlled agricultural output, particularly cotton agricultural output, which it stockpiled in hopes for trade with Europe. Of note was the fact that Davis instituted the first conscription in American history, and in 1864 had recommended a 5% tax on land and slaves. All of these policies made Davis extremely unpopular among slave plantation owners, libertarians, and some state governors who saw Davis as recreating the exact same system that they had been intending to secede from. The method of management utilized by the Confederacy would heavily inspire the economic strategies employed by Woodrow Wilson during World War I, where industries were placed under federal supervision to maximize wartime production. Davis's limits on cotton and tobacco production, while having the government purchase excess crops to redistribute, also certainly mirrored and perhaps inspired later New Deal policies, which would be instituted by FDR during the first half of the 1930s. After the Confederacy's defeat, Davis was imprisoned at Fortress Monroe, where he spent years reflecting on the future of the dreams of African Americans. In his memoirs, he said of the African Americans, "I liked them and am gratified by their friendly remembrance," further adding yet another riveting statement expressing that whatever may be the result of the present experiment, referring to emancipation universally, the former relation of the races was one which could incite to harshness only a very brutal nature. This quote shows for a fact that Davis at least believed that the pre-war racial hierarchy was entirely enforced with unnecessary cruelty, and at most placed some hope in the trajectory of the current system of the time. In other words, it can be said with complete certainty that Davis hoped to see a non-coercive system at play in mediating race relations. Numerous free African Americans attended his funeral. One letter from former slaves who had been under Davis's wing to Davis's family stated, "We, the old servants and tenants of our beloved master, Honorable Jefferson Davis, have caused to mingle our tears over his death, who was always so kind and thoughtful of our peace and happiness. We extend to you our humble sympathy." Jefferson Davis, who is almost always depicted as a reactionary and a sinister thinker, was in fact rather progressive and forward-thinking during his time, opposing laissez-faire capitalism and pursuing a publicly managed economy. His approach to emancipation without a doubt positioned him as an excellent leader willing to adapt to the rapidly shifting world around him, even throughout much resistance from the reactionary planter class of his time. His legacy is that of a great man blighted by history and placed in nothing but the most unfortunate circumstances. By the end of the war, the Confederacy had abandoned free market capitalism in favor of a socialized economy that would later directly influence American federal governance during the World Wars, as well as the Populist Party, Socialist Greenback Party, and Socialist Party, all of which were chock full of former Confederate soldiers. The Populist Party, for example, placed former Confederate Major James G. Field as their vice presidential candidate. Barzillai J. Chambers, another Confederate veteran and lawyer, was a member of both the Greenback and Populist parties. Marcus Pomeroy, infamous for his anti-Lincoln sentiment during the American Civil War, would also become a member of the Greenback Party and later formed the Union Greenback Labor Party. Jefferson Davis's legacy, then, isn't that of a backward-looking traditionalist clinging to an old order, but of an unintentional progressive pioneer of self-determination and state-driven economic policy maligned by unfortunate circumstances. Retrospecting on the events of the American Civil War, in 1881 Jefferson Davis stated, "'Tis been said that I should apply to the United States for a pardon, but repentance must precede the right of a pardon, and I have not repented. Remembering as I must all which has been suffered, all which has been lost, disappointed hopes, and crushed aspirations. Yet I deliberately say, if it were to do over again, I would again do just as I did in 1861.
You're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers in America operate.
Which brings me to the point where Trent is talking to Will Neff about the Turkey charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hassan and then calls out Trent for critical gambling. You want me to link it to the thread or not? Because remember, this happened like this week.
He knows what it is. I know what it is, yes.
Okay. Then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and what did you say?
So I went into the call initially to
if you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
Chatter.
to put out
That'd
an
be very
olive branch,
helpful.
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast, among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day, olive branch or not, I think there's an avenue regarding, the socialism in which, Hassan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms with together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up passively. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call, right? I think he kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds out.
Unless Hassan doesn't feel that way.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode of existence, that is another thing that I am that is another thing that I've been very consistent on with respect to like having anti-capitalist values while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious. That has been a consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts. Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism or anti-capitalism or wanting to make things at least marginally better for working class Americans is not, no matter how much people say, oh, lol, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses fucking owned or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live. This is a point of contention, though. I will agree. There's broad debate on the subject matter. There's many different kinds of ways of approaching it, but ultimately it's about the relation to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is. And it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity, okay? I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been fairly consistent on that as well. With respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think XQC can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many, many years ago even about like, it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah, socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy and how commodities are produced.
Okay. So you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees socialism and the action you can do to further socialism and okay, it makes sense. Do you agree with what he said? Did you know what he said?
No.
He says that socialism, right, is more the means of production and the worker stuff, and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, he should spread the wealth more type shit, right?
I would agree. So I would agree with
spreading the wealth is not socialism. If that was the case, then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. Do you understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community to show that these systems can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point, and it unfortunately fails to capture how inescapable capitalism is. Do I benefit from it? Absolutely. I'm a profoundly fortunate person, something that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it, but
do you understand that
if cooperatives can work individually, and I can point to socialization working in other countries, for example, like in European social democracies, like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even though it has its flaws. So there are instances of like socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that has still not changed people's minds in the United States of America. So I don't know why you think that like something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me like I guess, doing socialism in my own community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard. But as far as like my own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of Ostenox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's
Which
it.
he has with
That's
the Patriotic program.
That's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient, in my opinion. Like, it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like, if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand? But the problem is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist. So if you moved your like ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? If you pushed it more to the middle left, it would make sense to exactly what you do. It would make sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
wait, what? Address why it's conflicting.
Well, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right? Think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be while justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, but at the very least in the position that you're in, making what you make, in my opinion, the words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work. Do you understand? On a proportional level, if you cannot implement the very systems you preach that should be implemented within America into your community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like,
that's
great.
great. That's a great point. That's a great point. You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold, okay? Whether it be unionized domestic employees that I am, whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast or having full autonomy and having everyone set their own wages with relation to how much profit or how little profit a certain venture makes. That is as close as you can get to like multiple different formations of trade unionism, an anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective, you are objectively incorrect. In most other circumstances, I have no control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far as
there is,
as far as like turning Amazon into a cooperative corporation, I can't do that. It is a massive, almost $1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only the means of production and the workers and the fact that the unionize or not. It's all about the workers. Okay, I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Freedom Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
1/3 of the entire revenue.
The guests are paid?
No, the guests are not paid. The guests can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would, of course, pay them if there was like a guest fee or anything. But we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird, I think.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Listen, every system that you mentioned in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in are the ones where you take a percentage of your wealth. Now, listen, this argument that your chat gives or you give or your loyalists give of, oh, so if you're a socialist, you have to be broke on the streets, that example in itself has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean. I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to break it down for me a little bit. I'm serious.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society where healthcare is free, a society where education is not as backwards as it is in America today, right? These systems, in my opinion, you are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope in a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. Do you understand?
Do you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital. It's not.
What is it about? Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part. In America, if we were to implement that program, right, taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself is a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it. Are
you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So to create, the system, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America, and you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen, guys, this works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment of. It's a system that reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand? That's what it's about. That's what implementing, that's what the actions over the words means when you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained the proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay, like that's what you're describing. Where you're taking the long way to describe is literally, first of all, charity. For the record, insurance on the other hand,
the difference,
or taxes on the other hand. Insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding. Some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare revolves around people paying into a system and then getting it back in the form of, adequate healthcare, right? This is how it works. You and I are in agreement, I think, as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think.
I do, yes.
Okay,
healthcare is, I believe healthcare is a right? So, I believe
absolutely.
Our education system is completely backwards. I believe we should be encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education.
So right? how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained it. I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that system. Since we don't have that tax system, taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would be replicating what the government has for taxes, right? We'd be taking it out of our pockets monthly, right? For each respective community across Twitch, across YouTube, across Kick, across wherever.
Yeah, you're
right?
saying you want to start, if I'm not misunderstanding, you want to start like a healthcare structure for Twitch watchers that us Twitch streamers put together.
Yes.
Yes, us Twitch streamers, we put together a healthcare structure. Okay.
Is that socialism though? Is that
that's not? No, it's not. It's
Okay.
just, but
So
it
you're
is.
saying that-
But it
you're
is
saying you're
nice.
bullshitting.
It's not socialism. That's not
distributing
socialism.
the wealth.
But it is nice. It is nice. It's a good idea. It's a charity.
Distributing the wealth of the rich into systems that give healthcare to the poor is exactly the values of socialism, is it not?
Yes, you're right. But by your logic, then, charities would be considered socialism, but it's not.
No.
And also, if charities eradicated the
situation.
existence of these problems, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, then in the United States of America, it's one of the most charitable countries on the planet. We would literally not have a single person die because they can't get their diabetes medication, which is why you have to advocate for the government, as I do all the time, not only put pressure on congresspersons, but like literally directly talk to them from time to time as well, and utilize my community to go vote a certain way. I am technically trying to do that in a grander scale. It's unfortunately very difficult to accomplish.
So let me ask you this. If the socialist himself cannot find a way to distribute a percentage of his wealth, who do you expect to do it? The fucking capitalist sitting at the top? It needs to start somewhere.
No,
it needs to start somewhere, right?
No,
if we can't do it on this level, how are you expecting a country of 335 million to implement it on that scale? We need to find a way to proportionally scale it within our business models, whether it's the charity aspect, replacing or replicating the tax system. Do you understand? Like, the action needs
you
to
do
be
realize
nothing
countries
will
have
change.
socialized healthcare, right? Like the UK has the NHS system. So like literally just pointing to that should be able to have a wake up moment for the minds of millions of Americans, but it still hasn't worked. So technically what you're saying is well intentioned, and I love that you're saying this, but it demonstrably doesn't work. I point to actively working socialized healthcare structures on a daily basis, and yet I have not been able to, individually at least, move the needle on getting Americans to get on board with Medicare for all. Neither did Bernie Sanders, again, unfortunately.
We'll agree to disagree on that. And next topic.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Wait, I don't know what the disagreement there is, though. I gave you an example of socialized healthcare working in a larger system and pointing to that. And yet that still doesn't get Americans on board in certain instances. But the reality is, even if all Americans were on board, okay, even if every single American, like the abortion ban, for example, were on board, 75% of Americans thought abortion should be protected. And yet the Supreme Court decided against it. Why? Because that's just how it is. When the rich and powerful get together and build billions of dollars worth of dark money funded super PACs and lobbying groups, they get their way regardless of what the Americans think or feel. And the same goes for healthcare as well, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of people making money that you and I would look at it and go, holy shit, that is a lot more money than we make. That is the unfortunate reality here. That's what we're going up against. So pointing to an example of like a charity individually working within my community or within Twitch, okay? That's a very nice thing to do.
It's a system.
And we can talk more about it.
Is disingenuous to be presented.
It's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with charity.
What he says though is that he says that inherently that's not the socialism that he's supposed to uphold, like you think he is. When he
so what socialism is so the socialism is
labor. His socialism that he pushes.
So the socialism that requires him to give no percentage of his money and only requires him to preach is the socialism he's for. You don't find that convenient?
Pay a decent amount of taxes in California, but that's not but I don't consider that to be social.
We legally
like
have
Keynesian economics. That's wealth distribution, and I think that's adequate, and I think that's apt. I wish that billions of it wasn't used on fucking finding new and creative ways to like blow brown children in fucking school buses in Yemen, but unfortunately, that is what our American government has decided to spend it on. That is an unfortunate byproduct of living here. But even the meager amount of that goes back into funding the roads, funding the school system, I'm happy with and I'm comfortable with, and I talk about it during tax season all the fucking time. But if you think that like charity is socialism, then I
didn't say charity is socialism. I was referring to a system that we create as a streamer. And the charity aspect, right, which provides that system would be the way we replicate the tax system, right? Within America, the government has a tax system which they would funnel their money into programs for the people who can't afford it. It would give people access to healthcare. It would cover certain educational costs to push education through. What I'm saying is we create a system, and since we do not have a tax system,
you're just
we can
swapping
use
the word charity for system, by the way. Like that's what you're doing, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with charity. I'm showing you the
difference, right? It's about creating the system, right? And the charity would be the pool of money used to fund the system that gives healthcare to your community to show that it works. What you preach works. You can take from the rich and provide for the poor, provide for the people who don't have the financial
real charities at the top of the hour,
security or the luxury
where there's a 3-minute ad
in
break.
America, which is so.
And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get gifted a sub.
Healthcare, right? To have basic educational costs covered, to push that. We need that kind of stuff, right? So I believe we need to act instead of just preach. Otherwise, where does it start? Where does the chain reaction start?
This is a misunderstanding. I think he kind of agrees with you, right? But at the same time, when you say to uphold socialism, in his view, he does, because socialism is the means of production and the workers and the labor, right? That is his socialism. So even though he agrees with you, he still doesn't agree with the fact that you think that this is socialism when he said what his socialism is, right? So that's what this disconnect is. So I do agree that there's a double effect.
Because what he's talking about is just charity, which is great. I love that as a concept, and I'm on board with it. It's just not, it's demonstrably failed to improve. That doesn't stop me from giving money to charities, all right? Obviously. That doesn't stop me from funding money or doing fundraising for charities and also directly donating. But if what he was talking about as far as charities actually solved the issues, the United States of America would have no healthcare issues.
To help you understand this, okay, take a look at my mental health care program, okay? Because you keep saying charity, okay? So yes, the money goes into the charity to hold, right? What I'm referring to is the system that's created, right? The viewer can now, that does not have access to healthcare, can now have a way through me taking a percentage of my wealth and putting it as a funding source to free healthcare. Ignore the charity part of it. It's the system. This is what I mean by actions over words.
Yes, you're right. If everyone was paying into, but in the form of taxes, if everyone was paying into the government and the government was like, we're going to take some of this money and we're going to build hospitals, we're going to build rural hospitals, which is a major problem as well in America. And we're going to make sure that everyone can get health care for free when they go into a hospital. That would be socialized medicine. It would not be socialism. It would be a form of socialization.
So couldn't you implement what you preach into a system like that for your community to have access to things that they don't have access to because of their financial means, right? Because of their financial situations. That's what I'm asking. It's easy to preach,
I think that is doable, certainly. It's not impossible. The problem in that situation would be that it would require me dropping everything I normally do and basically learn an entirely new set of skills. It would not be a system. It would, again, just be a charity, that a 501c3 that I would have to set up. And I, unfortunately, am a dumbass who doesn't know anything about setting up a 501c3, which is why I usually, just like you did, work with other 501c3s that are pre-existing in this regard. But again, I have raised and also funded more than $500,000 last year, which is a marginal amount in comparison to how charitable you are. You're a very charitable person. And this year so far, almost like $2 million, if I'm not mistaken, to various different causes. I don't think that is socialism. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that that's socialism. I do it because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a very fortunate person, and I think the capacity to be able to give back is a good thing. That's why I do it. But even by that metric of like, if you think that building these sorts of systems is socialism, then I guess I'm a relatively socialist person.
I think it's a right, for each individual, right, it's a value within themselves, right? So if you're making X and X amount of dollars, I believe because of the fortunate situation both you and I are in, I do believe in higher taxes for us. I do believe in both of us taking a percentage of our wealth and putting it into systems, right, that can distribute it to people and give them the baseline, what I believe to be a right, which is healthcare, education systems that pay for their schooling based on, let's say, hardworking students or whatever the hell that is, GPA, whatever you want to measure that by, right? That's what I believe. So what I'm saying is, I do think, ignore the charity aspect. I'm referring to the systems. The charity is just a funding pool in this comparison, right? I believe we should not just talk it, we should act on it, right? So we should take a percentage of our wealth, whether it's 20%, 30%, 10%, whatever it may be, and put it towards systems that give what we believe to be a right to the people that don't have access to these things that I believe should be a right, right?
I think the system you're describing is a 501c3 though, right? Like that's...
Well, in this situation, the 501c3 would be provided, and all you would have to do, right? So let's hypothetically say for this mental health care program, right? Wouldn't you say, if you don't want to create that this is it's right there, right? It's a system you believe in for your community, right? So why would...
Hassan doesn't agree with... I'm just agree.
Go ahead.
Hassan doesn't, even though he thinks these things are good and he wants to do those things, and sometimes he hasn't, or maybe he will in the future, he still doesn't view that as a fundamental socialism.
Wait, first of all, I do those things. Let's make it clear. I think I do a decent job at doing those things.
Yeah, but I still think that he doesn't view that as the fundamentals of socialism, and that's not what he preaches.
Yes.
Therefore, he doesn't feel like you've gotten him on the, yo, dude, you haven't donated this much. Well, Hassan doesn't feel like you got him on not doing what he preaches, when this is not what he preaches in that regard to socialism. That's what he feels like.
So you're picking and choosing what aspects of socialism apply based on what you have to act on, what you don't? I'm confused.
I mean, ask Hassan.
So we're cherry picking what parts of socialism we want to preach, and those are dependent on which ones actually require you to distribute a percentage of your wealth into systems that distribute it to the people that are less. It seems like we're cherry picking what we have to act on and what we don't. It just seems very convenient to me.
I think that the fundamental disagreement here is that charitable donations is socialism is like kind of your perspective here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can correct me, but that's all I've heard from you. As far as like maybe you don't say charitable donations, you say systems, but that's kind of what you're talking about. And that is fundamentally not true, which is fine. It's still fine, though. You're right. I think it's a good thing to, again, uphold charity and try to do your very best to help others who are less fortunate. But if you're asking me as someone who like at least describes the concept of what socialism is, that is not true. What you're describing is just fundamentally just a 501c3.
I feel like there's a disconnect for you and probably with others as well in what I'm referring to, okay? And the only reason, okay, let's take my mental health care program as an example of this, since it's the only thing I can show you in this regard that's on Twitch, that can help you understand this, okay? So ignore the charity aspect of what's going on there, okay? That's there. The reason I had to work with them is because obviously as a streamer, right, we don't pay some sort of streamer tax within Twitch where we can funnel that money and put it towards systems we believe in, right? So ignore the charity aspect. Instead, compare it in this system, right? When I say system, I'm referring to the system where I take a percentage of my wealth monthly, put it into, let's say, a pot, and from there, access is given to viewers in my community that do not have access to mental health care, right? That charity is only replicating what the U.S. government, it's proportionally replicating, right?
Yes,
what the U.S. government has for a tax system.
What you're describing, yes, exactly. The main difference is voluntary donations versus taxes, right? And you're right.
That's the only way that we, right, proportionally as
you
streamers.
have to understand you're describing a charity when you keep explaining it, though. Like that's the charity that you work with, RAD, right? You work with RAD.
Yes.
Is a pre-established 501c3. It's a charity. So you are giving money to RAD, which is a wonderful thing. Okay, it's great.
No, it's a separate program, right?
Okay, it's a separate program. Sure.
It's a separate program within RAD. I'm using RAD to replicate what it would be in America using their tax systems to pay for mental health care. Do you understand?
You're not wrong. That is actually a very decent way. That is a very decent way to describe. That is a very decent way to try to describe socialized healthcare and why it's ethical and why it's the right thing to do. I agree with you if that is what you're saying as far as like socialized healthcare. It's still not socialism. So if you're asking me what socialism is, or if it conflicts with my values that I haven't like set up a 501c3 personally,
it's not about setting it's about taking a percentage of your wealth, like you preach, the rich should do, and doing it yourself and implementing it, right? So if you understand? So do you do that? Do you take a percentage, 10, 20, 30% of your wealth and put it towards systems that give free healthcare to the people? Or are you just relying on the tax systems of America as your distributive wealth process?
I definitely do donate a lot more than just what the taxes are. Absolutely. I do. I don't know what percentage of my overall wealth that is, but yes, I absolutely do. Regardless, though, I don't think that that is socialism. I do it not because it's socialism. I don't do it because I want to make like...
I think you're misunderstanding my point, right?
Look, my point is this. Billionaires have something called the Billionaire's Pledge. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. It's actually a very interesting concept, okay?
Okay.
So, like the Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, numerous other billionaires, some of the wealthiest people on the planet have joined what they call, I believe, the Giving Pledge, which is, it's a, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick so I don't give you any false information here.
Why don't we start the Millionaire's Pledge and we apply it on Twitch and
yeah, no, hold on. Well, I'm going to talk about how fraudulent it is in a second.
Oh, shit.
The Giving Pledge is a commitment to philanthropy. The Giving Pledge is a promise by the world's wealthiest individuals and families to dedicate the majority of their wealth to charitable causes. Now, the issue is that this is just simply a PR move for them. They do this because they set up their own charitable donations, their charitable contributions, and they put all of their stock options into that charity in an effort to avoid taxes, right? That is the main reason why they do this. That way they can look like they're giving back while, you know, buying from or buying whatever the fuck from what they want from the pool of funds, utilizing it as a tax cut. It turns into a non-taxable entity. Right? Even if this wasn't, even if this was like an earnest thing, an honest thing, it still would not make Bill Gates, for example, funds malaria research, who has funded vaccine research, as a matter of fact, as well.
Okay.
This would not make Bill Gates a socialist.
Okay, Hassan, I think I got you again. He feels like if you were to englobe what social media as a whole, he wants you to emulate and enforce that version of socialism on a smaller scale in order to create and show that this is what you uphold, right? And instead of what he thinks, you're pushing more radicalized ideas when you're kind of like not doing that, you know, all the way out there. You're kind of just staying a little bit in the middle in terms of your actions. That's what he thinks. From my understanding, this is what Trent thinks. Generally.
Yes, he has a different opinion on what praxis is. This is a term we use in leftist communities. And he thinks that this is what praxis is, like socialism in action. I fundamentally disagree. And yet I still actually do engage in the thing that he's talking about.
Me too. I just don't tell anybody about it because it's useless.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't used to tell people about it either. But obviously a lot of people kept saying, much like Train, Hassan, you're fake. You don't practice what you preach. You don't give back to people, which is a false understanding of socialism in general. So I did start telling people about it. And now they say I do it for clout, which, of course, I always knew it was going to be a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So I just do whatever the fuck I think is the right thing to do, and I keep my fucking head down and do it.
Right. So
even your chat, your entire chat is capping right now. Your entire chat. Like, there will never be charitability to anything, and I don't even expect it. Like, it's just...
No, that's not kept to me because I said I do charitable stuff and whatever because in terms of education because I own my own shit, but I don't. Dude, it's freaking lame. Whether they think that I do or not, or they accept it and they validate the amounts or not, I think it's useless to talk about it. I just do it because it helps, and I'm sure down the line, something that was helped by one of these things when when they're balling out and they're millionaire, they will do the same thing, and there's no effect. I truly believe that giving back into systems like healthcare, like education, when somebody is a recipient of these things. When they ball out, there's a good chance they'll do the same because this resonates hard with them. It creates a domino effect. And the more people do, the more it resonates and the more it grows. That's just how it is. That's my perspective. That's my view on it. But I still don't think that's socialism, though.
It's not. I don't think you would say you're a socialist, or you would be a socialist for doing that. I don't think Train is a socialist for doing the charitable donations to RAD.
The system itself would be a socialist one. Do you understand? The system, the idea of it, not the actual donation.
Well, I also personally gave you an example. I gave you an example of like a commodity production or creating something new and different that in the form of like the podcast that is a cooperative style governance, I guess.
Would you agree everything you've mentioned that you do that you believe is aligned with your ideas of socialism, you profit from? Don't you think that's yes. Just a little distant?
Yes, no, that's literally okay. See, this is perfect. Thank you for saying this. This is literally the fundamental misunderstanding. Socialism is not about doing things because you're a nice guy. Socialism is just about who is producing the shit and how much more freedom they get.
There is a difference in profiting more from the preaching or the ideas of the socialism, right? It's not like you're making a business, right? And then you're giving
that is a business. What I described to you is a business. What I described to you is a cooperative formation of a corporation.
A percentage of everything that you do in the name of socialism should go towards systems.
Train, you're not understanding. Train, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Train,
okay, continue.
You literally, okay. There are many different ways of democratizing a workplace or democratizing an economic organization of society. One of those, okay, is a cooperative corporation, okay? That is precisely why my producer, who is producing the labor, who's creating part of the podcast, who sets up the Patreon and whatnot, and sets up the cameras, for example, that person is getting 1/3 of the overall revenue, okay? That is inherently a socialist formation. He also has autonomy. He also gets to say, I want to do it on this day. I want to do it on that day. Okay, I want to do the podcast on this day. These are things that we democratically decide. Now, this is a cooperative corporation. That is actually closer to like what is literally socialism, at least in a corporation, a socialist organization of the economy within the corporation, than anything else that you have described. That would be one form or one aspect of democratization of the workplace. Okay? That is actually what you want out of me. I'm already doing that. But if you're talking about like setting up a system or whatever you want to call a charity.
How does that work with Twitch then? So you bring up the podcast. How does that work with Twitch, right? Let's say hypothetically you're making $6 to $10 million from an ad-heavy deal, right? Which if you show that deal, which you can because you're binded by a contract.
Do you think I should pay my viewers for watching me?
Not pay your. I'm referring to you bring the podcast up as 1/3. Are you paying, right, a percentage or something proportional to the millions that you're making off Twitch, right? Is that something you're doing as a socialist, right? Does that carry over to your Twitch? So sure, I believe you for your podcast.
To who? To what?
To editors, to moderators.
Yes.
So you're paying moderators or a head of moderation?
No, not editors and not moderators. I do have a compensation mechanism for my moderators. Okay. It is not one that I often publicize, specifically because I don't want moderators to come on board exclusively because they want to, use this as a job opportunity. There is a compensation mechanism but I don't like talking about it specifically because, like I said, I want moderators to be a part of the community and not necessarily working and not necessarily doing it as labor, which is most of the reason why I try to, as best as I can, maintain all of the other avenues of moderation on my own, whether it be running ads, which, by the way, I should be running at least a middle of the hour ad break and things of that nature.
Wait, let's stop. Everyone, both of you are on your ad deals.
As far as hold on. As far as editors goes, yes, of course, I pay editors directly. I pay editors directly out of. Wait, I don't know what he's. I don't know why he's saying.
I was saying play your minute ad and I'll juice up.
No. Anyway. Listen. As far as payment structures goes for my editors, they are the ones who make their pay. In many instances, they're making more. They are the ones who I routinely have a conversation with, where they're the ones who dictate what their pay is. I am routinely paying them even more than the value that they're actually generating for the videos that they're creating. And the only way I can subsidize that is because I'm making money off of Twitch. So in a way, yes, I am utilizing Twitch revenue to pay some of my editors.
But not your moderators, to the same percentage as, let's say, the podcast to your Twitch, right? So your main income channel is the biggest one, right? And that's the one that's exempt from the from the proportion.
Because not only that, but the reason why this works the way that it does is because there are certain aspects that I want to maintain as far as autonomy goes, as far as the freedom, as far as like no demands made of anybody, because no one is as big as a freak as myself who's gonna fucking sit there for 8 to 10 hours and watch shit. Okay, that is an unreasonable demand to make from people. I don't make that demand from my viewers, and that is precisely the reason why I want my viewers to be invested and interested in doing whatever the fuck they want to. The funny thing is, I know I train is so fucking horny bringing up the mods. Oh, it's probably okay.
Wait, why is it?
Yeah, it seems like this topic.
One thing that you need
why
to,
is it? Is it what I pay my mods? Is that why?
Well, I don't know, but one thing that you need to also understand is that, and this is a really good conversation, I brought up a cooperative ownership of the podcast specifically because it's one very unique formation of workplace democracy, because someone in that situation is generating value, right? Someone in that situation is generating value. They're working, they're laboring, right? And instead of a wage compensation in that structure, I'm giving them a percentage of revenue. Now, originally, when the podcast wasn't generating any revenue, I was just paying out of pocket to be like, listen, whatever you want, you know, eventually we will be able to generate revenue, which we are now. And at that point, you'll be able to get a third of that, right? There are certain aspects of it that I want to maintain and make sure that is as ethical as possible, right? In that structure. That is the reason why I brought up the third in the cooperative formation, a third of the revenue in the cooperative formation, is because that is only one element of a pay structure. There are many different ways of doing it, but the one fundamental thing that remains is worker autonomy and people that are generating value getting back what they make, getting back what they add. That is inherently a socialist way of working.
They're getting back what they add, and who determines what they get paid based on what they add?
Well, in that circumstance, there is no perfectly scientific way. I mean, we're getting into the labor theory of value, obviously, but in my opinion, there's no adequate way of making that assessment, which is why I oftentimes will leave it up to people that are making the demand itself while they're simultaneously generating revenue. Because there are a lot of situations where a venture that you get into is not actually making money, right? And I think people are still generating some sort of value even when they're not actually making money, because even when the business itself is not actually making money, because the business could potentially make money in the future. Do you understand? Which is why I think it's better off left up to the people that left up to the people that are working in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think the problem is that
by the way, I can't believe the level of interrogation that is happening with my own personal finances or the way I live my life is unimaginable. But the reason why I do it is because it is something that I'm very confident in. Okay, it is something that I'm very confident in the way that I live it, but it is a ridiculous ask. I want people to understand, like, I don't have an issue talking about this shit, but it is fucking wild. Like, not a single streamer has ever been asked this level of fucking detail in any minor thing that they do. Not even motherfucking train wrecks, okay? And he gets shit on a lot.
Actually, I've revealed all that.
But it's really frustrating that, like, this is a fundamental thing I believe in and I advocate for and I practice what I fucking preach, and yet motherfuckers still always say that I am actually fake. Because people cannot comprehend that it could work that way.
It's not that you're fake. It's that there's there's certain areas that are hypocritical in nature, right? Like there are certain areas where you pick and choose when socialism applies and when capitalism is okay.
No,
Yet you
it doesn't.
preach anti-capitalism in every direction.
Okay.
But you retained none of the things that I just told you, Train. Like I just spent the past hour where you peered into like literally the minutia of my operation, looking for like different places, different avenues to strike. I described all of it to you, and you won't give me the dignity. You won't even give me the dignity of like listening, hearing, and processing that information. That's kind of fucked up. It just seems like an ambush at this point.
No. I listened and I processed. And there was areas
The valuable question is because inherently you're a political streamer and you talk about aspects of socialism and then that's what you preach. It's like saying, yo, dude, why do people ask what stocks a stock streamer has on the stock market and not the Apex streamer? Well, because the guy who plays Apex never talks about stock. You talk a lot about like finance and the means of production and all the money as of course they're going to inquire about where your money is and what you're doing with it to better these systems that you're talking about. I think it's just
not necessarily true. No, the only reason why they do that is to literally look for hypocrisy baiting, and it doesn't even matter. No matter how genuine, no matter how consistent you are, it literally doesn't matter because ultimately, like in the beginning of this conversation, I had a conversation with Trainwreck about literally something that he believes I did that I told him I didn't do, and he couldn't bring up any fucking counters to it. Like he couldn't bring up proof to it, and yet we still left it on a 50-50 split.
Well, for that, I remember
like that's crazy.
But the point of that was the pattern of behavior, right? And I have a lot of viewers messaging me; they remember exactly that, right? But to bring up a clip regarding passive shit talk or the letting of to kind of push the narratives, right? I can't provide you with a clip at this time. And even if I couldn't, I remember it happening. So that's why we moved on and we agreed to disagree.
What else do you guys not agree on?
That was just showing a pattern of behavior. But that's not enough for us to not come to a middle ground and say, fuck it. Like,
well, no, I think...
Let's get back to the Will Neff clip, right? So I think you're asking about the Will Neff clip, right? And we kind of went off.
What did you bring up about the charity for Turkey and how did it come about? Why did you say it? What
just
did
watch
you
the
mean?
clip.
Okay, fair enough. Let's everybody. I'm going to link a clip in the current chat going on over there, and you're gonna click and you're gonna watch it on your own with your community, and they will discuss when Train picks up and not Assad.
Okay.
And we'll start because it's his clip. I want to give him a chance to explain his own clip. Otherwise, we're gonna get lost.
Where is it? Hold on. You linked it in the
group chat.
Match a small percentage.
I gotta pee while this plays. Look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking crypto gambling sponsorships. Like, that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently, but goddamn, do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck? If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt, you should be 50 times more vocal about the 50 grand, right? Not once did I ever bring that up. Not once. But when you undermine that, when you make it seem like the infrastructure that we had to create on the back end to ensure that American and foreign fucking donators could very easily dump funds.
Here's what there is to ask. So, like, I think you got a little angry at a certain clip instead of watching the entire thing, which maybe is understandable since you get a lot of heat in that department. But I think what's important to come on, bro. They're like, what are you?
He's not going to moderate anyway. Just go on. Just
we take a 2.5 minute fucking break and now he gets up.
Bro,
we all get back from our 2.5 minute break and he just gets up now.
He's having a toenail break. Just go on. It doesn't matter. He was not going to moderate anyway.
You got to see, you know how nasty that is, chewing on your toenails?
Yes,
you know how putrid that is?
I know. I do know. Yes. Okay, go on. You were talking to Will. As far as I understand, you were talking to Will about, I don't know what you were talking to Will about, actually, but you were talking to Will about some shit, and you
I was going through
I think. I don't know why you brought me up.
Well, let's pull up the Will. Did he delete the VOD? Is it there?
I don't know. I'm sure that it's probably on YouTube, though.
So there is the video. It starts at 58:36. I think it's important to watch the context of the entire thing because by no means was
we can't be watching a whole video. I will take your
it's maximum like I don't even know like what would that be like 4 minutes? I'm just like the context. Bro, the context matters here. Like you took like 3 seconds of what I said that he asked me a question and I answered. You took that 3 second part and you flipped the fuck out.
Well, you're here. Just explain what you were doing, and I will 100% believe you. I don't even care.
I will. I'm gonna grab my juice.
Yo, is he gone again?
He's gone. But what is it? Okay, describe to me what the clip is.
There's not much. Okay, there's nothing. There's not much to it. There's like nothing.
So I think the importance of you watching it was to show that like. I think he took a small couple seconds of the clip and kind of got the wrong idea of the context. Like by no means was like going in there to badmouth you. It was actually the opposite.
So it's Will never brought up the Turkey charity, and it's Train who was going to make an argument about his initial point about how he wants Hassan to do the systems. But then, since Will,
but like, why are you guys having a conversation about me in general? Like, I don't understand.
Yo, I give context to people. So the context is that So Will brought up the fact that Hassan raised money for charity for Turkey in the context of trying bring up socialism and how we can do things to further socialism in society. And then what happened then is that Trent was going to say that the Turkey thing was crowdfunded, therefore cannot be kind of used as a, yo, guys, I'm partaking in these socialism systems, whatever.
And let me clarify on that, because this is an important clarification to be completely fair toward Hassan. The effect of what he did is the same as both possible intentions, right? So the effect is a net positive no matter how you look at it, right? So the effect of what you did is a net positive. Do you understand? I want to make that very clear. I think what's being argued is the way certain things that you do, the intention that's being described behind your actions, right? Like, that's what I'm referring to, right? I think a lot of times it's used as a, hey, look, I did this. What a great thing I did. I did this, this is an example of what I preach. This is this. People use this as examples of things you've done. But in reality, a crowd fund with a small percentage matched, especially if we get into what you made during the entirety of those 5 streams, I think these are the more genuine ways to bring it up, right? But when it's used to show a intention, I think that's the wrong part in the category of what you're doing. But the net positive from the effect is the same. Therefore, that's why I don't think there's much to talk about here. Does that make any sense? It's the intention that's questionable. And the way it's used as like a credibility is very odd to me. That's the issue. That's why it was brought up. The intention of why you did that, right? A lot of people in your community and yourself use it as like a, yo, I did this, I'm consistent with what I do, blah, 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 right? But I would argue based on, right, it being crowdfunded compared to the part of what you matched relative to what you make and relative to what you made during the streams of doing the charity, that's the part that's questionable. But the effect of the charity is a net positive no matter how you look at it.
Okay, let me just describe something real quick. So first and foremost, dude, for someone who says you hate Reddit, you sound a lot like Redditors, like especially when you're saying this.
I don't want Reddit.
This is the most Reddit ass, like cynical ass fucking take I could have ever seen in my entire life.
It's not cynical when the intention is being misrepresented.
The intention of why I wanted to set up a charity, set up a fundraiser, a donation portal for the victims of the Turkey-Syria earthquake is because in 1999, when I was living in Istanbul, as a young boy, I survived a very devastating earthquake where 17,000 people died by the most conservative estimate. I know how fucking awful that shit is when a gigantic earthquake impacts a state that is underfunded. My state that I lived in for, the first 18 years of my life. And I also knew that you can't really trust the government in Turkey. Many of the Turkish people will tell you this. So there had to be a way to fund and to give money to specific non-governmental organizations.
I agree.
I knew what the non-governmental organizations were. I went in, I found exactly whichever ones were the best ones by talking to my friends and some knowledge I had over previous earthquakes and natural disasters. And one of the main issues there was that a lot of these organizations, like Ahbap, especially Ahbap, did not have a portal to allow ease of access. Like you couldn't just click on a link and do a drop down, put your fucking information in and just like send dollars to Ahbap directly. So that is why I wanted to set up a fundraiser, because I knew that
we're not arguing the fundraiser.
So that's the main intention behind why I did what I did.
Yes,
and there wasn't any like secondary reason or anything else.
I'm so tired of this. And then we're gonna do the topic. It gets both become like around the pot. I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna fucking say it. Okay, train meant, yo, bruh, 2 mil is dank. Nobody says 2 mil is not dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. It was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive.
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke, Hassan. It's a joke.
I don't think
50K?
There's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a little amount of money.
Based on your ad incentive deal with Twitch, wouldn't you argue that the days you ran those ads on those days, along with what you made, don't they add? I mean, didn't you make
when I originally started my contract? I thought it was, but you're wrong. You're wrong. No, it's not.
Was it close to that amount?
Insane. No, not even remotely close.
Okay. At the end of the day, listen. I don't want to listen. What you did was phenomenal. The effect was phenomenal. Do you understand?
So, but hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that it wasn't even supposed to. No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket watching and then claiming that it's actually adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time to me, and I yell at them. Just because you're not...
Why is that example the comeback, some extreme rebuttal of...
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You got to stop.
Brother, that blue hair. Okay, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. They do that too. They do that. They do that exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a person who would like listen and respond to them. You're doing the exact same shit. You are crying like a fucking SJW instead of
crying like an SJW.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And that is one thing I will not fucking stand for.
No, listen. The effect of the charity is nice. Do you understand? It's a good thing. What you did was phenomenal to crowdfund that. But to push
it's such a disingenuous way to fucking like do an offhanded criticism. Everyone, even the juicers fucking recognize what you're doing right now. You're literally being like, you did a great job, but it was like a little bit. You could have given a lot more money. And maybe you could have, and I'm sure you did. I gave you literally a link for a crypto donation. Yeah. You only gave 50,000. You have like fucking
150,000. Yes.
Okay, well, great. You have a lot more money than I do, so I'm glad that you did that. Even if you gave $10 fucking, I wouldn't care though. Ultimately, because any dollar is good. Okay, any dollar in that circumstance is good.
You preach. Do you understand?
But the only reason why we have ever talked about the charity. The only reason why we ever talked about that is not to like weaponize it and be like, look how good of a guy I am. The only reason why we talked about it because motherfuckers. Listen, let me explain. Let me explain.
Does weaponize it? They do, and
no,
you allow them to. Okay,
brother. The only reason why there was any discourse surrounding that was because a bunch of smarmy little fucking dipshits went in and literally went to Speed's chat and were like, it's a scam. It's a scam. The discourse revolving around it. And the reason why Will even brought it up to you was because people literally were saying it's a fucking scam. People were saying I'm pocketing the money.
Was wrong.
And the reason why Will brought that up is because of the unfair amount of criticism that I get that you should be able to as a person who gets a lot of unfair criticism by your...
You would only get criticism because there's inconsistencies in what you donate versus what you preach, right? If you were to show your dashboard for those 5 days you're in the charity, believe me, you yourself would understand those criticisms. Do you understand?
No, it wouldn't.
You don't think
you're
so?
wrong.
You don't think so?
Yes, okay. You're wrong. You're wrong. But not only are you wrong, you're also making a fucking assertion here and demanding certain things or even like implying certain things that would undermine not my the amount of money I fucking put into the charity in and of itself, but also like that wasn't even supposed to be. I wasn't intending on putting $50,000 in there. I was intending on making a portal specifically so that we could fucking making a portal specifically so that everyone else from the international community, as everyone fucking pitched in, put together more money than I ever could have, more money than even you could have. Maybe you could have put that much money. You have a lot of money, but ultimately I created, in your words, a literal fucking system. There you go. So that should be charity and at work. That should be socialism at work. But it's still not enough because it's not enough for you because it's not about me or what I do. It's about how you perceive me.
No, see, once again, this is just mental gymnastics, political bullshit. It's theatrical, completely theatrical.
Your only intention this time, I've been so charitable to you from the jump. The only reason why we've had this conversation is so that you can try and make me look bad over and over again. I've gone above and beyond trying to describe some. I've gone above and beyond because, like, ultimately, this is good content. I've gone above and beyond describing things to you.
There is no gotcha moments here. We're having a discussion for the things that we disagree on to try and come together. Whether we
come on, Train. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like I'm a dumb guy. I'm not a very smart guy. But
Brother,
I am not that fucking dumb.
I haven't listen. I've responded to you. I've given you very calm statements. This isn't a got you. I'm not going in on you. I'm not talking to.
Bro, you haven't budged an inch, dog. I literally told you I would apologize to you if you could find a clip because I genuinely would be in the wrong. And you wouldn't give me that. But you have never, not
Where
a
do you
single
want me to budge an inch?
Not a single fucking concession. Your understanding of socialism is incorrect. I tried to educate you on the matter. You didn't give a shit. I told you examples of
when socialism applies based on where you make the most money and where you don't.
No, but you're still doing it. Your literal example is you. XQC understands what I'm talking about. You have not been charitable at all.
Okay.
Well,
moderation is labor for your core moderator team. Do you understand?
Yes, and it is to a certain degree. It is about what you put in. That is the entire point of socialism, if you want to consider that. But you're fucking bringing up moderators right now because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck about anything. You just care about trying to win a fucking argument, Train, and you're not going to win it.
I'm giving you my views, and you're giving me yours. Do you understand? Like, you're getting upset, but we're both just talking, trying to find a middle ground.
What if the problem?
No.
What if the problem
I've been
is that
so
you guys
nice to you.
What if the problem is that you both don't have the same definition of what the fuck socialism is?
Well,
we have a dialogue again. When you do
Train, read. Okay, let's Google what socialism is. Let's do that.
Break it down in multiple pieces. Okay, when you
let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's first finish this.
No. This is important. Let's Google it so it's not me saying it. So it's an objective third party definition. Let's do that.
Train says earlier.
No. I don't care what Train says. Just look up the definition of socialism real quick and let's read it and let's talk about whether or not it is actually what I'm talking about or whatever Train thinks it is. I can read it for you if you want, but you can also Google it on your own as well. Right? You're looking at it right now on the Wikipedia page. Let's take a look.
My computer is like controlled by somebody else. I feel like somebody's on my computer.
Okay. Socialism is a political philosophy and movement encompassing a range of economic and social systems which are characterized by social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownerships. As a term, it describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementations of such systems. Social ownership could be public, it could be community ownership, it could be collective ownership, or it could be a cooperative or employee stock ownership. While no single definition encapsulates the many types of socialism, social ownership is the one common element and is considered left-wing. Is that good?
Yeah, I get it.
Do you think that is closer? Do you think that is closer to what I have described through the many different, as I also mentioned, like the many different types of socialism and different types of socialization structures and how I have chosen to operate?
Yes. And do you understand that the anti-capitalism definitions within the theories of socialism, you preach, yet your entire business model is off of the capitalistic models, no? You decide, you cherry pick and choose which parts of socialism should apply
allowing,
based on your own
giving
models.
the
Is that not
people,
convenient?
giving the people the freedom to put as much in and also simultaneously